Volume 10, Chapter 450, Erner Delegation, Part 1. The first thing that Kang-woo did after waking up from the world of his consciousness was to settle the aftermaths of Ragnarok. The war had wrapped up as Olympus's victory due to Odin's defeat, but Asgard did not acknowledge their defeat despite losing their commander. They resisted aggressively and desperately. Kang-woo and Gaia focused on calming Asgard. It did not take very long since the difference in their power was clear now that Odin had been annihilated. In addition to that, Gaia proposed a compromise to all of the opposing factions to form a sort of association whose purpose was to ease the restriction. The anti-Gaia faction had no choice but to accept the proposal as they were despairing over the overwhelming difference in power. It looks like things in the divine realm have calmed down a little. Kang-woo nodded as he looked through the documents that Uranus had sent him. The gods had worried that a large majority of the gods would die due to Ragnarok, but they had managed to come to a compromise without major casualties. Well, I bet there are still gods who strongly oppose the law in their minds. Forget just their minds, Kang-woo was sure that there would be gods who would ignore the law entirely and manifest into the physical realm anyway. Even so, they had managed to prevent the earth from falling into chaos due to the gods. As long as the gods were afraid of being annihilated, they would not recklessly manifest into the physical realm. Heya, Kang-woo sighed as he leaned on the backrest of his chair. He was exhausted after working his ass off needlessly in the divine realm. If only I came to my fucking senses before things got this big. Multiple waves of regret swept over him. I mean, I probably would have had to eliminate Odin sooner or later from what he was saying. However, he would have been able to do that without needing to cause an all-out war between gods. And most of all, Kang-woo closed his eyes. Someone knocked on his door and entered. It was Lilith, who had another pile of documents in hand. Kang-woo flinched as he saw her bowing to him. "What is it?" he asked. "Ho ho. This is the file containing the activities of Guardians while you were away." "Oh, okay." Kang-woo took the documents awkwardly. He was not feeling down because he was given more work to do. Kang-woo peeked glances at Lilith in silence and gulped. "My, what's wrong, Master Kang-woo?" Lilith tilted her head in confusion, wide-eyed. "Huh, no, nothing." Kang-woo shook his head frantically like a common dazed anime protagonist. "My, is that so?" Lilith looked at Kang-woo with a smile. "What? Nothing at all." Lilith smiled even wider. She hummed and walked toward the seated Kang-woo as she looked at him teasingly. Kang-woo turned his head from her. He had gone through this several times already after that incident. Lilith giggled as she lightly placed her hands on Kang-woo's shoulders. "Master Kang-woo, you can go if you're done. I still have a ton of things left to do." My. How cold you are." Lilith placed her hands on her chest, overly acting like she was heartbroken. She then spread her arms out and continued, "Here, Master Kang-woo, you can smother yourself in my embrace." "Like back then?" Kurg, Kang-woo groaned and bit his lip. His shoulders subtly trembled with his head lowered. "Go on, hurry, you've been having a hard time lately, haven't you? You can unwind in my arms." Stop. "And cry to your heart's content." "Please fucking stop," Kang-woo shouted as he sprang up from his chair as if having a seizure. "Ho ho ho ho." Lilith burst into laughter with one hand covering her mouth. She poked Kang-woo's chest with her finger and asked, "What's wrong, Master Kang-woo? I, Lilith, am always willing to lend you my embrace whenever you need it. Now don't hold back and jump into my kaya." Kang-woo grabbed Lilith by her hips and threw her out of the room. Lilith turned her hair into tentacles and gracefully landed on the ground. "I told you to stop," said Kang-woo as he panted heavily. Lilith giggled even more. "Ho ho, my apologies. I couldn't help it from how entertaining your reactions were." She elegantly bowed and continued, "Layla asked me to tell you that there will be a Guardians General Assembly soon, so she would appreciate it if you could participate." "Okay." Kang-woo nodded and flopped back down on his chair. Clack, the door of his room closed and silence fell. Kang-woo lowered his head. "Ara," he screamed as he clenched his hair. "It's so heavy, fuck foo-woo-woo-uck, I feel like I'm getting crushed to death. Iljastfkljadfulf w-lid fulksh abtkl bkldbfkljb." Kang-woo muttered incomprehensibly. He jumped into his bed and clenched his hair. He kicked the sheets that he had left untidied after waking up and rolled around. Why did I say shit like that?" He wept in deep sorrow. There was no darker past than this. "Deific essence of veracity, you fucking son of a bitch. Should I go back into the world of my consciousness and fuck it up again?" F-whoosh, F-whoosh. A small ember set alight from Kang-woo's finger as he was deep in thought and wriggled as if it were wronged. What the fuck do you want from me?" F-whoosh. The ember flinched and went back into Kang-woo. "Erg," Kang-woo groaned bizarrely as he clenched his hair again. Clack, Kang-woo. Just then, Han Seala opened the door anxiously after hearing Kang-woo's groans. "Darling," Kang-woo stared at Seala with shaking eyes. All the humiliation that he had experienced at Lilith's hands swept over him. He let the surging emotions take him. "Darling, who?" Kang-woo jumped into Seala's arms, his face buried into her well-endowed chest. His cheeks were enveloped by a warm and soft sensation. A delightful scent entered his nose. He could feel his stress melting away in a flash. Aya, I'm so fucking happy I can't even remember the dark past anymore. I'm sure my darling won't make fun of me. She's different from Lilith. Is something wrong? Siala asked as she looked down at Kang-woo in worry. Kang-woo regained his composure and stepped away from her as he cleared his throat. No, nothing at all. It doesn't look like it. I was just worked up over a past mistake. A past mistake? Siala tilted her head in wonder, but Kang-woo forcibly changed the subject so that she couldn't dig into it. How are you doing lately, darling? I've barely been able to see you. It had been to change the subject, but he was considerably worried about it. Darling doesn't only just get sad because we haven't been able to see each other. Kang-woo did not know why, but Seraph's soul was within Siala. She had awakened through Seraph's power and ended up becoming an angel in the body of a human, similar to Kang-woo, a demon in a human body. However, she was unable to control her obsession because the change had been too sudden, and the target of her obsession was none other than Kang-woo. She won't fall from grace again, would she? Kang-woo looked at Siala uneasily. Siala bit her lip aggressively and nodded. Yes, that's right, you've been fairly busy lately. I'm fine, you don't look fine. I know that you're very busy, grit, so I'm fine, grind. Even if you're not here, I can take care of myself just fine. You seriously don't look fine. Siala bit her lip, brought her legs together, and twisted them as if she were holding in her pee, possibly having recalled the time that Kang-woo was away. Her bloodshot eyes were staring intently at Kang-woo's limbs. The hell, it kinda looks like she's contemplating whether or not to cut them off. You're not right, huh? It's all in my head, right, darling? You're not gonna dismember me or anything, right? They'll grow back even if you cut them off, so don't cut them, you better not. Heya fu heya. Siala shut her eyes tightly and took deep breaths. Her bloodshot eyes returned to normal. Ahum, I'm sorry, Kang-woo. Are you sure you're fine? I'm sure Siala's eyes darted around. She grabbed Kang-woo's hands and then kissed him. She said quietly as she blushed. I missed you, Kang-woo. Kang-woo smiled faintly. It looks like she can control her instincts somewhat now. Her condition was not as bad as when she had fallen, but you never know. Suppressing one's desire was easier said than done. Even Kang-woo himself had made a huge blunder because his desire had almost taken control of him. It's not good to suppress it at all times either. It would only have the opposite effect. Just like how Kang-woo unleashed his instinctive desire to eat whenever he faced powerful foes like Tai Wuji, one needed to unwind and fulfill their desire every once in a while. Darling. It's just gonna be the two of us today after all this time, so is there anything you want to do? Kang-woo asked. Pardon? Siala's eyes widened due to Kang-woo's sudden question. Kang-woo smirked and continued, the matters in the divine realm have more or less been resolved, so I have some free time today. If there's anything you want to do, let me know. Siala's target of obsession was himself, so the best way to fulfill what she desired was to let her do what she wanted to him. An awkward silence fell. Siala's eyes darted around as she stole glances at Kang-woo. What I want to do? She asked. Yeah, well. Siala lowered her head as her face reddened. Is it really okay for me to say it? Haha, of course anything. It was obvious what a pure and innocent woman like Siala would want to do. Yeah, I've been wanting to go on a date with Siala after so long. It would be nice to go to a cinema with her as they held hands, or even spending some quality time in a nearby cafe would be nice in its own right. We could even go to the department store that we went to with Echidna a while ago. Kang-woo smiled in satisfaction as he thought of date courses in his head. In that case, Siala cautiously said. She took off the house slippers that she had been wearing and said, please lick my feet. Excuse me, Chapter 451, Erner Delegation, Part 2, On-hand Siala's erotic moans filled Kang-woo's ears. Kang-woo stopped what he was doing and narrowed his eyes. Darling, heya, yes, Kang-woo, could you do something about your voice? Kang-woo stared at her with a sour expression. Siala's face turned as red as a tomato. She clenched her clothes and bit her lip. But, she shouted, I can't help it when it feels so good. Kang-woo put his hand on his forehead as if his head hurt and looked down at Siala's foot that she stretched out in front of him. Her pale feet had no blemishes whatsoever. They were so beautiful that Kang-woo couldn't help but gulp. He slowly massaged them with both hands. Come on, licking feet is a bit much. It's not even about my pride. Kang-woo cleared his throat and focused back on massaging Siala's foot. Siala was slightly disappointed at first, but she was showing excessively good reactions once the massage began. Right, that's enough, Kang-woo said as he took his hands off Siala's foot. Already? Siala asked hesitantly in disappointment. Her gaze almost broke Kang-woo, but he forcibly turned away. No fair, Kang-woo. You said that you would do anything. Siala narrowed her eyes and poked Kang-woo. Well, ho, I'm joking. She smiled and hugged Kang-woo. She buried her face into his chest and took a deep breath in. Fu heya, Siala smiled after relishing in Kang-woo's scent and remarked, I'm glad. About what? Back then. I mean, after you met that demon called Bale, you've been acting a little weird, but I think you're back to normal now. His darling seemed to have noticed it as well. Kang-woo smiled bitterly. Oh right, Kang-woo, what? Iris has decided to come to Earth from Aerner as part of a delegation. She's planning on participating in the Guardians' General Assembly as well. Iris, Kang-woo expressed confusion. A delegation from Aerner, huh? It was not impossible since a gate had formed where people could freely go back and forth between Earth and Aerner. Even so, Iris herself would not have been able to decide to bring a delegation to Earth. Who pushed for it? Kang-woo asked. He doubted that Iris would have proposed it first. Layla asked me to do it, Siala answered. You darling. Yes, she said that having me tell her about it would be far more effective. Kang-woo remained silent. As Layla had said, Siala would be more effective in convincing Iris considering what happened between them. But Layla shouldn't know what happened between Darling and Iris. Kang-woo had not told any of his party members about the war of nerves that had taken place between Iris and Siala. No, he couldn't. Because Darling almost fell from grace. Siala would have been completely taken over by her angelic instincts if Kang-woo had not made it in time. Did she mention why? Kang-woo asked. Layla said that it's because she noticed how cautious Iris is when interacting with me. From what Layla said, it seemed like she did not know what happened between Iris and Siala. It sounds like she asked Siala for a favor on a hunch. It made sense since Kang-woo personally considered Layla to be second only to Lilith in terms of capability. It would have been much better if you or Si-hun had been the ones to do it, but you two were both so busy that I contacted Iris myself, Siala remarked. Good job. When is Iris coming? In 3 days. She was saying how much she wanted to see you, Siala said as she pouted, finding it unpleasant. Kang-woo smirked. If Layla had been the one to push for this, he more or less had an idea of why. Then it must have been announced to the public already, right, that people from another world will be visiting. Oh, have you watched the news too? Siala asked. No, Kang-woo replied as he shook his head. It was an obvious result. Layla must be trying to have the two worlds cooperate. This was the most likely reason why Layla had invited a delegation from Aerner to Earth by going as far as to ask Siala to plan it. That must be the reason for sure considering what will happen in the future. Earth was currently in a crisis. They had managed to prevent the gods of Earth from running amok somehow, but that would not stop the otherworldly invasions. It was a wise choice to gain as many allies as possible to prepare for the coming future, though it's easier said than done. Different nations on Earth were at conflict with one another all the time. The conflict would only be amplified if they were different worlds entirely, but at least the leaders of both worlds aren't ones to incite discord. Layla was practically the leader of Earth, and it was Iris for Aerner. Kang-woo was at least sure that there would not be conflict between them. It's worth a try. The fact that the leaders of the two worlds had every intention to cooperate was a huge plus since those who were under leadership usually tended to follow leadership. Things should go smoothly as long as they make a good first impression, Kang-woo stated. Yes, Iris said not to worry as well. It would be Earth's first time interacting with those of another world. Language barriers could be resolved with magic, but there was nothing that could be done about cultural differences. In such times, first impressions were everything. Likes and dislikes are mostly decided by first impressions, after all. People dressed as neatly as possible on a blind date for a reason. There was nothing more important than a first impression when one was trying to impress someone that they had never met before. As long as Aerner left a good first impression on Earth, their chance of cooperation would dramatically increase. Wait, Kang-woo grabbed his chin and fell into thought. This is a crucial matter for Earth as well. Kang-woo had initially thought that the cooperation between Earth and Aerner was for preparations against otherworldly invasions, but after thinking more deeply about it, it was not that simple. We don't know which worlds will be linked to Earth from now on. They couldn't just pick fights with every single world that ended up getting connected to Earth. If the beings of the other world possessed enough intelligence for cooperation, it was the right choice to. Meaning that the delegation from Aerner would be the very first otherworldly beings that Earth would make contact with, and would also form a fundamental bias among those of Earth toward every otherworldly beings that they came across. To make a quick comparison, it was like an isolated nation accepting foreign civilizations for the very first time. First impressions are imperative for things like that. If a nation went out of its way to open its borders to establish diplomatic relations only for the foreign nations to mess up everything, the nation's hostile views on foreign nations would naturally grow beyond control. Layla thought this through more than I had expected. It was great that the first foreign entity that Earth would interact with was a delegation from Aerner, since there was no risk of them coming and making a giant mess of things. Was that also within her calculations? Kang-woo smiled, impressed by Layla's judgment. He could be at ease leaving things to her, unlike a certain goddess. Kang-woo frowned, his head hurt just thinking about Gaia. I mean, I was partially at fault for going out of control. But it was also partially Gaia's fault for being so incompetent. He was especially frustrated out of his mind when he was settling things with Gaia after Ragnarok. How are you not even a quarter as capable as your incarnation? Kang-woo shook his head as if not wanting to think any more about Gaia. Anyway, thanks, darling, not at all. Ciala smiled gently. She then clapped her hands together as if she had thought of something. Oh right, Kang-woo. Yeah, Kang-woo tilted his head in confusion and looked at Ciala, wondering what it was about now. Ciala took something out of her pants pocket. A piece of paper, what's that? He asked. Lilith handed me this a while ago, just a second. Lilith, an uneasy feeling ran down his back. Title, Weight of the King. Title, The Weight of Life Crushes My Shoulders. How long will I be able to last? Pain and despair are weighing down on me. The sky filled with sorrow is as hazy as always. I cry in her arms. Wait, darling, what the hell is that? What the fuck? What the actual fuck? And so, I shed tears once in a while. Kang-woo clenched his chest as his entire body trembled. His face paled as he had trouble breathing. Lilith said that you love this poem, so I tried reading it, Ciala said as she smiled. She then looked down at the piece of paper and tilted her head in wonder. That aside, I wonder what this poem is about. I can at least tell that the person in the poem is having an extremely hard time. What did you like about this poem, Kang-woo? Stop please, any more in my life will. Oh, if, perhaps. You're having as hard of a time as the person in this poem, Ciala said as she smiled. Then I'll lend you my arms. Ho, I'm joking, there's no way you'd be like that. Darling, but. Ciala swept up Kang-woo's hair and kissed his forehead. She continued, when you are having a hard time. Make sure to rely on me, okay? Kang-woo remained silent. Between his lips seeped out a horrifying groan that could only exist in hell. He clenched his hair as the memories came back to him. It's so heavy. And no more, stay, I feel like I'm. Stop, stay, getting crushed to death. Stoo-whoop, Kang-woo shouted in despair at his past self within his memories. Kang-woo, Ciala looked at Kang-woo in surprise. Kang-woo lowered his head as he clenched his hair. I'll just fucking die. Herg sniff fuck my life. Chapter 452 Erner Delegation Part 2, Kang-woo. I brought the clothes you'll be wearing today, Echidna shouted from outside Kang-woo's room. Okay, Kang-woo answered shortly. The door swung open and entered a neatly dressed Echidna. It was rare to see her in such clothes, but her appearance made the clothes look more like a school uniform than formal attire. Who gave you those clothes? Kang-woo asked. Lilith did. She got you this too, Echidna said as she handed Kang-woo a clean set of formal attire. Kang-woo accepted the clothes. They looked extremely luxurious from just a glance. It's been a while since I've worn a suit. He did not like wearing uncomfortable clothes to move around in, but he had no choice today, since today's the day that Erner's delegation arrives. Dressing neatly for the occasion to welcome them was a formality. Kang-woo slightly lifted his t-shirt to change. Could you give me some privacy? It's my duty to watch over your growth, Kang-woo. Oh, I see, Kang-woo. What color are your panties today? Slushy. Kang-woo raised his right hand without answering Echidna. Grrk, Slushy bounced out from the key of the demonic sea and stuck to Echidna's face. Kaya, Echidna struggled to get Slushy off of her face. Meanwhile, Kang-woo changed into the suit that Echidna got for him and stood in front of the mirror. Not bad. Kang-woo smiled as he stared at himself in the mirror. People tended to see their reflection in the mirror as more handsome than they actually were. Puha, Grrk, Echidna managed to get Slushy off of her face and threw it aside, Slushy rolling across the ground. Kang-woo smiled and walked toward Echidna. He asked as he fixed his clothes, how do I look? Echidna narrowed her eyes and scanned Kang-woo from top to bottom. You look like a character from an anime. What? What anime? You know, you look like you'll say something like you're slow, even when you fall. The line sounded like something that would add a new page to his collection of dark pasts. Anyway, Kang-woo shrugged and turned around. What time were we supposed to meet Sihun again? We have about an hour left. Really, there was still time to spare. Kang-woo sat down on a chair and Echidna trotted behind him. Kang-woo, let me style your hair, she said as she poured some hair wax on her hands. Kang-woo smirked and nodded. Echidna began to run her fingers along Kang-woo's hair quite delicately. Now then, he had plenty of time, so he opened his status window and took a look at where his 12th awakening trait was written. 12th awakening trait, ruler of the demonic sea, rank X, effect 1. The player can maintain their sanity for longer with the doors open. Effect 2, an X-rank trait. Kang-woo had never seen such a rank. It's certainly a broken ability. The ability to keep the doors open for longer was something he needed the most at the moment. Though I won't be able to test it out. Opening the doors came with immense risk. He couldn't use it just to test out his new trait. The problem is, Kang-woo looked at the message covered in static for the trait's second effect. The hell is this? Just like what had happened with his status window back then, the letters were completely illegible. Kang-woo's anger only grew as he stared at the letters. I have no clues to go off of, so I have no choice but to randomly test shit out. It was certainly something related to the doors, but just like the first effect, he couldn't afford to open the doors only to find out what the second effect did. "NGH, I guess there's nothing I can test out at the moment," Kang-woo muttered as he groaned. He was at least relieved that the trait would be of great help to him when he had no choice but to open the doors. Kang-woo. "I'm all done," Echidna shouted. Kang-woo nodded and stood up to look at himself in the mirror. Not bad. The hairstyle suited him considerably well. Right then, let's go. It was almost time for the delegation to arrive. "This is reporter Kim Seong-kyung of SKM News. I'm in front of the gate where we will meet the people from Erner for the very first time. The place is filled with the executive members of Guardians, national representatives, and countless people to witness this historic moment with their own eyes." The boisterous sound of helicopter blades turning rang, but the mumblings of countless people were enough to drown it out. Layla, Grace McCubbin, Kim Si-hun, and Kang-woo were standing in front of the gate in formal attire to greet the delegation from Erner. There are so many goddamn people. Kang-woo looked around in annoyance. The area was filled with politicians from every country, reporters, and regular citizens. It was only to this extent thanks to the Guardians players regulating them. It would have been complete chaos if they were all left to be. The internet is on fire too. Kang-woo turned on a stream on his smartphone. Live stream of the first encounter with Erner's delegation, 382,190 watching. Jerry M. Sheesh, are these numbers for real? Butterfly Valley, ban the spammers, PLZ wooden spoon, sheesh, people from another world, I can't believe I'm living to see the day. Ro Yujin, it has to be a cute girl, right? With big tits, right? They have to be big, that's the rule. Woojin elf, they have to be an elf if they're from another world. So sorry, I just imagine myself going to another world. Tresha, guys, STFU. The stream is lagging cause of the chat. So sorry, wow, you left me hanging. The chat was so fast that Kang-woo could barely read any of them. Over 380,000 people were watching the live stream, and that was the Koreans alone. If we take the entire world into account, there would likely be an immense number of people watching the scene right now. I mean, it's only natural. It was Earth's first encounter with another world of all things. There was no way that people wouldn't be interested. It looks like the reactions are, mostly positive. It was more apt to say that they were curious. One would only be able to tell whether their curiosity would turn to amity or hostility after the meeting took place. "You're my only hope, Iris." Kang-woo put his smartphone back into his pocket as his eyes shone. It was no exaggeration to say that whether this first meeting would be successful or not was entirely up to Iris. He was honestly not that worried. The first impression would most definitely be amicable considering her good looks. One's looks were the most important in first impressions. There was nothing more simple than that to leave an impactful first impression. Considering that, Iris's elven beauty would no doubt leave a wonderful impression on the people of Earth, as well as fulfill their fantasies of another world. Not just that, her ears got longer after becoming a loon's incarnation. Her physical form had become closer to that of an elf than a human. People thought of elves when they thought about another world, which could be seen from the comments. This is gonna work. The plan was already half complete with just Iris's looks. The rest would be resolved as long as Lilith manipulated public opinion. Whoom, a wave formed on the giant gate that was several kilometers tall. The voices of news reporters filled the scene. "Everyone, a historical moment is about to take place. The delegation from Erner is about to arrive on Earth. Countless gates have formed since the day of calamity, but this is the first time that we will be interacting with other humans with as much intelligence as us. What will the people from the other world look like? Will we be able to form an amicable relationship with them?" According to the First Lady Grace McCubbin, Guardians have already formed a bond of trust with. Voices sounded out from all over as the entire world focused on the gate. Whoom, the wave on the gate grew stronger. Right then, Kang-woo stared at the gate in anticipation. Step, step, clear sounds of footsteps echoed from the gate. They sounded like the marching of trained soldiers. Did she bring the Imperial Army as the delegation? Kang-woo couldn't help but think so. He stared at the gate with a slight frown. An army isn't good. Seeing armed soldiers would only raise the people of Earth's wariness of those from Erner. But asking them not to be armed is a bit much too. No matter how much Iris trusted Kang-woo, coming to another world without having any means to protect oneself was asking for too much. "This is more than within my limits of approval," Kang-woo nodded. "Now it'll all go smoothly once the first impression is good." An alliance between Earth and Erner was about to be formed. "Everyone, the delegation of Erner is coming out of." A news reporter slurred their words after seeing the delegation. "The hell?" Kang-woo was left with his mouth agape after seeing the delegation walking out of the gate. The delegation of Airner consisted of thousands of people and were all wearing white clerical robes covering their entire bodies with a beautiful golden emblem on them. Kang-woo was familiar with the emblem. Why is the Church of Splendor here? Greetings, people of Earth, said a blonde woman standing at the front. Her words translated by magic filled the surroundings via a voice amplification device. My name is Iris von Arnon, the princess of the Arnon Empire. Iris took off her white hood, revealing her beautiful face with her golden hair fluttering in the wind. I have come to Earth to deliver the words of light to you all. Hey, everyone, do you believe in the light? Wait a second. Are you aware of the God of Splendor? What are you doing? Kang-woo's mouth was left agape. In the place where Earth would meet the people of Airner for the very first time. Where their first impression would decide everything. What the fuck do you think you're D? Before Kang-woo had a chance to finish his sentence, Iris shouted, People of Earth, let us all put our faith in the God of Splendor. We must all believe in the God of Splendor, we must all follow his words. No, let us all praise him. Stop. Omen, 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 oh light, please fucking stop. Omen. Kang-woo looked around in silence. Everyone's mouths were left agape in shock due to the appearance of a group of cultists. Kang-woo lowered his head with his hair clenched. Motherfucker, why does this shit always happen to me? Chapter 453, Airner Delegation. Part 4, The reporter who had been commentating passionately slurred with a dumbfounded expression. It was not just the reporter, everyone looking at Airner's delegation was lost for words. The same went for the people in the live chat. Live stream of the first encounter with Airner's delegation, 403,271 watching. Jerry M. Best Tisu what, Lemmy out of bronze, the hell. Is this a cult? Tresha, holy shit LMFAO ro Yumai, it's for sure a cult ro Yujin, holy mother of God, it's a blonde elf, a real blonde elf. Wooden spoon letes guu, ro Yumai. That's all you can think about in this situation? Fuck rogues, guys, this isn't the issue, I hit it big. I found a dungeon hidden within a gate. Butterfly Valley, PLZ bans spammers, what a fucking mess. However optimistically one looked, Airner's delegation looked like nothing but a fanatical cult. Negative opinions of the delegation accumulated to the point that Iris's looks were not enough to cover for them. This isn't good. It was the worst possible first impression. Kang-woo was sure that the people of Earth would consider the people of Airner, whom they needed to cooperate with to prepare for future dangers, as a world of cultists. I need to demonstrate somehow that they're not cultists. It was far too late to stop the delegation's actions, since the entire world had already seen them preaching Omen as they prayed to the God of Splendor. It was impossible even for Kang-woo to erase the memories of every single person who saw it. Now that it has come to this, Kang-woo had no other choice. He needed to make them devotees who had received the blessing of the God of Splendor instead of a group of fanatical cultists. At least they didn't reveal my name. The situation would have been irreparable if the delegation had mentioned Kang-woo by name. Fu, Kang-woo sighed deeply and snapped his finger. Woom, woo, O light of splendor, omen, omen. Omen, golden light poured out from the bodies of the delegates praising the light. The entire delegation glowed gold. Now, Kang-woo turned to look at the blonde woman standing at the forefront of the delegation. She was the only one who could resolve this chaos. Iris, ah yes, Sir Kang-woo. Iris smiled brightly after finding Kang-woo, giving him a proud expression as if she wanted to be praised. Kang-woo's head hurt. Stop this goddamn bullshit. Be bullshit? Yeah, tell them all to shut the fuck up. Be but. Iris flinched as she heard Kang-woo's furious voice. It seemed she was sure that Kang-woo would like it. Do exactly as I say from now on, I understand. Iris nodded in dejection. Kang-woo felt bad after seeing her face, but now was not the time. He relayed his plan that would resolve the situation as best as possible. This is, Fufu, you all seem to be surprised. Iris smiled softly and raised her hand. Fortunately, the delegation was made up of people within her full control. The delegates' screaming omen quieted down immediately once they saw Iris's hand. I apologize for the discourtesy. I was just so excited to relay the blessing of light to the people of Earth with whom we will be maintaining an amicable alliance from now on. Iris bowed politely by slightly raising the hem of her clerical robe. She was treated like an incompetent princess before Kang-woo arrived on Airner, but the education that she received due to being born into royalty did not disappear. The confused people around the gate slightly lowered their guard as they witnessed Iris's elegance. May I ask what the blessing of light is? Asked one of the reporters through an interpretation magic tool. I am referring to the blessing of the God of Splendor who takes care of the people of Airner. Just a second, please. Iris slowly raised her right hand. Woom, blinding golden light surged from her hand. A pillar of light shot up several dozens of kilometers and spread like a tent. Light particles akin to raindrops fell from the sky. Authority of enhancement. Kang-woo activated an authority at the same time. It filled one with energy and improved one's condition to be ideal for combat. Kang-woo did not need such an authority since his body was in its best condition at all times, but it was a different story for the regular people and players here. Wow, why am I surging with power all of a sudden? It's up, after 20 long flaccid years. The people who received the blessing of splendor touched themselves in shock. Their fatigue and irritation had vanished as if they had never existed. The people who had gathered to watch the historic moment of Earth and Erner's first interaction were naturally in terrible condition since they had been stuck among the massive crowd for an entire day. The crowd of people worked in Kang-woo's favor. This is the god of splendor's blessing. Of course, this is only a fragment of his power, Iris answered the reporter with an elegant smile. The reporter also looked down at himself in disbelief and shock. He could feel himself brimming with vitality despite having spent several all-nighters preparing to report on the delegation from Erner. The people began to look at Iris and the delegation differently. They were not fanatical cultists but those who could invoke the blessing and miracle of a real god. Are there players among you? The reporter asked. Some players of Earth could perform miracles like this as well with their abilities, but even fewer were able to cast such a wide area buff to thousands of people at once. Players, what are those? I mean people who have been given benefits from the system to level up and awaken traits. Ho, no, nothing of the sort. Iris giggled and shook her head. All you need is faith toward the light. The god of splendor grants us such blessings just from believing in him. Pardon? The reporter's eyes were filled with doubt again. It did not make sense that someone could perform such acts just by believing despite a very few number of players being able to. Do you believe it is absurd? I wouldn't say that, but there is no need to be so confused. It is only natural for you to think that way since you have not received the blessing of splendor. Iris smiled gently and held the reporter's hands. Now, why don't you try reciting Omen? It usually takes time for one to receive a blessing, but I will try to pray to the god of splendor for an exception. Oh, Omen, the reporter stuttered. Just then, whoom, gasp, golden light shot down from the sky and flowed into the reporter. The reporter took a few steps back in terror but then stared at the golden light enveloping him. This is Kim Seong-kyung, the reporter interviewing Iris, was brimming with power. She was a player who had achieved her third awakening. She had turned to the path of reporting after being unable to enter high-ranking gates due to her low trait rank, but she was most definitely stronger than a regular person, which was why she was able to figure it out much more quickly. Ridding, you have received the blessing of splendor. You have become a devotee of the god of splendor, dramatically raising all stats, raising the rank of deceptive footwork rank E to D. This is. The reporter mumbled as she read through the message window. What the hell? Can we really gain power just from believing? The people looked back and forth between Iris and the reporter in disbelief. Their mumbles grew louder. Iris looked back at them and spread her arms wide. The blessing of splendor does not discriminate between race, sex, age, or even what world you're from. Only Iris's voice echoed clearly in the deathly silence. If the people of Earth trust the blessing of light as we do. Iris stared at the camera that the reporter was holding and continued, it will become proof that although our worlds are different, we are one. Yeah, cheers sounded out from all over. The people who had been staring at the Erner delegation like a bunch of crazy fanatics were now staring passionately at the light flowing out of the delegates. Fuck yeah, Kang-woo clenched his fists as he looked at the surrounding reactions. This is it, it worked. He had successfully managed to steer a bus on the brink of cracking. I ended up with an apostle I don't even want. Kang-woo smiled bitterly as he stared at Seong-kyung, the reporter interviewing Iris. Thank God I learned how to make apostles back in the divine realm. Those with deific essence were able to create incarnations and apostles. As for creating an incarnation, the god needed to take the risk of sharing the damage that their incarnation suffered. Of course, like how Layla had been stuck in a wheelchair, any damages that Gaia suffered would go back to Layla. It was impossible to give apostles deific essence, but blessing them through a small portion of divinity would permanently raise their power. Kang-woo had also become Gaia's apostle through her blessing. My divinity went down a little, but whatever, at least he came up with something interesting. There was nothing more important than the fact that he had managed to turn this crisis around. Kang-woo sighed in relief just then. Omen. The hell is this now? Kang-woo looked around dumbfoundedly. The people who witnessed what had happened between Iris and the reporter quickly began to chant Omen. Ridding, the Church of Splendor's Korean branch has been formed. You can collect divinity based on their faith. The Church of Splendor, which had practically taken over Erner, had made its way to Earth. Chapter 454. Who? A boy with blank eyes was sitting on top of a giant hill made of dry red sand as darkness akin to the abyss was squirming around him. He was focusing on something with his eyes closed. Tap, 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 the sound of a staff hitting the ground echoed. A hunchback demon covered in bandages everywhere except his eyes walked toward the boy. Lord Bale, how is the digestion of the demon god's heart faring? The boy known as Bale slowly opened his eyes. He pouted in displeasure and said, "It's not as easy as I'd thought it would be. I think I'll need a little more time." Kekek, there is no need to rush. You have already claimed victory from the moment that you acquired the demon god's heart. Hehehe, right. But even so, I want to digest it as quickly as possible. Bale laughed as he pounded his chest, his laughter echoing. That aside, what brings you here? Are you having a hard time rallying the demons of the nine hells? No. There certainly are those who resist, but things are going without a hitch. Then what? Bale asked as he stared at Ammon with his head tilted. Ammon's red eyes narrowed. He said with a voice as unpleasant as nails on a chalkboard, "It seems. A titan has intervened." Bale remained silent. He smirked and continued, what got those geezers off of their asses? Most likely due to the law of titans. Hehehe. I guess there can be no other reason. Bale cackled as he nodded. He narrowed his eyes fiercely and asked, "So in what way have they intervened?" "No, before that, which one of those fatusses was it? Nostrian, the Titan of Time." Bale's eyes shone, never having heard of the name. However, it was not a direct intervention, Ammon mentioned. Really? Bale clicked his tongue in disappointment. He has handed a portion of his power to a human through a gate. Hehehe. Is he aiming to keep an eye on me or something? I am not yet sure of his exact intentions. Ammon shook his head and continued, but considering the situation, it seems correct to assume that it is related to the time of prophecy. He. True, Bale nodded. Most of the Titans likely couldn't care less about what happened to the Triad, but it was a different story for a Titan who knew about the prophecy. The corners of Bale's mouth split, reaching his earlobes. Because he knows that once I devour the Triad, they're next. He licked the saliva around his lips. Madness filled his narrowed eyes, seeing that Ammon cackled. "What will you do?" Ammon asked. "About what? About Nostrian's intervention." Bale laid down on top of the hill of red sand and answered, "Leave it be. Pardon, just forget about it." Ammon blinked repeatedly, not having expected this response. Leaving the other Titans aside, leaving Nostrian to his own devices it doesn't matter. He might. I said it doesn't matter. Bale spread his arms out and stared up at the red sky apathetically as he yawned. Titans, huh? Bale snickered. He recalled someone as his eyes filled with the madness of hunger. It was the face of a human with sharp eyes. "Doesn't it sound fun?" His voice echoed throughout the hill of red sand. A month had passed since the delegation from Aerner first arrived on Earth. Since then, Kang-woo had been busy every single moment of his day. He was forced to travel all over the world to introduce Iris to every world leader, and was even made to schedule times for her to build amicable relations with Guardians members whom she had not yet met. He had also eliminated a terrorist organization that opposed cooperation with the people of another world, and spread as many extremely positive articles about Aerner as he could. However, that did not mean he could only focus on the alliance between Aerner and Earth. He spent time with Han Seala before she exploded, helped Kim Si-hun and Balrog train, killed monsters that came out of gates with Cha Yeonju and many others. His free time was non-existent during the past month, and public interest in the delegation of Aerner began to die down. "A meeting?" Kang-woo asked, tilting his head in confusion as he stared at Lilith. "Yes. Layla has asked you to participate in the emergency meeting to be held this afternoon." "Why? We just had the General Assembly a few days ago." They had only just had the Guardians' General Assembly with Iris and the world leaders 3 days ago. As a result, troops would be dispatched from Aerner to Earth and would be provided a space for them to live near Seoul. Just like how Korea provided the U.S. Armed Forces accommodations during the Day of Calamity. There was much opposition from the other countries regarding Aerner's troops only being dispatched to Seoul. But it was resolved without much issue because the giant gate that led to Aerner was close to Seoul, and the troops could travel to other countries swiftly using the gates of the Hall of Protection. Kang-woo couldn't believe that they were having another meeting after thinking that things would die down from now on. "It's apparently about something else," Lilith mentioned. "What is it about then?" "She said that there is a player whom she wants to introduce to you." "A player?" Kang-woo stared at Lilith in confusion. Lilith only shrugged, not having any of the details either. Kang-woo narrowed his eyes. "An emergency meeting just to introduce a player." If such a big deal was being made out of something that could be relayed over a message or a call, it was surely not about some ordinary player. "I should go check it out." Layla was not one to make a huge deal about such things for no reason. Kang-woo headed to the Hall of Protection immediately. Tian Wuchen, Si-hun, and Cha Yeonju were already there after hearing the news. "Oh, Hyung-nim," Si-hun approached Kang-woo with a smile. "Son of a bitch gets more handsome with each day." Kang-woo greeted Si-hun back with a wave, seeing that Yeonju pouted. "HMPH, what are you, his dog?" Si-hun looked exactly like a puppy running to Kang-woo, his owner. "What do you think you're saying to my Si-hun?" Kang-woo said. "Oh, you're Si-hun, you say?" Yeonju chuckled. "That aside, have you heard anything about the player?" Nope, how about you, Sihun? Have you heard anything from Layla? No, I was so busy killing monsters lately that I barely had time to meet Layla. Really? Kang-woo nodded slightly and headed deeper into the Hall of Protection. Layla was sitting in the meeting room. Oh, thank you for coming, everyone. She smiled as she looked at the Guardians members entering the meeting room. She stood up and bowed politely. Thank you all for giving me a moment of your precious time. I was told that you have a player you'd like to introduce to us. Who is it? Ho ho, just a moment please. Layla looked up and scanned the people in the meeting room. She then continued, before I introduce him. I'm sure you all know that there has been a massive influx of abnormal phenomena in the gates, right? Kang-woo nodded. He had been hearing of it since coming back from the divine realm. There is a player who has been eliminating monsters pouring out of those gates since a month ago. Chem, isn't it obvious that a player would be killing monsters? Yeonju asked with her head tilted in confusion. Kang-woo clicked his tongue. There's no way Layla would gather us just because of that. The fact that Layla opened an emergency meeting meant that this player had done far more than simply killing monsters. Yes, you're right, Kang-woo, this player has killed an enormous number of monsters rapidly growing in number lately, Layla stated. How much is enormous? How many monsters have this player killed compared to the average player? He has probably killed more monsters than Sihun. Pardon? Kang-woo stared at Layla dumbfoundedly. Sihun had been entirely focused on killing the rapidly growing number of monsters, while Kang-woo had been away in the divine realm. More than Sihun, it was hard to believe. Sihun was the strongest human that Kang-woo knew. If divinity was taken out of the equation, Zeus, Thor, and even Odin would be no match for Sihun. Only Tai Wuji was on a level that surpassed Sihun. More than me? Sihun asked as well, just as shocked as Kang-woo. Layla nodded softly. You two might be similar in terms of exact number, but... She turned to Kang-woo and continued. In just 1 month, this player has killed enough monsters to be on par with the total number that Sihun has killed, all in gates that S-rank monsters appear in, no less. Kang-woo remained silent. A human had killed enough monsters to be on par with Sihun, and they had done it all in gates where S-rank monsters appeared in. It's impossible unless they possess deific essence. No, not even deific essence would be able to make it easy since deific essence was more specialized toward defense than offense. Kang-woo had just one question that he was most curious about. How has a player like that not been known thus far? It did not make sense for a player who could do such things to not have been under the radar. It's as if they fell out of the sky. Kang-woo stared at Layla, completely unable to understand. Having expected the question, Layla smiled bitterly and responded, according to him, he came across a strange fate in a dungeon that he found within a gate 1 month ago. A strange fate? Yes. He was allegedly an ordinary player before then. Kang-woo narrowed his eyes. It sounded far too made up. Did they become an incarnation or something? That was the only possibility he could come up with. But the gods of Earth's divine realm are being kept in check by Gaia. If that was the case, an outer god might have approached the player instead. I'll have to see him for myself. It was difficult to come to a conclusion when they had not even seen him yet. After waiting in the meeting room for a little, a young man opened the door and entered. He had light brown hair and looked fairly affable. A new face. Kang-woo scanned the young man with deeply sunken eyes. Just then, the young man smiled brightly as soon as he saw Kang-woo. Kang-woo, is that you, Kang-woo? The young man walked up to Kang-woo excitedly. I can't believe I got to meet you again. It is truly an honor. The hell, it's me, Kim Tae-hyun, who, you saved my life a long time ago. I still haven't forgotten the help you gave me back then. I'm always thankful to you. Of course, I remember you, Tae-hyun. It's nice to see you again. Kang-woo, I knew you'd remember me. I knew you'd still remember the promise we made. Seriously, who the fuck is this guy? How could I forget? There's no way I would forget about you, Tae-hyun. I can't remember no matter how hard I think. Chapter 455, Another Protagonist. I've come to fulfill the promise that I made to you, and to repay the favor. The young man who introduced himself as Kim Tae-hyun reached out his hand with a bright smile. Kang-woo also smiled and grabbed Tae-hyun's hand. Seriously, who the hell is this guy? Kang-woo couldn't recall the young man no matter how thoroughly he flipped through his memories. He doesn't seem to be lying. Tae-hyun did not seem to be fabricating a story to take advantage of Kang-woo's fame. In the first place, if he wanted to become famous, he would be aiming for Kim Si-hun instead, since Si-hun was far more famous than Kang-woo, at least on Earth. Then that means he has actually met me in the past. Kang-woo went through his memories again slowly as he stared at Tae-hyun's face. His affable expression was common in Japanese fantasy anime. He was average, neither handsome nor ugly. Where have I seen him before? He felt like he would remember with just a little reminder. He traversed through a forest of memories covered in thick fog. Just then he recalled someone's desperate screams from the depths of his memory. Marogue. Someone, anyone, please let me join your party. I'll provide first aid if nothing else. Oh, Kang-woo's eyes widened. Fucking hell, no wonder I didn't recall him right away. It was such a long time ago. No, that was not the only issue since Kang-woo would have remembered it if the event had been important. The main reason that Kang-woo was unable to recall Kim Tae-hyun immediately was not because it had been so long, but because his importance had been so insignificant. Yeah. I once saved him from the Andras Guild. Several more memories popped up in Kang-woo's head once he remembered the event. I'll definitely grow out of being a first aid administrator and repay you for today's favor. Kang-woo recalled Tae-hyun saying those words before leaving. Damn, what a long-ass foreshadowing. Kang-woo stared at Tae-hyun dumbfoundedly. No matter how he thought about it, it felt more like something that the author made use of after completely forgetting about it than perfectly calling back a foreshadowing that had occurred over 400 chapters ago. I'm no longer the weak first aid administrator I used to be. I've grown to a point that I can be of help to you, Tae-hyun shouted brightly. Kang-woo narrowed his eyes for a moment. Grown, huh? How could a rogue class player who was rejected by even low-level parties have grown faster than even Si-hun? It doesn't make any sense. It was worse than a new character being introduced in a game that destroyed the balance completely. To make a comparison, it was like seeing a regular high schooler in your neighborhood who played basketball casually suddenly making his debut in the NBA and destroying Michael Jordan. Tae-hyun's growth was unreal even if he had come across some sort of strange fate. Haha, I've never thought of you as weak even once, Tae-hyun, Kang-woo expressed. Kang-woo. But how were you able to grow this quickly? Kang-woo scanned Tae-hyun with narrow eyes, observing his eyes, voice, and every little movement that he made. Well. Tae-hyun scratched his head and continued, I think it was about a month ago. It was when I was exploring a gate by myself. It was a B-rank gate in the Hyundai district of Busan. B was not that high of a rank for a gate. But an S-rank monster suddenly appeared in the gate due to the abnormal phenomena occurring in gates lately. I accidentally fell from a cliff as I was frantically running away. I closed my eyes, thinking I was going to die, but I luckily managed to survive thanks to being caught by tree roots that happened to have grown out of the cliff walls. And then you came across a strange fate or something like that. That's right, to be more exact, I found a hidden dungeon. Kang-woo put a hand over his forehead as if he was having a headache. What the fuck? Coming across a strange fate from falling down a cliff. Is this some martial arts story? Kang-woo couldn't even laugh. He organized his thoughts and then asked, could you give me more details about this hidden dungeon? I'm not sure exactly what it was either. A message saying that I entered Nostrians will appear as soon as I entered the hidden dungeon, and then I immediately passed out. Kang-woo had never heard of anyone named Nostrian. Are they an outer god? He had nothing to go off of at the moment. I found this around my neck when I woke up, Tae-hyun said as he raised the necklace on his neck. The ornament of the necklace was about half the size of a palm and had strange symbols on it. In the center of those symbols, an eye that gave off an unpleasant feeling was engraved. It looks like the time stone Thingy. Kang-woo recalled seeing a necklace like that in a superhero film that he had once seen. Kang-woo scanned the necklace on Tae-hyun's neck with the authority of insight. Reading, player O Kang-woo's deific essence is too low in rank to check the information of the corresponding item. What? Kang-woo's expression crumpled aggressively after seeing the message in front of him. His deific essence was top rank and on the verge of reaching transcendent rank, but it was too low. What the hell is happening? His head was in jumbles. What about after that? Kang-woo asked. Well, as you can see, I acquired immense power. Tae-hyun slightly raised his hand. Translucent light particles gathered around his hand as if crystal fragments that had been scattered in midair were coming together. Rumble, colossal power shook the surroundings. Kang-woo's eyes widened. The hell? He had never felt this sort of power before. He had seen demons, angels, and even gods, but this was the first time that a form of energy caused him to feel this way. Kang-woo narrowed his eyes. Deific essence? Kang-woo shook his head. It was different from the power that regular deific essence gave off. It's similar in terms of type. Deific essence was the closest to how the energy felt, but it was different. To make a comparison, it was like the difference between a leopard and a tiger. They were both classified as the Felidae family but were different species. But the problem is that energy would be the tiger instead of the leopard. The amount of energy was not enormous in any way, but it was stronger than deific essence in terms of quality. It seems I'll have to test it out. Haha, I know it's a difficult story to take in, Tae-hyun said as he scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. He then walked toward Kang-woo with bright eyes. But I didn't lie. Yes, I didn't think you were Tae-hyun. The fact that Tae-hyun had killed an enormous number of monsters after acquiring that power was proof. Does that mean I can enter Guardians as well? Tae-hyun asked anxiously as he gulped. It seemed like he had killed the rapidly growing number of monsters right after gaining power because he wanted to be a part of Guardians. Kang-woo smiled at Tae-hyun, who was blazing with passion. Would you be able to take a simple recruitment test before that? Kang-woo asked. Ah yes, of course, Ti-hyun nodded. Kang-woo glanced at Si-hun. Si-hun, yes Hyung-nim. Si-hun, who had been staring blankly at Ti-hyun, turned to Kang-woo. Could you test Ti-hyun? Of course. Si-hun clenched his sword and slightly nodded. It seemed like his competitive spirit was set ablaze after hearing that Ti-hyun had killed more monsters than him. Si-hun's eyes staring at Ti-hyun were blazing with passion. Kang-woo tapped on the bridge of his nose as he looked back and forth at the two men. Now then, let's see what this Nostrian's will is made of. Clack, they entered the training room in the Hall of Protection. It was durable enough to have handled the battle between Kang-woo and Zeus. Si-hun and Ti-hyun stood across from each other in the White Room. Cha Yeonju narrowed her eyes as she stared at them and asked, "Isn't his story super suspicious? He just ended up coming across a strange fate after falling down a cliff." Kang-woo answered, "I don't think he's lying, I've even met him before." "How did you get to know him?" Kang-woo explained to her what happened between him and Ti-hyun in the past. "Ha, what a fucking callback." Yeonju muttered, "I'll say." Kang-woo shrugged. He stared at Si-hun, who was unsheathing his sword, and asked, "Who do you think will win?" "Si-hun, obviously," replied Yeonju as if she had no doubt. Even if Ti-hyun had acquired some unknown power, she would naturally think that Si-hun would come out on top considering she had witnessed how powerful he was. "I guess so." Kang-woo nodded and paid attention to the upcoming battle. The others thought so as well, mainly thinking about how long Ti-hyun would be able to last against Si-hun. "Then let us begin," Si-hun said. Their duel finally began. Si-hun stretched out his arm and created a formless sword. He gripped the sword and leaped forward, leaving afterimages along his path. Si-hun lightly swung his sword at Ti-hyun after arriving in front of him in an instant. Clang. Hup, Ti-hyun took out a dagger from his waist and blocked Si-hun's attack. Si-hun did not falter and spun to attack again. Heavenly Dragon Rampage. He used a sword technique without hesitation to end the battle as quickly as possible. Hundreds of sword attacks aimed at Ti-hyun, all real attacks made of formless swords. Clang, clang, clang. Ti-hyun parried every single attack aimed at him, leaving Si-hun in shock. What the? Si-hun did not stay shocked for long and went on the offensive again. Clang, clang, clang. However, none of his attacks were able to even graze Ti-hyun. Si-hun added feints now and then, but Ti-hyun perfectly parried his attacks with just a dagger. "What's going on?" Si-hun's eyes were filled with shock. Ti-hyun's movements were not exceptional, nor was he a better martial artist than Si-hun. No, Ti-hyun's movements were just fast, they were poor in terms of quality. So how? How was he able to deflect every single one of Si-hun's attacks? It's as if he knows the future. "Hop!" Ti-hyun shouted and charged at Si-hun. Translucent light particles that looked like scattered crystal fragments poured out of Ti-hyun's necklace. He held the dagger in a reverse grip and swung it down. Si-hun calmly raised his sword to block the attack. Clang, kurg! The formless sword shattered in an instant as if a wooden sword collided with a steel sword. Si-hun quickly jumped back as his hands were numb from the impact. "Fu!" Si-hun's eyes sank deeply and he bit his lip anxiously. Divinity! That was the only thing that could shatter a sword made of condensed sword energy so easily. Si-hun clenched his fist tighter. He knew how overwhelmingly disadvantaged one without deific essence was against one with deific essence. "Fu Haya!" Si-hun took deep breaths and turned to look at Kang-woo watching the battle. "Thanks for staying as my little brother," Kang-woo's words echoed in his head. "I can't lose," Si-hun gritted his teeth, "not when Hyung is watching." Si-hun's eyes set ablaze with passion, riving. Raising player Kim Si-hun's assimilation with the martial god, a clear bell chime rang in his head. Kang-woo frowned aggressively as he watched the battle. He stared at Ti-hyun, who was overpowering Si-hun. He kinda gives off the protagonist energy as well. If Si-hun gave off the aura of a Korean manhwa protagonist, then Ti-hyun gave off the aura of a Japanese light novel protagonist. You know, the trope of the worst class actually being the strongest. Fucking hell, why are there so many goddamn protagonists? What about me? What about me, goddammit? Kang-woo wanted to be a protagonist too. Chapter 456, Can I Call You Hyung? Clang, thunderous sounds of metal clashing echoed, sparks flew all over the place as shockwaves shook the training room. Kim Ti-hyun grunted in frustration. What's going on? He held the initiative. Kim Si-hun's attacks were not hurting him in the slightest, and Si-hun could not take his attacks head-on. Ti-hyun's attacks were also faster since he possessed Nostrian's will. So why was he not able to bring the battle to an end? Ti-hyun anxiously stared at Si-hun, who was panting heavily. I wanted to show myself flooring the sword dragon. Ti-hyun expressed disappointment. He glanced at Kang-woo, who was calmly observing the battle. Kang-woo, Ti-hyun's heart beat rapidly as he recalled when he first met Kang-woo. He was like a hero who had come to the rescue when Ti-hyun was on the ground, on the verge of being kidnapped by the Andras Guild as a sacrifice. He recalled Kang-woo leaving to eradicate evil without hesitation right after saving him. He admired Kang-woo. I want to be like Kang-woo too. He wanted to become a hero who protected the weak as well. He wanted to become just like the protagonists in the stories he had read, which was why he did his best to level up despite being disrespected for being a rogue. And I finally got my chance. Tae-hyun clenched his necklace, immense power flowing into him through it. He had no idea what kind of power this was or whose it was, but he was certain about one thing, that it would make his dream come true. Please watch me, Kang-woo. Tae-hyun looked at his idol. He wanted to look as cool as possible in front of him of all people. He took a deep breath in, lowered his stance, gripped his dagger tightly, and slowly blinked. Foresight, reading. Activating Nostrian's eye. Tae-hyun set aside the message window in front of him and scanned Si-hun. Foresight was a skill that he acquired after obtaining the item known as Nostrian's Eye in the unknown dungeon. It was a broken skill that allowed him to look 5 seconds into the future. He was easily able to block any attack that came his way with it. Hop, clang, the sword made of blue light cleaved into two. Si-hun created another sword immediately after and fluidly continued his barrage of attacks, but none of his attacks managed to get past the small dagger. Si-hun's sword was deflected all too easily by Tae-hyun's dagger as if he were looking into the future. Heya heya heya, Si-hun panted heavily. His palms were torn, red blood dripping on the ground. Damn, Si-hun couldn't believe that every single attack was blocked perfectly. It was like playing chess against a computer. The result was the same however many times he attacked, and even if he added feints. It was like trying to climb an insurmountable wall. He could even feel his chi quickly being depleted. If only. If only I had deific essence. If so, Si-hun would not be so easily overwhelmed. He would be able to overpower the enemy even if they knew his every move, but he was powerless because he did not possess deific essence. No, Si-hun bit his lip. Hyung beat constellations of evil back when he didn't have deific essence. To stand by Kang-woo's side and walk alongside him, Si-hun also needed to surpass that wall. I can do it. He needed to stand against desperate situations just like Kang-woo had. Haraya, Si-hun roared. He clenched his sword with both hands as blood poured from his torn palms and pulled out what little remained of his chi. He brought the sword above his head and swung it down with all his might. Heavenly dragon flash, boom, an enormous explosion shook the training room. Huff huff, Si-hun panted heavily as blood flowed from his mouth and his vision blurred. Phew, that one was a bit dangerous. Tae-hyun was staring at Si-hun in surprise. Despite blocking the attack by predicting the future, Si-hun's attack had been a serious threat. Si-hun's expression stiffened. His all-out attack had been nothing but a bit dangerous to his opponent. He lowered his head and said reluctantly, I've lost. Deathly silence fell on the training room. The shocked Guardians members stared at Si-hun with their mouths agape. Kim Si-hun, the sword dragon who was second only to Kang-woo in terms of strength, had lost. Si-hun, Layla called with a hard expression. Si-hun did not answer. He only had his head lowered with his fists clenched with blood pouring from them. Kang-woo remained silent as he stared at Si-hun. Tusk, he clicked his tongue. I guess not even Si-hun can overcome the difference made by deific essence. The conclusion that Kang-woo came to after watching their battle was simple. Deific essence is just hella broken. Tae-hyun fought hard by moving as if he could see the future, but Si-hun was objectively above him in all aspects. Rather, Si-hun proved his overwhelming power by dragging a battle that he never had a chance of winning in the first place for this long. Si-hun would have easily won if he had deific essence. Tae-hyun was also very impressive for blocking every single attack as if he could see the future, but his movements were honestly very poor. He didn't become that strong through accumulation of effort. He simply won because he had better items. However, considering that Tae-hyun grew to become this strong only after a month of obtaining that unknown power, his potential was promising. Especially with his movements that look as if he can see the future. Tae-hyun would become far more powerful with time, to a point that not even Kang-woo could fathom. That aside, Kang-woo narrowed his eyes as he stared at Tae-hyun's necklace with the grotesque eye on it. What the hell is that? What sort of item could allow a below-average player to surpass Si-hun? He's not an incarnation. The power that Kang-woo could feel from Tae-hyun was different from regular deific essence for that to be the case. Kang-woo stared at Tae-hyun, who was waving at him with a bright smile. I'll have to keep an eye on him for a bit. It would be difficult to decide what to do with Tae-hyun until he figured out exactly what that necklace was. Kang-woo entered the training room and clapped. Great job, you two, he remarked. Hyung-nim, don't be so down, Si-hun. Kang-woo lightly patted Si-hun's shoulder. You did your best. Si-hun aggressively bit his lip and lowered his head again, his shoulders subtly trembling. Kang-woo was about to say something to Si-hun but decided not to. He had recently experienced the pain that came with being weighed down by one's powerlessness. I should just leave him alone for now. Si-hun needed some stimulation since he barely had any since the incident with Tai Wooji. Si-hun hasn't grown at all since then. He had stayed the same from the moment that he stabbed Tai Wooji. I guess it makes sense since the trauma pressuring him has disappeared. Si-hun was freed from his trauma, but now that he was free, he was no longer desperate. Si-hun is already at a point where he can acquire deific essence on his own. However, he lacked something decisive that would allow him to surpass the wall and become even stronger. Not even this would be enough. Kang-woo clicked his tongue as he stared at Si-hun, who had his head lowered. He was devastated by the loss, but he likely thought that it couldn't be helped. He's probably thinking that he would have won if he had deific essence. If one lost in a game because of the difference in items compared to their opponent, they wouldn't feel desperation or aspiration. They would feel that they couldn't have done anything about it rather than a desire to improve themselves or aspire to become stronger. He needs stronger stimulation. Si-hun needed something that would make him feel even more desperate. Kang-woo groaned. It was hard to figure out what to do. He couldn't stage a Layla kidnapping again like last time either. He might digivolve into a Skull Greymon again if I push him too hard. Kang-woo needed something that would push Si-hun to just the right extent and make him desperate for just the right amount. No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't think of anything. Just then, Kang-woo, Tae-hyun called. Oh, I'm sorry, I was thinking about something. And not at all, Tae-hyun quickly shook his head. Kang-woo smirked. If Uriel was like a slightly cranky cat, then Tae-hyun was like a loyal dog. Looks like I'm being rewarded for living like a saint. Kang-woo would have never expected the rogue that he saved that day to come back to him in this way. The saintly life that he could swear by the heavens that he had lived was finally rewarding him. Kang-woo smiled in satisfaction. I still can't fully trust him, but he'll become a good pawn as long as he stays this loyal to me. Kang-woo smiled nastily. No, he erased the impure thoughts. I could never use someone. I am light, I am light, I am light. Kang-woo smiled brightly and extended his hand toward Tae-hyun. Welcome to Guardians. Tae-hyun shook with excitement. He clenched his fists and muttered to himself, nice. Kang-woo chuckled at how genuinely moved Tae-hyun was. He's the perfect pawn, I mean comrade. It was as if a perfectly ripe truckload of watermelons was dropped in front of his house. Kang-woo gripped Tae-hyun's hand tighter as light filled his heart. Kang-woo, Tae-hyun called cautiously. Yes, could I? Tae-hyun gulped and continued, perhaps call you Hyung. Oh yes. Of course you can. It was not a difficult request, rather, Kang-woo welcomed the idea of becoming closer to Tae-hyun. Thank you very much, Kang-woo Hyung. You can speak casually to me. Okay, sure, Kang-woo nodded with a smile. Kang-woo saw Si-hun drop his sword made of blue sword energy, which dissipated into the air before it hit the ground. He could see Si-hun trembling in shock with his eyes wide open. The hell, what's up with you, Si-hun? Chapter 457, For My Beloved Little Brother, Part 1. Kim Si-hun's expression was frozen beyond belief the moment Kim Tae-hyun called Kang-woo Hyung. The hell? Kang-woo stared at Si-hun in confusion. Why does he look like his entire world shattered? It's not like I cheated on him or anything. He felt like he was some husband who was caught cheating on his wife. Kang-woo approached Si-hun and carefully called Si-hun. Oh, Si-hun came back to his senses and shook his head with an awkward smile. It's nothing, Hyung-nim. Nothing, my ass. Why would you make that face if nothing was wrong? My grip loosened. The sword is a little heavy. That's a formless sword, it doesn't have any weight. He looks shocked, however I look at him. Is it because I allowed Tae-hyun to call me Hyung? Considering the situation, that seemed to be the reason. For real, just because of that. Kang-woo chuckled as he stared at Si-hun, averting his gaze from Kang-woo as he smiled awkwardly. I'll be going back to my room. Welcome to Guardians, Tae-hyun, Si-hun remarked as he approached Tae-hyun, still smiling awkwardly. Tae-hyun smirked as if mocking Si-hun and grabbed the hand that Si-hun stretched out. His eyes were filled with the leisure granted to the victor. The hell's with him now? Kang-woo frowned at Tae-hyun's attitude, which looked as if he were looking down on Si-hun. Tae-hyun replied as if boasting, thank you very much. I managed to win purely by luck today, but I was able to see how amazing of a player you were, Sword Dragon. Si-hun remained silent. Tae-hyun smiled as he stared at Si-hun. I heard that Kang-woo Hyung treasures the Sword Dragon. The public already knew that Sword Dragon Kim Si-hun and Kang-woo were sworn brothers. It was difficult for them not to know since Si-hun bragged about Kang-woo constantly wherever he went. It'll be different now. Tae-hyun clenched his fist. He won the duel, so the one who would be standing alongside Kang-woo would be him, not Si-hun. Tae-hyun giggled innocently. He imagined himself saving the world from danger with his benefactor who had saved his life in the past. And one day, he would surpass his benefactor and save him from danger. Tae-hyun couldn't help but smile as he imagined the scene straight out of an anime. His heart beat faster as his passion grew. The ridicule and disrespect that he had faced as someone with the weakest class flashed before his eyes. To do that, Tae-hyun stared at Si-hun, who was more handsome than the average celebrity and far more talented than the average player. He was the epitome of a protagonist. I have to surpass the Sword Dragon. He had already taken the first step. He was surprised by the unexpectedly powerful attack at the end of their battle, but he managed to defeat the sword dragon nonetheless. Tihyun smiled slyly and continued, "Ha ha ha, I'll be in your care from now on." "Ah yes, we're brothers now aren't we?" Sihun's expression momentarily crumpled. His gaze toward Tihyun shone chillingly. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. "Yes, we're both brothers, ha ha ha." Sihun giggled as his shoulders trembled and turned around to quickly leave the training room. Sihun, Layla called. "I'm sorry, Layla. I'm feeling a little tired, so can we talk later?" Sihun walked toward his room in the Hall of Protection without even looking Layla's way. Ho, Sihun seems to be a little shocked. "I don't blame him since I didn't expect Sihun to lose either," Layla said forcibly, trying to sound bright to lighten the mood. Kang-woo stared at Sihun getting further away. Tihyun walked toward Kang-woo and asked with anticipation, Kang-woo Hyung, could you give me a tour of the Hall of Protection?" The Hall of Protection was the symbol of Guardians. It was a strategic hub that allowed them to have access to the entire world via gates. All players wanted to visit the Hall of Protection at least once. "Yeah, sure," Kang-woo replied with a smile and nodded. He took Tihyun around the Hall of Protection. "Wow, Hyung, so this gate is connected directly to the Grand Canyon, that gate is connected to Beijing." Tihyun expressed astonishment as he looked at the gates connected to areas all over the world. Kang-woo stared at him with narrow eyes, to be more exact, at the necklace made of overlapping geometrical shapes that Tihyun was wearing. What could that be? The necklace was unquestionably the item that gave Tihyun his immense power. It has to be an intervention from a deity. One of a considerably high rank, no less. Kang-woo scanned the brightly smiling Tihyun in silence. Should I invest in this coin? Kang-woo's mind was filled with whether or not to invest in the Kim Tihyun coin that had appeared like a meteor. He would be lying if he said that he wasn't curious. Nothing about the item could be examined with the authority of insight, and it granted its wearer power even stronger than regular deific essence and an ability to predict the future. Although Tihyun's movements were poor at the moment, he would become several times stronger once his skills were polished. His potential was even greater than that of Sihun. I could also take that item from him and give it to Sihun or just use it myself. However, that was like cutting open the belly of a goose that laid golden eggs. Besides, most items legendary grade and above were imprinted to their wielder, so it would be pointless to take them from others, especially if it were an item that looked to be at least transcendent grade like that necklace. Kang-woo narrowed his eyes. Sihun also likely thought the same thing. Thinking of it that way, the way Sihun acted makes sense. Kang-woo had thought that Sihun was shocked over something so trivial, but he slowly understood his reaction. He wasn't shocked that Tihyun called me Hyung. Kang Tisu also referred to Kang-woo as Hyung Nim. If that was why Sihun was shocked, he would also not like the way that Tisu called Kang-woo Hyung Nim. The difference between Tisu and Tihyun, Sihun must be thinking that his place might be taken from him. It was within the realm of possibility since to Sihun, Kang-woo was someone more precious to him than his blood-related brother. Kang-woo had rescued him from a life of trauma and led him to where he was now. "Sihun, you..." Kang-woo felt bitter as he thought about Sihun's emotions. "There's no way I would abandon you." Kang-woo no longer thought of Sihun as just a talented pawn. There was no way that Tihyun's potential being higher than Sihun's would affect their relationship. "I don't think Sihun feels the same way though." Sihun let go of his sword the moment that Tihyun called Kang-woo Hyung. It was not difficult to guess how shocked Sihun was, considering how important a sword was for Sihun as a swordsman. Tihyun also fanned the flames. He had blatantly taunted Sihun as if he was telling Sihun that his Hyung was his now. Kang-woo recalled Sihun's devastated expression in silence. "Kang-woo Hyung," Tihyun called. "Oh yeah, is there something wrong?" "No, I wouldn't say that." "Then, that aside, could you tell me exactly what happened when you obtained that necklace? Don't leave out a single detail." "I'd love to, but there are honestly more things that I don't know than what I know." Tihyun gripped the eye of Nostrian and continued. "There isn't much I can tell you other than that I gained a skill called foresight and that I became extremely strong once I got this necklace. Have you heard any voices in your head?" "No." "Never? Then has your body ever moved in a way that you didn't intend to?" "That hasn't happened either," Tihyun replied as he shook his head. Kang-woo narrowed his eyes. They haven't done anything to him despite granting him that much power. It was far too suspicious. That's impossible. It was as if a millionaire gave the majority of his wealth to a random person on the streets with no strings attached. Something like this with no price or objective was bound to have hidden conditions. This is a dangerous coin. Kang-woo was made sure of it after listening to Tihyun's story. But it's too soon to make a move. Kang-woo still had no way of figuring out who gave Tihyun that power or for what reason. However fishy it would not be wise to give up on the Tihyun coin. Especially when he's so loyal to me. It would be a huge waste to give up on someone who could be a huge asset if handled well. Allies with deific essence are always welcome. Kang-woo did not expect Ti-hyun to be of help to him in facing Bale since no one but himself was able to. But the otherworldly invasions are a different story. He would not be able to block the invasions by himself. This was evident by the fact that he couldn't resolve the abnormal phenomena occurring in the gates all over the world by himself. After all, there's only one of me. No matter how powerful he was, one soldier couldn't defend a castle. He needed dependable allies to keep the castle that was Earth safe. I'll have Lilith keep him monitored 24/7. Keeping his guard up was good enough for now. Haha, I never thought a day like this would come. I can't believe I'm touring the Hall of Protection with you. Kang-woo Hyung, Ti-hyun smiled as if he couldn't be happier. He seriously reminded Kang-woo of a dog. His excessive loyalty might become a problem. Kang-woo sighed as he recalled the war of nerves between Si-hun and Ti-hyun. He stood in front of the closed door of Si-hun's room. What should I do about Si-hun? He was already getting a headache when thinking about how to console the shocked Si-hun who had locked himself in his room. What's wrong, Hyung? Ti-hyun asked as he turned around to look back at Kang-woo, who suddenly stopped in place. Oh, just then an idea popped up in Kang-woo's head. No, that's a bit. Kang-woo shook his head. But this is the best option. He thought about other options but couldn't think of anything else. Kang-woo clenched his fists. Yeah, he had no other choice. He needed to be the one to help Si-hun overcome the wall blocking his growth. The older brother needs to make sacrifices for his little brother. He needed to steal his heart for the sake of his beloved little brother. Ti-hyun, Kang-woo called. Ah yes, Kang-woo Hyung. Ti-hyun trotted toward Kang-woo with a smile. Kang-woo also smiled brightly and put his hand on Ti-hyun's shoulder. Why don't we go grab something to eat together? Ah, Ti-hyun's eyes widened. Okay, sounds good. I was just about getting hungry as well. There's a good kimchi stew place I know. Kimchi stew, I love kimchi stew. Really, haha, it looks like we'll get along well. Kang-woo patted Ti-hyun's shoulder and turned around, shatter. The sound of something breaking came from inside Si-hun's room. Chapter 458, For My Beloved Little Brother, Part 2. Why don't we go grab something to eat together? Kim Si-hun heard a familiar voice from across the door. Si-hun gritted his teeth as he was sitting on his bed. Shatter, ferocious energy poured out from him, causing the photo album on his desk to fall to the ground. Ah, Si-hun looked up in bewilderment. He stood from his bed and walked to the fallen album containing a photo of a smiling Kang-woo with his arm, holding a kebab, resting on Si-hun's shoulder. Si-hun lifted the photo they had taken back when they went to Kaldasan and carefully brushed off the glass fragments. Hyung, Si-hun muttered. He felt like something was weighing down on his chest. We're brothers now, aren't we? Kim Ti-hyun's mocking voice echoed inside Si-hun's head. He clenched his fists tightly. You don't know anything. Si-hun was boiling with rage despite knowing that it was nothing to be angry over. After all the hard work I put in to stay as his little brother. Si-hun did not like the fact that Ti-hyun had appointed himself to be in the same position as him. Si-hun relaxed his fists. He quelled his rage and shook his head. Hey, how pathetic am I? He scolded himself for having a loser's mindset as he gathered the glass fragments on the ground and threw them in the trash bin. Well, at least he doesn't seem to be scheming anything bad. Ti-hyun's hostility toward him was likely due to his excessive loyalty toward Kang-woo. It did not seem to be stemming from ill intentions. And Ti-hyun was able to be of more help to Kang-woo than Si-hun. Si-hun slowly raised his hand. His chi gathered using the principle of formless sword, creating a sword shining blue in the air. Deific essence, that was the difference between him and Ti-hyun. His ability that seemed as if he was seeing the future was certainly a hindrance, but there was a way around it. However, no such way existed for deific essence. What do I need to do to acquire it? Si-hun was drawing a blank. It felt like he was facing an insurmountable wall. It was the first wall he was facing as one who possessed astonishing talent thanks to his heavenly martial physique. Heya, Si-hun sighed deeply again. The blue sword in the air turned into tiny particles and dissipated. His thoughts were jumbled. He looked down at the photo that he took out of the broken photo album. Thanks for staying as my little brother. Kang-woo's words that had guided him towards salvation echoed in his head. His frown relaxed and he smiled. Yeah, there's no need for me to compare myself to him. Si-hun shook his head as he thought about Ti-hyun. The relationship between himself and Kang-woo was not simply that of brothers. They were not related by blood, but Si-hun considered Kang-woo to be more than his older brother, and Kang-woo thought the same. If not, there would be no reason for him to say that to me. The weight on Si-hun's chest lightened and his jumbled thoughts cleared up. I can think of him to be about the same level as Ti-soo. There was no reason for Si-hun to think hard about it. He could just treat Ti-hyun the same way that he treated Ti-soo. After all, Ti-hyun was now a member of Guardians. Maybe I'll ask him for a duel next time. Si-hun might be able to find a clue that would allow him to surpass the wall blocking his growth. I'll train with Balrog today. He wanted to move around a little more, possibly because he lost to Ti-hyun. Si-hun left the room, his steps much lighter than before. Hoo-hoo, Si-hun panted heavily as he lay on the ground after his duel with Balrog. Did something happen to you today? Asked Balrog after he put on the pendant to return to human form. Why do you ask? You're a little more desperate than usual. Si-hun narrowed his eyes, not sure what Balrog was talking about. What does that mean? It means exactly what I said. You were fighting as if something was chasing you. Oh. Well, you were like that in the past too. Rather, that desperation of yours has been severely lacking lately. What are you talking about? Are you not aware of it? Balrog snorted and continued, you are no longer desperate after the battle against Tai Wuji. Si-hun felt as if he had been hit on the back of the head with a sledgehammer. His eyes widened and he trembled slightly. I'm not desperate, correct. Bullshit, I simply haven't had enough time lately because I've been killing monsters. I haven't been slacking on my training. That is not what I'm saying, Balrog answered firmly. I am simply saying that you have lost your desperation. That's the same no, they are different. In the past, every single swing you took was filled with desperation. Each of your movements felt as if you were frantically chasing after something. But not anymore, you are no longer desperate. NGH, Si-hun bit his lip and glared at Balrog. Balrog's words felt like they were gutting him. No, Si-hun shook his head, denying Balrog's words. I've been training more desperately than anyone to catch up to Hyung. I'm gonna go, Si-hun muttered. Very well, Balrog smirked as he stared at Si-hun turning around temperamentally and walking away. Si-hun left Balrog's house. He could see people busily filling the streets after leaving the barrier that blocked regular people from entering. Si-hun put on a hat and mask to conceal his face and trudged along. I lack desperation, Balrog's words echoed in his head. Displeasure spread throughout his body as an unknown sense of anxiety took over. Thanks for staying as my little brother. Kang-woo's words once again echoed in his head, erasing the displeasure that he was feeling. The anxiety disappeared before Si-hun had realized it. Ha, Si-hun laughed as his expression relaxed. Yeah, there's no need to worry. He had already overcome his trauma. Balrog's words that Si-hun lacked desperation were referring to Si-hun back when he was controlled by his trauma. Of course, I wouldn't feel like the same person as back then. Si-hun was saved by Kang-woo, his beloved older brother. He was freed from his lifelong curse. I should call Hyung-nim later. Si-hun walked along with a smile. Hyung-nim, yeah, Si-hun, are you free to talk right now? Sorry, I'm hanging out with Hyun right now. Again, yeah, I'll call you later. Oh, okay, Hyung-nim. Is anything going on with you? I've barely seen you lately because I've been so busy. Haha, I'm fine. Okay, I'll call you later. Kang-woo hung up. He must be busy, Si-hun muttered. Kang-woo was busy helping Hyun adapt to the various duties of being a Guardian's member for the past week. It's only natural since Hyung-nim does a lot of other things besides that. Kang-woo was so busy that Si-hun worried for his well-being. He was so busy with matters of the divine realm, Airner, and Earth that Si-hun had no time to talk to him. Haha, yeah, it can't be helped. Si-hun closed his eyes. Thud. Si-hun had dropped his smartphone. He picked it up and put it on his desk. He lay on his bed. The abnormal gait phenomenon reported yesterday was resolved by Hyun. There had been no other reports after that. Si-hun slowly fell asleep. He woke up several hours later and got out of bed. I fell asleep before I realized it. Si-hun had thought about having another training session with Balrog, but he had fallen asleep for several hours. He fixed his disheveled hair and went out of his room. He came across Kang-woo sitting in a chair after reaching the meeting room. Hyung, as he was about to greet Kang-woo with a smile, vrrrr. Yeah, Hyun, what's up? Kang-woo was talking to someone over the phone. Si-hun's smile froze. Yeah, I'm over by the Hall of Protection. Si-hun clenched his fists tightly without realizing it. He's here. Kang-woo subtly glanced over to the hallway and saw Si-hun staring at him. Well then, Kang-woo kept the smartphone over his ear and continued with a smile. How's the training going? There was no answer. Really? Haha, that's a relief. Kang-woo continued to speak to himself. Yeah. I'll head over there once I finish going through this paperwork. Si-hun, you understand, right? You know I'm doing this for you, right? Haha, yeah, okay, I'll see you there. You've got to surpass the wall blocking you and acquire deific essence too. I'm doing all of this for your sake. Hyun. Okay, you feel me, right? You know that I have no choice but to do this even though it breaks my heart, right? You have no idea how much of a relief it is you have you with me. Right. I have no choice, right? I'm not a fucking scumbag, right? Thanks for staying as my little brother. Kang-woo spoke as naturally as he breathed despite his growing sense of guilt. Chapter 459, Surpassing the Wall. Part 1, Kim Si-hun's world went white. His breathing turned erratic and his head was burning up. Hyung, he wanted to call Kang-woo, but his voice was not coming out. His vision was blurring and his legs lost their strength. Why? Why? Si-hun continued to ask himself in his head. Thanks for staying as my little brother. Kang-woo's words that had saved him swirled around his head. Those words had been what linked the two of them. It was proof of the fact that they were more than sworn brothers. But why? Why was Kang-woo saying that to Kim Tae-hyun? It was as if Kang-woo no longer needed Si-hun. No, that's impossible. After all that we've been through together, they had decimated the demon cult and battled Satan, the four heavenly kings, and even the constellations of evil together. They had fought frantically across countless battlefields to protect the world from the clutches of evil. So why was someone who had gotten stronger only because he was lucky taking Si-hun's spot as Kang-woo's little brother? Si-hun gritted his teeth. A blazing emotion welled up from within him. What's the difference? Si-hun thought about the difference between him and Tae-hyun. Why was Kang-woo paying more attention to Tae-hyun than Si-hun? He did not take long to figure out the answer. Deific essence? That was the only thing that Tae-hyun had that Si-hun did not, and what was needed most in these dire times. It's because of deific essence. Kang-woo had sacrificed everything to save the world. He understood how dependable one who possessed deific essence was when the world was in crisis. That's why he accepted Tae-hyun as his little brother. If that were not the case, Kang-woo would not pay this much attention to Tae-hyun. Haha, Si-hun laughed drily. The answer that he had come to was disheartening. Hyung-nim had no choice either. Kang-woo had reluctantly been babying Tae-hyun and answering his childish needs because he needed to do whatever it took to have him as an ally for the sake of the world. Yeah, that has to be it. Nothing else would explain Kang-woo's behavior. Si-hun gritted his teeth and walked away from the meeting room where Kang-woo was sitting. Deific essence, Si-hun muttered. He needed deific essence to make Kang-woo look his way again and to stay as his little brother. I'm sorry for giving birth to you. He heard the cursed words he had long since forgotten, which had shackled his life for years. I need deific essence? Si-hun staggered down the hallway. Kang-woo slowly closed his eyes in the silent meeting room. This should be enough. Si-hun needed a unique form of stimulation to surpass the wall he had reached. He needed something that would reawaken his past trauma. It isn't only his talent that allowed Si-hun to power up in moments of danger. The trauma that shackled him was what drove his awakening. It might not be anything much for other people, but Si-hun's trauma and his desire to be acknowledged by the most precious people in his life were out of the ordinary for most people. However, for Si-hun, who had been abandoned by his father, harassed by his older brother, and whose life itself had been denied by the most important person in his life, it was more important than anything. He'll desire salvation once again. He'll work frantically to be acknowledged once again. Kang-woo remained silent. He sighed and put his hand on his forehead. Maybe I should have used another way. Regret belatedly swept over him. Although Kang-woo had done it to help Si-hun awaken deific essence, he also thought that it was a little excessive. No, this isn't simply an issue of deific essence. It was easy for Kang-woo to give Si-hun deific essence. He just needed to make Si-hun his incarnation. Just like how Layla was able to use a portion of Gaia's deific essence, Si-hun would be able to use a portion of Kang-woo's deific essence as well. But that's meaningless. Kang-woo would have made Si-hun his incarnation if Si-hun himself had no chance of acquiring deific essence on his own, but it was more than possible for Si-hun to acquire it on his own. No, it was a wonder why Si-hun had still not managed to. He needs some sort of decisive trigger. Si-hun needed something that would allow him to surpass the wall blocking his growth. Si-hun can do it. If it was the Si-hun that Kang-woo knew, he would easily be able to surpass his limits and acquire deific essence. And when that happens, Si-hun would surely spread his wings and grow to astronomical heights. Deific essence that one awakens on their own is completely different from regular deific essence. Deific essence was a fraudulent power, but there was a massive difference between those who were born with deific essence without any cost and those who acquired deific essence on their own. If I make Si-hun my incarnation and just give him deific essence, his growth would stop then and there. He would be reduced to someone with borrowed power despite having the potential to become a god on their own. I can't let that happen. Kang-woo narrowed his eyes. Although he felt bad for bringing back Si-hun's trauma, he had no other choice. Abnormal phenomena within Gates were growing. It had even reached a point where an unknown item that Tae-hyun was wearing appeared from within it. Si-hun needed deific essence as soon as possible. As for the others, Kang-woo thought about his other party members but shook his head. Let's focus on Si-hun first. He needs just the right amount of stimulation. Since Si-hun had once fallen because Kang-woo had pushed him too far, Kang-woo needed to dial it back a little. I shouldn't push him any more than I already have. He needed to tell Balrog and Layla to watch what they said to Si-hun since those two met Si-hun the most often. Once I make Si-hun put his all into training, Kang-woo would then appear to make some sort of tear-jerking performance. As for my lines, who gives a shit about deific essence? Even without that, you're my precious little brother. Yeah, let's go with that. Kang-woo was already cringing from the thought, but it couldn't be helped. Si-hun likes this sort of thing. Considering what he had done to Si-hun, he was more than willing to blurt out cringeworthy lines. After all, Kang-woo was ultimately the one who made Si-hun's trauma resurface. That aside, Kang-woo looked down at his muted smartphone on the table. It was filled with messages from Ti-hyun. Why is this kid so loyal to me? Kang-woo did not dislike it, but he felt that it was a bit too excessive. To make a comparison, it's like one of those extremely devoted idol fans. Ti-hyun felt like someone who couldn't hold back his joy of being able to work together with his idol. In whatever the case, Ti-hyun was exhausting to deal with. Well, it can't be helped. Kang-woo needed to stay with Ti-hyun until he figured out exactly what the Eye of Nostrian that Ti-hyun had obtained was. Kang-woo closed his eyes as he thought about Si-hun and Ti-hyun. He once again felt like he had flower stamens in each hand. Fuck. He clenched his fists and shook his head. Darling, darling. Kang-woo's sorrowful voice filled the meeting room. Huff huff, Si-hun panted heavily. The training room had become a mess. Si-hun took a staggering step. Heavenly Dragon. He squeezed out what little remained of his chi and raised his sword made with blue sword energy. However, the formless sword made with sword energy dissipated into thin air. Heya heya, Si-hun panted as he watched his sword vanishing. Kurg. His knees buckled from the exhaustion of pulling out too much chi. No, he couldn't collapse here. He put strength into his buckling knees and forcibly stood back up. It's not enough. Si-hun raised his hands again as he bit his lip. A faint blue light gathered into the shape of a sword. To earn deific essence, he needed deific essence to stay as Kang-woo's little brother. Fu. Si-hun took a deep breath in. A small amount of chi within nature entered him through his breath. I need to acquire Mind's sword before I can earn deific essence. He had a feeling that it was the final gateway that he needed to pass through to acquire deific essence. A sword of the mind, it was a common stage in martial arts. Si-hun had read hundreds of books about its theory that he had borrowed from Tan Wuchen. I have no idea. However, he couldn't even begin to grasp what a sword of the mind was. Si-hun, who had been growing without any barriers thanks to his extraordinary talent, was having a hard time manifesting an extremely vague concept. Si-hun clenched his hair and turned around. His knees buckled once again. Si-hun frowned aggressively. Si-hun. Ti-hyun entered the training room as Si-hun was about to move his trembling hands. Si-hun glared at Ti-hyun in silence. It looks like you're training until quite late. Yes, haha. That's the sword dragon for you. I should learn a thing or two from you. Ti-hyun smiled brightly at Si-hun, but it carried a tiny amount of ridicule as well. Si-hun turned around in silence. Anyway, have you seen Kang-woo Hyung? Si-hun tilted his head in wonder, maintaining his frown. Weren't you with him today? No, we were planning on meeting, but he seemed pretty busy. Si-hun remained silent. Did something come up along the way? Si-hun smiled unbeknownst to himself from the fact that Ti-hyun and Kang-woo were not able to meet up. Noticing that, Ti-hyun glared at Si-hun in anger. Come to think of it. I heard from Kang-woo Hyung that the reason why you weren't able to beat me back then was because of the thing called deific essence. Haha, I also heard that the only players and guardians who have deific essence are me and Kang-woo Hyung. Ti-hyun continued leisurely, it seems. Hyung and I go well with each other, don't you think? Si-hun frowned aggressively. Chapter 460, Surpassing the Wall, Part 2. Good for you, you happen to acquire deific essence purely by chance. Kim Si-hun narrowed his eyes and continued, without any form of effort whatsoever. NGH. Kim Ti-hyun slightly frowned. He wanted to deny it, but it was an undeniable fact that he had gained power simply by chance. Ti-hyun clenched his fists. What a rogue, sorry we don't need you. We don't have any heals to waste on a rogue, so just screw off and give first aid somewhere else. For fuck's sake, what use are you if you can't deal or tank damage? Just quit being a player. Ti-hyun lost his family at the hands of monsters on the day of calamity. This tragedy was not only his, countless people lost those precious to them on that day. He thought his life would change once he awakened as a player 5 years after the day of calamity. He thought he could become the hero he had dreamed of becoming ever since his family died before his very eyes. However, reality was cruel. The trait he had awakened was treated worse than useless by the other players. Ti-hyun became desperate since that day. He wanted to become a protagonist. He wanted to overcome his adversities and grow stronger like a shounen manga protagonist. He wanted to be praised by others and save the world from danger with style. And he wanted to tell his family, whom he couldn't save, that he had managed to protect people this time. He who had dared to survive by himself after being unable to do anything had saved the world and the countless people in it. It had become his life's purpose to tell them. Without any effort, Ti-hyun bit his lip and glared at Si-hun. I could say the same to you. Unlike Ti-hyun, who wasn't acknowledged by anyone after awakening as a player, Si-hun grew stronger without stopping as soon as he awakened because he had talent unlike Ti-hyun. Ti-hyun glared at Si-hun. He knew that this was nothing more than petty jealousy and that he would be the only pathetic one for acting this way. If only it weren't for you. The dream that Ti-hyun had been desiring all this time was right in front of him, but his wild dream of becoming a hero who was praised by all was already taken by someone else. Someone with the title of Sword Dragon. Silence fell. The two men took out their weapons simultaneously as if no words were needed. Bang. Hyun shut the door behind him and entered the training room. He took a stance as he held a 30-centimeter dagger in a reverse grip. Sihun held a formless sword made of blue sword energy and calmed his heavy breaths. His sword was shining far less brightly than usual. Damn it. Sihun could not be in a worse state due to having trained to his limit until just now. His legs were shaking, his breathing was heavy, and he barely had any chi left. But Sihun had a feeling that he shouldn't fall back. You are no longer desperate, Sihun recalled Balrog's words. He denied them and considered them to be nonsense at the time, but he could feel it as well. I'm not desperate anymore. He had given up on going past the first wall that he had ever faced in his life. He thought that he did not need to get any stronger than he already was. Hayoung, to walk alongside Kang-woo and to lighten the weight on his shoulders even a little, Sihun needed to surpass the insurmountable wall blocking his path. Sihun took a deep breath in. He replenished his chi stores through his breaths. It was nowhere near enough to fill his usual abundant stores, but he needed everything he could get at the moment. Heavenly Dragon Concealment. Sihun turned faint as if a dragon was concealing itself within the clouds and disappeared into thin air. I don't have a chance in a head-on battle. He realized through the last battle how pointless it was to take an opponent with deific essence head-on. There were only two ways for someone without deific essence to face someone with deific essence. They could either use enough power that the deific essence was unable to block or focus their attacks on a point where the deific essence barrier was weak. The first method is impossible. Sihun had felt that he did not have enough chi even when he was at his best, so it was out of the question when he barely had any chi to use. I'll focus on where the barrier is weak. It was like aiming for the gaps in the armor of an opponent with full-plate armor. Clang, 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 erg. It was a near-impossible strategy for a regular warrior to even attempt, but Sihun had long since surpassed that stage. Sihun's sword continuously struck Hyun's shoulder. The sword bounced off of the deific essence barrier with a clear sound of clashing metal. I knew it. Sihun nodded after feeling a recoil much weaker than before. He had felt it during his previous battle against Hyun as well, but the deific essence barrier was weaker in areas where the individual paid less attention. One would naturally be more wary of attacks aiming at their vitals such as the head, heart, and neck. However, protection around areas like the shoulder and thigh, where their life wouldn't be threatened even if they were attacked, was weaker. Hyun grunted. He was unable to follow Sihun's movements. He would have been sliced into pieces as soon as the battle began if he hadn't been protected by deific essence. Damn it. Hyun bit his lip. He could feel the overwhelming difference between himself and Sihun. I knew from the start that I was lacking in skill. However, he possessed a skill that could easily make up for it. Foresight. Faint light poured out from the eye of Nostrian, light particles resembling crystal fragments wrapped around him. It didn't matter where Sihun was or whether or not Hyun could follow his movements. Now, Hyun turned around and lowered his dagger. Sihun's sword, which was aimed at his thigh, was deflected by the dagger. Sihun frowned. This again, his attack was blocked as if his opponent could see the future. Sihun was sure that Hyun couldn't follow his movements, but he managed to block the attack regardless. How far into the future can he see? He needed to figure that out first and foremost. Sihun fixed his grip on his sword and set aside his initial plan of getting through the deific essence barrier. Heavenly Sword Rampage. Countless attacks poured down on Hyun, who deflected every single one of them with his dagger despite being able to leave it to his deific essence barrier to block them for him. It was a blunder that arose from his lack of battle experience, and Sihun did not let that blunder get past him. 5 seconds. Sihun's eyes shone. Hyun had predicted Sihun's attacks exactly 5 seconds into the future. What a broken ability. Sihun felt even more disheartened after figuring out Hyun's ability. Being able to see 5 seconds into the future was invaluable in a battle where even a millisecond was precious. Clang, clang. Clang, HMPH, where did your vigor from earlier go? Sihun snorted once he regained his composure. He was easily able to block Sihun's attacks after using foresight, but blocking them was all he could do. He was not yet skilled enough to counterattack. It's okay, Hyun thought as he stared leisurely at Sihun. Sihun was noticeably exhausted, so he would collapse on his own as long as Hyun held out without attacking. I can win, Hyun leisurely blocked Sihun's attacks. Huff, 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 Sihun panted heavily. He swung his sword while drenched in sweat, but he was ultimately unable to even graze Hyun. Ridding, your chi has been depleted. Continuous use of martial arts will lead to chi deviation. Messages appeared in front of Sihun, but he ignored them and gripped his sword tighter. I can't afford to back down. He recalled Kang-woo and the powerlessness he felt as he stared at his back. Chasing after Kang-woo was already so agonizing, so he couldn't even imagine how agonizing it would be for Kang-woo to be that far forward. You are no longer desperate. Si-hun heard Balrog's words again. He could now understand why Balrog said something like that. It was because I was hiding behind Hyung's back. Si-hun thought that Kang-woo was strong enough to resolve any danger that the world would be placed in. He thought that Kang-woo would be able to stop anything like a superhero in a film. That was how extraordinary Kang-woo's feats were. Si-hun thought that everything would be resolved as long as he hid within Kang-woo's shadow, hence he did not bother to be desperate. Fu-ha, Si-hun calmed his breathing. He was out of chi and his fingers could barely move. I can do it. He needed to surpass the wall blocking his path. Si-hun continued to breathe. Minuscule amounts of chi filled his empty danshan. It's not enough. This amount of chi was not enough to surpass Ti-hun's deific essence. He needed even greater power. But how? Si-hun's chi consumption rate was astronomically faster than the rate of accumulation. Wait. Si-hun's eyes widened. His breaths were an act to absorb and store chi from within the atmosphere. Why do I have to store it inside me? Si-hun felt as if he had been struck by a lightning bolt. If chi was within the atmosphere, why did he need to go out of his way to absorb it by breathing before using it? What if I just used the chi straight from the atmosphere? If he could, his internal chi or his danshan would not matter. No, even my body has never held any meaning. Si-hun had been shackled by his physical form. It was only natural since he was a human with a physical body. He spent his entire life seeing, hearing, smelling, touching, and tasting. However, chi was different. It was all around them. There was no point in confining it in a body. The only reason why Si-hun had confined the chi within himself to use it until now was because he simply did not know how to effectively use the energy. But now, he was different. He already knew how to freely use the chi within the atmosphere. He had already surpassed the concept of having a danshan and was able to use the energy of nature. I simply never used it until now. He was finally able to understand the meaning behind the words mind sword. It was nothing superficial like infusing energy into his bloodlust or cutting with just his willpower. It's to abandon my body, my danshan. It was to escape his physical form and become one with the world's energy. It was to control the boundless energy only with his mind. That was the essence of mind sword, ridding. You have fully assimilated with martial god Tian Tehuang. You have realized the mind sword. You have reached the initial stage of the transcendent realm, granting the title Sword of Heaven as per the law of Titans. You have acquired the upper intermediate rank deific essence Heavenly Sword, Haya Wayam. Immense energy raged along with a barrage of message windows. Blinding blue light swirled around Si-hun. Shall I go see how Si-hun's doing? Kang-woo, who purged the stamens from his mind with the help of Han Xiala, headed to the Hall of Protection. He should be in the middle of training about now. Kang-woo was sure that Si-hun would be isolating himself in the training room, training frantically. I should cheer him up so that he doesn't push himself too hard. It was not good to push Si-hun over the edge. Kang-woo was working to provide Si-hun with just the right amount of stimulation. Let's see. Kang-woo passed through a gate to enter the Hall of Protection and headed toward the training room. Just then he felt a deific essence that he had never felt before. Has a god manifested? Kang-woo frowned aggressively and quickened his steps toward the training room. Boom, crash, kurg. Cough there Kang-woo saw Ti-hun getting pummeled by Si-hun's sword slashes. What's going on? Kang-woo's eyes widened. An unrealistic sight was happening before his very eyes. He couldn't believe Ti-hun and Si-hun were fighting out of the blue, but the flow of the battle was even more unbelievable. Si-hun, who had been floored by Ti-hun only a week ago, was overpowering Ti-hun as if it had never happened. Deific essence, it's deific essence. Ti-hun was blocking Si-hun's attacks with his foresight ability, but was unable to block them completely. The only way this could be possible was if both of them possessed deific essence. Si-hun finally awakened deific essence. Kang-woo's mouth was left agape. It had only been a day since he had provided Si-hun with stimulation. Si-hun had achieved what Kang-woo had expected him to take around 3 months at least, a year at most. I knew it was the right choice to stick with the Si-hun coin. This was likely how an investor felt when their stock price rose tripled in just one day that they bought it. It's not over yet. Si-hun was getting stronger with each passing moment now that he acquired deific essence, proven by the blue energy wrapping him getting thicker. Kang-woo clenched his fists. Let's go, to the Mu-woo-woon. Chapter 461, Surpassing the Wall, Part 3, Clang, clang, a sword enveloped in blue light ripped space apart. Kim Ti-hun barely blocked the sword with his dagger but was blown back from the impact. Haya, Kim Si-hun momentarily stopped attacking and took a deep breath in. I'm vanishing. Si-hun felt like he was melting away into thin air like ice cream on a hot summer day. The feeling of his sword in his hand, as well as the sensation of swinging his arm and stomping his feet felt different from usual. It was like he was controlling a game avatar. It felt like his soul had left his body and was controlling his body from above. His body felt non-existent, leaving him with only his consciousness. Clang, kurg, there was no point in using martial arts. As soon as he thought of attacking, the chi around him responded to his will. His chi, which had been depleted before, was overflowing. It was like the ocean was his energy source. This must be deific essence. It was the absolute power that separated gods from mortals. Si-hun trembled from the power filling him to the brim. However, he did not know that this power was not given to him because he acquired deific essence. Deific essence was merely a byproduct of the power that he had realized. He had reached a realm that beings such as Zeus and Thor, who had been born with deific essence, could never reach. The overpowering majesty of one who acquired deific essence on their own was pouring out from Si-hun. Clang, heya heya, Ti-hun panted heavily. How? The situation changed from the moment that blue energy burst from Si-hun. I can see the future, so how am I getting pushed back this hard? Ti-hun aggressively bit his lip. He gripped the dagger that he was holding in a reverse grip harder and activated foresight to its limit. I can see it. He could see every single one of Si-hun's movements as well as how and where he would attack. Wham! Kurg! However, knowing the future was not enough to deal with Si-hun's attacks. The moment that Ti-hun blocked with his dagger, the massive impact destroyed his stance. Why? Ti-hun shouted as if he couldn't understand. Although Si-hun had powered up in the moment of crisis, it did not change the fact that Ti-hun had the upper hand. Ti-hun himself did not know it, but his deific essence was not normal. It was that of the Titans, power that not even those who had acquired deific essence on their own could ever possess. Ti-hun was objectively faster and stronger than Si-hun, and he even possessed the ability to look into the future. But I can't block his attacks. Ti-hun panted heavily as he frantically swung his dagger. There was a fundamental difference in skill between Ti-hun and Si-hun. No matter how strong the power that Ti-hun possessed was, he was unable to use it to its full potential because he lacked the skill to. At this rate, Ti-hun's expression was dyed with anxiety. Again, he recalled the day that he awakened as a player and excitedly went to the player registration office. He recalled the gazes of disdain and the voices filled with pity, telling him that he wouldn't amount to anything and that he should give up. Kang-woo Hyung, Ti-hun clenched his dagger almost to the point that it could break. Kang-woo was the one who relighted his dream that he was about to give up. Kang-woo was his idol as well as his messiah. Ti-hun's dagger was blown away from his hand and he tumbled backward. Fu! Si-hun caught his breath as he stared at Ti-hun collapsed on the ground. His body was screaming at him that he had not yet managed to fully realize his enlightenment, but he couldn't attack someone on the ground. Let's end the D. As Si-hun was about to end the duel, Ti-hun stood back up as he staggered. Heya heya, womb. Ti-hun's necklace began to burn brightly. What's happening? Ti-hun, who did not seem to know what was going on either, grabbed his necklace in perplexity. Crackle. Ah, the scenery changed. What is this? The world was filled with gray static as if Ti-hun were staring at a broken TV monitor. He saw ruins of destroyed buildings. The sky was burning red and the land was distorted. There were countless corpses around him. 1,000, 10,000, no, there was an entire mountain's worth of corpses. It was as if he were looking at a sea of corpses. Ayaya, Ti-hun's expression turned pale. A chilling sense of fear took over him. There was someone atop the sea of corpses. Who's there? Crackle. The gray static filled Ti-hun's vision again. Gasp! Ti-hun gasped for breath, still grabbing the necklace. Womb! The light pouring out from the eye of Nostrian entered his body before he could even think about what he had just seen. Ridding, strengthening the effect of the eye of Nostrian, strengthening the ability of foresight. Blue message windows popped up at the same time that blood vessels bulged around Ti-hun's eyes. Haha, great power filled him to the point that Ti-hun forgot about what he had just seen. He leaped toward Si-hun as he reveled in the overwhelming power. NGH, Si-hun grunted. Just like how Si-hun awakened deific essence during their battle, Ti-hun also powered up all of a sudden. Ti-hun, who had been on the defensive this entire time, went on the offensive. The problem was that every single one of his attacks was dangerous. It felt as if Ti-hun had a complete understanding of Si-hun's movements. 5 seconds, 7, no. Ti-hun seemed to be predicting Si-hun's movements up to at least 10 seconds forward in time. Fu, Si-hun exhaled heavily. He gripped his blue sword tightly and closed his eyes. There's no need to be flustered. Whether or not Ti-hun could see 5 or 10 seconds into the future, it did not change what Si-hun needed to do. Si-hun slowly opened his eyes again and dragged into him as much of the infinite chi around him as possible. It doesn't matter if he can see the future. He would attack Ti-hun with something that he wouldn't be able to block even if he knew that it was coming. Rumble, the entire training room shook. The blue light around Si-hun grew larger. Si-hun trembled in ecstasy. His enlightenment was melting into his sword at an extraordinary rate, raising the stage of Mind's sword, promoting player Kim Si-hun's deific essence rank from upper intermediate to high. Si-hun possessed a deep understanding of martial arts. He had reached a realm that could not be reached by those who were born with deific essence. And now, he had an opponent whom he could unleash his martial arts understanding against. These three things were accelerating his growth at an exponential rate. Jesus Christ. His growth is as uncontrollable as an 8-ton truck with its brakes broken. Kang-woo was watching the duel between Si-hun and Tae-hyun with his mouth agape. Tae-hyun also grew stronger during the duel, but that was ultimately thanks to his item. He could not be compared to Si-hun, who managed to grow by surpassing his limits. Yes. That's it, Kang-woo clenched his fists as he watched Si-hun's explosive growth and closed his eyes. I knew I was right. It was the right decision to bet on the Si-hun coin than the risky Tae-hyun coin. There have been tons of tropes where protagonists get stronger by pure luck lately, but they can't hold a candle to a traditional protagonist. Kang-woo had no idea who gave Tae-hyun that absurd power, but in the end, the power was not Tae-hyun's. Just like how someone who got rich overnight from winning the lottery couldn't compare to someone with a successful business, Tae-hyun could never surpass Si-hun. Bang, rumble, boom. The training room was falling apart. No, it would have already been obliterated if Kang-woo hadn't set up a protective barrier of demonic energy in the middle of the battle. Kang-woo groaned as he watched the battle that was getting more violent. They're starting to get a bit too aggressive. Both Si-hun, who was going past his limits, and Tae-hyun, who was enveloped in the light pouring out of the necklace, were exuding bloodlust as if they were trying to kill each other. And Si-hun's body looks like it has reached its limit. Although Si-hun had surpassed the wall blocking his growth, it did not mean that he had fully recovered his health like a game character after leveling up. Si-hun's body was at its limit. No, it had passed its limit and was falling apart little by little. This is enough. It was dangerous to let the battle go on any longer. In the worst-case scenario, he could lose both Si-hun and Tae-hyun. I should step in. Kang-woo had already decided on his lines to say to Si-hun, so all that remained was to barge into the training room and stop their battle. Kang-woo waited for the right time. Cough, cough. Just then, Si-hun put his hand over his mouth and began to cough up blood. His body was unable to handle the excessive load and was falling apart. Shit, Kang-woo cursed as he was waiting for the right time. It was not the time to wait. Si-hun's body was in far worse condition than Kang-woo had expected. Slam, Si-hun. Kang-woo slammed open the training room door and ran to Si-hun. Hyung-nim, Si-hun's eyes widened as he watched Kang-woo, who suddenly appeared. Kang-woo embraced Si-hun as he collapsed. He could feel the abundant divinity within Si-hun. It was at least high-ranked deific essence. Not just that, it was one that Si-hun acquired himself. Hell fucking yeah. Kang-woo knew that Si-hun had awakened deific essence, but he had never expected for its rank to be so high from the start. Kang-woo shed tears as he held Si-hun. The Si-hun coin has gone through the roof. Who gives a shit about deific essence? Pardon, Si-hun asked. Error. Who gives a shit about deific essence? Hyung-nim, why are you trying to get stronger to the point that you're destroying yourself like this? Hyung, Si-hun, tears trickled down Kang-woo's cheeks and fell on Si-hun's face. Even without that. You're my precious little brother. Kang-woo's tears did not stop as he held Si-hun in his arms. Chapter 462, How would you like to receive the blessing of light? Am I fucked? The cold sweat covering Kang-woo's back was drenching his clothes. He had gotten way too excited because Kim Si-hun's deific essence reached a rank far higher than he expected. Kang-woo made a terrible blunder in a situation where the heart was crucial. Kang-woo stared at Si-hun anxiously. Hyung, Si-hun was looking up at Kang-woo in confusion. His eyes were hazy as if he were half asleep. Why are you here? He was stuttering as if he could barely talk or listen, likely due to being in critical condition. Fucking safe, no, I shouldn't be happy. It meant that Si-hun's condition was so bad that he could barely hear anything. Kang-woo bit open his finger without hesitation and let his blood flow into Si-hun's mouth. Haya. Si-hun's pale complexion returned to its normal color. Si-hun bit his lip as he panted heavily. Si-hun remained silent as Kang-woo called him. Kang-woo made a fist and said in a trembling tone, What the hell were you doing until you ended up like this? Well. Don't you dare bullshit me that it was a duel. Anyone could see that it wasn't. Si-hun flinched. It had initially been a duel, but both Si-hun and Kim Tae-hyun had lost their sense of reason the more it went on and turned into a deathmatch. No organization was fond of internal conflicts. The duel between him and Tae-hyun crossed the line. I'm sorry, Si-hun lowered his head in dejection. Kang-woo bit his lip aggressively and looked down at Si-hun in rage. Was it because of deific essence? Did you push yourself until you almost died? For something as meaningless as deific essence? Si-hun turned away from Kang-woo's rage-filled gaze and answered, It's not meaningless. Without deific essence. I can't help you in any way, Hyung-nim. I can't. Lessen the weight on your shoulders. Beings with deific essence were able to do as they liked after being freed from the law of Titans. Gods of Earth as well as outer gods would begin to covet Earth. Having no deific essence in a situation like this was practically the same as leaving everything to Kang-woo. Si-hun bit his lip and continued, want to stay. As your little brother, Kang-woo's eyes widened. He had never imagined that Si-hun would be thinking this way. He looked at Si-hun in sorrow. Have I ever said that you won't be my little brother anymore if you don't have deific essence? Did I ever say that I don't need you if you're useless to me? That's. Si-hun, Kang-woo interjected. I didn't have a family, I've never seen my parents and I've always been alone since I was born. Si-hun knew this already. You're the first family that I ever had, Kang-woo said. Si-hun's eyes widened. The word family impacted him greatly. Family was always associated with despair for Si-hun as well as a nightmare that plagued his life. Until he met Kang-woo, that was. Who gives a shit about deific essence? What does it matter whether you're of help or not? Kang-woo hugged Si-hun tighter. He continued with a subtly trembling voice, even without that, even without deific essence, even if Si-hun would no longer be of help in battle. You're my one and only little brother, Si-hun teared up. Hyung Nims no Hyung, hearing that he was Kang-woo's one and only little brother touched him deeply. Get some rest. Kang-woo covered Si-hun's eyes. Si-hun fell asleep like a puppet with its strings detached, likely because his fatigue had reached its limit. Silence fell in the training room. Kang-woo slowly turned to look at Hyun, who was crouching with his hands on his eyes with blood vessels bulging around it. The physical burden seemed to have been great from using foresight past its limit. Hyun, Kang-woo called him formally. Hyun, who was covering his eyes, looked up in confusion. Hyung, why did you fight Si-hun to the point that he ended up like that? Hyun remained silent, unable to make any excuses. He had taunted Si-hun to fight, knowing that Si-hun had just finished his training. He averted his gaze from Kang-woo and slurred, "WL, come to think of it, you treated Si-hun aggressively from the beginning." Hyung, please do not call me Hyung, Kang-woo replied fiercely. Hyun flinched in pallor. There is no reason for me to be called Hyung by someone who hurts my family. Kang-woo Hyung. Hyun reached out for Kang-woo with a stiff expression. Kang-woo coldly slapped his hand away. Hyun kneeled in pallor and lowered his head. He shouted, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Hyun shed tears as his shoulders trembled. I was jealous. He had been jealous of Si-hun, who had everything that he desired but couldn't have. Silence fell again. Hyun stood back up and bowed to Kang-woo. He took out a token in the shape of a shield from his pocket and handed it to Kang-woo. I'm sorry, I will never show myself to Guardians again. Hyun expected that he wouldn't be able to stay in Guardians after pulling something like this. He bowed once again and turned around. Kang-woo stared at Hyun's back in silence. Fu, he sighed and grabbed Hyun's shoulder. Hyun, Hyung, you'd better apologize to Si-hun later, got it? Okay, I got it. Hyun quickly nodded with an expression much brighter than before. Kang-woo smiled bitterly and lightly flicked Hyun's forehead. Ouch. You look like you pushed yourself a bit too far as well, so get some rest. I'll set a time and place for you to talk things through with Si-hun later. Hee. Okay, Hyung, Hyun giggled as he gripped his forehead. Once Hyun left, Kang-woo lifted Si-hun. The corners of his mouth rose and he licked his lips with his long tongue. With this, Si-hun has awakened deific essence and Hyun can no longer defy me. Hyun's ability seems to have gotten stronger as well. Possibly due to it having been a clash between protagonists, the two of them powered up one after the other when it would have been difficult for a regular player to do so. A vulgar laughter echoed within the training room. Si-hun and Hyun were unable to avoid incapacitation after their aggressive bout. Since the duel had been closer to a death match, their wounds were naturally very deep. Shit, Kang-woo cursed as he entered his room. He collapsed on his bed in exhaustion. He had no choice but to fill the vacancies that Si-hun and Hyun while they were recuperating. Resolving the abnormal gate phenomena that were occurring one after the other was draining Kang-woo mentally. I'm so goddamn tired. Kang-woo sighed deeply. He already had a mountain load of things to do even without resolving gate issues. I have to deal with the Church of Splendor too. He had heard from Lilith that the Church of Splendor's influence was spreading at incredible speed on Earth, as well due to the active interactions between Earth and Airner. The reason was obvious. With Earth's protection gone, monsters from all over the world began to run wild, and several abnormal gate phenomena were being spotted per day. Not only were new gates being formed, but new monsters never seen before were also appearing from them. Kang-woo had expected this to happen now that the dangers of otherworldly invasions were looming over them, but this was more than he had expected. The victim count was growing larger despite the entire force of Guardians doing their best to eliminate the monsters. When the world was in such a crisis, there was no way that the Church of Splendor wouldn't grow when simply putting one's faith in the God of Splendor would give them power. I can't leave an opportunity as good as this unused. If the Church of Splendor successfully took off on Earth, Kang-woo would gain hundreds of millions of devotees. He needed to seize the opportunity since he was able to convert faith to divinity, but he had no leeway to pay it any attention due to Si-hun and Ti-hyun's incapacitation. I need someone with deific essence. He would have liked to borrow the power of the gods, but they did not have the leeway to help him because they were busy enough to keep the chaotic divine realm under control. What should I do? Kang-woo needed a way to control the growing Church of Splendor and make an ally with deific essence at the same time. I guess this is the only way. I need to make an incarnation. He needed someone who would control the Church of Splendor in his place. Kang-woo fell into thought with his arms crossed. If he made an incarnation, he could let them borrow a portion of his deific essence. But the problem is that it would be far less powerful than if they acquire deific essence on their own. Han Seala and Layla were not very powerful despite possessing deific essence because their deific essence was borrowed. But it can't be helped. The difference between having deific essence and not having it was far too great. Not only that, but those who acquired deific essence by themselves could be counted with two hands even after combing through the history of the entire world. Kang-woo couldn't afford to wait for such a rarity to happen. There's a limit to hodling. Even Si-hun only managed to awaken deific essence a few days ago. It was far too inefficient to wait for his other comrades to awaken it. Who should I choose? Seala and Layla were out of the question since they already possessed deific essence. Balrog, Kang-woo thought of his subordinate whom he had spent a millennium fighting together with. He shook his head after much thought. Balrog has the possibility of awakening deific essence on his own. Balrog had surpassed a demon's innate limits and acquired a new power known as Overlord Armor. If he earned deific essence without any cost, his growth would stop then and there like Kang-woo had feared would happen with Si-hun. I need to choose someone with absolutely no possibility of awakening deific essence on their own. It sounded cruel, but no matter how hard one worked, only a select few were able to surpass their limits. Then who should I clack? It's rare to see you in your room. A red-haired woman entered his room. Hey, about the monster that appeared in Yeonjungpo, Yeonju. Kang-woo grabbed Cha Yeonju by the shoulders and stared at her sincerely. What's up with you? Yeonju backed away with red cheeks. Kang-woo continued in a low tone, how would you like to receive the blessing of light? What the fuck are you talking about? Chapter 463. Soulmate, you want me to be your incarnation? Asked Cha Yeonju as she snorted after hearing a quick explanation from Kang-woo. Kang-woo nodded and replied, yeah. He had thought about Echidna, Halcyon, and others as candidates as well, but there was no one better than Yeonju as his incarnation. She's not one to be pushed around by anyone. Yeonju's ability to freely control chains allowed her to attack at all ranges. She's unmatched in terms of weapon versatility. There weren't many people who used weapons as unique as chains, so dealing with them was tricky. She was also capable of wide area attacks, unlike common weapons like swords and spears. I need someone who can wipe out monsters quickly to stop the abnormal phenomena of gate monsters. If the power of divinity was added to the chains made with Behemoth's horn that contained the power of deicide, the ability to kill gods' regular monsters would be torn apart like pieces of paper. But of course, Yeonju also had her flaws. She's weak in one-on-one battles. Although Yeonju was very strong, chains in and of itself were a disadvantageous weapon against one opponent. It allowed her to perform wide-area attacks, but the power contained in each chain was weak. It was effective against those who couldn't properly deal with attacks that came at them from all sides, but it was useless against those at the level of Kim Si-hun. But that doesn't matter. Kang-woo did not expect her to go on death matches against powerful individual opponents. I just need her to wipe out the swarm of monsters. It sounded cruel, but Kang-woo could not expect anything more from her. No matter how hard she tried, she would never rise to be on the same level as Si-hun. What changes if I become your incarnation? Yeonju asked. You can borrow my deific essence. Your deific essence? Kang-woo lightly nodded. Unlike apostles who could only be granted buffs and blessings by using a certain amount of divinity, incarnations were able to be given a portion of the god's deific essence. In other words, they were able to use deific essence at no cost to them. What's the catch? Asked Yeonju anxiously. She did not know much about incarnations, so she seemed to be thinking that it came at a cost. Well, it's not like there's no cost whatsoever. Kang-woo smirked and answered, you'll be my soulmate from now on. Once Yeonju became Kang-woo's incarnation, they would be directly affected by each other's conditions. For example, Gaia's severe injury led Layla, Gaia's incarnation, to lose her eyesight and function in her legs. The incarnation getting critically injured or dying also affected the god, to the point that those with low-rank deific essence were either demoted in rank or annihilated. Well, simply speaking, if I die, she dies too. Soulmate was the perfect term to describe their relationship. What? Yeonju's eyes widened with her mouth agape. Her face reddened to the point that it could explode. She kicked Kang-woo in the groin. Clang! Arg! Yeonju screamed. Kang-woo's deific essence barrier automatically activated and blew Yeonju's leg back with a metallic sound. You fucking. Yeonju glared at Kang-woo as she grabbed her ankle. Kang-woo shrugged and continued, "This is why you need deific essence." Yeonju bit her lip and turned her head away from him. She stuttered, "So the catch is, I have to become your soulmate." "Yeah," Kang-woo nodded without hesitation. The relationship between a god and their incarnation was like the one between a demon and their familiar. A master-servant relationship was more accurate than referring to it as a soulmate, but Kang-woo couldn't tell Yeonju to become his servant. "Why, you filthy bastard?" Yeonju clenched her fists and trembled. "I knew you were scum, but I never thought you would do something like this." She crossed her arms to cover her breasts and crouched as she glared at Kang-woo with rage. Kang-woo was confused by her reaction. "I beg your pardon, what are you talking about? Why, you son of a bitch, motherfucker, what the fuck did I do so wrong? I told you that I'll make you my incarnation, you'll get deific essence for free. Why, you fucking pervert? Siala and Lilith weren't enough for you, why you're even aiming for me? What the fuck have you been saying since earlier? HHMPH, I knew this would happen from the beginning. No fucking what? Why, you scumbag." Yeonju took off her jacket and threw it at Kang-woo, who let himself be hit by it in the face and caught it as it fell. He was even more perplexed than before. What in the world is up with her? Does she hate being an incarnation that badly? Foo, Yeonju took deep breaths with her hand on her chest. She gulped and said, "Fine." She nodded in silence and shut her eyes tightly. She then began to lift her t-shirt little by little. "Huh. Why is she taking off her clothes all of a sudden?" Kang-woo stared at Yeonju in confusion. Oh, he managed to figure out what she was misunderstanding soon after. "Fucking hell, what does she take me for?" Kang-woo feigned laughter, being put in a situation that would be common in the mangas that Layla would like. "I guess my use of the term soulmate was the issue." He had not noticed since he did not have that sort of intention in any way whatsoever, but he could understand how it could have caused the misunderstanding after thinking about it. Sniff. "Why, you piece of shit?" Yeonju lifted her shirt even more as tears flowed down her cheeks. Unlike her words expressing displeasure, her facial expression was filled with anticipation for some reason. "When should I stop her?" Kang-woo knew that he needed to stop Yeonju from going off on her own, but he hesitated for obvious reasons. He stared at Yeonju with deeply sunken eyes and clenched his fists. "It's way too entertaining to just stop her here, isn't it, right? I'm not the weird one, right? This is fun, right? I can't just let it end here, right?" Kang-woo kept the corners of his mouth lowered with all his might. Yeonju was subtly trembling, not able to lift her shirt any higher than her waist. Kang-woo stood up and approached her. He slowly placed his hand on Yeonju's cheek. "HNGH," Yeonju flinched. She glared at Kang-woo with teary eyes. "I'll never forget about what you're going to do to me today." She then closed her eyes and protruded her lips. "Ayaha." Kang-woo was filled with ecstasy and he trembled in delight as he panted heavily. "My god, what should I fucking do? This is so goddamn fun." He knew that he needed to stop, but his body refused his mind and moved on its own. Kang-woo smiled, slowly moved his hand on her cheek to her nape and tilted his head. "Herg," Yeonju trembled with her eyes closed. Kang-woo brought his mouth close to her ear and whispered, "Don't worry, I'll make you a memory that you'll never forget even if you want to." Kang-woo could hear Yeonju's teeth clacking from inside her mouth. She wept sorrowfully with her eyes closed. "You idiot, why would you?" so forcefully. Tears flowed down her cheeks one drop after another. She mumbled, "You didn't have to do this. As long as you properly confessed, I would have." Kang-woo looked down at the crying Yeonju and commanded in a low tone, "Lay on the bed. I will now commence the incarnation ritual." "Our ritual, my ass." "You scumbag." Yeonju was about to take off her shirt, but Kang-woo pulled her arms down and shook his head. "What, you want to take them off yourself, is that it?" Yeonju stared daggers at Kang-woo. She snorted as if the situation was trivial and sat on the bed. "HMPH, you've sure grown, my little Kang-woo. The 10 millennia virgin has become a bona fide player, hasn't he?" Yeonju was acting leisurely, but her limbs were undoubtedly shaking. Kang-woo approached Yeonju in silence. What?" Yeonju gulped as she looked up at him. Kang-woo pushed Yeonju down onto the bed by her shoulders. "Kaya, what do you think you're doing? Now, swear that you'll offer your body to the great god of splendor." What did you say?" Yeonju looked up at Kang-woo in shock. "Why, you've got some crazy fetishes. If you don't say it, I can't make you my incarnation." "NGH, that's enough of your bullshit." Yeonju glared at Kang-woo in rage but sighed deeply soon after and said hesitantly, I offer my body. To the great god of splendor." Louder, I offer my body." Louder, "I offer my body to the great god of esplendor." "Good," Kang-woo snapped his finger and nodded. Yeonju looked at Kang-woo dumbfoundedly because of the nonsensical situation. Kang-woo snickered and continued, "Now then, call me Oppa with a cute voice." "Oh, Oppa. Cuter. Oh, Oppa." Biwehehehe. Unable to hold back his laughter, Kang-woo rolled on the ground with his hands on his stomach. Yeonju looked down in disdain at Kang-woo rolling on the ground. She had an uneasy feeling from when Kang-woo was saying things about the great god of splendor. Hey, biwehehe, don't fucking tell me you, ahahaha kehehe. It's not right, it's fucking not right. You tried to get with me by using deific essence as bait, right? Right? You weren't fucking with me, right? Kes kehehe, as long as you properly confessed I would have. What? You want me to confess? Kang-woo turned to Yeonju and smiled brightly. Yeah, I was fucking with you, kahaha. Aw, it's so fun, it's the most fun I've ever had. Chapter 464. I wonder what color I should make the chains. Shatter, crunch, boom, the windows shattered as things in the room were thrown everywhere. You motherfucky year. The lioness with bloodshot eyes roared as she rampaged, clatter. The chains with red thorns on them smacked Kang-woo. Bash. Due to the chains containing the power of deicide, Yeonju's attack penetrated Kang-woo's deific essence barrier and tore his clothes despite her not having deific essence yet. Kang-woo bounced all over the room and was smashed into a wall. Kurg, Kang-woo grunted as the chains smacked him. Maybe I shouldn't have made her that weapon. The chains made with Behemoth's horn were getting through Kang-woo's deific essence barrier and injuring him. Wow, why you son of a bitch, fucking bastard. Yeonju swung the chains around as she bawled her eyes out. He was capable of blocking her attacks but would feel guilty doing so because of how much she was crying. Herg. Waria, Yeonju kept crying as if it was the saddest day of her life. Kang-woo scanned her calmly even while being chained and flung around all over the place. I think I'm fucked. Did I go too far? His prank did not have malicious intentions, but things were getting a little too serious. They had long since crossed the line of joking. But I had no choice. What else should I have done in that situation? I've done nothing wrong. Kang-woo could swear that anyone would have done the same as him if they were put in that situation. Bash, cough, cough. The chains smacked him right on his chin. Kang-woo gripped his chin because the blow hurt quite a bit this time. Huff huff, Yeonju stopped attacking as she panted heavily. Sorry, Kang-woo apologized. Shut up, it's all my fault. I said shut up. I don't want to hear it, motherfucker, Yeonju screamed with her face blazing red. She charged at Kang-woo as she bared her teeth and raised her chains teary-eyed. I won't. Forgive you, Kang-woo instinctively flinched as the bloodshot eyes of a lioness were pointed at him. Clatter, Yeonju's chains moved like snakes and began to strangle Kang-woo. Kang-woo was left conflicted as he stared at Yeonju chaining him. Should I just get out of them by force? Yeonju had yet to go through the incarnation ritual, so she was merely a player without deific essence. It was simple for him to break free from the chains. No, even if she became his incarnation, he would still be able to get out of these chains with ease. But the chained Kang-woo looked up at Yeonju. Huff huff. I won't forgive you, she panted heavily, her expression filled with both humiliation and fury. She had gotten on top of the chained Kang-woo and subtly trembled as she gulped. It seemed like she had no idea what to do now that she had gotten on top of him. The way that she was darting her eyes around was cute. Kang-woo smiled. I'll leave it be for a little longer. Kang-woo had a feeling that he would see something even more entertaining. He thought that he had enough fun but thought otherwise after seeing Yeonju being indecisive with her face as red as a tomato. A little more, just a little more. Desire was the most powerful drug. Kang-woo looked up at Yeonju in anticipation, staying put as he was chained. I won't forgive you. Yeonju bit her lip anxiously, not knowing what to do after Kang-woo let himself be chained. Is that all you can say? Kang-woo asked. NNGH, a vein bulged from Yeonju's forehead. She raised her fist as if she was about to punch Kang-woo in the face. Silence fell. Herg, Yeonju's tears dropped on Kang-woo's cheeks. You, scumbag, she punched Kang-woo's chest. They were closer to punches one would throw during a temper tantrum than what one would use to punch someone. Her shoulders were trembling pitifully. Kang-woo expressed guilt. I guess I went too far. He felt bad after seeing Yeonju's tears. He grabbed Yeonju's arm and said sincerely, I'm sorry. Yeonju stopped punching Kang-woo. She wiped her tears and glared at him. I'll rip it off if you do this shit again. Rip what off? Haha, I swear I'll never do it again. Kang-woo smiled brightly and nodded. I should hold off on the teasing for the time being. Kang-woo couldn't help but feel bad seeing Yeonju in this state. That aside, Kang-woo looked down at himself. Could you let me go now? Huh, only then did Yeonju realize the position they were in. She was on top of the chained Kang-woo. It did not look good in any context. Why you goddamn pervert, Yeonju slapped Kang-woo. What, you're the one who chained me. WH whatever, clack. As Yeonju was about to get up in embarrassment, the door opened. I heard some loud noises. Is something going on? Han Seala entered. Huh, Seala's eyes widened after seeing what was going on. Kang-woo was on the ground in chains with Yeonju on top of him. Anyone would be shocked to see such a thing. Darling, Kang-woo was just as shocked as Seala was. He could imagine what she was thinking seeing them in such a position. Wait, aren't we fucked? What the actual fuck? The endless human desire caused them to repeat the same mistakes. Kang-woo never expected that his desire to tease Yeonju even more would result in an even worse situation. Kang-woo, what is going on here? Seala's eyes lost their light. Her kind eyes turned as dark as that of a corpse. Yu, wait just a fucking minute, what do I do? Seriously, what the fuck do I do? Kang-woo's mind was in shambles. His thoughts turned as blank as a sheet. Siala, Yeonju shouted. Yeonju, could you explain to me, what is going on here? Yeonju was also trembling as she stuttered due to the sudden appearance of Siala. If this were an anime, her eyes would be spinning. After much thought, Yeonju pointed at Kang-woo and shouted, it was Kang-woo's idea. What? Kang-woo asked. What the fuck, bitch? Kang-woo said that he was interested in bondage. I was only helping him out. What the fuck is with that bullshit, woman? You could have come up with a better excuse, no way that would work. Kang-woo is interested in bondage. Is that true? Siala asked. Why yeah. I was just letting him experience it because he was saying that he wanted to try it out with you next time, Yeonju claimed. Oh my, the fuck, why is this working? Kang-woo. If it was something like that, you could have just asked me. Siala twisted around with her face reddened. Darling, did you hurt your head? Why are you being convinced by such an obvious lie? Kang-woo stared at Siala dumbfoundedly. He found the answer as he watched Siala imagining something with the corners of her mouth raised. Her desire must have taken over her. People often talked about men thinking with their groin when they were turned on, and that was exactly how Siala was acting right now. Her desire for bondage was far larger than the fact that Yeonju and Kang-woo were in a sexual position. No, it might have been because the one on top of Kang-woo was Yeonju. Siala's mad obsession was not something that couldn't distinguish between friend and foe. The key factor of her madness was her separation from Kang-woo. The madness that she showed stemmed from her extreme fear of someone else taking Kang-woo away from her forever. In the case of Lilith and Yeonju, she trusted that Kang-woo would not be taken from her even if Lilith or Yeonju were to sleep with Kang-woo. In other words, Lilith and Yeonju were within the levels of Siala's approval. Right. Am I right? You're not gonna say some shit about cutting me equally between the three of you, right? Kang-woo stared at Siala in desperation. He easily broke free from the chains and grabbed both of Siala's hands. You've got it all wrong, darling. What's really happening is, it's okay, Kang-woo, what's okay, you don't have to hide it. I never hid anything. Whatever it is, I'm ready to accept anything about you. You're acting like this because you want to do it, aren't you? Hee, Siala giggled and kissed Kang-woo. Well then, I'll go finish making our meal. She turned around as she hummed. Oh right, Siala then turned back around as if she had remembered something. Yeonju, why yeah? Siala slowly approached Yeonju and embraced her. She brought her mouth close to Yeonju's ear and whispered, don't stick too close to him, okay? Yeonju's face turned pale. Siala giggled with her mouth covering her mouth and turned around again. Well then, please come to the dining room in about 30 minutes, Siala said as she hummed and headed to the door. Wait, Darl, I wonder what color I should make the chains, Siala mumbled. Slam, the door closed. Kang-woo's arm that was reaching out for the door was frozen. Kang-woo and Yeonju exchanged glances. Yeonju stammered. So how do I become an incarnation? She changed the subject. Kang-woo lowered his head as he grabbed his hair. Fuck, he was fucked. Chapter 465, what's this about? Hello, Earth to Mr. Oh Kang-woo, hey Kang-woo. Oh Kang-woo, Cha Yeonju smacked Kang-woo on the back of the head. Ack, Yeonju yelled in pain as her hand rebounded due to the deific essence barrier. For fuck's sake, what a stupidly broken power. She saw again how amazing deific essence was. She would be lying if she said that she was not interested in the deific essence that she would get after becoming an incarnation. Since I'm pretty much useless right now. She did not slack off on her training, but she knew that she would never reach Kim Si-hun or Balrog's level no matter how hard she worked. She was frustrated and angry, but the wall known as talent was so unsurpassable that she couldn't even approach it. I never thought the day would come that I had a problem like this, Yeonju chuckled. Among regular players, she was a prodigy who had awakened an S-rank trait in her first awakening. Just like how she was feeling the insurmountable gap between herself and Si-hun, other players also likely felt the same with her. I was merely a frog in the well. She was forced to realize how meager her talent had been when she looked at the truly powerful like Kang-woo and Si-hun, but I know that they didn't earn their strength just because of talent. Si-hun trained to absurd levels every single day, and Kang-woo had struggled to survive for 10 millennia. Saying that they became that strong only because they were talented was a mockery to them. But if I can acquire deific essence, if she was able to get even a few steps closer to them, she had a feeling that she would be freed at least a little from the powerlessness weighing her down. And Yeonju coughed as she sneaked a peek at Kang-woo, who had not yet managed to recover from the shock earlier, clenching his head. He couldn't look any more unreliable, but she did not find it all that bad. If I become his incarnation, will our souls be connected? Yeonju twisted around as she thought about Layla and then glared at Kang-woo. Fucking hell, he could have just given it to me straight instead of saying shit like becoming soulmates. She was boiling with fury just thinking about what had happened earlier. Well, regardless, her fury quelled soon after and was replaced with happiness. If I become his incarnation, I guess we'll be able to spend some more time together. Yeonju was getting hot as all sorts of thoughts popped up in her head. The corners of her mouth had no intention of coming down. Fuck, the smiling Yeonju stepped back in surprise. She covered her mouth and stared at Kang-woo wide-eyed. I must be fucking crazy. Why am I so happy about being able to spend more time with that sly, perverted virgin? You're better than that, Cha Yeonju. Did you forget what he did to you just now? Yeonju reprimanded her body for acting differently from how she was feeling. Foo, she took deep breaths to calm herself down. She hugged herself and crouched. What are you doing? Kang-woo asked. He seemed to have regained his senses after Yeonju cursed loudly. He was looking down at Yeonju perplexedly. Veins bulged from Yeonju's forehead. I should be asking you that question. Kang-woo remained silent. He couldn't say anything in retort since he had just been in panic mode as he clenched his hair. I'll think about darling later. He got chills from seeing Han Seala wondering what color she should make the chains, but nothing would be resolved no matter how much he tried to explain to her what actually happened. I'll have to wait until Darling's desire dies down a little. The crisis might escalate if he were to do anything before that. Heya, let's get back to the main topic. Kang-woo sighed and turned to Yeonju. How do I become your incarnation? Asked Yeonju as she pouted. I'll kill you if you say that shit about rituals or whatever. Ha ha ha, Kang-woo softly laughed, reminded of what happened earlier. Well, you don't have to do anything. Just accept my power without resistance. That's it. You might lose consciousness as your body turns into that of an incarnation, but you won't be out of commission for over a month like it had been for Iris. Iris had taken a long time to become an incarnation because the process had been when the Law of Titans was still active, but now that the restrictions on the gods were gone, it would take nowhere near that amount of time. But why did you choose me as your incarnation? There are tons of people without deific essence, Yeonju asked with narrow eyes. Kang-woo momentarily fell into thought about whether or not to tell her the truth. It's a bit harsh to tell her that it was because you'll never acquire deific essence on your own. To be honest, that was not the only reason. There were plenty of people who had no possibility of acquiring deific essence on their own, such as Echidna, Halcyon, Valzahak, and Lilith. However, Kang-woo had chosen Yeonju for one simple reason. Because I trust you, Kang-woo stated. What? I'm not making an incarnation simply to give them deific essence. Then what? You know that the Church of Splendor is slowly spreading throughout Earth, right? Yeah. I've heard about it. I'd like you to keep them under control. Yeonju may not look like it, but she was a born leader. If she wasn't, she would never have been able to create a massive guild like Red Rose no matter how high her awakening traits were. Wouldn't Lilith be a better fit for that kind of job? Yeonju asked. No, Lilith is extremely capable, but she's not a leader. A leader needed charismatic qualities that allowed others to be naturally drawn to them even without forcing loyalty on them. Loyalty became meaningless the moment it was pressured on someone. It's an innate quality. The charisma of a leader was similar to the heavenly martial body in martial arts. It could not be learned. Really? Hee. I guess I can't argue with that. Yeonju shrugged as she giggled, feeling good from Kang-woo's compliments. However, she frowned soon after. Wait, then do I have to say shit like Omen and preach like Iris does? If the situation calls for it. I don't wanna. Let's do the ritual then. You wanna die? I'm sorry. Heya. Why do I have to praise a scumbag like you? I won't force you to do it. Kang-woo needed an incarnation but had no intention of forcing anyone to do it. Yeonju bit her lip as she mumbled curses and then plopped down on a chair. Fine, I'll do it, Kang-woo smiled. I knew you would. Yeonju turned her head away in dissatisfaction. Kang-woo smiled and approached her. He slowly placed his hand on her head and recalled the incarnation chant that he had heard in Olympus. I command you in the name of my deific essence, he chanted in a low tone. Womb, blinding golden light poured out of Kang-woo. Draw out only divinity. Yeonju would turn into a demon the moment that demonic energy mixed with the divinity. I can't let her become a demon. The body of a demon caused one to endlessly desire. Kang-woo knew better than anyone how agonizing it was to keep that in check. Telling a demon to suppress their desire was the same as telling someone dying of thirst not to drink water or a starving person not to have the lavish feast laid out in front of them. Their mind would slowly deteriorate under endless thirst and hunger. Kang-woo would be placing an unfathomable amount of weight on Yeonju to bear if he were to make her a demon. One who accepts my power. The golden light gathered around Kang-woo's hand that was on Yeonju's head. Become my flesh, become my blood, and become my bones. Womb, NGH. The blinding light began to flow into Yeonju. Herg, Yeonju grunted as overwhelming power raged within her. She felt unfathomable fear. Her body was naturally rejecting the enormous power that entered her. No, Yeonju shook her head at her instinct to reject the power. She bit her lip and clenched her fists. Kang-woo had said to accept the power without resistance. Fucking hell, easier said than done. Yeonju cursed at Kang-woo, who had talked about it as if it was a piece of cake. Not rejecting the power flowing into her was like telling someone not to tense up during an injection with a giant needle. They knew that they shouldn't tense up, but the body did naturally. Kurg, the mana within Yeonju, was desperately rejecting the divinity flowing into her through Kang-woo. She could instinctively feel that it would be for naught if Kang-woo's divinity forced her mana to submit. Knowing that Kang-woo also did not try to force Yeonju's mana to submit. Hoo, Yeonju panted heavily. I have to trust Kang-woo. She needed to trust the man who had embedded himself deep within her heart before she had realized it. Yeonju chuckled. Her body began to accept Kang-woo's divinity without resistance as soon as she thought about trusting him. It's not so hard. She easily realized the reason why, but she shook her head to deny it as she snorted. There's no way I trusted that pervert from the very beginning. She had simply decided to trust him so that she could acquire deific essence. There was no other reason. Yup, that's it. Yeonju nodded with a leisurely expression. The entirety of the golden light flowed into Yeonju through Kang-woo's hand. Riting, you have been chosen as the incarnation of the god of splendor, drastically raising all stats, promoting all traits by 1 rank. You have acquired a portion of the deific essence of veracity. You can now use deific manifestation. Yeonju's eyes widened as she stared at the messages in front of her. Hey. What's this about? What? Kang-woo asked. Weren't you the god of splendor? It said that I acquired the deific essence of veracity. Kang-woo remained silent. Oh fuck. I forgot I was the god of veracity. Chapter 466. What am I the god of again? Silence fell as Cha Yeonju and Oh Kang-woo looked at each other awkwardly. Kang-woo bit his lip anxiously. Shit, it was not like he had thought that he had become light itself after preaching it all the time. He knew very well that he possessed the deific essence of a predator underneath the facade of splendor. But you hid it from me all this time. Although there had been question marks next to it, the system hid his true deific essence until now. It was likely thanks to the deific essence of lies that he possessed before veracity. So why were they snitching on him so blatantly this time? Did you say deific essence of veracity? Kang-woo asked. Oh yeah, foo. Kang-woo took a deep breath and clenched his fists as he thought about the system. I can communicate with them to some extent if I remember correctly. It was around when he had completed the road to becoming a demon god quest. I don't know how, but the system was able to read the minds of individuals and possessed an ego that was closer to artificial intelligence than that of a person. In that case, he had a feeling that his sincere feelings would reach them. System. What's with you all of a sudden? Was the bond between us that shallow? You're the law of Titans, right? There's gonna be issues if you keep doing stuff like this. I told you before, didn't I? I'm gonna come after you once I deal with Baal. Screw the law of Titans. The Gaia system is gone anyway, so how about I destroy you too? How about I just fucking destroy everything? Riting. It is strictly prohibited for a being with no privileges to meddle with the law. I'm not asking for much, am I? You're just editing one word. This is good for both of us, don't you agree? It is strictly prohibited. You want to protect the world too, don't you? Isn't that why you put restrictions on the gods and blocked otherworldly invasions until now? For a being with no privileges too? Fucking fine. Let's just speedrun straight to the bad ending then. I'm just gonna keep running away from Baal, okay? I'm sure he'll devour every world in his path to chase after me. Do you think he's gonna leave the Titans alone? I guess we can just all die together miserably ever after. I'm out here busting my ass trying to save the world, but the system that's supposed to be managing the world is not only being unhelpful but getting in my way. The privileges of the auxiliary control system, Eve, have greatly reduced due to the law's privileges being transferred to Baal. More excuses? Is that all you have to say for yourself? Do you even love me? Why am I being treated like a lover caught in an affair? Forget it, it's over between us. An awkward silence fell moments later, Riting. A system error has been detected. You have acquired a portion of the deific essence of fucking splendor. Yeonju stared at the blue message window with her mouth agape again. What's wrong? Kang-woo asked. The contents changed. A system error. I've never seen something like this, but what's with the fucking in brackets? Oh, I've experienced that a few times too. You too? Yeah. There have been many instances of errors popping up on message windows lately. I think it's because of the Gaia system's collapse. Yeonju tilted her head, confused by Kang-woo's words. Didn't you say before that the messages players get have nothing to do with the Gaia system? You said it had to do with, what was it, Earth's protection, that thing? Yeah, the Gaia system refers to the barrier that protects Earth from otherworldly invasions, and the message windows that players get are produced by a superior system known as the Law of Titans. But you can't say that they're completely unrelated to each other. You know who the privileges of the Law of Titans have been transferred to, don't you? Baal. Exactly, there's no way he just left the system be. Yeonju nodded reluctantly. She more or less understood what Kang-woo was talking about, but she couldn't help but feel that things did not add up. No matter how much I think about it, it sounds way too forced. She was able to tell from how flustered Kang-woo had been when she mentioned the deific essence of veracity. Getting such a reaction out of that snake means I've hit the bullseye. Kang-woo would have expertly talked his way out of the situation if it was trivial, but Yeonju couldn't help but be doubtful since he had been so flustered. No, even if she left all that aside, it made no sense to push it off as a system error. Yeonju crossed her arms and glared at Kang-woo. I knew it was strange. What was? HMPH, what else? That you're the god of splendor. Yeonju continued triumphantly. I at least believe that I know you better than Kim Si-hun. All your talk about being the light and salvation is an act, isn't it? A lioness never let go of their prey once she had them in her clutches. To be honest, you're more fitting as the villain than the savior of the world, wouldn't you say? Yeonju asked. Yeonju smiled as she looked at Kang-woo, who couldn't make any excuses. She could feel that she had the upper hand. She shrugged and nodded. Well, I understand. I'm sure you were hesitant to say that you became the god of veracity to Gaia and the other gods. Just the name makes you sound like an evil god. Yeonju patted Kang-woo's shoulder as if she understood and continued, HMPH, but I don't think of you as an evil god. You're sly, a pervert, and a goddamn scumbag, but you're working harder than anyone to protect the world, aren't you? So, you can be honest with me, okay? We're soulmates, aren't we? Soulmates shouldn't be hiding anything from each other. Yeonju continued to press Kang-woo's weakness with a wide smile. She couldn't help but shrug from the satisfaction of exacting revenge. Yeonju, Kang-woo said to the brightly smiling Yeonju, what are you talking about? I'm the god of splendor. HMPH, Yeonju snorted as if telling Kang-woo not to lie. Are you trying to talk your way out of this? I already know that you're not the god of splendor from your reaction. She shook her head as she clicked her tongue. She then recited a line that could be straight out of a manga. Who cares if your deific essence is splendor or veracity? What matters is that you're Kang-woo, right? Anyway, I don't care what god you are, so just be honest with me. That's different from me getting hold of your weakness, though, Yeonju smirked. There was no way that she would let go of Kang-woo's weakness that she had barely managed to obtain. She didn't give a damn about what god Kang-woo was, but Gaia surely would. He, she couldn't help but giggle as she thought about all sorts of things that she would order Kang-woo to do. First, I'll take revenge for earlier. Yeonju's eyes set ablaze. She was planning on exacting divine punishment on the man who had toyed with her feelings. No, it doesn't matter whether you care or not. Kang-woo slowly raised his head and continued with a serious expression. Trust me, Yeonju. I'm not the god of veracity, but the god of splendor. Why are you trying so hard to hide? Kang-woo took out his smartphone before the irritated Yeonju could finish her sentence and clicked on something. I'll never forget about what you're going to do to me today. A familiar voice came out of the smartphone. Yeonju's eyes widened in shock as she trembled. Why, you bastard, don't tell me. Heh. Yeonju, Kang-woo sighed deeply and continued. Why don't you believe me? You idiot, why would you, so forcefully? Why don't you understand how I feel? You didn't have to do this. As long as you properly confessed, I would have. We became soulmates who trust and rely on each other. Kang-woo clenched his fists in sorrow and shouted, so why won't you believe me? I offer him my body to the great god of Splendor. A desperate scream flowed out from the smartphone. Yeonju trembled in pallor. She thought about immediately snatching the smartphone away and crushing it, but she knew how unrealistic it was considering who was holding it. Why, you goddamn fucking bastard. Yeonju, Kang-woo raised his smartphone volume to the max and grabbed Yeonju's shoulder. Tell me. Oh, Oppa, what am I, the god of again? A deathly silence fell in the room. Yeonju collapsed on the spot. Wow, tears flowed down her cheeks as she wept pitifully. She said with all her might, the god of splendor. Kang-woo wiped his own tears away and nodded. Thank you. Thank you so much for believing in me. The truth always won. Blinding golden light poured out of Kang-woo. A boy sitting on top of a red hill made of dry sand suddenly looked up into the sky. Hess, the boy laughed. Is something wrong? Asked a muscly-bound giant who was kneeling next to the boy. He was Merex, a demon subordinate of Baal in the third heaven. Baal crouched as he gripped his stomach without answering Merex. Ha 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 ha, a crazed laughter echoed throughout the arid hill. I can't believe he meddled with the law without any privileges. The boy's eyes were fierce despite his bright smile. He clacked his teeth and licked his lips. Really? The Demon King always exceeded his expectations and looked down on him from above as if mocking him. Grit, it's not you, the boy's eyes filled with madness. He continued, you're not the master of the demonic sea. I am, the boy burst into laughter as he panted heavily. Well, whatever. Viscous demonic energy flowed out of the boy as he looked up into the sky. He opened and closed his hand repeatedly as if grabbing something invisible and smiled. Hee, the boy said innocently, it's about time, they arrived. The boy hummed in anticipation. I wonder what otherworldly beings taste like. He licked his lips and thought about the Demon King. You're curious too, aren't you? The boy laughed as he shrugged. Spark. A small rift appeared in the sky that the boy was looking up at. Chapter 467, Attack. He dreamed of a burning sky and a distorted land. The soaring hill was filled with corpses. No, the hill itself was made of corpses. The hill of death felt familiar for some reason. It was Seoul, the city he had lived in all his life. It was reduced to ruins, but a little of its form remained. Someone was on top of the mountain made of corpses in the ruined city. Who are you? A nightmarish being. A despair-inducing being was smiling brightly as they were munching on the corpses. Crackle, his vision distorted as his consciousness sank. No, it was resurfacing. Gasp, Kim Tae-hyun fell from his bed. Huff huff, he panted heavily on the ground. His eyes felt like they were burning. Tae-hyun touched the area around his eyes. Only then did he realize that blood was flowing from his eyes. What the hell? Tae-hyun touched his face drenched with tears of blood. The fact that blood was pouring out of one's eyes was enough to make anyone stricken with fear. He wiped the blood away with his shaking hands. Tae-hyun remained silent as he looked down at his hands smeared with blood and uneasily gripped the eye of Nostrian around his neck. Is it a side effect from using its power? He didn't know. He had never experienced something like this even after using foresight many times until now. Did something go wrong during the duel? Since the duel had been closer to a death match, it was not strange for there to be lingering side effects. Tae-hyun had been bedridden for the past few days after his duel with Kim Si-hun. Tae-hyun took some tissues from his desk and wiped the area around his eyes. He threw the tissues drenched with blood into the trash can. What could that have been? He wondered if the vision in his dream would be what the end of the world would look like. The burning sky and the distorted land were engraved in his mind. It has to be a dream. Right? Tae-hyun shook his head to get the horrifying scene out of his head, but he couldn't shake off the uneasiness that had made itself home in his mind. No, it might have been because Tae-hyun knew deep down that the scene of the end of the world wasn't a dream. Tae-hyun remained silent as he bit his lip and stood up. I have to let Hyung know. He needed to tell Kang-woo about the horrifying future he saw. Tae-hyun went out the door. You saw the end? Kang-woo asked. Yes, Tae-hyun nodded with a serious expression. Kang-woo narrowed his eyes. The end, huh? He would have told them to cut the bullshit if it had been anyone else, but it was a different story if it came from Tae-hyun, who could see the future. Could it be Bale? That was naturally the first individual Kang-woo thought of. It was not hard to imagine how the entire world would become Bale's meal if Kang-woo were to lose. Kang-woo smirked. How interesting. Kang-woo already knew that he was severely outmatched. He was unfazed by someone prophesizing the end of the world. However the future turns out, it doesn't change what I have to do. Kang-woo licked his lips with his long tongue. A powerful hunger that he had not felt since he brought the deific essence of veracity under control strangled his stomach. He swept up his hair and asked, and you said the demolished city was Seoul, right? Yes, I'm sure of it. If that was the case, it meant there was a high chance that his final battle against Bale would be in Seoul. Not good. Seoul was one of the most populated cities in the world both before and after the Day of Calamity. Whether Kang-woo won or lost the battle, the damage would be far too great. I at least need to move the battlefield elsewhere. He did not know when the battle would take place, but he needed to make as much change as possible before then. If I can't change the location, then I should make several underground bunkers throughout Seoul. If the future Tae-hyun saw was about Kang-woo's battle against Bale, there was a high chance that the battle would take place in Seoul no matter what Kang-woo did. If that was the case, he needed to prepare so that there would be as little casualties as possible. Kang-woo Hyung. Could the future I saw be related to the abnormal gate phenomena? Kang-woo thought about Bale, but Tae-hyun was thinking about the otherworldly invasions that were already taking place through the gates. It was only natural since Tae-hyun had not seen Bale. Kang-woo shook his head and answered, no, I'm sure it's related to. He stopped himself and frowned aggressively. Wait. Kang-woo was thinking that it couldn't be anyone else but Bale. He had ruled out all other dangerous possibilities, including the otherworldly invasions, and focused only on Bale. No, Kang-woo rejected his thoughts. No matter what the situation was, it was foolish to think about only one possibility among the countless. Bale might have nothing to do with the future Tae-hyun saw. The otherworldly invasions were gradually getting worse and worse. The chance of it was low, but it couldn't be ruled out. I should make my move quickly. Tae-hyun could only see 5 to 10 seconds into the future. Even if he saw a far-off future due to the amplification of his power, Kang-woo doubted that it would be as far as several years away. We need to gather the Guardians beep. A loud alarm rang from Kang-woo and Tae-hyun's chests. Kang-woo took out the white token engraved with a golden shield from his pocket. It was the magic tool provided by the executives of Guardians that could open a gate leading to the Hall of Protection. Emergency! Layla's panicked voice echoed from the magic tool, requesting all Guardians members to gather in Seoul. The hell, since when did it have a feature like this? Kang-woo had been a Guardians member for years, but it was the first time it was being used for an emergency gathering. In other words, the situation was so urgent that it needed to be used. Kang-woo thought about the future Tae-hyun talked about and his expression stiffened. We're being attacked. An enormous number of monsters are attacking Seoul. The communication cut off. Kang-woo and Taehyun stared at each other with stiff expressions. Hyung, this is, let's move. Kang-woo quickly turned around. Fortunately, they did not have to go far since the player hospital that Taehyun was staying in was in Seoul. Hyung, stay still. Kang-woo lifted Taehyun with the authority of the sky and flew out from the window. Ara ara, Taehyun screamed. Kang-woo ignored the screams and flew across the sky at supersonic speed. What the hell is that? He saw a massive red rift several kilometers wide above Seoul. It was as if the sky was burning red. Shit. Kang-woo clenched his fists. They're done playing around, is it? There had been countless signs ever since the abnormal gate phenomena first began. No, something like this was inevitable from the moment the Gaia system collapsed. Otherworldly invasions were the fate of a world with no protection. All right. Kang-woo bared his teeth as he frowned aggressively. He swept up his hair and smiled. They dare covet this world. It was the world where he and the people precious to him lived, as well as the home of kimchi stew. Not a chance, you sons of bitches, this is my world. The Demon King bared his teeth at the red sky, whoosh. Smoke covered the sky as intense heat filled the streets. Kaya, save me, screams rang throughout the burning city. Karakara, monsters that looked like giant cockroaches were hunting the running humans. The 3-meter-long roaches were scurrying across the streets at incredible speeds. One of the insects grabbed a middle-aged man and opened its mouth. Crunch, it ate the man alive without hesitation. The woman who had been running with the man collapsed on the spot and looked up at the monster in despair. Oh light. She recited the prayer of the Church of Splendor that she heard about recently, despite knowing that it wouldn't change anything. Oh Lee, the roach that ate the man alive turned to her before she could finish her prayer. Slash. Just then, a golden light fell like lightning and split the roach in half. Fucking hell, that's disgusting. Viscous green fluids were flowing out of the roach's split halves. Let's see. The man enveloped in golden light lifted one of the halves and opened his mouth widely. Crunch. The predatory insect was being eaten instead. Tui, yo, that tastes like shit. The man who took a big bite out of the insect's corpse frowned and spit on the ground. There are so goddamn many of them. The man covered in golden light sighed and turned around. Countless insects were falling from the rift above Seoul. The man slowly raised his hand. Snap. Let's kill about half of them. Golden flames engulfed the swarm of insects like a tsunami. Chapter 468, Attack Part 2, Scree. Grrrrrrrrrrk. Golden flames engulfed the insects, filling the sky like the sun had descended. The swarm of insects that could be mistaken for clouds screeched as they burned and turned to ash, resembling black snow as it fell. Kurg, grunted one of the monsters that barely survived the flames. Unlike the other insects, this one, who had been commanding the insects from the sky, had the appearance of a human. However, it was easy to identify him as an otherworldly being due to his bulging vessels and a green mucus stem protruding from the back of his head to his waist. Half of the cockroaches were eradicated in just one blow. The otherworldly monster widened his fully black eyes in disbelief. It was not just the cockroaches. The evolved lifeform Medusa, as well as the nest that endlessly birthed parasites, had severely reduced in number due to the flames. The attack was overwhelming to the point that the monster wondered if their king would be capable of such an attack. I must let him know. The death of the Medusas was of no consequence, but the destruction of the nests would negatively influence their plan. The nests were the key to their plan to invade the area with an infinite number of parasites. The king said that he would not participate in the invasion, but that was no longer an option, considering how overwhelming that attack had been. The otherworldly monster sprouted transparent wings and flew into the red rift in the sky. Inside the rift was a land corroded by countless nests. It looked as if the land itself was covered in giant blood vessels. The parasites had completely invaded this world. Previously known as Huan, the otherworldly monster arrived at the largest nest among the countless in Bode. My king, the monster said. A handsome middle-aged man was sitting on a giant throne with his eyes closed. The king couldn't be distinguished from a human in appearance, but the otherworldly monster knew exactly who was inside the human body. Raging temperance. The voice echoed directly into the head instead of being transmitted through sound waves. The middle-aged man slowly opened his chilling, fully black eyes and gazed at the otherworldly monster. I have something to report. The otherworldly monster known as Raging Temperance quickly reported what had happened on Earth. The eyes of the middle-aged man, who had been listening in silence, gradually began to shine. Half of the cockroaches were killed in one blow. And not just the cockroaches. The number of nests added to the vanguard was greatly reduced as well. Oh, the middle-aged man leaned on one side of the throne, highly intrigued. He slowly raised his arm and looked down at himself. To be more exact, he thought about the former owner of this body. He was disappointing, the man said as he clicked his tongue. The man had been highly anticipating the battle against the strongest martial artist in Huan, but was utterly disappointed after getting to fight him. The parasite king sighed deeply. He had not managed to find anyone who could break his boredom. He had been bored for a very long time. Being the strongest for what seemed like forever was no different from suffering a long and gruesome death. Parasites endlessly desired to evolve, and the parasite king arrived at the triad to search for someone who could give him some sort of thrill. Then is he the one known as Baal? To be more exact, he had come in search of Baal. I do not know, Raging Temperance shook his head, but I do not believe it is Baal because I heard that he is a demon. There was no way that a demon would use golden energy. The parasite king shook his head in disappointment and slowly rose from his throne. Well, I might as well warm up before I face Baal. The parasite king headed to the red rift with a smile. Fu, Kang-woo exhaled. The ashes made from burning the insects filling the skies of Seoul were falling like snow. Not bad. Kang-woo lightly warmed up with a smile. He could now use Wideria attacks like this after his mastery over the flames of veracity rose. Though it consumes an ungodly amount of divinity, he needed to mix divinity with his demonic energy to use the flames of veracity effectively. He could use as much demonic energy as he liked, but it took quite a lot of time to replenish divinity. That's enough for now. Kang-woo did not want to risk running out of divinity before fighting the boss because he was spamming AoE attacks. Making the insects that were attacking civilians retreat was good enough. Crack, crunch. Hyung Nim, Kang-woo Hyung. As for the rest of the insects that survived the flames, Kim Si-hun and Kim Ti-hyun were running toward Kang-woo as they killed the insects. The monsters that were like natural disasters to regular people were nothing more than slightly larger cockroaches to the two of them. Several insects were wiped out with each of their sword swings. Nice, Kang-woo smiled. Saving his own divinity stores was exactly why he had raised Si-hun. Thank God I made him awaken deific essence before this happened. Kang-woo couldn't help but smile, seeing the asset that he had steadily raised pay off. What in the world are these monsters? Si-hun looked around with a stiff expression. Their numbers had considerably reduced thanks to Kang-woo's attack, but there were still countless monsters flying around Seoul. Si-hun looked up at the rift in the sky and asked, "Has the otherworldly invasion finally begun? I think it's safe to assume so." Kang-woo nodded with a frown. He slowly raised his arm, spreading golden energy throughout the area. "I have no idea which world they came from, but there's only one thing we need to do." Crunch, crunch. Kang-woo absorbed the insect corpses with the authority of predation and narrowed his eyes. He couldn't see the memories of those whom he devoured with the authority of predation, but he could at least find out their habits, characteristics, and weaknesses. Parasites. Kang-woo was able to find out from the information flowing into his head that these otherworldly lifeforms were known as parasites. I guess that explains their insect-like appearance. They followed the commands of a superior just like bees and ants. The difference is, Kang-woo narrowed his eyes. He flew into the sky as he checked the information that he gained from the authority of predation. That must be the nest. He could see a giant red cocoon-like mass on top of a high-rise building. It was getting larger as it corroded the building with the giant stems that protruded from it. The red mass split open and hundreds of parasites poured out from it. Kang-woo brought the Guardian's token to his mouth. "Layla." "Ah, yes." Kang-woo, Layla answered through the token. Kang-woo could also hear the screeches of monsters. Layla seemed to be fighting against the parasites as well somewhere else in Seoul. "Please let the members tasked to evacuate the citizens to destroy the red cocoons on top of high-rise buildings. But what about the civilians? I have a plan." Layla remained silent for a moment. "Okay, I trust you, Kang-woo." She made a quick decision as always. She ordered the Guardian's members to destroy the cocoons as soon as she ended the call with Kang-woo. "Now then," Kang-woo put the token back in his pocket and closed his eyes. "Yeonju, Kurg. Where the hell are you? And what the hell are these crazy-ass insects?" Cha Yeonju's voice echoed within his head. Kang-woo did not have the time to explain to her what was happening. "I'm going to send you a portion of my deific essence, so kill as many parasites attacking civilians as possible. Iris is near you as well, right?" "Why yeah." Yeonju was working with the expeditionary troops from Erner in Seoul after becoming Kang-woo's incarnation. It was to build friendly relations with the people of Erner, who had spread the Church of Splendor throughout Earth, now that she had become the god of Splendor's incarnation. "Evacuate the citizens with the help of Erner's troops." "Then what are you going to?" Yeonju was about to say something worriedly but stopped herself because she knew how pointless it was to worry about him in this situation. "Got it. I'll get right on it." Kang-woo nodded after getting Yeonju's answer and turned to Si-hun and Ti-hyun. "There should be evolved lifeforms commanding the parasites near the nests. I'll be counting on you guys to kill them." "What about why?" Si-hun. Kang-woo cut Si-hun off and said in a low tone, "I'm counting on you." Si-hun closed his eyes and bit his lip. He created a formless blue sword, narrowed his eyes, and nodded. He responded energetically, understood Hyung Nim. Kang-woo smiled. Kang-woo Hyung, T. Hyun called anxiously. Blood mixed with sweat was pouring down his cheeks from his eyes. The burning sky and the distorted earth, things were playing out exactly as the future he saw. All that was left was the hill made of corpses. Don't worry, Kang-woo placed his hand on T. Hyun's shoulder and smiled faintly. I won't let that future come to be. Kang-woo turned away from T. Hyun, who was blankly staring at him in silence. Now then, Kang-woo looked up at the red rift burning the sky. Let's go. He did not intend to wait to be attacked like an idiot. If Earth is being attacked because it's linked to the outer world, I don't see a reason why we can't attack them. But man, I don't want to eat goddamn bugs. Well, I guess I have no choice. They're a great source of protein. Taste was not important, nutrition was all that mattered. Boom, Kang-woo stomped on the ground and flew up into the air without hesitation. Chapter 469, Parasite King. Part 1. Kang-woo flew up toward the horrifying red rift that tens of thousands of parasites were pouring out of. Kerg, KRRRK, KRRRK. KRRRK. Once Kang-woo came near the rift, the parasites falling towards Seoul sprouted their wings and flew at him. Kang-woo clicked his tongue as he stared at the swarm of parasites so large that they could be mistaken for a cloud. There are still so many of them even after I wiped half of them out. The problem was that they would endlessly pour out of the rift no matter how many were killed. Kraya, shut the hell up, damn it. Kang-woo did not falter even after being surrounded by the swarm of parasites. He slowly unsheathed Ingrium from his waist. Krrrrrrrrrrrrrk. The swarm of parasites charged at Kang-woo, who enveloped Ingrium with the flames of veracity. Krrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr work, young dragon." A red, muscle-bound demon smiled on the back of a black demonic dragon. "Balrog," Kang-woo called, "were you planning on going by yourself again?" Balrog raised his head and flexed his muscles. Hup, he spread his massive bat wings, flew into the air instantly and punched one of the parasites. Bash. Scree, green fluid splattered all over the place as the cockroach's head exploded. "My, how filthy. Could you please take care not to make it splatter this way?" said Lilith, sitting with one leg over the other and wiping off the green fluid staining her clothes. Kang-woo and Master K. Kang-woo W were here to help. Hanseala and Halcyon were also on Echidna's back. "You guys." Kang-woo sighed as he watched them flying toward him. "What about the nests? The Guardians members are taking care of them. There's no need to worry since your attack already wiped out a considerable number of them. Then you should help Si-hun and Ti-hyun kill the Evolved. Si-hun is wiping them out before we even have a chance to do anything." Lilith smiled faintly and bowed modestly. "We will follow you, my king." "Kang-woo, why you were planning on going by yourself again, weren't you?" Siala as she sprouted her white wings. Kang-woo could faintly hear her mumbling that she would need the chains as she had thought. "Whom you get on my back too, Kang-woo?" Echidna's shout was transmitted directly into Kang-woo's head. "NGH," Kang-woo groaned and then smirked. He let Balrog take care of the parasites flying at them as he got on Echidna's back. "I guess I have no choice since they're already here." It was for the better. However many parasites they killed down there, more parasites would take their place until the rift was taken care of. It was better to add more people to dispose of the source of the parasites. Besides, I don't need to put on an act in front of this lineup. Lilith, Balrog, Halcyon, Echidna, and Siala knew Kang-woo's true self under the persona of the God of Splendor. He would not be forced to do anything unnecessary from bringing them with him. "That's enough of that, Balrog. Come here, Crush." "Yes, my king." Balrog, who was covered in green goo, flew toward them as he smiled. The goo splattered like rain every time he flapped his wings. "Balrog, you're dirty. Don't get on my back." "Why, young dragon? I'll get angry if you do." Echidna glared at Balrog fiercely. Balrog's shoulders drooped as if he were shocked. "Man, I guess you're gonna have to fly on your own, Balrog." Kang-woo snickered as he stared at the dejected Balrog. He felt like his shoulders were lighter than when he was about to enter the Red Rift by himself. He could barely feel his burning hunger or suffocating thirst. "Ho ho." Lilith approached Kang-woo and giggled elegantly with her hand covering her mouth. "What do you think, Master Kang-woo?" She placed her hand on Kang-woo's shoulder and continued. "It's lighter than shouldering everything on your own, isn't it?" Kang-woo remained silent. He looked up at the Red Rift with a faint smile. "Let's go." Whoosh, Echidna flapped her giant wings and flew toward the Red Rift. A strange sensation spread throughout Kang-woo as they passed through the Red Rift. "This is..." Kang-woo narrowed his eyes. It was a faint memory, but he remembered feeling something like this once before. But when? Kang-woo combed through his memories and came across one hidden deep within the thick fog. Oh, he recalled the colossal tree that linked the Triad when he followed Gaia into the divine realm. Huan. The branch of the world tree linked to Huan had been engulfed by darkness for some reason. "I see what happened." Kang-woo frowned as he feigned laughter. He had a feeling that the darkness was related to the parasites that attacked Earth. "In that case, this red rift is linked to Huan." Kang-woo groaned. The world beyond the red rift came into view before he could think more. Ha, this is horrible, Kaira, Lilith's chuckle and Siala's scream echoed. Kang-woo looked around with narrow eyes. The land contaminated by the countless nests looked horrifying as if it was covered in blood vessels. Is this a hatchery, or what? Kang-woo grimaced aggressively as he stared at the world taken over by parasites. Aya, ahihi ihai, faint voices could be heard. Kang-woo turned to the source of the voices. Krrrrrk, krrk. At the end of the red stems protruding from the nests covering the land were humans wearing clothes that one would see in Chinese martial arts films. Arg oa eh. The red stems were attached to the back of their heads. They were laughing soullessly as if they had lost their minds. Kang-woo slowly turned around. So many humans had become nutrients for the nests that it was pointless to count. There was nothing but despair left in this world. So this is what awaits worlds that fall to outer worlds. All the history, culture, lives, and land that the world had built were trampled on and were reduced to nutrients for the predators. Echidna, fly a little higher. Okay, Echidna flapped her wings and flew higher. Krrrr, countless parasites flew toward them to kill the invaders. Their numbers back in Seoul paled in comparison to how many there were here, and they were all baring their sharp teeth at Kang-woo and the group. Fu, Kang-woo closed his eyes, ignoring the swarm that could be mistaken for the ground itself. He placed his hand on his heart and felt the infinite demonic energy flowing into him through the demonic sea. He drew out an ember from the sea of demonic energy that could engulf the entire world whole. Whoosh, gold and black flames enveloped Kang-woo. He unsheathed Ingrium, which the flames of veracity traveled up to envelop from his waist. He then opened his eyes. Arg, he could hear a voice. A child no more than 10 years old was attached to the red stem. No, not just the one child, the elderly, children, women, men, and everyone in this world had been parasitized. Kang-woo did not care about their despair. He did not think about their pain. It was none of his business whether the people of this world had wept or struggled in agony during their demise. He couldn't care less if hundreds of thousands of people he didn't even know the names of died. He did not feel the least bit of sympathy. That was the kind of person he was, as well as how he needed to live so that he could survive. My king, however, only for a tiny moment. Peoples Rue, his vision blurred and distorted. A clear memory fragment appeared from within the hazy fog of memories. The appearance of Earth overlapped with the world that had already met its end. For fuck's sake, Kang-woo cursed. He was extremely displeased for some reason once he looked at the people taken over by parasites. Irritation swept over him. What an unpleasant bunch of insects. Kang-woo slowly raised his sword. His displeasure was reason enough for him to wipe out the parasite race. Whoosh, the flames of veracity burned brightly. Haya, Kang-woo exhaled deeply. Unlike in Seoul, he did not need to hold back his strength. He could let loose his irritation and displeasure as much as he liked in this world. Kang-woo smiled and swung down his sword vertically as if splitting the earth. Twilight, flames poured like a tsunami from the line made with his sword that linked heaven and earth. Scree! An enormous number of parasites were engulfed by the flames. The flames of veracity filled the sky, burning it orange like a sunset. Its power was of another level compared to the flames made with the authority of Mammon, the Prince of Greed. The flames that burned as if they would devour the entire world poured down on the parasite nests all over the ground. The flames were so powerful that they could drive an entire race to extinction. Genocide flame, sheesh, that's cool as fuck. He felt like he would cream his pants just hearing the name. I'm gonna call it Genocide Flame instead of Twilight from now on. Kang-woo nodded as he stared at the flames pouring down on the ground. Boom! Just then the earth shook. The cool as fuck Genocide Flame that was about to reach the ground and burn the nest was split in half. A man wearing a blue martial arts robe flew into the sky from between the split halves. Who the hell is that? Kang-woo frowned. Chapter 470, Parasite King, Part 2. Why is a human? As Kang-woo was about to ask why a human was here, he stopped talking once he saw the middle-aged man walking closer. Tisk, of course. He wondered why a human was among the swarm of parasites, but he could tell the man was not human from a closer look. The man's eyes were fully black and blood vessels were bulging around them. He even possessed a form of energy which Kang-woo, who possessed sacred power, mana, and demonic energy, had never seen before. The man was not human in any aspect. Although he looked very similar to being human, Kang-woo could tell the being within the man's body was a monster from an outer world. He must have taken over the body. The middle-aged man's clothes were similar to the other humans around Huen, whom parasites also took over. These insects are as unpleasant as I thought. Kang-woo felt extreme displeasure as he stared at the unknown middle-aged man with his body taken over by a monster. It was because Kang-woo also had several beings lying in wait to take over his body. Fu, he took a deep breath. The demonic energy drained from using Twilight was filled back up through the demonic sea. Kang-woo gripped Ingrium and lowered his stance. Split. Translucent wings sprouted from the middle-aged man's back boom. A sonic boom rang as the man flew toward Kang-woo, causing a wave of compressed air to rage like a storm. The man charged at Kang-woo along with a thunderous sound. He stretched his arm out to the side, creating a formless sword like Kim Si-hun usually did. Clang! Ingrium and the formless sword clashed. Kang-woo and the middle-aged man were both blown backward from the powerful recoil. Oh, the man looked down at his numb hand and then stared at Kang-woo with great interest, his eyes shining. "A mere insect knows how to use a sword," said Kang-woo as he smiled and lightly shook his hand that had been holding Ingrium. His eyes filled with a powerful sense of hunger as he stared at the middle-aged man. "Not bad." Kang-woo smiled and licked his lips. They only clashed swords once, but Kang-woo could tell that the parasite was powerful from the fact that he was blown back. But that's all there is to it. He did not know how much more power the insect was hiding, but the battle would be nothing but leisurely entertainment for him. "You have more to give, don't you?" Kang-woo smiled widely and stared at the parasite king in anticipation. He recalled his battle against Tai Wuji and the feeling that he could only feel against those with phenomenal power. He recalled the spark that he could only experience from devouring such prey, which was even more satisfying than the passionate hunger and thirst. "This isn't all you've got, is it?" Kang-woo gripped his sword stronger as he relished in the thrill he had not felt in a long time. To think there was one this powerful in the triad, the parasite king expressed astonishment. Wonderful. The king shivered in excitement at the fact that he would be able to replace the immense disappointment that he had felt when facing the strongest being in Huan with ecstasy all at once. "It's been a while since I've felt this way." The parasite king's heart beat faster. He had traveled across countless worlds to conquer and destroy them for a time so long that he could not even remember when he had begun, all for the sake of finding someone who would allow him to evolve. He desired to be freed from the endless boredom that he had been weighed down by ever since he became king. "No, it is too soon to be sure." The parasite king quelled his growing anticipation and shook his head. He had yet to bring out even a quarter of his full power. It was far too soon to be elated that he had found his match just because his opponent managed to block one of his attacks. His immense ecstasy immediately turned into disappointment back when he faced the most powerful being in Huan. "I beg of you, entertain me," the parasite king said desperately. "Ha, the insect even knows how to talk," Kang-woo chuckled. The two predators stared at each other in silence. Boom! Kang-woo and the parasite king leaped at each other simultaneously after a short period of silence. Immense powers clashed against one another, the ground tearing apart from the shockwave. Bang, slam, crash, the two kings moved so impossibly fast that they couldn't be seen with the naked eye. "Hea-ira," the parasite king roared. The hideous blood vessels around his eyes spread throughout his entire body. The memories of the body that he had taken over, especially the power known as martial arts and the way to use weapons, flowed into him, and he moved his sword based on that. Boom, boom, explosive sounds similar to dozens of cannons firing rang each time the swords clashed and shook the earth. "Ha ha ha ha." The parasite king laughed in ecstasy, feeling the numbness in his hands and staring at the human who was blocking all of his attacks without getting overpowered. "You're much better than I'd expected." The parasite king had expected it from the moment of their clash, but the man in front of him was far stronger than the self-proclaimed strongest being of Huan. The human was easily blocking the parasite king's attacks, which could easily split a giant mountain and was even counterattacking. His anxiety of his ecstasy turning into disappointment melted away. Kang-woo blocked the attacks in silence. Unlike the ecstatic parasite king, he was slightly frowning as if he was dissatisfied. Bash! Kang-woo deflected the parasite king's sword aimed at his head and kicked him in the stomach with his right foot. The parasite king was blown backward, but managed to stop after tumbling on the ground for several hundred meters. "Hey," Kang-woo said to the parasite king on the ground. He asked in disappointment, "You didn't spout that badass line about entertaining you for this childish nonsense, did you?" Kang-woo had slight anticipation for the parasite king, who managed to push him back, but he couldn't help but gradually grow disappointed as the battle went on. "Are you seriously using those shitty martial arts techniques you learned from who knows where against me?" Kang-woo had trained with Si-hun countless times and even battled Tai Wuji, whose martial arts skills were unmatched. There was no way that martial arts one was performing through memory would work on him. The parasite king's attacks aiming for Kang-woo's vitals couldn't be poorer, and his swings were awfully simple to read. It was like someone wearing clothes that didn't fit them at all. "If you're an insect, then fight like one, damn it," Kang-woo glared at the parasite king. The parasite king stood up. "My apologies." He bowed courteously and flew up into the air again, letting go of the green formless sword which dispersed into thin air. "I will treat you with respect," said the parasite king in a low tone. Performing untrained martial arts against a worthy opponent, whom he found after an excruciatingly long time, was highly disrespectful. Mere martial arts did not suit the parasite king. Crunch, crunch. Sounds of bone breaking and distorting could be heard. The parasite king was slowly turning from being close to human to a hideous monster. An exoskeleton covered his skin and another pair of eyes formed. No, the 4 eyes then became 8, 16, then 32. Every eye covering the parasite king's face stared at Kang-woo. "Before we begin," remarked the parasite king as he flapped his translucent wings, "why don't we talk for a little?" "Talk," Kang-woo chuckled. He smiled fiercely and shook his head. "Screw that. Talking was pointless after the battle they just had. John Wick would have killed at least 5 people during the time we just spent talking." "Please wait, my king," Lilith interrupted. She approached Kang-woo and whispered calmly, "Why don't you at least pry as much information out of him as you can before resuming the battle?" Kang-woo remained silent as his expression full of excitement relaxed. "Prying as much information as I can, huh?" Kang-woo realized why Lilith had suggested such a thing after calming down a little. She's right, this is the first time Earth has been invaded by an outer world and it can happen again at any time. Kang-woo narrowed his eyes. The otherworldly invasions had only just begun. As long as Earth's protection was gone, not even Kang-woo could predict how many more invaders like the parasites would come to invade Earth. As Lilith said, they needed as much information about outer worlds as possible. "I got too excited." Kang-woo admitted his blunder and turned to the parasite king. "All right, let's talk. Let us exchange introductions first." "Battling against a worthy opponent without even knowing their name lacks elegance," said the parasite king calmly. "Elegance, huh?" Kang-woo more or less had an idea of why the parasite king offered to talk all of a sudden in the middle of a battle. He's quite intelligent for an insect. Unlike the cockroaches, which seem to be lower life forms, the evolved life forms and above seem to possess intelligence on par with or even greater than that of humans. I didn't think they would be mindless monsters just because they were from outer worlds, but still. It was weird to see monsters that looked as if they would appear in games about wars in space, conversing normally and worrying about elegance. "I am a resident of the 8 realms." 8 realms? Kang-woo was reminded of the 9 hells but shook his head. "There's no way. There was no demon like the parasite king in the 8th hell. No, it was impossible. If there was a demon like that back when I was still in hell, the one on the throne would have been that insect, not Kang-woo, since I didn't have deific essence back then and the demonic sea wasn't as big as it is now. Kang-woo would have been easily overpowered even if he had opened the doors at the time. But not anymore." Kang-woo stared at the parasite king leisurely. "The mortals refer to me as the parasite king." Squelch. The parasite king's skin around his neck split open and poured out green tentacles covered in sticky mucus. "Now it is time for you to tell me your end." Bash. Kang-woo ran up to the parasite king and punched him in the face before the parasite king could finish his sentence. "Kurg, what is the meaning of this?" shouted the parasite king in confusion. "Master Kang-woo?" Lilith asked wide-eyed, also shocked by Kang-woo's sudden behavior. She stared nervously at the parasite king and whispered to Kang-woo, "I told you that we should pry information from." "Kill him," Kang-woo interjected as he looked down at the parasite king with the eyes of a dead fish. "Pardon, we have to kill him." Kang-woo bit his lip aggressively. "Talk, information, what does any of that matter?" Squelch. Multiple green tentacles were hideously squirming around the parasite king. "Ayaya," Kang-woo groaned as he gripped his sword in pallor. He screamed desperately, "We have to fucking kill that son of a bitch now." Chapter 471, Parasite King, Part 3. "I thought you were a fellow connoisseur of elegance." The parasite king looked up at Kang-woo with a frown. "Elegance my ass," Kang-woo answered as he stared in disgust at the sticky green tentacles. He continued as he gagged, "There's no such thing as elegance in tentacles." How cruel." Lilith shed tears as if she were heartbroken. "Why are you getting hurt?" Kang-woo was left lost for words as he stared at Lilith, who was hurt by Kang-woo's words directed at the parasite king. "Do you truly not understand the charm of tentacles, Master Kang-woo?" "Yes, why do you despise tentacles so much?" "Because of you, you're too cruel." "So what, HMPH? Don't you ever think about enjoying my tentacles ever again?" "Hell yeah." Kang-woo could not understand the twisted beauty standards of demons despite having lived as a demon for far longer than as a human. "You have no desire to talk, do you?" The parasite king looked up at Kang-woo in rage. "I have no reason to show courtesy to a man so inelegant." He slowly stood up and spread his green tentacles widely. "Come, mortal hero." Boom! A great shockwave shook the earth as an otherworldly power different from mana, demonic energy, or sacred power poured out from him. The parasite king remarked arrogantly, "Do your best to protect this world from me." The parasite king, the otherworldly invader, one who had conquered countless worlds and a king who reigned as the strongest for the longest time, raised his arms. Humanoid parasites with translucent wings flew up to the sky. They were different from regular parasites. They were evolved life forms that had inherited a large amount of the king's power, and the parasite known as Raging Temperance was one of them. "The king is trying to eat." Balrog stood between the evolved parasites and Kang-woo as his muscles swelled. He raised his fist and said fiercely, "Do not disturb him, insects." Clank, clank. Black armor wrapped around him with the sounds of dense metal hitting against each other. Balrog turned to Han Siala and said, "I ask for your support, my king's lover." "Ah, okay. I will buff you right away." Siala nodded as 12 wings of light sprouted from her back. She was smiling uncontrollably, having taken a liking to the title king's lover. I'll destroy anyone who gets in Kang-woo's way. I'll do my best to K-kill them all, and be P-praised. Echidna and Halcyon also exuded fierce bloodlust at the parasites charging at Kang-woo. "Good thing I brought them." Kang-woo smirked as he looked at his retainers. With this, his battle against the parasite king would not be interfered. "Now then," Kang-woo smiled widely, "F-whoosh." The flames of veracity burned fiercely as if it were starving. "Let's begin," he said to the king of the outer world. "I like your impertinence." The parasite king sprouted his translucent wings. Hundreds of green tentacles poured down at Kang-woo as if it were rainfall. The flames of veracity stood in their way. Rumble. Ear-splitting explosions shook their surroundings. The flames of veracity dispersed and the tentacles barraged Kang-woo, who was blown back and tumbled backward. "Ha-hap!" The parasite king stomped his feet and charged at supersonic speed. He reached the tumbling Kang-woo in an instant and raised his right arm, which had been close to that of a human in appearance before, but was now wrapped in an exoskeleton similar to that of a cockroach. Wham! Kang-woo was blown into the sky after getting punched. The parasite king did not give Kang-woo any time to rest, showering him with punches. "We parasites are the strongest beings born to rule the universe," said the parasite king confidently as he barraged Kang-woo. "Our extraordinary rate of propagation, regenerative capabilities that fully heal us even after being split in half, infinite evolutionary possibilities. Parasites were born warriors and predators. It was pointless in and of itself to compare them to mere humans. Angels and demons could be stronger than parasites as individuals, but they were no match for parasites if they went to war against each other. And I am the one who was born as king of this race." The parasite king was the strongest from birth. His physical capabilities, power, and rate of evolution were on another level compared to other parasites, showing him that he was fit to be a king. He was born to conquer worlds and rule them beneath his feet. That was the true nature of the one known as the king of parasites. Now mortal hero, struggle some more, bash, crash, wham. Kang-woo was getting one-sidedly beaten after the parasite king unleashed his true power. The parasite king's fists covered in a black exoskeleton went through the flames of veracity and barraged Kang-woo before he even had time to counterattack. Kang-woo's flesh was torn apart and his bones broke. "Is this all you've got?" shouted the parasite king in frustration. "Do not disappoint me, human hero." The parasite king one day became bored because he was reigning above all. He no longer felt excitement when conquering worlds. He felt like he was dead, as if time had stopped for him. "Why do you think I came all the way here to the Triad?" He needed stimulation. He needed someone who could let him feel like he was alive. He wanted to feel the thrill of battle with his life on the line. "Get up, human!" Bash. However, Kang-woo was left embedded in the ground without being able to dodge his fist. The parasite king clicked his tongue in disappointment. "I guess this is it." The human hero was no longer a match for the parasite king once he brought out his true power. "But it has truly been a while since I've transformed to my first form." The parasite king turned around with a sorrowful expression. "You talk too much for a goddamn insect." Just then, the parasite king heard a voice. Kang-woo slowly stood up from the ground. "Do you talk with words?" The injuries that had been all over Kang-woo were nowhere to be seen anymore. "Well, I've more or less figured you out now." Kang-woo stopped analyzing the parasite king's movements with the authority of insight. His movements were not as extraordinarily impressive as those of Tai Wuji, but they were the most ideal for the parasite's characteristics. "Let's do this for real now." F-whoosh. Kang-woo slightly lowered his stance and slowly raised his right fist covered in the flames of veracity. No, his fist itself had become fire. "Skybreaker!" Boom! Kang-woo stomped his feet and leaped forward, arriving in front of the parasite king as if he had teleported. He then swung his fist made of the flames of veracity. Bash! The hundreds of tentacles protecting the parasite king were burned away and Kang-woo's fist dug into the parasite king's stomach. Kurg! The parasite king was ripped in half. His lower body collapsed in place as his upper body was blown away. Cough, cough. The parasite king with only his upper body remaining coughed green blood. Gurg. However, that was only for a moment. Sticky fluid oozes out from his upper body. The split area squirmed as if it were boiling and his lower body was regenerated. Ha! The parasite king stared at Kang-woo in shock. It took tremendous power to split his body in half. Ha ha ha! The parasite king smirked as he trembled and burst into laughter. Ha, yes, that's more like it. His expression, which had been filled with sorrow earlier, brightened in an instant. "This is the first time I've had this much fun since beginning my conquest." The Parasite King clenched his fists and once again drew out his power. Crack, crack. His black exoskeleton around his entire body split open and 8 hooks covered with sharp saw blades emerged. His black body was slowly turning green. Grrrrrrrr, the Parasite King growled. He raised himself using the 8 hooks. The Parasite King no longer had any resemblance to human form. You are the second opponent to ever make me use my second form. The first opponent was torn to shreds as soon as the Parasite King revealed his second form. You can be honored. I can guarantee that you are the strongest among the humans. Jesus Christ, you talk too much, Kang-woo interjected as he grabbed 2 of the Parasite King's 8 hooks. You can be honored too. Crunch, Kang-woo ripped out the 2 hooks. I can guarantee that you're the greatest chatterbox among everyone I've ever fought. Bash. Kang-woo used the momentum from ripping out the hooks to kick the Parasite King on the chin. The Parasite King was sent flying with his chin shattered. Kang-woo lightly jumped and swung his leg back down like an axe. The Parasite King's face was bashed in with Kang-woo's heel and he was rammed into the ground, forming a crater. Gah. The Parasite King screamed in pain as he twisted and turned, grasping the areas that his hooks were ripped out from. However, his painful struggles did not last long. The Parasite King burst into laughter, still in the crater. He shouted ecstatically, yes, this is it, it was this. He then looked up at Kang-woo. This must be how it feels to be alive. His voice was trembling with delight. A sense of fear that he had not felt in a long time was coursing through him. Fear allowed one to feel alive, as well as the emotion that he had been chasing all this time. I will admit it, mortal hero. The Parasite King stood up as he staggered. You are worthy of being my rival. Rumble, the earth shook as if an earthquake was taking place. Let me show you. The Parasite King raised his arms, tens of thousands of green tentacles pouring out of him, and his skin was bubbling. This is the true form of a king. The green tentacles condensed into one area and the Parasite King, who was only a few meters tall, grew to become hundreds of meters tall. Kang-woo was reminded of giants in mythology as he watched the Parasite King roaring as he trampled on a mountain. Come, let me experience true fear. The Parasite King raised his giant arms in delight. Kang-woo stared at the giant Parasite King, completely baffled. What the hell's with this dude? He has 3 forms and can even gigantify. Is he the protagonist of a trigger anime? Is your drill gonna pierce the heavens? You want to feel fear, Kang-woo cackled. The power he could feel from the gigantified Parasite King was enormous enough to justify such a line. However, sure, Kang-woo said as smiled. I'll let you feel it until you're sick of it. He placed his right hand over his heart. Open, Kang-woo opened the doors of despair. Chapter 472, Parasite King, Part 4, What the? The Parasite King's eyes shook. Boom, boom. The monster large enough to squash a mountain with his feet took a step back. His instincts warned him that the being in front of him was dangerous. You bastard, are you truly human? Nothing had changed about the man. In terms of appearance, the enemy was human. However, something was different. The Parasite King had devoured countless humans in the process of conquering Huan, but this was the first time he had felt this way. The being in front of him did not feel like a human, but something else wearing human skin. The Parasite King laughed in a low tone. He looked down at his trembling body. His instincts were desperately yelling at him to run away from that monster. How amusing. Thrills coursed throughout the Parasite King from facing an incomprehensible enemy. He who had conquered countless worlds throughout the universe had never recognized anyone besides himself as a monster. He couldn't be more delighted from feeling an emotion that he had never felt before. Slam, how very amusing, shouted the Parasite King as he forcibly erased the fear taking over him. He raised his giant arm and said, more, make me tremble in fear more. The giant's arm, several dozen meters long, swung down at Kang-woo, who looked like a mere fly compared to the Parasite King. Wham! The enormous impact shook the earth. Kang-woo was squashed after being flattened by the Parasite King's fist, but only for a moment. His mangled flesh returned to normal in an instant. Yes, that's more like it. The Parasite King burst into laughter as he looked down at the instantly regenerated Kang-woo. He would not have the being, who had allowed him to feel fear, die so easily. I've finally found an opponent whom I can go all out against. The Parasite King no longer needed to search for bail. The monster in front of him was the rival that he had been searching for across dimensions. Graya. The Parasite King's green exoskeleton split as he roared. TSSSSSSSSS, powerful green acid fell like rain. Kang-woo could smell his flesh burning, his skin was melting away, exposing bone. He charged toward the Parasite King as his body was melting away. He raced through the acid rain and stuck to him. Crunch. Kang-woo opened wide and took a large bite out of the Parasite King. The Parasite King looked down at a human fistful of his flesh that was bitten off. He couldn't contain his laughter. He was hundreds of meters tall, so a mere human fistful of flesh was no different to him than dead skin cells to a human. You call that an attack? Asked the Parasite King as he trembled, barely holding in his laughter. His eyes no longer held any sense of fear, all that remained was a deep sense of mockery aimed at his enemy. I may have been mistaken. The Parasite King shook his head. He could feel his ecstasy dying after thinking that he had found his match. It was only natural since the only thing that Kang-woo did after charging at him as his entire body melted was to take a single bite out of him. Heh, the Parasite King giggled. His excitement had completely disappeared, but he did not feel bad for some reason. He was more relieved than disappointed that his enemy turned out to be nothing much. Crunch. Just then Kang-woo took another bite out of the Parasite King. Kahahaha, you still haven't given up yet. The Parasite King burst into laughter again. Considering his size, the mere bite of a human was more insignificant than fearful. An adorable struggle, my rival, no pathetic human. He changed the way that he addressed Kang-woo. Did you not tell me earlier that you would make me feel fear until I was sick of it? Is this the fear you were referring to? Kehe, what to do? I don't feel a shred of fear. The Parasite King laughed at Kang-woo. Crunch. Kang-woo took yet another bite out of the Parasite King. The Parasite King frowned slightly. Something was off about the bites. They're not regenerating. The regenerative capabilities of the parasites were beyond compare, and those of the king transcended even that. He would still regenerate fully in an instant even if he were to be torn to microscopic bits. However, the bites that the human took out of him were not regenerating. How annoying. Even if it was insignificant, it was not like it didn't hurt. The Parasite King's irritation grew as the minuscule amount of pain lingered. Die, pathetic human. The Parasite King raised his giant arm and swung it down at Kang-woo as if he were swatting a mosquito that had stuck itself to him. He then turned carefully to look at Kang-woo's comrades, specifically at Balrog, fighting against his subordinates. Pathetic human subordinate. Balrog, who had just blown off Raging Temperance's head, turned to the Parasite King. What is it, King of Insects? Your master is dead. The Parasite King showed Balrog Kang-woo, who was squashed against the Parasite King's body. How would you like to serve me instead of this pathetic one? Balrog remained silent at the sudden offer. He stared at Kang-woo's corpse and laughed. Kehe. He stared at the Parasite King mockingly. It seems your brain did not get bigger with your body. What did you say? The Parasite King's expression hardened. Balrog stared leisurely at the squashed Kang-woo. You, wriggled, despite being hurt to the point that any living organism would die, the monster of the demonic sea did not die. No, nothing. Crunch. What? The Parasite King expressed confusion. His flesh, so small that he could barely feel it, was bitten off. Why? He looked down with shaking eyes. Crunch. A mouth came out of the body that had become mush and bit off his flesh. Why aren't you dying? The fear of the unknown was weighing the Parasite King down as if he were getting sucked into an abyss. Erg. The Parasite King raised his arm and ripped off a large portion of where the mouth was attached. Green bodily fluid poured like a fountain from the ripped area. Hoo. He was hurt even more compared to when Kang-woo was eating him, but his expression was much brighter. He threw aside the mound of flesh that he had ripped off. What in the world or why? Crunch. The Parasite King heard the sound of flesh being bitten before he could finish his sentence. The Parasite King looked in pallor. There was a mouth attached to the ripped area. What the hell? He was sure that he had completely ripped out the area where the mouth was attached. Why is it still there? The giant Parasite King trembled. His instincts were telling him that something was going wrong even if he didn't want to know. Why are you still there? The Parasite King shouted madly as he grabbed more of the flesh that the mouth was attached to. He ripped off more and more flesh without thinking of how large his injury was getting. Huff. The Parasite King panted heavily. He threw aside the torn flesh far away as if it were filth. Crunch. However, yet another mouth appeared and bit off his flesh. The Parasite King groaned. The flesh bitten off with each bite was merely the size of a human fist. It could not even be considered an injury for the Parasite King. Stop. However, he could tell these injuries would continue to stack, and this mouth would keep biting off his flesh like a curse. He could also tell that one day he would die with his consciousness fully intact. I told you to stew-whoop, the Parasite King screamed. He scratched madly in fear. His flesh was torn and green bodily fluid spewed from the torn vessels. The Parasite King was scratching more of his flesh off than the amount that Kang-woo's mouth was biting off. Even so, Crunch, get off of me, The biting did not stop. The Parasite King twisted and turned as he screamed like a madman. Kang-woo's mouth was like a nail clipper never-endingly pinching away flesh. Please. Being beheaded to be granted a quick death and being slowly led to death as flesh was pinched off with a nail clipper. Stop, I didn't want something like this, which was a more fearful death. This wasn't the kind of battle I wanted. Crunch, the Parasite King's flesh was bitten off. Black mucus gathered around the area of the Parasite King's flesh that the mouth was attached to and took the form of a human. Kang-woo looked up at the Parasite King, who was looking down at him in terror, and asked, Do you fear me now? Chapter 473. Hope to the Fallen World, Part 1. Crunch, flesh was bitten off. A lifeless groan sounded out. Kang-woo slowly stood up and looked down at the Parasite King. His eyes, which had been blazing with passion, were now that of a dead fish. The hell is it over already? Kang-woo looked down at the Parasite King in disappointment. The Parasite King was as mangled as an abused rag. Most of his injuries were not made by Kang-woo, but by the Parasite King himself to rip Kang-woo off of him. Kang-woo took a deep breath in and clicked his tongue. I wanted to test my new trait a little more. Kang-woo recalled the effects of his 12th awakening trait Master of the Demonic Sea. I guess it's fine since I've more or less checked its effects. The trait Master of the Demonic Sea allowed Kang-woo to maintain his sanity when the doors were open. He had not been able to test it out since it was far too dangerous to open the doors for no reason, so this opportunity had been the perfect chance for him. It's amazing. The trait was not X rank for nothing. The 12th awakening trait had far exceeded Kang-woo's expectations. Let's see, I think I withstood about 20 or 30 full-body regenerations. Kang-woo did not die from any physical, magical, or spiritual attack when the doors were open because the demonic sea poured into him through the 10,000 demon core to restore him instantly. But it's not invincible. Such an overpowered ability naturally had flaws. The more the demonic sea's power was used to restore Kang-woo's body whenever he got hurt, the more his sanity was eaten away by the demonic sea. His consciousness thinned and his thoughts evaporated, and in the end I would lose control. If Kang-woo lost control, he would be reduced to a monster that ate anything in his path, regardless of friend or foe. The Master of the Demonic Sea trait helped maintain his sanity within the demonic sea. To make a comparison to a game about a plumber who grew from eating mushrooms, the trait was like a star which allowed the plumber to be invincible after eating it. This will be a game changer. No matter how risky opening the doors was, Kang-woo had no intention of keeping them closed against bail. Rather, it would be forced upon him as if it were inevitable. And this trait will shine in that moment. Kang-woo nodded in satisfaction. Let's get this over with. He looked down at the Parasite King who had lost the will to fight. He was still alive but was no different from being dead. The Parasite King muttered. His voice was filled with fear, nothing like his arrogant tone from earlier. Yes, I see. He nodded lifelessly as if he understood. It was never bail. The Parasite King continued in terror. You are the ender of this world. Kang-woo grimaced. Ender my ass. He had been the one to stop the end of the world by defeating the Parasite King. Stop forcing shit like the demise and the end of the world when I don't even want it, damn it. Kang-woo walked in annoyance and slowly raised his arm. His hand split open and out of the ends poured black mucus that quickly spread across the Parasite King to devour him. He. The Parasite King giggled softly as the Authority of Predation was devouring him. He mumbled, your struggles are meaningless, fate cannot be. What a joke, Kang-woo interjected as he snickered. You were saying shit about how you were destined to be a king and that you were a conqueror from birth. Then why was I able to beat the shit out of you? Is this also part of your destiny? Was it decided from birth? Don't try to act cool by shitting out meaningful-sounding lines and just die quietly, man. Kang-woo clenched his fists in annoyance as he looked down at the Parasite King. The energy of the Authority of Predation fully enveloped the Parasite King several hundred meters tall. Crunch, crunch, the sound of crushing bones echoed. The Parasite King groaned. He looked up as he felt himself sinking into the sea of demonic energy. It seems, he was a king from the moment of birth. He was the strongest. The countless stars that he had conquered only contained prey. No one who could even dare to devour him existed until today when he met that monster. I was one of those prey. He was merely one of the prey to the predator of predators on top of the food chain. The Parasite King slowly closed his eyes. The fear that he had desired all this time was not at all as entertaining as he had hoped. Ridding, you have successfully devoured the Parasite King. Transferring the right of control over the parasites from the Parasite King to player Kang-woo. You have acquired the special skill Tentacle Summoning rank SS and Acidic Body Fluid rank S. The fuck? I don't need that shit. Kang-woo cursed in his head as he confirmed the blue message windows that appeared after the predation. He was fine with Acidic Body Fluid but not Tentacle Summoning. I'll never use it. No matter how broken it was, he would never use the goddamn skill for as long as he lived. Is this seriously it? Kang-woo glared at the message window. He couldn't believe that he only acquired 2 useless skills after devouring the Parasite King, who was so strong that he was forced to open the doors. More, spit out more, damn it. Kang-woo stared daggers at the message window. Another message popped up as if it were responding to his pleas. The stat vitality has been newly added. The spectrum of ways that you can use chaos skills has broadened thanks to the acquisition of power from an outer world. Raising your mastery over chaos skills, combining the chaos skills with the flames of veracity due to its improved mastery. What? Kang-woo said in bewilderment. The skills were combined. He couldn't understand why chaos skills were combined with the flames of veracity out of nowhere. Motherfucker, Kang-woo frowned aggressively. He had avoided using chaos skills ever since awakening the flames of veracity. Chaos skills were only slightly stronger than the flames of veracity, despite them being more than 10 times as difficult to control. No, it's not like it's significantly more powerful either. If the chaos skills were uncharted territory that he had yet to fully discover, the flames of veracity were an embodiment of his true self. It was only natural for there to be a difference in controllability. Even though I have two traits that help me control them better, it was far too inefficient, got him it. Rather than excitement, Kang-woo was more worried that he wouldn't be able to use the flames of veracity, which he had been using well anymore. I need to check right away. Kang-woo slowly raised his head. There were still thousands of parasite nests sprawled throughout Huan since the Parasite King had split Kang-woo's skill Twilight in half. I could wipe them out in an instant with just a single command since I was given control. However, they were the perfect targets to test out the power of the combined flames of veracity and chaos skills. Wait, Kang-woo's eyes widened as he was about to draw out the flames of veracity. If the flames of veracity and the chaos skills were combined, a chilling thought popped up in his head. Shit, Kang-woo clenched his fists, tear. The skin of his back ripped open once Kang-woo crouched and focused. Giant wings made of sticky black mucus sprouted from the split areas. Whoosh, flames wrapped around the wings of black mucus. The gold and black wings resembling a black sun flapped on his back. Phew, Kang-woo sighed in relief. Thank God I can still make my wings no problem. His blazing wings were a derivative of the flames of veracity. He worried that he would no longer be able to use them after the combination, but that did not seem to be the case. I can't live without these wings anymore, Kang-woo muttered desperately. He always turned into black mucus covered in nothing but mouths, and sometimes even turned into a ball of fire. This is my only badass skill. Kang-woo clenched his fists. Whatever happened, he couldn't afford to lose his wings. Fu, Kang-woo flapped his wings and flew up into the air. Kang-woo. Just then, Echidna flew toward Kang-woo in excitement. She did not seem to be significantly injured due to the halt of the evolved lifeform's actions after the Parasite King's death. Kang-woo, what are those wings? They're so cool. Hoo-hoo, Kang-woo shrugged proudly and flapped his wings to show them off. Ha, you act like a child in the weirdest moments, Master Kang-woo. Lilith approached Kang-woo as she sighed. She looked down at the ground covered in parasite nests and continued, that aside, how are you planning on disposing of those nests? They should be wiped out. I guess there is no other way. Lilith nodded as she looked down at the thousands of nests. She continued in pity, I wonder if this land will be able to return to normal one day with time. She seemed to be saddened by the fallen world as well. Kang-woo smirked. How undemon-like of you, ho-ho indeed. Lilith giggled elegantly with her mouth covered. She then lightly grabbed Siala, who was flying next to her, by the hand and pulled her close. Lilith? Siala asked, flustered. Lilith lightly embraced Siala and said, Fufu, I think I've changed a little after spending time with Siala and the others. Kang-woo smiled faintly. It was not a bad change. Don't worry, he said as he looked down at Huan. As long as we get rid of the nests, there is hope for this land to return to how it used to be. It was likely near impossible. Nearly every life form in Huan had been taken over by parasites and killed. But there was a sliver of hope. Kang-woo was sure of it. Master Kang-woo, I will create that hope. That was the least he could do for this fallen world. Whoosh, Kang-woo closed his eyes and drew out the flames of veracity. He unsheathed Ingrium from his waist. Oh, he expressed. The flames of veracity, which used to burn using demonic energy mixed with divinity as fuel, were now mixed with mana, sacred power, and the energy of the outer world known as vitality as well. So this is what it meant by it has combined with chaos. The flames of veracity, which used to burn only with the power of demonic energy, were now using chaos as fuel. No, the flames were voraciously eating chaos to burn more fiercely than ever before. Not bad. The flames of veracity was an embodiment of his true self. They had indeed become harder to control due to their combination with chaos, but not to the point that he couldn't handle them. It was at least far easier to control than using chaos skills by themselves. Hope, Kang-woo slowly opened his eyes and looked down at Huan taken over by parasites, to the fallen world, Whoosh. The flames of veracity burned fiercely as they devoured chaos. Kang-woo swung down his sword horizontally as if he were forming a boundary between the sky and earth. Twilight, boom, rumble, crackle. Not only did the flames of veracity, which poured out from the sword, burn the parasite nests covering the ground to a crisp, but they also began to destroy the entirety of Huan. The massive flames melted the ground and vaporized the earth. Kang-woo quickly lowered the output, but it was already too late. Wait a minute. The sliver of hope remaining in the fallen world was snuffed out. Why the fuck is it so damn strong? The attack far surpassed his expectations. The flames of veracity burning with chaos were powerful enough to turn an entire world to ash. Kang-woo looked down at Huan, which was falling apart as if several nukes exploded at once. I mean, you see, it's not my fault. It's the system's fault for combining the chaos skills and the flames of veracity on their own. Come to think of it, a portion of the privileges granted by the Law of Titans was transferred to Bale. In that case, it was highly likely that all of this had gone according to his plan. That fucking bastard. Kang-woo trembled in rage. To think he would destroy a world that still had hope of returning to how it once was. Kang-woo shed tears as he looked down at the vanishing Hyun. He had never felt more powerless than right now, unable to do anything to stop the destruction. I will avenge this star, no matter what. Kang-woo turned around after coming to a resolution. Ridding, how could such a scumbag possibly exist in the Univ? Kang-woo pushed aside the message window that popped up in front of him. Chapter 474. I didn't think so either. Master Kang-woo. Lilith looked down at the collapsing world and then at Kang-woo dumbfoundedly. Kang-woo's shoulders flinched. Well, you see, Kang-woo stuttered as he squeezed out an excuse. The skills combined all of a sudden. Bail that scumbag. Kang-woo tried to make whatever excuse he could, but there was no way any of them would work after they saw with their own eyes Kang-woo turning Hyun into ash with the flames of veracity. Heya, Lilith sighed deeply as she stared at Kang-woo dumbfoundedly. Let's go back to Earth. It'll be dangerous if we stay here for any longer. Once the flames of veracity reached Hyun's inner core, there would be an explosion close to a supernova. Kang-woo might survive with the doors open, but his retainers like Balrog, Echidna, Halcyon, and others could not survive the explosion. Okay. Kang-woo nodded without argument as the culprit for Hyun's destruction. Let's go back. Kang-woo flapped his wings as he stared at the red rift connected to Earth. The rift was gradually getting smaller, possibly due to Hyun's destruction. Kang-woo and the others turned their backs on the collapsing Hyun and threw themselves into the rift. Whoosh, filled with smoke, Soul came into view along with a slight dizziness. For the light, the god of splendor will guide us to salvation. Let us fight as one. The first thing Kang-woo saw was the members of the Church of Splendor from Erner with Cha Yeonju at the forefront. Omiyayin, Yeonju preached as she sprayed red chains covered in thorns, which were now covered in brilliant golden light at the parasites that had reached the heart of the city. Crunch, smash. The chains infused with the power of divinity pierced several parasites hiding in buildings. She's doing well. Kang-woo looked down at Yeonju in satisfaction. She had said at first that she would rather die than shout omen, but she had become the most faithful devotee of the Church of Splendor after Kang-woo's sincere, smartphone-induced persuasion. Yeonju was not lacking in any way as the incarnation of the god of splendor, as she wiped out the regular parasites attacking civilians instead of fighting against the evolved lifeforms one-on-one. Let's see. Where are Si-hun and Ti-hyun? Kang-woo had ordered them to neutralize the evolved parasites. He searched the area with the authority of the beholder and felt two beings exuding powerful energies speeding around the city. Kang-woo nodded after figuring out why. The parasites must have changed strategies. The parasites noticed that reinforcements were no longer arriving from the Red Rift and decided to switch their approach to a guerrilla tactic of buying time by scattering throughout the city. A wise choice for a bunch of insects. It was only natural since the parasites had no way of defeating the twin protagonists Kim Si-hun and Kim Ti-hyun head-on. Si-hun and Ti-hyun seemed to be having a hard time because of that. There were countless places for parasites to hide in the heart of Seoul. Since Si-hun and Ti-hyun couldn't afford to destroy buildings to find the parasites, they had no choice but to run around to find them. Thank goodness I was transferred control. Kang-woo separated from the group and flew across the skies of Seoul by himself. He moved to an area where he could see the entirety of the Han River and slowly raised his arm. There was no way he would let such a wonderful opportunity pass by. Hear me, evil parasites. Kang-woo's voice was transmitted directly into the people's minds. Whoom! Brilliant golden light spread throughout the surroundings. Even his wings were covered in golden light instead of the flames of veracity. The god of splendor commands you. Kang-woo used the privileges transferred to him from the Parasite King. Kang-woo wondered for a moment if he should use the parasites as his pawns. It's not worth it. After weighing the benefit of being able to control the parasites and the risk of people possibly finding out that they were under Kang-woo's control, it was far better to just rid himself of them. Kang-woo commanded the parasites hiding throughout the entire city, die, Jaya, scree. The parasites all over Seoul screeched and began to rip themselves apart with their front legs akin to scythes. And for the finishing touches, Kang-woo scattered the golden light around him, which had no effect other than its color, throughout the city to add some more visual effect. Aya, O God of Splendor, salvation. It is the light of salvation. People mistook the golden light as the cause of the parasites' deaths. Good, Kang-woo smiled. This was far better for the eyes than simply commanding the parasites to die. I can hear slushy cheering from here. This event would grow the Church of Splendor's reputation severalfold as well as amplify his divinity collection. Hyung Nim, Si-hun quickly ran toward Kang-woo using void steps. What's the damage? Kang-woo asked. Most of the civilians were safely evacuated thanks to the help of guardians and the Airner soldiers, but the people who were attacked before that were. Si-hun lowered his head with a somber expression. Kang-woo smiled bitterly and nodded. It couldn't be helped since we were the ones invaded. Rather, it was a miracle that there had been minimal casualties from such a sudden large-scale invasion. It might have ended up like the future that Tae-hyun saw if I didn't fly into the rift. Seoul would have become no different from hell for sure, forming a mountain of corpses and a river of blood. But I managed to stop it. Kang-woo was not able to save Hyun, but he was at least able to protect Earth. He had stopped the first invasion from the outer worlds. Hyung-nim. I will go to the evacuation area with Layla. Got it. I'm sure everyone is panicking, so try to keep them under control. The citizens would more or less listen to Si-hun since he was the globally famous sword dragon. Si-hun nodded and quickly leaped away. Kang-woo flew down to the top of a high-rise building. Phew, even Kang-woo was exhausted after a battle as heavy as this one. I also opened the doors. Kang-woo looked down at his heart. The doors of the 10,000 demon core sealing the demonic sea were closed shut. There weren't any side effects again. He couldn't feel even a prickle of the excruciating pain that inevitably came with opening the doors. Kang-woo's expression froze. He knew that it was not good news. To make a comparison, it was like feeling no pain after one's limbs were severed. I've heard that the most terrifying kind of cancer was a painless one. Kang-woo turned around with a sorrowful expression. He could instinctively tell that it was dangerous as it was now, but he had no other choice since nothing was strong enough to replace opening the doors. That aside, what are those bastards from Olympus doing? Kang-woo frowned as he looked down at the city. Even if they were busy managing the divine realm, not manifesting while Earth was being attacked was unacceptable. I'll have to bring this up to that bitch Gaia later. Kang-woo Hyung. Kang-woo heard Tae-hyun's voice as he was gritting his teeth inside his head. Kang-woo turned to see a riled-up Tae-hyun with tear streaks around his eyes. Did we do it? Tae-hyun asked. There was no need to even think about what he was asking. Yeah, Kang-woo lightly nodded. We stopped the future that you saw with our own hands. Tae-hyun became teary-eyed. He lowered his head as his shoulders subtly trembled. Sniff, I'm so glad. He had suffered from immense shock after seeing the end of the world through foresight. He could know nothing but despair as he saw the burning sky and the mountain of countless corpses. We stopped it, Tae-hyun thought. Heroes had banded together to stop the end of the world. It would have been impossible. If not for you, Kang-woo Hyung. Tae-hyun wiped his tears, grabbed Kang-woo's hands, and smiled brightly. We stopped them together. Kang-woo lightly patted Tae-hyun's shoulders. This guy looks more and more like a protagonist with each passing day. Kang-woo couldn't help but feel that way as he stared at Tae-hyun, bawling his eyes from the fact that they stopped the end of the world. Si-hun felt like the protagonist of a Korean fantasy story, and Tae-hyun felt like the protagonist of a Japanese light novel. They both feel like heroes of their own stories, but Tae-hyun is a bit more of a pushover. Or should I say that he's more sentimental? Si-hun was able to make level-headed decisions to an extent, but Tae-hyun mostly acted based on his feelings. He was a textbook Isekai Chunibyo protagonist. Even now, Si-hun had headed to the evacuation area to do what he needed to do as soon as the invasion was dealt with. But Tae-hyun was crying because he was so moved that the end of the world was stopped. Well, if I had to choose, he's easier to manipulate. Kang-woo smiled as he stared at the crying Tae-hyun. He'd be usable if I raise him as a protagonist duo with Si-hun. Tae-hyun had also made significant contributions to stopping the invasion. Let's go, we should regroup with Si-hun. Arg. Tae-hyun suddenly crouched as he grabbed his head. Arg. Blood vessels bulged around Tae-hyun's eyes. Tears mixed with blood flowed down his cheeks. The hell? What's up with him now? Kang-woo stared at Tae-hyun in confusion. Yeah. Tae-hyun stepped away from Kang-woo, his eyes filled with terror. No, it can't be. What can't be? That's impossible. Oh fuck. I know this pattern. Why are you? Hyung. No, there's no way. Hyung would. It's not what I'm thinking. Right. Why are you there? Tae-hyun. The future you saw was of Seoul after failing to stop the parasite invasion. Right. I'm not in there. Right. It wasn't the parasites. No, Tae-hyun, it was the parasites. I didn't do any of that shit. Kurg. Arg, why are you doing this? Tae-hyun, I'm being a good boy. See, I even saved Earth from the parasites. You know how much I care about you, right? I take super good care of my little brothers. You trust me, don't you? You know how much I love you, right? I didn't express it in words, but you have no idea how moved I was when you called me Hi. Demon, King, God of Veracity, what the hell? Hyung. You were the demon of prophecy. Yeah, I didn't think so either. No one reads light novels these days. Chapter 475. What the hell is this novel's genre? ZZZZZT. Static filled Kim Tae-hyun's vision. He could see a gray-colored world, a burning sky, distorted ground, and destroyed buildings. There was a mountain made of countless corpses and a sea of blood. He threw up from the gut-wrenching stench. Bleeg, his vomit mixed with the eyeballs on the ground. Aerg, Ti-hyun stepped back as he trembled and looked up, on top of the mountain of corpses. Kang-woo Hyung, there was a demon. The man had black sclera, yellow irises, black horizontal pupils, goat horns on his forehead, and wings of fire on his back. The man couldn't be anything but a demon. Why is Hyung? However, the man looked like the one whom Ti-hyun deeply idolized. F-whoosh. Kang-woo's wings, resembling a black sun enveloped by gold and black flames, swayed. He flapped his wings and slowly turned around, crunch, crunch. He crouched and began to devour the corpses. What are you doing, Hyung? Ti-hyun called. However, his voice did not reach Kang-woo. It was only natural since the sight that he was seeing was that of the future. Heya. Just then Ti-hyun heard familiar heavy breathing at the foot of the mountain of corpses. He turned to the source of the sound. Ti-hyun saw himself. Kang-woo, Hyung, his future self, was trembling in shock. Kang-woo slowly stood up and asked dryly, "You were alive." His voice was empty as if something had broken within him. Hyung, what is all this? Ti-hyun's future self looked around in confusion. His eyes then widened as if he had understood everything. It wasn't Bale, but you. Kang-woo did not answer and stared blankly at Ti-hyun's future self. Answer me, Ti-hyun's future self screamed. I asked you if you did all this. He collapsed and looked around at the city covered in corpses. He then unsheathed a sword with white frost covering its edge, unlike the dagger his current self used. Kang-woo slowly walked toward Ti-hyun's future self. Flames that looked like a black sun ignited the surroundings with each step he took. Kang-woo's mouth split open to his earlobes and revealed razor-sharp teeth. Yeah, Kang-woo nodded with a smile. I did it. Ti-hyun's future self trembled in shock, tears flowing down his cheeks. It really was you, Hyung, his teeth clattered. You're the demon of prophecy. Kang-woo remained silent. Ti-hyun's future self shouted in rage, why did you do it, Hyung? How could you do something so atrocious? The tears that accumulated on the tip of his chin dropped on a corpse, mixing with the blood. Why? Ti-hyun's future self glared at Kang-woo in resentment on his knees. Kang-woo slowly raised his right arm and covered his face with his hand. Because his shoulders moved up and down as he cackled like a demon. He licked his lips and replied, I was hungry. What? Ti-hyun's future self stared at Kang-woo dumbfoundedly, unable to understand. Hungry? What are you talking about, Hyung? Kang-woo staggered as he walked. I have to win. Okay, I have to win. Hyung, kihihi, Kang-woo laughed as if broken inside. Right, Balrog, he looked up at the sky and extended his arm toward it as if he were trying to grab something. Forward, Kang-woo mumbled as if humming. Ha, yeah, Balrog, you're right. Forward. Boom. To someplace higher than ever before, Kang-woo screamed madly as he reached for the sky. Right, am I doing it right? Black tears flowed down Kang-woo's cheeks. Right, Balrog, I'm doing the right thing, right, hihai. What the hell, man, why aren't you answering me? F-whoosh, the black sun burned. Why aren't you answering me? Boom, the earth shook. Hee, Kang-woo giggled as if he had a screw loose. Siala, listen to me, huh? Where did you go, Lilith? You said you would stop me, didn't you? You said you would stop me if anything were to happen to me. Hihai, Si-hun, Yeonju, where did you all go? Answer me already. Hyung. Kang-woo giggled madly as he hugged himself. Crack. He turned his head far beyond what was normal for a human and slowly tilted it. Kang-woo stared crazily at Ti-hyun's future self. You were alive. Kang-woo's sharp teeth glinted. The starved beast bared his fangs at his prey. Ti-hyun's future self gripped his head in despair from the fact that the terror taking over him was from none other than Kang-woo. Sniff. The tears did not stop. Ti-hyun's future self could instinctively tell that his Hyung, the man whom he deeply idolized, was no longer there. I trusted you, Ti-hyun's future self said as he gripped his sword tighter and bit his lip. Even after finding out that you were the demon king and the god of veracity. I trusted you. He raised his sword covered in white frost. Why did things end up this way? The surroundings froze in an instant once Ti-hyun's future self infused mana into the sword, which possessed the power to freeze the entire world. Ti-hyun's future self inhaled deeply and light poured out of his eyes as he gripped the sword exuding white frost. He commanded, freeze, swoosh. A frost storm so powerful that not even a being of godhood would be able to easily endure rage toward Kang-woo. However, Kang-woo split in half from neck to groin and something came out from the ends. Crunch. Ti-hyun's hand, which had been holding the sword, was bitten off. Ayarg. He staggered backward as blood poured out of the severed hand. Gary, Ti-hyun's future self screamed in immense pain. He twisted and turned as he fell to the ground. How exquisite, it's cooling my mouth. Kang-woo, who devoured Ti-hyun's hand along with the sword, nodded in satisfaction. He walked toward Ti-hyun's future self, his body still split. Yeah. Ti-hyun's future self looked up. He saw something within Kang-woo's split body, Kang-woo Hyung. There was a black sea, an endless abyss large enough to devour the entire world whole. Crunch. Kang-woo lifted Ti-hyun's future self and bit off his head. Clatter, Ti-hyun's necklace fell from his severed head. It began to exude blinding light once it hit the ground. Kang-woo tilted his head in confusion. Woom, the light wrapped the headless Ti-hyun before Kang-woo had a chance to grab the necklace. Zzzzzzzzzzzt. The gray distortion filled Ti-hyun's vision again, bringing along a severe headache. Arg. Ti-hyun clenched his eyes. Tears of blood poured down his cheeks. Bulging blood vessels could be seen between Ti-hyun's fingers as he covered his eyes with his hands. Ti-hyun heard a voice. It was that of the hero he was now familiar with and the brother whom he idolized. What's wrong, Ti-hyun? Ti-hyun looked up to see Kang-woo's face. No, Ti-hyun shook his head and denied the nightmare that he had just seen. There's no way Hyung would do such a thing. It wasn't even worth mentioning. Why would Kang-woo, who protected Earth from the parasite invasion, end the world? There's no way. However, Ti-hyun knew deep down in his heart he had already realized it. What's wrong, Ti-hyun? Did you see another future? The future that he just saw was inevitable, and Kang-woo, the monster putting on the facade of a hero, was the being who would end the world. Hyung, you were the demon of prophecy. Silence fell. Kang-woo stared at Ti-hyun with deeply sunken eyes. What the hell are you even talking about? I told you last time that Baal is the demon of prophecy. You seem to have seen something with your ability, but you shouldn't rely too much on your wings. What? Ti-hyun stared at Kang-woo's back, or to be more specific, his wings of splendor shining gold. They look the same. Although they were different colors, their unique fluid shape was the same as the wings that Ti-hyun saw in his future vision. Ti-hyun staggered backward and cried as he clenched his head. The memories of his future self surged into his brain. The memories of the present and future mixed. It did not take long for Ti-hyun's consciousness to be taken over by his future self. What the? Ti-hyun raised his head and looked around. He mumbled as if he couldn't believe it. Why is soul? The people are alive. Wait, yes, the parasites. This is back when the parasites attacked. Ti-hyun shouted in delight. He then flinched once he saw Kang-woo. Hyung, no, you damn demon. Ti-hyun gritted his teeth and took out his dagger. He bit his lip and lowered his stance. I will kill you, right here and now. He glared at Kang-woo furiously. Kang-woo placed his hand on his forehead as if he was getting a headache. For fuck's sake. Is it a fucking regression now? What a goddamn shit show. What the hell is this novel's genre? Chapter 476. You're making me feel like the final boss, Ti-hyun, Kang-woo called. Don't call my name with that filthy mouth of yours. Kim Ti-hyun's scream echoed across the building's rooftop. Kang-woo stared at Ti-hyun with a frown. What the hell happened? Ti-hyun would not be acting this way if he simply saw the future. Did he actually go through a regression? It did not seem to be a true regression. Ti-hyun's future consciousness seemed to have jumped to the past. Foresight had gone beyond just showing the future and transferred Ti-hyun's consciousness from the future to the present for some reason. What the hell did he see? Kang-woo more or less had an idea. A burning sky, distorted land, and a man standing above a mountain of corpses. It wasn't the Parasite King. But me, Kang-woo, to be more exact, Kang-woo with his mind completely taken over by the demonic sea had ended the world. Kang-woo shut his eyes tightly. He had resolved himself for the possibility. But in the end, I guess I failed to overcome it. A sense of hopelessness swept over him. He bit his lip anxiously. No, Kang-woo slowly shook his head. No future is set in stone. Ti-hyun blocked attacks he would have been hit by in the future through foresight. In other words, the future that Ti-hyun saw through foresight could change. Don't falter, Kang-woo repeated to himself. He had no intention of sitting around doing nothing like an idiot just because the world ended in a future that had not yet arrived. I have to calm Ti-hyun down first. Kang-woo raised his head and looked at Ti-hyun. Heya, Ti-hyun panted heavily. Oh, Kang-woo, translucent light poured out from his eyes. Blood vessels bulged around his eyes like tree roots. I won't be fooled anymore. Ti-hyun, this is all a huge misunderst. Don't bullshit me. Ti-hyun shouted in tears and shouted, do you seriously think I'll be fooled like a dumbass like before? I can see through your shameless mask now. When did I ever fool you? Kang-woo was having a hard time responding to accusations regarding a future that had yet to arrive. I understand what you're going through, Kang-woo remarked. Kurg, first calm down, you simply saw one future among countless, that's all. Shut up. The future can still change, shut up, Ti-hyun screamed and glared at Kang-woo resentfully. Yeah, it can change. It will change once I kill you right here and now. That'll only change the person on top of that mountain of corpses from me to Baal. Shut up, Ti-hyun shouted, not willing to talk anymore. Kang-woo clicked his tongue. He won't listen. Ti-hyun seemed to be completely taken over by his future consciousness. Kang-woo could tell that nothing he said would reach him. I'll kill you. Ti-Hyen gripped his dagger tighter as more translucent light poured out of his eyes. Heya, Kang-woo sighed deeply, I guess I have no choice. He needed to neutralize Ti-Hyen before he even got a chance to talk things over with him. It's so damn hard to hold back though. Kang-woo had just destroyed an entire world because he used too much strength. He needed more time until he was able to properly control the flames of veracity combined with chaos. And it's not like I can kill him. It was not like Kang-woo had become too attached to Ti-Hyen. Ti-Hyen treated Kang-woo like his older brother, but they had only just met and had gone through too little for Kang-woo to grow attached. Kang-woo was not generous enough to show mercy to a hound who bared its fangs at its master. But I need Ti-Hyen's future memories. If Ti-Hyen was taken over by his future consciousness, it meant that he likely remembered everything that happened between now and the end of the world. Kang-woo would be able to earn clues about the coming demise as long as he was informed of those memories. I'll face him until he gets exhausted. Kang-woo currently lacked the power control to actively neutralize Ti-Hyen, but he couldn't avoid him either, which left him with only one choice. I can take him no problem. It would be a piece of cake for Kang-woo to drag the battle until Ti-Hyen grew exhausted. Fu-ha! Ti-Hyen took a deep breath as he raised his dagger and glared at Kang-woo with his eyes glowing translucent. Woom! Light poured out of Ti-Hyen's necklace. Enlightenment, Ti-Hyen mumbled. Blood vessels bulged throughout his face. Slam! Ti-Hyen stomped his feet, lowered his stance, and moved fluidly as if gliding across the ground. He swung the dagger up from below like a beast jumping out of the water to grab its prey. Kang-woo frowned and leaned back. Ti-Hyen quickly swung down the dagger as if he knew Kang-woo would move like that. Slash. Ti-Hyen's dagger sliced through Kang-woo's deific essence barrier and cut his skin. The hell? Kang-woo was left bewildered. Ti-Hyen performed a spinning kick at nothing for some reason as soon as he cut Kang-woo. Bash. What the F? Ti-Hyen suddenly teleported behind Kang-woo and his kick slammed into Kang-woo's back. Son of a bitch. A blood vessel bulged on Kang-woo's head as he staggered. When the hell did he get so skilled? It was as if Ti-Hyen's greatest weakness, his lack of combat experience, had been fully made up for. Ti-Hyen's attacks, which were based on information that he gained through foresight, were difficult to avoid even for Kang-woo. How annoying! Kang-woo narrowed his eyes. Ti-Hyen, who was flying around like a bothersome fly, was beginning to gradually piss Kang-woo off. Die damn dem, hey! Kang-woo reached out to Ti-Hyen, who was coming at him from the left. Ti-Hyen saw the future through foresight and was about to jump backward to evade. Boom! Erg! However, the authority of waves spread from Kang-woo's hand and swept everything around Ti-Hyen away. Ti-Hyen quickly teleported to barely evade the attack. How dare you act out against your Hyung? Kang-woo stomped his foot in irritation. Bang! A golden wave spread out in all directions with Kang-woo at the epicenter. Ti-Hyen raised his dagger as he bit his lip. His necklace shone and created a translucent barrier in front of him. Crash! Kurg! There was no way Ti-Hyen would be a match for Kang-woo when not even an otherworldly being who conquered countless worlds was helpless against him. Ti-Hyen was blown backward. Heya heya. As if he knew that he would not be able to block the attack, Ti-Hyen landed on the ground with minimal damage and got back on his feet. His hand holding the dagger was shaking subtly. Ti-Hyen, Kang-woo called. You already know, don't you? Kang-woo stared at Ti-Hyen with deeply sunken eyes. You can't beat me, man. Even if he knew the future and his lack of combat experience was made up for, Ti-Hyen was still no match for Kang-woo. The idea itself of facing Kang-woo was absurd. Ti-Hyen gripped his dagger tighter. His legs were shaking. He of course knew that he would never reach Kang-woo's level no matter what he did. Just give up, Aller. Ti-Hyen interjected and stared at Kang-woo blazingly. I will stop you. He gripped his dagger even tighter. I will protect this world from the likes of you. Fucking hypocrite. Ti-Hyen glared at Kang-woo in disgust, despite all the people who trusted and followed you, you were our only hope. Ti-Hyen bared his teeth in rage. You betrayed all of them. Ti-Hyen did not seem to have even the slightest intention of giving up. Ha, Kang-woo chuckled. Oh Ti-Hyen, my little Ti-Hyen. He stared at Ti-Hyen coldly. Why are you being like this, Ti-Hyen? I'm being nice, aren't I? I'm suggesting that we try to change the future, aren't I? So why the fuck aren't you listening to me, Ti-Hyen? Kang-woo smiled nastily and licked his lips. How about I tell you an even easier way to change the future? Rumble. An enormous amount of energy surged from Kang-woo and weighed down on Ti-Hyen. You were the last survivor of that world, weren't you? You said that you saw me destroy the world or something, didn't you? K-ka. In that case, wouldn't the future change if I just kill you? Ti-Hyen's face turned pale and his legs trembled in terror. You know what the butterfly effect is, don't you? Don't you think everything would change? If I killed you, Ayarg, what's wrong, Ti-Hyen? Kang-woo grabbed the frozen Ti-Hyen and whispered in his ear, answer me, motherfucker. Ayarg, Ti-Hyen slurred as if he were suffocating. Kang-woo smiled brightly. Haha. I'm kidding, Ti-Hyen, there's no way I'd do that. Kang-woo lightly shoved Ti-Hyen's shoulder. Huff huff, Ti-hyun panted heavily as he clenched his throat. This much of a scare should be enough. Kang-woo leisurely stared at Ti-hyun. However, Ti-hyun pointed his dagger at Kang-woo and shouted, "Ice won't give up. Fucking hell, no, I can't give up. How long are you gonna play protagonist for? I. Stop it already, dude. I will save this world with my own hands." Womb. Bright purple translucent light similar to crystal powder poured out of Ti-hyun's necklace. It was like seeing a hero powering up amid life-threatening danger. Kang-woo clenched his hair as he stared at Ti-hyun enveloped in light. "Why the fuck are you doing this to me? You're making me feel like the final boss." Chapter 477, I'm way too kind. Rumble, translucent light burst from Kim Ti-hyun, shaking the entire building they were on the rooftop of. Ti-hyun's jacket was fluttering aggressively and his hair was spiked up. "What the hell?" Kang-woo stared at Ti-hyun enveloped in light as if he had been wrongfully accused. "Why am I being made out as the villain?" Ti-hyun's will to save the world was that of a textbook shonen manga protagonist. Forced to stand against him, Kang-woo felt like he needed to say a shitty line like, "Ha ha ha, struggle as much as you can." What the hell did I do so wrong? Kang-woo had saved Earth from the parasite invasion only a few hours ago. Being forced to pay for something that had not even occurred yet was giving him a headache. Kang-woo was slowly beginning to lose his patience. This is pissing me off." He recalled how much he had suffered to escape from being accused as the demon of prophecy. Fucking hell, he couldn't help but find it funny that he was being driven to the corner as a sinner because of a future that could change at any point in time. "Why don't you guys fucking protect the world then?" Kang-woo's pent-up frustration was released all at once. Regardless of the method, he had given his all to protect the world, so he couldn't help but be irritated when berated for it. One could argue that a person who protected the world while enduring all sorts of criticism was a true hero. What a load of bullshit. He would not stand for being framed for something he had yet to do. Kang-woo slowly raised his arm with a frown. Ti-hyun shouted as immense power burst forth from him. The translucent light pouring out of the necklace wrapped around his dagger. "I will protect this world." He raised his head to look at the enemy in front of him. His hyung was enveloped in golden light, unlike what he saw in his future memories. "It's fake." Ti-hyun already knew the divine light around Kang-woo was nothing but a facade to fool everyone around him. Unforgivable. He gritted his teeth and pointed his dagger at the man whom he idolized and respected more than anyone. The immense power pouring out of the necklace lit the seething rage within him. The immense power soon became confidence and then firm willpower. "Die!" Ti-hyun shouted. Boom! Kang-woo shot forward before Ti-hyun was about to leap at him. Wham! Kang-woo grabbed Ti-hyun's face and slammed his head into the building rooftop, which was reinforced with demonic energy. "Kurg!" Ti-hyun looked up at Kang-woo in surprise. "What?" Kang-woo smiled due to the absurdity. "Did you think something would change once you powered up after spouting all sorts of bullshit? That everything would be resolved if you shouted hard enough like an action novel cliché? I'm sorry, but you're in the wrong fucking novel. This novel's genre is a little unique." Kurg coughed. Ti-hyun coughed violently. Kang-woo grabbed the back of Ti-hyun's head and slammed his face into the ground this time. Bang! Ti-hyun, bang! My beloved little brother. Wham! Kurg. Kurg, blood poured out of Ti-hyun's nostrils. His entire face was bruised. Kang-woo crouched and brought his mouth closer to Ti-hyun's ear. "Why did you do it, Arg?" Ti-hyun, his face covered in blood, looked up at Kang-woo. His eyes were filled with obvious terror. Answer me, why did you do it?" Kang-woo continued. Ti-hyun trembled. He then replied as if pleading, "Hyung." "Ha ha ha ha." Kang-woo laughed brightly. "Hyung. After all that you just did." He grabbed Ti-hyun's head, his eyes deeply sunken. "Ti-hyun, I was being nice in the beginning, wasn't I? You can admit that, right?" Ti-hyun looked up at Kang-woo, his eyes shaking violently. The kind older brother that he knew was no longer there. ZZZZT, his vision filled with gray static again. But, you're..." He stammered. His future and present consciousness continued to tangle. He could still remember one thing vividly amid the chaotic entanglement of memories: the demon crouching on top of a mountain of corpses, devouring each one. The demon of yeah, I get what you're trying to say. Kang-woo smiled widely and continued, "I'm sure you're confused. Your future memories suddenly shoved themselves into your brain, didn't they? But I'm sure you already know this. No, you know it the best, don't you, that the future can change." Ti-hyun predicted attacks by seeing his future self being attacked through foresight. Once he dodged the attack, the future was changed. If the future was set in stone, he would be hit by that attack regardless of whether or not he made an effort to dodge it. That's why I suggested we try to change it, yeah. What you saw was merely one of countless possibilities, so it's more than possible to change it if we start now. Hyung that's, so why the fuck aren't you listening to me, Ti-hyun? Kang-woo grabbed Ti-hyun's neck and squeezed harder. "What, did you think you'd be able to beat me just because you happen to get an item by luck, of which not even I can figure out where its power comes from?" In the end, an item was an item. Ti-Hyen had not gained it through endless effort and countless trials. There was no way such a thing would be able to surpass the wretched struggles that Kang-woo had gone through for 10 millennia. In your dreams, bash. Kurged, Kang-woo kicked Ti-Hyen in the stomach, sending him flying backward. Guh, Ti-Hyen groaned. Kang-woo walked toward Ti-Hyen as he looked down at him coldly. Don't worry. I'm not going to kill you. He needed to pry information out of Ti-Hyen. It was crucial for changing the apocalyptic future that he saw through foresight. Well, I could also kill him, which would change the future. Ti-Hyen survived until the end in the apocalyptic future of Kang-woo being taken over by the demonic sea and ending the world. If Kang-woo killed Ti-Hyen right here and now, the future would change for sure. The problem is that I have no idea how it would change. It might even end up getting worse. It was not the best idea just to change the future. He needed to change the future that would head to the end of the world. To do that, Kang-woo needed prior information about the details of the future to change it, just like how Ti-Hyen dodged attacks using the information he gained through foresight. I can't kill Ti-Hyen. Kang-woo looked down at Ti-Hyen, who was trembling uncontrollably as he looked up at him, and even if I don't have any information to get out of him, killing him is a bit much. Kang-woo clicked his tongue with a sad expression. He had no intention of rampaging without distinguishing friend from foe like he had done so when he had almost been taken over by his deific essence of veracity. He would only devour those who bared their fangs at him. I can't say that Ti-Hyen has fully gone against me. It was true that Ti-Hyen pointed his weapon at him, but that was simply because he had been taken over by his future consciousness. It couldn't be said that it was entirely Ti-Hyen's will. In Ti-Hyen's perspective, his control over his body was stolen by his future self. He was practically innocent. Damn, oh Kang-woo. You've become so kind. Kang-woo nodded with a satisfied smile. I can't believe I'm sparing someone who attacked me even if it wasn't of their will. It would have been unthinkable for Kang-woo back in his days in hell. No wonder I was granted the deific essence of splendor. The light naturally shone on him because he was generous enough to forgive even a deplorable asshole who attacked him with the intent to kill. Then, what are you planning on doing to me? Ti-Hyen asked. Kang-woo said calmly as if he didn't know why Ti-Hyen was even asking such a question. Once I get the information regarding the future from you, I'll either put you in a coma until my battle against Baal is over or just erase your memories. Pardon? Don't worry, man. I won't lose control over my strength like how I accidentally incinerated Hyun. What is Hyun? Oh, you don't know? Well, it doesn't matter. Kang-woo placed his hand on Ti-Hyen's shoulder and said in all seriousness, I promise I won't kill you. I may not look like it, but I'm a pro in making someone a vegetable. Kang-woo swung his hand in the air as if bragging, just one strong smack on the back of the head and you'll be able to rest comfortably in bed. Oh, don't worry about not being able to wake up. I'll do whatever it takes to wake you up once everything is over. Kang-woo Hyung, you know that thing in sci-fi films where people wake up from cryo chambers after a super long time, right? You can think of it like that. It sounds nothing like sheesh, why do you have so many goddamn complaints when I'm doing you an amazing favor? Kang-woo pounded on his chest in frustration. Do you want me to just explode your head? Is that what you want? I'll keep the fact that you're the demon of prophecy a secret. Ti-Hyen looked at Kang-woo seriously. As Kang-woo said, it would be better to cooperate with Kang-woo as long as they could change the future, even if he was the demon of prophecy. No, Ti-Hyen had no other choice since he knew better than anyone that he would die if he didn't cooperate. Come on man, it only takes an instant for shit like that to spread. Kang-woo refused Ti-Hyen's proposal without hesitation. He then raised his hand and continued, Right, I'm sure it'll take a while for me to hear everything about the future, so why don't you sleep for a few days? I don't have the time to sit around and chat at the moment since we only just stopped the parasite invasion. Kang-woo had been worried that he might accidentally kill Ti-Hyen before, but that was only during combat. It was a piece of cake to knock Ti-Hyen out for a few days when they were not in combat. Hyung W8, for God's sake Ti-Hyen, just stick your head out, it'll hurt more if you struggle. And no. It's alright man, it'll only be a slight prickle. This isn't some dentist appointment smack. Kurg, Kang-woo had no choice but to punch Ti-Hyen in the stomach because he was struggling too much. Ti-Hyen crouched as he grabbed his stomach. Heya, Kang-woo breathed on his palm and smacked the rooftop railing for practice. Crush, the railing was destroyed with just a single karate chop. Good, it'll be perfect once I add some divinity to it. Kang-woo nodded in satisfaction. It would be completely painless as long as he controlled his strength. Shit. He couldn't believe he was going this far for his beloved little brother who had attacked him. Jesus fuck, Kang-woo clenched his fist as his shoulders trembled. I'm way too kind. He wondered if he had truly become the light instead of pretending to be chosen by the light. Alright, here I go Ti-Hyen. Seek off. Kang-woo's hand moved before Ti-Hyen had a chance to finish his sentence. Shatter. At that moment, the sound of something breaking rang from the eye of Nostrian on Ti-Hyen's neck. Kang-woo looked down at Ti-Hyen in confusion. The hell was that? I haven't even hit him yet. Chapter 478 Eye of Nostrian crack crack. The borders enveloping the eye of Nostrian broke, and a transparent crystal about the size of a thumb came out. The crystal contained power that not even Kang-woo knew the bounds of or where it came from. What's this all of a sudden? Kang-woo looked down at the crystal exuding translucent light in confusion. Is this another power-up? Kang-woo thought Kim Ti-Hyen was about to power up again, but that did not seem to be the case based on how dumbfoundedly Ti-Hyen was looking down at his necklace. What just happened? Kang-woo asked. I'm not sure either, answered Ti-Hyen in a trembling tone and looked up at Kang-woo with a flustered expression, his broken necklace in hand. What are you looking at me for? Kang-woo was just as confused as Ti-Hyen was. He frowned as he stared at the crystal that was gradually shining brighter. Just then Ti-Hyen's eyes widened. Arg. He clenched his hair as he trembled. He drooled from his agape mouth, his eyes rolled backward and he convulsed as if he were having a seizure. Gurg. Oh shit, what the fuck is wrong now? Hey Ti-Hyen, Kang-woo shouted as he grabbed Ti-Hyen's shoulders. Anyone could see that Ti-Hyen was acting abnormally. Shit. Kang-woo bit his lip aggressively. I haven't heard anything about the future from him yet. He looked down at Ti-Hyen anxiously. Cough. The seizing Ti-Hyen coughed up blood. Blood vessels bulged from around his eyes and tears of blood poured down his cheeks. Hey, what's wrong with you? You're not dying, are you? Don't you dare fucking die. Kang-woo hastily bit open his thumb, stuck it in Ti-Hyen's mouth and activated the Authority of Regeneration at full throttle. Goo-woo. Shit, Kang-woo cursed. Ti-Hyen was not getting any better despite Kang-woo using the Authority of Regeneration. What should I do? Should I call Darling? Han Xiala was leagues above him in terms of healing. Kang-woo took out his smartphone and called Xiala right away. Kang-woo, what's wrong? There was much background noise around Xiala, likely because she was healing those injured due to the parasite invasion. Darling, can you come to me right now? Okay, I'll be right there, Xiala answered without hesitation despite not even knowing the reason. Kang-woo looked around. He had chosen a random high-rise building to land on, so he had no idea where he was. It looks like an apartment. Based on what the building looked like, it seemed more like a mixed-use luxury apartment building than a shopping complex or a company building. Kang-woo opened a map app to search for his current location. You're on the rooftop of the Hyperion in Mokdong, right? I'll be there in a flash, Kang-woo. The hell, I haven't even said anything about where I am yet. How did you know where I am? I installed a tracking app on your smartphone, a Xiala gasped. It's the power of love. Kang-woo remained silent. Since when did the power of love become a tracking app? He stared at his smartphone with a sour expression. Anyway, I'll be right there. Kang-woo could hear Xiala floundering before she hung up. Kang-woo groaned as he looked down at his smartphone. He searched for the tracking app that had been installed on his phone without his knowledge, but he couldn't tell where it was hidden. No, this isn't the time. He did not have the leeway to worry about a tracking app right now. Kang-woo examined the screaming and seizing Ti-Hyen. Blood vessels resembling tree roots were bulging all over his body. The symptom that Ti-Hyen experienced after overusing foresight had spread throughout his body, so he didn't power up but just used too much of his power. In martial arts terms, he was experiencing chi deviation. He was suffering from the side effects because he had forcibly used power that was beyond him. Damn it, he's not actually gonna die at this rate, is he? Kang-woo bit his lip and reached for the transparent crystal that had been embedded in Ti-Hyen's necklace. The transparent crystal exerted powerful resistance as soon as Kang-woo's hand came close to it. The fingers that made contact with the resistance were charred black and turned to ash. What the? Kang-woo's mouth was left agape in shock. He knew that the power within Ti-Hyen's necklace was unfathomable, but he never imagined that it could easily tear apart his top-rank deific essence barrier and burn him. What the hell could this thing be? The question that Kang-woo had when he first met Ti-Hyen filled his head again. Who the hell was Nostrian and how could he grant powers that allowed one to see the future, bring one's future consciousness to the present, and burn the Demon King? Not only that, it was only an item that contained a portion of the being's power instead of the being himself. Titan. Kang-woo narrowed his eyes. No matter how hard he thought about it, he couldn't think of any other beings but the Titans who would be capable of such things. Since Titans are the closest to the beings that we imagine when we think of gods, beings such as Gaia, Zeus, and Odin were closer to superhumans than gods. Shit, Kang-woo mumbled a curse. I have no way of facing the Titans at the moment. Kang-woo was only able to overpower Bali because it was in his consciousness as well as his home turf, which was the demonic sea. It was a different story for any other Titan. There would be no point in opening the doors. Kang-woo looked down at Ti-Hyen in frustration. Kang-woo, Xiala shouted from afar. Kang-woo turned to see Xiala flying toward him at high speeds with her angel wings sprouted. Her expression hardened when she saw Ti-hyun seizing on the ground after landing on the rooftop. Kang-woo, what's… I have no idea either. Just a moment, please. Xiala approached the seizing Ti-hyun and placed her hand on his forehead. Once she closed her eyes and focused, white light poured out of her wings. An immense power is tearing him apart from the inside, Xiala said with a dark expression as she checked Ti-hyun's condition. At this rate, Ti-hyun's body won't be able to handle the turmoil and explode. Heya, Kang-woo sighed, having expected the diagnosis. Is there any way to treat him? Xiala closed her eyes and fell into thought. I think I could calm down the chaotic energy at least a little. Does it put you in danger? Asked Kang-woo with narrow eyes. Although he needed information about the future, it would be pointless if it put Xiala in danger. He remarked, I'll do it instead. If it was only to calm down the raging energy, he should be able to do it as well. Kang-woo extended his arm toward Ti-hyun, spark. Kurg, just like what happened when he reached for the crystal, the same powerful resistance pushed him backward. Damn it, Kang-woo frowned aggressively. Xiala smiled gently and said, It's okay, Kang-woo. It'll consume a significant amount of my power, but it won't bring any danger to me. Kang-woo stared at Xiala in silence for a while and then sighed and nodded. Please take a few steps back, Kang-woo, Xiala stated as she placed one hand on Ti-hyun's forehead and the other on his solar plexus. Woom, a blinding light poured out of the 12 wings. NGH. Xiala's brows wrinkled slightly. Inside Ti-hyun's body was as chaotic as a storm. I have to quell the raging energy first. She poured sacred power into Ti-hyun, just like how coolant needed to be topped up so that an engine did not overheat. Kurg-ga, Ti-hyun twisted and turned as he coughed up blood. Beads of sweat formed around Xiala's forehead. Heya, heya. Xiala's breathing became labored. She entered a temporary state of exhaustion due to using sacred power and divinity past her limits. It's not enough. The power raging throughout Ti-hyun was more chaotic and enormous than anything Xiala had experienced before. She would have normally given up. But it's starting to calm down little by little. The immense energy was reacting with Xiala's sacred power for some reason and calming down. She slowly pacified the raging energy within Ti-hyun as if slowly taming a wild beast. Crack, and then the eye of Nostrian which had been on Ti-hyun's necklace shattered into pieces. Woom. Kaya, darling, blinding light filled the surroundings. Kang-woo quickly separated Xiala from Ti-hyun. Kurg, Ti-hyun, who tumbled across the ground after getting pushed away by Kang-woo, stood up as he staggered. Where? He looked around in confusion and saw Kang-woo embracing Xiala. He asked cautiously, who are you? Where am I? What? Kang-woo's expression wrinkled. Kim Ti-hyun, what the hell are you talking ob, Kim? Ti-hyun, how do you know my name? Kang-woo clenched his hair as he stared at Ti-hyun, who was staring at him, stricken with fear. Motherfucker. Kang-woo could easily tell what had happened based on Ti-hyun's reaction. Since he doesn't remember me, it meant that Ti-hyun's memories from now to when they first met in the D-rank gate had been wiped out. Heya, Kang-woo sighed. After all he had done to acquire information about the future, he was left with nothing in the end. Herg, Xiala groaned, Are you okay, darling? Ah, yes, I'm fine, Kang-woo, she mumbled as she stood up. Kang-woo examined her worryingly. Are you sure you're not hurt anywhere? I'm fine. Other than that, I'm extremely tired. Xiala blinked lifelessly as if she would pass out any second. Kang-woo sighed in relief. Lie down and get some rest. I'll take care of everything from here on out. I'm sorry, Kang-woo. Ti-hyun is, well, at least he's alive. Kang-woo clicked his tongue. He had lost something even more important than Ti-hyun's life, but he couldn't blame Xiala for that. I'm sorry, Kang-woo, I'm so tired. Xiala closed her eyes. Kang-woo laid her on the ground and turned to approach Ti-hyun. Because of that, absorbing the eye of Nostrian into Seraph's soul. A portion of the conditions for the Transcendent Skill Miracle rank X has been unlocked. No one saw the small amount of translucent light particles being absorbed into Xiala. Chapter 479, Family aren't supposed to do that kind of stuff with each other. Who? Kang-woo sighed deeply, sitting down in a hospital for players located in Seoul. You remember nothing at all? Yes. Kim Ti-hyun nodded cautiously as he was lying on a bed. No matter how hard I think. I can't remember a thing. Ti-hyun had lost all of his memories since awakening as a player. No, to be more exact, he's not even a player anymore. The blessing granted to him through the system had completely disappeared. His level, stats, and skills were gone. He was a bona fide ordinary person now. NGH, Kang-woo groaned as if his head hurt. I can't do anything about this. Kang-woo had tried all sorts of things to restore Ti-hyun's memories, but he had ultimately failed. I guess I have no choice but to give up on getting information about the future. The only thing he could do was hope that Ti-hyun's memories would miraculously return. Got it. I'll get going now. Call me using this number if you happen to remember anything. Kang-woo placed a note with his number written on it on the table. Tae-hyun cautiously called Kang-woo. What should I do now? Guardians will pay for your treatment and give you some financial aid. For now, just stay here and focus on healing. Tae-hyun lowered his head with a somber expression. It was only natural since his memories of the past few years had vanished without a trace. See you, Kang-woo said, turning around without any form of consolation. He did not want to give Tae-hyun false hope by saying that his memories would come back someday or that he would be able to return to his old life. There's nothing more despairing than an unattainable hope. It was unfortunate, but it was highly unlikely that Tae-hyun's memories would come back. It's a miracle that he's even alive. He, who possessed below-average talent as a player, had accepted the power of a Titan. Simply getting off with losing one's memories as the price for using the power of a Titan was incredibly light of a price. Tusk, Kang-woo clicked his tongue in sorrow. I can't believe I got to meet you again. It is truly an honor. He recalled his reunion with Tae-hyun. Fuck. There was a bitter taste in his mouth. Kang-woo opened the hospital room door and left. He walked up the stairs and opened the door to the hospital rooftop. Lilith was leaning on the rooftop railing. Are you finished with your talk? She asked. Kang-woo nodded. Based on your expression, it doesn't seem like his memories returned. Well, I more or less expected it. Kang-woo sighed and leaned on the railing next to Lilith. How is the situation in Seoul? We can rest easy now thanks to Layla's outstanding performance. Seoul, which had been in flames, was being rebuilt at incredible speed. It was naturally impossible to immediately repair all the damages throughout the city. But the chaos died down thanks to Layla using the influence of guardians to pressure each nation to send relief supplies. That's a relief, Kang-woo nodded, making a mental note to buy Layla a gift later. How peaceful. He looked up at the sky shining blue as if the red rift several kilometers wide had never formed. You protected this world, my king, Lilith remarked. Kang-woo remained silent. As she said, Earth would never have regained this blue sky if he had not protected it. But Kang-woo closed his eyes. The apocalyptic future that Tae-hyun saw continued to linger in his mind. It was the worst possible future involving Kang-woo, completely taken over by the demonic sea, ending the world with his own hands. The uneasy feeling spread throughout his entire body. Ho, don't worry so much, Lilith giggled softly and placed her head on Kang-woo's shoulder. She then whispered, if anything were to happen to you. I'll stop you, my king, Kang-woo chuckled. And how exactly are you gonna do that? Who knows, wouldn't it be possible with the power of love? Lilith turned the end of her hair into a green tentacle covered in sticky mucus which stuck itself to Kang-woo's cheek. Nah, that's not the power of love. Kang-woo shook his head in pallor. Well, it might actually work though. He had a feeling that even if he were to be taken over by the demonic sea, he might come back to his senses if he saw Lilith's tentacles. Kang-woo distanced himself from Lilith's tentacle and asked, that aside, have you found anything out about Nostrian? I even went to Erner to investigate, but I wasn't able to gain any useful information, Lilith answered, bowing her head apologetically. Kang-woo clicked his tongue. Well, it can't be helped since there is barely any information left about the Titans. But this incident was, Lilith slurred in concern. Kang-woo nodded. It wasn't hard to guess what she was trying to say. I'm sure the one known as Nostrian planned it. What were the chances for a below-average player to coincidentally acquire a necklace containing the power of a Titan and then coincidentally see the future with it? He showed it to Tae-hyun on purpose. Nostrian had shown Tae-hyun the end of the world, making it seem like the power went out of control. He even knew how Tae-hyun would act. The problem is, why he did such a thing. Kang-woo had no idea why. There was far too little information to even make a guess. In any case, continue your investigation on Nostrian. Yes, my king, Lilith replied and bowed courteously. Darkness boiled from beneath her and she disappeared as if being sucked into it. I should check up on Darling. Kang-woo had not visited Seolla because he had been busy finding a way to restore Tae-hyun's memories. Darling said she was fine, but he wanted to check up on her at least once. Let's go. Kang-woo headed to his house after what felt like forever. Clack, Darling, he called as he opened the front door. Tumble. Kaya, Kang-woo heard something falling in Han Seolla's room. Darling, he walked toward Seolla's room with a frown. Seolla opened the door to her room slightly and peeked out. Her face was flushed red and she was panting heavily. Heya Kang-woo, have you finished your business with Tae-hyun? Yeah, I mean I didn't feel the need to stick by him anymore. That aside, what's wrong, darling? Are you feeling unwell? Something might have happened to her as she was calming the raging energy with Tae-hyun. After all, the energy that she had suppressed was none other than that of a Titan. Let me in see, and no, I'm fine. Stay right where you are, Seolla shouted hastily. Kang-woo stopped because of how desperate she sounded. Please wait just a little bit, I'll be right out. Seolla slowed her labored breathing and slammed the door shut. She then came out a few minutes later. I didn't think you'd come back so soon. What were you doing? I was exercising because I think I've gotten a little fat lately, answered Seolla, her face completely red. Kang-woo tilted his head in confusion. She can exercise at home to the point that she sweats that hard. Siala looked delicate, but she was a player with deific essence. In terms of physical prowess, she could easily throw around trucks weighing several tons as if they were pebbles. It was nearly impossible for her to exercise with no equipment in a small room to the point that she would sweat. I mean, I guess it would be possible if she was training to improve her energy control. Just like how Si-hun cultivated and Kang-woo trained to raise his demonic energy control, training to improve control over one's energy was enough to tire them out even in a small room if they were training hard enough. But I never once saw Darling training to improve control over her energy. Seeing Kang-woo continuously staring at her oddly, Siala quickly walked over to Kang-woo and embraced his arm. Why don't you change into more comfortable clothing since you've come home after so long? I'll make you some kimchi stew in the meantime. Oh, Kang-woo's eyes shone and he nodded with a bright smile. Come to think of it, where are Echidna and Halcyon? They went to help Lilith to collect information on someone, I don't remember the name. Oh, Kang-woo nodded as if he understood. It must be about Nostrian. It was indeed a little too much for Lilith to do on her own. It's not like she has countless subordinates like in hell. Kang-woo hung his jacket in the drawer and said, in that case I'll go take a shower, darling. Okay, Kang-woo. Kang-woo leisurely enjoyed his shower and changed into a comfortable sweatsuit. I'll be busy again starting tomorrow. Matters regarding Taehyun had more or less been resolved, so he needed to help around Guardians starting tomorrow. I'm sure they're dying from overwork. Layla and Kim Si-hun were likely up to their necks with work trying to clean up the aftermaths of the parasite invasion. Kang-woo smiled bitterly as he imagined the two of them drowning in a mountain of paperwork. Oh, smells good. Just then, the smell of kimchi stew diverted his attention. He walked to the kitchen with a smile. It's ready, Kang-woo. Hey, how long has it been? Forget kimchi stew. Kang-woo had spent a week unable to eat a proper meal because he was so busy dealing with the parasite invasion and the matter with Taehyun. Kang-woo gulped down the kimchi stew that Siala prepared almost instantly. Phew, was that too little? Siala asked. No, it's fine. To Kang-woo, eating was closer to entertainment than a means of survival. He did not want to make trouble for Siala simply because he wanted to eat more. Honestly, it's a bit of a shame. Kang-woo licked his lips and lifted the empty pot of kimchi stew. I'll clean up. You can get some rest, darling. No, Kang-woo shook his head as he put on the dishwashing gloves. It'll be over in a flash. He was able to wash them in seconds if he used his authority, but he wanted to enjoy ordinary life by washing them with his own hands. Siala stared at Kang-woo washing dishes in silence as she sat at the dining table. They weren't speaking to each other, but it did not feel awkward at all. Doing this kind of stuff really makes it feel like we're a married couple, Kang-woo mentioned. Pardon? Siala flinched, her eyes widened. Kang-woo smiled and continued, eating together and washing the dishes after. Siala remained silent. She was panting heavily for some reason. Later. Even when everything is over, I wish it'll stay like this forever. Kang-woo chuckled, knowing that saying such a line did not suit him. Maybe I've become a little sentimental because of the future that Taehyun saw. Even if the future could be changed, he would be lying if he said that he wasn't worried. The end of the world that Taehyun talked about was far too atrocious even for Kang-woo. When that time comes, we can hold a wedding ceremony. And should we move to someplace bigger? Heya, let's move to somewhere bigger where there would be enough room even if Yeonjo, Si-hun, and Layla come to visit. Kang-woo? Oh, that son of a bitch Balrog would be a problem. He doesn't seem to find it comfortable in his human form, but building a house only to accommodate his size would make the house a bit too. Kang-woo. Kang-woo turned to Siala. Heya, Siala was panting heavily and staring at Kang-woo with bloodshot eyes. Kang-woo's expression froze. What's wrong, darling? Why are you? I don't think I can. Hold back anymore. What? Hold what back? I've been feeling weird lately. My sacred power has gotten a lot more dense. My wings have gotten so much more vivid, and my body is so hot. 12 wings sprouted from Siala's back. They were shining far more vividly than before. That's why I was, even just a while ago, by myself. Fufu, Kang-woo. Hello. Miss Han. Siala, why are you making such a scary face? Your eyes look a little hazy. Siala placed her hand on her chest and took deep breaths. Please wait a little bit, Kang-woo. I'll go wash up. What are you talking about, darling? Wash up? Why? I told you that it feels like we're a married couple. If we're married, it means that we're family. Family aren't supposed to do that kind of stuff with each other. Chapter 480, Demon of Prophecy, Part 1. A day passed and Kang-woo set out early in the morning. Erg, he groaned as he stretched. I didn't even get to sleep an hour. His mind was filled with the things that he did all night. He coughed and looked down. Francois, you're still going strong, buddy. Kang-woo smiled as he stared at his comrade with whom he had gone through a strenuous battlefield. His head was held high and his steps were light for some reason. He bought an entire box of energy drinks at a nearby convenience store and opened a gate leading to the Hall of Protection. He saw a white hallway once he passed through the gate. Si-hun isn't here to greet me like always. Kim Si-hun always ran to Kang-woo after sensing his presence as soon as Kang-woo entered the Hall of Protection, but he was nowhere to be found today. Is he not here? He might be helping to find information regarding Nostrian like Echidna and Halcyon. Kang-woo headed to Layla's office as he looked around. He knocked on her office door. Lail Kurg, Kang-woo grimaced due to the dark aura that seeped out of the office as soon as he opened the door. What the hell is this smell? The office smelled like a rotting corpse. Oh, Kang-woo, welcome. Kang-woo turned as he grimaced and saw Layla, with extremely dark circles under his eyes, looking up at him. Tap, tap, tap. Next to her was Si-hun, reading documents and stamping seals like a machine. His eyes staring at the documents were not filled with light like usual. The mood in the office was as somber as the putrid stench of sweat. There was a mountain of documents so high that Kang-woo had no idea how it had managed to reach that height. Kang-woo smiled awkwardly and said, "You guys sure are hardworking at it so early in the morning." "Pardon, morning? Is it morning right now?" Layla stared blankly in Kang-woo's general direction. She giggled as she shrugged and said lifelessly, "Fufu, I've been here since last week, so I didn't even know it was morning." I see. Is she broken?" "Well, I somewhat expected this after hearing about it from Lilith. The restoration of Seoul had likely progressed so quickly thanks to the dying Layla and Si-hun. I'm feeling bad now." Kang-woo had also been busy the past week trying to find a way to restore Kim Tae-hyun's memories, but the word busy could not even begin to describe the amount of work that Layla and Si-hun had to do. It's like I'm seeing game developers whose game release date was brought forward by 3 months out of the blue. Kang-woo shook his head and handed the energy drinks that he bought to Layla and Si-hun. "Are you guys okay?" he asked. "Okay, yes I am. After all, I'm the only one who can do this." Layla took the energy drink from Kang-woo and chugged it. "Kea, I feel a bit better now. You should get some rest." "There's no time to rest," Layla sighed deeply. The biggest problem with the parasite invasion was that the attacked city had been none other than Seoul, one of the most populated cities in the world before and even after the Day of Calamity. There would naturally be a massive amount of collateral damage. Although the number of deaths wasn't nearly as large as it should have been considering the scale of the invasion, there were a massive number of injured. "What are the politicians of each nation doing?" Kang-woo asked. "They're working just as hard as us, that's the problem." Layla sighed deeply again. Countries that did not experience disaster were working just as hard as Korea. The problem was the issue of relief supplies. Guardians was inevitably put on the spot because they needed to act as the mediators between those who needed the supplies trying to get as much as possible, and those giving the supplies trying to give as little as possible. This isn't something that can be resolved through force. Taking one side would inevitably cause even bigger problems down the road. To Kang-woo, mediating between two sides was far more difficult than devouring one side. "That aside, what brings you here, Kang-woo? Have you finished what you needed to do?" asked Layla, staring at Kang-woo passionately and full of hope. Their workload would be massively reduced if Kang-woo assisted them, allowing Layla and Si-hun to escape this administration hell. At least let me take a shower," Layla thought as she gulped and stared at Kang-woo. Kang-woo softly shook his head and answered, "I'm sorry, I think I'll have to focus on restoring Tae-hyun's memories for a little longer." Oh. Layla's hopeful expression broke down, her eyes filling with despair. Kang-woo calmly lowered his head. "I have no choice." In truth, Kang-woo had completely given up on restoring Tae-hyun's memories, and he had originally come to the Hall of Protection to help the suffering Layla and Si-hun. However, there was one simple reason why he had told them that he was not done yet. It's a fucking pain in the ass. He would prefer a hell filled with demons than a hell of documents. His sense of guilt was repeatedly stabbing him as he looked at the disheveled Layla. "I'm here for a different reason." Kang-woo hypnotized himself to protect his conscience. It just so happened that he had another reason why he came to see Layla. "Yeah, that's good, let's go with that." Kang-woo nodded in satisfaction and continued, "I came to see you because of matters involving the Divine Realm." "The Divine Realm?" "Yes," Kang-woo nodded and continued angrily, "I was wondering why the hell they didn't show themselves during this entire mess." Layla expressed, "Now that you mention it, I haven't even thought about it." The gods were now free from the law of Titans restricting them, so it was indeed weird that they did not take any action during the parasite invasion. Even if they're busy keeping in check the evil gods trying to manifest, it doesn't logically make sense. Kang-woo narrowed his eyes. It would be a relief if they didn't appear simply because they were short on hands, but in the worst-case scenario. He had reason to expect that something had happened in the Divine Realm, something so big that they couldn't manifest on Earth even as the parasites were invading it. Just a second. I will try to contact Lady Gaia. Layla, also realizing it was not a trivial matter, stopped what she was doing and stood up. She closed her eyes for several minutes. "Why?" she muttered with a trembling voice. Kang-woo clicked his tongue. "I knew it. There was no way the gods of Olympus would do nothing as the parasites invaded Earth. I can't. Get in touch with Lady Gaia, Layla said in pallor. Kang-woo closed his eyes. Shit, something else had happened while he had been focused on the parasites. Black smoke rose from the branches of the giant tree that acted as the pillar of every world. Kurg, stop that monster. There was a giant palace attached to one of the branches. It was Olympus, where the gods which humans knew through Greek mythology resided. Whoosh. The extraordinarily beautiful palace of Olympus was crumbling as it was engulfed in flames. Hee, a boy with blank eyes was standing above the ruins of the palace. He looked down at the gods of Olympus with a bright smile. Tap. The boy vanished into thin air with just a little tap of his feet. He then appeared in front of Uranus as if he had teleported. Kurg, Uranus quickly jumped backward, however the boy's hand was faster. Stay still, the boy said and kicked Uranus in the stomach. Kurg, Uranus' deific essence barrier was torn apart with just one blow. He collapsed on the spot. Hi, well then, bon appetit. The boy opened his mouth wide like a snake and was about to swallow Uranus whole. Get your filthy hands off of him, shouted a brown-haired goddess. A massive shockwave blew the boy away and he tumbled across the ground. Erg, what the hell do you think you're doing, old lady? Haven't you learned that you shouldn't interrupt someone when they're eating? The boy turned to the woman in annoyance. Gaia, the brown-haired goddess, glared at the boy furiously. Baal, how dare you? Hee, Baal giggled innocently as his shoulders moved up and down. You'll get wrinkles on your forehead if you get so angry, old lady. And I'm just as irritated as you know, Baal licked his lips. I was so curious about how an otherworldly being would taste, but I had to give up on them and come here instead. What are you talking ob? Hehe, are you curious? The boy smiled. It was so hilarious how you were all being fooled by him, so I gave up on eating them and came here instead. Gaia frowned in silence. Fooled? Yeah. Like a bunch of morons. Baal clapped his hands together with a bright smile. I was watching to see how long you'd stay fooled for, but after some thought, his blank eyes widened, filling with madness. I thought it'd be more fun to tell you the truth instead of just watching. Baal jumped up and down, filled with excitement from just thinking about it. Hi, I wonder what he'll do once everything is exposed. I wonder how he'll try to fool you again. The boy's eyes darted around madly. I'm sure he'll find a way to resolve it the first time, but what about the second time, and the third, how would he fix it? What have you been talking about since earlier? Just imagine, aren't you excited to see how that arrogant bastard despairs once everything is exposed? Baal spread his arms wide and burst into laughter. That's why I've come to see you. Gaia stared at Baal dumbfoundedly. You're insane. There was no flow or reasoning to his sentences. It sounded like he was just blabbering things that came to mind without a filter. Gaia shook her head, thinking that Baal had gone insane. Insane? Do I look like I'm insane? Baal cackled, the corners of his mouth ripping to his earlobes. Gaia shrouded herself with divinity and prepared for combat as if there was no point in dragging the conversation. I wonder if you'll still be able to say that, after seeing this. Baal snapped his fingers and a blue window appeared in front of Gaia. It was the thing that players referred to as the system created by the Law of Titans. You want to feel fear? On the screen was her retainer whom she deeply trusted. My child. Gaia's retainer was battling the parasite king who had invaded Earth from the outer world. Kurg, Gaia grunted anxiously. Not only was she not able to help her retainer, but she was being one-sidedly overwhelmed by Baal. Sure, I'll let you feel it until you're sick of it. Just then, Kang-woo on the screen smiled in a way filled with madness, which Gaia had never seen from him before. His smile could only be described as demonic. My child, Gaia stared at the screen as her eyes shook. The god of splendor whom Gaia knew was nowhere in sight. Open, the door to the demonic sea opened. Chapter 481, Demon of Prophecy, Part 2. Gaia's eyes widened, her heart beat rapidly as a chill ran down her back. She was gasping for air and her vision was blurring, she lost strength in her legs. Why? She asked but received no answer. The Kang-woo on the blue screen, the monster made of darkness itself with countless sharp teeth was, why is the demonic sea? Inside my child, Gaia muttered as her eyes trembled. The monster transformed into an immortal black mucus and ate the parasite king alive. He was the predator of predators at the top of the food chain. Gaia was only seeing the monster through a screen, but it was easy to deduce the monster's identity. Demon of Prophecy. He was the being who possessed the sea of demonic energy and would bring demise to the triad. Baal frowned in displeasure. Well, I'll let it slide. He indeed has the demonic sea as of this moment. He pouted and snorted in dissatisfaction. There was no need for him to tell Gaia that he was the true master of the demonic sea and the demon of prophecy who would bring demise to the triad, since it'll probably be more interesting that way. Baal smiled and moved his shoulders up and down. Were you surprised? Well, I don't blame you. I'm sure you're shocked out of your mind. Hi. After all, the retainer you treasured so deeply turned out to be the demon of prophecy. He snickered to mock Gaia. Lies. My child cannot be the demon of prophecy. Gaia strongly denied Bale's claims and clenched her fists. Is that so? Bale jumped in place as if he were having the time of his life and continued, what about this then? He snapped his fingers, changing the footage in front of Gaia. Crumble, yeah. An entire world was falling apart in the next footage. It was being reduced to ashes by the colossal flames covering the sky. One of the worlds of the triad was ending, and a demon was looking down at the crumbling world. My child, the demon had wings of gold and black fire on his back, resembling the prophesied black sun. No, that's impossible. Gaia shook her head in pallor. She fell to her knees and curled up as if avoiding the undeniable truth. Bale laughed brightly. Man, I was honestly quite surprised by this as well. Who would have thought that he would end an entire world before completing the demonic sea? Bale stared crazily at Kang-woo in the system window. Well then, he got on his tiptoes and twirled to face Gaia. You get it now, right? Gaia aggressively bit her lip. She clenched her fists to the point that they trembled and slowly stood up. I trust my CHA. Still, Bale licked his lips with his long tongue. How about this then? He snapped his fingers once again. Hyung, you were the demon of prophecy. An innocent-looking young man appeared on the screen. That boy is. Gaia recalled hearing from Layla about the player who recently joined Guardians and defeated Kim Si-hun in a duel, and possessed the power to see the future. The human, whom Gaia had been planning on manifesting to meet, was trembling in fear and staring at Kang-woo in shock. And there was no need to think deeply about what it meant for a human who could see the future to call Kang-woo the demon of prophecy. Gaia could feel her world falling apart. The flames of salvation that she had put her hopes in were going out. I'll keep the fact that you're the demon of prophecy a secret. Come on, man, it only takes an instant for shit like that to spread. A familiar face was on the screen, but from it came out an unfamiliar voice and manner of speech. The familiar man was acting unfamiliarly. This is fake. Tears trickled down Gaia's cheeks. She aggressively stomped her foot and extended her arm toward Bale. How dare you try to deceive me? She shot an enormous shockwave at Bale, who giggled and lightly waved his hand. Poof. The shockwave infused with divinity was neutralized after making contact with the back of Bale's hand. Hess. Bale smiled widely after blocking Gaia's attack with ease and said, What, you're gonna say they were fabricated this time, huh? What a comfy life you have. You see what you want to see, hear what you want to hear. How awesome is that? Bale burst into laughter as he grabbed his stomach. Well, fine, he stared crazily at Gaia. If that's what you want to believe, go ahead. But you'll realize it sooner or later. No, even if you don't, I'll keep coming to tell you. Bale slowly turned around. Well then, see you next time. He walked away without hesitation. Darkness clumped together and a hunchback demon appeared in front of him. Have you finished what you need to do? Yeah, Bale nodded energetically. Ammon, the hunchback demon, clicked his tongue as he stared at Gaia blank-eyed in shock. What use is it to show that incapable woman the truth? Bale tilted his head. Ammon continued, his voice as unpleasant as nails on a chalkboard. The Demon King will do whatever it takes to keep his identity hidden. I know, Bale nodded. I'm sure he'll manage to fool Gaia somehow even after I showed her all this. Considering the things that the Demon King had done in hell, Bale knew this would be nowhere near enough. But aren't you curious? Bale smiled brightly, his eyes sparkling. What do you mean? About how desperately he'll struggle to keep the truth hidden, Bale shouted with his arms spread out wide. I'm sure he'll crawl on the floor pathetically and bawl his eyes out again, right? Don't you agree? The Demon King had kneeled to Bale and licked his feet, all to fool Bale. Bale's eyes shone madly as he recalled memories of the past. His heart beat rapidly and sparks traveled throughout his body. Yeah, that's it, that's how you should be. Bale wanted to see how pathetically the Demon King would act to hide the truth. Bale drooled, he got aroused just from thinking about it. I wonder how he'll deceive her, how pathetically will he act? Would he get on his knees and beg her to trust him as he bawls his eyes out? Bale then muttered in rage, but no matter how much you struggle, you'll lose everything you've built in the end. If once wasn't enough, Bale would do it twice. If not twice, then thrice. No matter how much the Demon King struggled, he would not be able to keep his identity from getting exposed. I'm sure all the humans he treasures will turn their backs on him. Bale knew very well how much the Demon King treasured the people around him. If those people were to abandon him, treat him like a monster and point their weapons at him, it would be so fun. Bale cackled as his shoulders moved up and down. The fury deep inside him was eating him whole. No, the fury had already eaten him whole since long ago because the Demon King was. Bale muttered as he thought about the one he resented. Nothing. The sound of gritting teeth echoed throughout the ruins of Olympus. If we can't get in contact with the divine realm, Kang-woo clicked his tongue, I guess I have no choice but to go there myself. He was sure that something had happened in the divine realm, so he needed to check for himself. It's too dangerous to go by yourself, Hyung Nim. Si-hun, who had been organizing documents like a machine, stood up. I will go with you. Si-hun had awakened the deific essence of Heavenly Sword, so there was no issue with him going to the divine realm. However, Kang-woo shook his head. No, I'll go by myself. We can't get in touch with the entirety of Olympus. If it's that serious, I might have to open the doors. If that were the case, it would be too dangerous to have Si-hun with him. Kang-woo couldn't afford to become black mucus covered in countless mouths in front of Si-hun. And if Si-hun isn't here, Layla might really collapse from exhaustion. Layla had been so busy that she couldn't even take a shower despite Si-hun helping her. Kang-woo couldn't help her, so he couldn't take Si-hun with him. Hyung-nim, you stay here and help Layla. Also, no matter how busy you are, make some time to take breaks. Just look at yourself. Kang-woo patted the disheveled Si-hun's shoulder. Si-hun was born for martial arts. He would have far more trouble battling against documents non-stop for a week than against enemies with his sword. Okay, Hyung-nim, please stay safe. Kang-woo, since I'm physically fine, Lady Gaia should be fine as well, Layla mentioned calmly. Kang-woo nodded. I'll be back in a flash. He placed his hand on the Hall of Protection and drew out his energy like he had learned when he went to the Divine Realm. The entire Hall of Protection shone white and Kang-woo disappeared into thin air. This is... Kang-woo frowned aggressively as soon as he arrived in the Divine Realm. He saw the destroyed Olympus, in worse condition than Seoul after the parasite invasion. I knew something happened. Kang-woo narrowed his eyes. He expected something had happened the moment he noticed that communications were severed, but he did not expect Olympus to be in such terrible condition. Did the anti-Gaia faction do this? Although the situation was more or less resolved after Odin's death, there were still many gods who opposed Gaia's rule. Kang-woo wondered if they had something to do with this. No, he shook his head. There's no way Olympus would have lost this miserably. Now that Thor and Odin were killed and the Asgard faction had scattered, Olympus was the strongest faction of Earth's divine realm. Even if the anti-Gaia faction had risen in revolt, Olympus would not have been defeated so one-sidedly. No way. An uneasy sensation ran down Kang-woo's back. He quickly entered what remained of the palace. He couldn't feel the presence of any god, no one but Gaia's. Lady Gaia, the brown-haired goddess, collapsed on the ground, slowly turned to Kang-woo and looked up at him in pallor. My child, she muttered faintly. Chapter 482, Taking Off the Mask, Part 1. What happened? Oh, Kang-woo asked the disheveled Gaia. Her eyes were trembling. She shut her eyes tightly and shook her head as if trying to forget something. Baal attacked Olympus, muttered Gaia. Kang-woo closed her eyes. He understood everything just from that one sentence. I see. The severed contact with the divine realm, the destroyed Olympus, and the absent presence of the other gods. Everything could be explained just from the name Baal. Were the other gods eaten? Kang-woo asked, thinking Baal attacked Olympus to devour the gods. No, Gaia shook her head. No, Kang-woo narrowed his eyes. He did eat some of the gods, but most of them survived and are currently being treated in the World Tree. This was the first time Kang-woo heard the World Tree could heal the injuries of deities, but that was not important at the moment. Most of them are alive. Kang-woo tilted his head, unable to understand. Why? Baal attacked Olympus while Kang-woo was battling the Parasite King. Baal also possessed the Authority of Predation, so his objective had likely been to absorb the god's deific essence. So why didn't he kill them? It didn't make sense. Kang-woo narrowed his eyes, wondering if he was missing something. Just then he was reminded of what Layla had said. Since I'm physically fine, Lady Gaia should be fine as well. Kang-woo looked down at Gaia. As Layla had said, she was not particularly injured. Ah, Kang-woo expressed. He had forgotten the first thing he should have wondered after hearing that Baal attacked Olympus. How did Gaia manage to survive? If Baal had attacked Olympus for the god's deific essence, he would naturally aim for Gaia, a goddess with top-rank deific essence. But he didn't eat her. There was no way he was unable to. Even if Gaia possessed top-rank deific essence, she was no match for Baal. I see. Kang-woo nodded as if he understood. He had been thinking about it completely wrong. He didn't attack Olympus for deific essence. He had a different objective. What happened to Baal? Kang-woo asked. Gaia remained silent. She then looked up at Kang-woo with trembling eyes. She bit her lip anxiously and reluctantly continued. He suddenly ran away. In the middle of his attack on Olympus. He ran away? Why yes, Gaia answered, averting her gaze from Kang-woo. Kang-woo laughed in spite of himself and asked again, did he really run away? Gaia clenched her fists. Lady Gaia, Kang-woo crouched so that he was at eye level with Gaia. What happened here? He slowly reached for Gaia's clenched fist. NGH, Gaia slapped Kang-woo's hand away in shock. Lady Gaia, Kang-woo slightly grimaced. I'm sorry, my child. Gaia lowered her head in panic. She bit her lip and said as if whispering, Baal said some nonsense. Nonsense? Gaia nodded. Yes, Baal said that. You're the demon of prophecy. He also showed me footage of you fighting the Parasite King and destroying Huan. Pardon? Kang-woo felt like a truck had smashed the back of his head. Kang-woo looked down at the subtly trembling Gaia with wide eyes. Motherfucker. He barely managed to stop the curse from leaving his mouth. He felt dizzy and his thoughts were jumbling together. Bale, you crazy son of a bitch. Kang-woo couldn't help but feel that Bale had gotten the better of him. And, was his name Kim Tae-hyun? He showed me footage of you fighting him as well. Kang-woo closed his eyes. He calmed his breathing and slowly unraveled his tangled thoughts. He could feel his head cooling down. How? He did not feel anyone's gaze when he was facing the parasite king or Tae-hyun. Even if he had been immersed in the battle, there was no way Kang-woo would miss someone watching him in secret. If he wasn't watching, then how could he have? Just then, something popped up in his head. The Law of Titans. The entity that players referred to as the system knew where and what every player was doing at all times. If it didn't, there was no way it could give rewards to players every time they killed monsters or leveled up. And Bale currently has the privilege to interfere with that system. Kang-woo frowned aggressively. He understood why he had not been able to feel Bale's presence. Kang-woo had been watched by the law that governed everything. And Kang-woo stared at Gaia coldly. "Oh, of course I didn't believe a word of it. I had surely doctored footage, right?" said Gaia anxiously, staring desperately at Kang-woo to affirm her suspicions. She continued with a trembling voice, "There's no way that you, my precious child, is the demon of prophecy." Kang-woo stared into Gaia's eyes filled with anxiety. Gaia cautiously grabbed Kang-woo's clothes and shouted, "Why aren't you answering? Tell me that you're not." Kang-woo narrowed his eyes and calmly fell into thought. It's not difficult to cover it up right now. It was simple, he just needed to claim that they were doctored footage and that he had done no such things. Since she'll see and hear what she wants. Gaia truly treasured Kang-woo and thought that he was the hope of this world, hence logic wouldn't be very important to her, but the seeds of doubt will remain. The proof that Bale gave Gaia would normally be so surefire that Kang-woo would have had no way of denying it. Simply claiming that the footage was doctored would resolve the immediate issue, but she would always doubt Kang-woo deep within her heart. And that seed of doubt will engulf Gaia. Kang-woo understood why Bale showed only Gaia the footage. Bale had acquired footage of Kang-woo unleashing the demonic sea by interfering with the system, as well as footage of him ending Hyun and of Tae-hyun calling Kang-woo the demon of prophecy. But there was no reason for him to show only Gaia. If he wanted to expose Kang-woo, he would have shown it to as many people as possible. In other words, he never intended to expose me in the first place. Bale had a different objective in mind. "Am my child?" Kang-woo looked down at Gaia, who was looking up at him desperately with her hands on her chest. She said that the footage Bale showed her was surely doctored, but her eyes were filled with fear and uneasiness. Telling her that the footage was indeed doctored would not eliminate the seed of doubt sown deep within her. "I'll have to act out another shit show." Kang-woo needed a proper storyline as well as a build-up that would let everything flow seamlessly. He needed to work several times harder than normal to erase the doubt embedded deep within her heart. However, that painstaking effort would end up meaningless as long as Bale possessed the privilege to meddle with the Law of Titans. I see how it is," Kang-woo mumbled. He more or less understood what Bale was planning now. "Ha," he laughed in spite of himself. "You want to see me struggling, is it? You're gonna sit back and relax as you watch my struggle with fried chicken in hand." "F'tbiwahahaha." Kang-woo burst into laughter, unable to hold it in. He crouched as he grabbed his stomach. He smiled and swept his hair back. "Bale, oh Bale," Kang-woo said to his enemy, who was likely watching him in anticipation even now. "You stupid, poor son of a bitch. Why do you keep trying to copy me?" Taking a step back and looking down at the world as if observing it, toying with people's feelings to fulfill his objective, and standing at the top to have everything under his control as if he were a mastermind. Everything that Bale was doing was what Kang-woo had done throughout his life in hell. "F'kahiha," Kang-woo laughed as he moved his shoulders up and down. Bale did not do such things in the past. He did not have the personality or brains to pull such schemes. He was closer to a beast, faithful to his senses and instinct. There was only one reason why Bale would complicate the situation this way. "Did you think you could become like me, if you copied what I do?" Kang-woo smiled. "You're nothing, man," Kang-woo cackled as he licked his lips. "You want to see me struggling, is it? Sounds interesting. All right, I'll show you. Watch and learn." "Why are you acting like that all of a sudden, am my child?" asked the pale Gaia as she looked up at Kang-woo, looking up at the sky and talking to himself. Kang-woo looked into her brown eyes and said, "It's not doctored footage." Deathly silence fell. "What?" Gaia's eyes widened. Kang-woo smiled. "I said the footage you saw through the system isn't fake." Gaia shook her head as she trembled. What's wrong, am my child? Are you being threatened by B? Ha, can't you see that I'm trying to be perfectly honest with you?" Kang-woo clicked his tongue and slowly approached Gaia. He raised his right hand to cover his face with it and then slowly dragged it down his face. "He's right." His hand fully came off of his face, revealing black scleras, yellow irises, and horizontal pupils. The corners of his mouth were ripped up to his earlobes and sharp teeth protruded from between his lips. Everything Bale said is true. Kang-woo took off his mask of countless lies at last. "I'm the demon of prophecy." ch 483 Taking Off the Mask, Part 2. Ah, Gaia's eyes widened. She mumbled incoherently in pallor and shook her head as she trembled. No, there's no way. What do you mean no? I'm saying it's true. Oh, Kang-woo chuckled. Gaia took staggering steps back and said, why you said before that Baal was the demon of prophecy. I lied, obviously. Did you expect me to tell you the truth? Answered Kang-woo as he shrugged. Tears welled up from Gaia's eyes. She did not want to believe that the one she trusted with all her being and considered the light of salvation was the demon of prophecy. No, she couldn't believe it. Then, were you and Baal on the same side from the beginning? Why would I be on the same side as that loser? Kang-woo laughed in spite of himself and continued, it's true that I'm the demon of prophecy, but I have no intention of ending the world or devouring it. What? Gaia stared at Kang-woo wide-eyed in disbelief. I'm genuinely trying to save the world. Gaia's eyes shook. She bit her lip and clenched her fists. Beeble, the demon of prophecy is meant to bring demise to. What the fuck is that prophecy in the first place, and why does it keep saying that a person who never even thought about ending the world will end it? Asked Kang-woo with a frown. The pent-up frustration burst out all at once. All this shit about prophecy and whatnot. Kang-woo gritted his teeth and glared at Gaia. He couldn't help but feel wrongfully accused. I stopped them, the demon cult, Satan, the constellations of evil, and the otherworldly invasion. I fucking stopped them all as the goddamn gods were stuck here because of the law and bickering about their greedy desire to manifest. Kang-woo had been the one to save the dying world. If it hadn't been for him, this world would have ended a very long time ago. Let me hear you say it, Gaia. Kang-woo stared at Gaia coldly. What the hell were you all doing as I was killing them all? Gaia remained silent. She wanted to deny Kang-woo's claims, but she couldn't find the right words to. What did you all do? It was because Kang-woo had said nothing wrong. Well, I'm sure you tried your best. You made Layla into your incarnation and selected protectors to protect the Earth despite being shackled by the law of Titans. But how did that end up? Do you seriously think you would have been able to stop them all? The demon cult, the princes of hell, the constellations of evil, the parasite king, Baal, that's. Gaia stammered and lowered her head. She turned away from Kang-woo as if averting her gaze from the truth. Kang-woo cackled. What? Do you want me to praise you since you tried your best? Wow, the almighty Lady Gaia sure must have had a hard time. Want a medal? Kang-woo walked up to Gaia, grabbed her chin, and yanked her head to face him. He said coldly, what the hell did you all do other than mouth off about the prophecy? Gaia remained silent. She slapped Kang-woo's hand away as she trembled. Do not touch me. Tears flowed down her cheeks. She was filled with a sense of betrayal because Kang-woo had been deceiving her all this time, and sorrow because she couldn't refute any of his claims. Whether it be humans or gods, one's reaction when they were faced with a truth they did not want to accept was the same. The prophecies of the world tree are absolute, Gaia shouted. From the beginning of time to now, it has never been wrong. If Kang-woo was truly the demon of prophecy, the world would end at his hands. As proof of that, you destroyed Huan. Kang-woo had said that the footage Baal showed her was real. If that was the case, it meant that Kang-woo had ended Huan. Gaia bit her lip anxiously and continued, even if you truly have no intention of ending the world. She recalled what Kang-woo looked like as he was fighting the Parasite King. His countless mouths, sharp teeth, and the shroud of darkness as black as the darkest abyss, the demonic sea will one day take over you. If Kang-woo possessed the prophesied demonic sea, the end of the world was already set in stone regardless of his intentions. One could even call it inevitable. Even if Kang-woo were to kill Baal, he would eventually lose control over the demonic sea and lose his sanity. He would become a mindless monster and devour the world whole. The demonic sea is growing bigger inside you, is it not? Gaia asked. Kang-woo remained silent. As she had mentioned, the sea of demonic energy within his heart was growing bigger and bigger as if the universe was expanding, even without him eating anything. You, Gaia stared at Kang-woo sorrowfully, won't be able to endure it. There was no way he would be able to. An individual couldn't even begin to handle an infinitely expanding sea of demonic energy, even if that individual were a titan. I won't be able to handle it. Kang-woo burst into laughter. He said something similar too. He recalled the bellowing demon god trapped within the abyss of the demonic sea. The demon god had also said that Kang-woo wouldn't be able to handle the demonic sea's infinite power. Who do you guys? Kang-woo interjected. He stared at Gaia with deeply sunken eyes. Have any idea who I am? They had no idea who Kang-woo was and what he had done to survive. They likely had no interest either. They simply prophesied the end after judging that the power wasn't something a mere human could handle. It was the case in hell as well. No one thought Kang-woo would survive in the ninth hell, kill the 7 princes of hell, and rule over hell as its king. Despite all that, he was here. Well, fine. Let's say that I won't be able to handle the demonic sea's power and that I'm the demon who will end the world. Kang-woo leaned on a broken pillar with his legs crossed. He said to Gaia, who was glaring at him, so what? What do you want me to do? Tell me. Kang-woo smiled and then continued calmly, all right then, kill me. What? Stop spouting shit about prophecies and just kill me. Kang-woo yanked Gaia's hand toward him and placed it on his chest. The demonic sea is right here. Kang-woo tapped on his chest. I haven't opened the doors or drawn out demonic energy, so you'll be able to kill me with just one blow. Even if the deific essence barrier were to activate like a passive skill, Gaia's deific essence would be able to penetrate it. What are you doing? Hurry up and kill me. I'm the demon of prophecy who will end the world, aren't I? That's. Gaia was left confused, not expecting Kang-woo to act this way. Her hand on Kang-woo's chest trembled. She stared in pallor at Kang-woo's face. I will dedicate myself to the light. She recalled the day when she accepted Kang-woo as her retainer. His voice had been filled with bravery and passion. Just remembering what Kang-woo used to be pained her heart. Now this is your golden opportunity to kill the demon of prophecy. It's easy. Just use your divinity and stab my heart, Kang-woo said calmly. He caressed the crying Gaia's hair and continued, Go on, save the world, goddess of parental love. Gaia's lips turned blue as she stared at her trembling hand. She muttered, Aye. She shut her eyes tightly. Her hand on Kang-woo's chest fell lifelessly. What, you can't do it? Kang-woo smiled. Then I'll do it myself. Crush, he stuck his hand into his chest. He tore his flesh apart and ripped out his bones. Blood poured out like a fountain from his carved-out chest cavity. Gaia yelled in shock, what are you doing? She quickly reached for Kang-woo's arm and pulled out his hand before he could crush his own heart. Huff huff, Gaia panted heavily, cold sweats trickling down her forehead. She looked down at her hand that had pulled out Kang-woo's hand. Why? She was more confused by the fact that she had stopped Kang-woo's suicide attempt than Kang-woo's actions themselves. The demon of prophecy would have died if I just left him be. Arg, Gaia tried to let go of Kang-woo's arm, but her hand would not budge no matter how hard she tried. Why are you stopping me when I'm doing you a favor and killing myself? Kang-woo chuckled. He caressed Gaia's hair and continued, I guess you didn't have a choice. Kang-woo leaned in and whispered in her ear, You swore on your deific essence after all. Gaia's eyes widened. The words that she had said when she accepted Kang-woo as her retainer struck in her head like a bolt of lightning. From now on, I, Gaia, swear on my deific essence of parental love that I will treat Protector O Kang-woo as I would my child and spare no support and love for him. Gaia trembled. She understood why she was unable to let go of Kang-woo's arm despite finding out that he was the demon of prophecy and that everything he had shown her had been a lie. Kang-woo grabbed his stomach and laughed vulgarly. He wiped Gaia's tears and remarked, There's no need to make things so complicated, Lady Gaia. You don't have to be angry or sad by the betrayal either. He then whispered, I'm sure you know as well, don't you, that you can't stop the end of the world without me. Gaia remained silent. She knew that no one but Kang-woo could stand in Bale's way. However, the world would inevitably end if the demonic sea within Kang-woo were to keep expanding. In the end, she needed to choose the better of the two terrible scenarios. Hence, Gaia had no choice but to trust that Kang-woo would be able to endure the demonic sea's attempt to take control over him, and that he would become the savior of the world. Hanging on to the sliver of hope was the only choice allowed to her. Gaia stammered. She stepped backward in pallor. She was finally able to realize that she never had a choice from the beginning even after finding out about Kang-woo's true identity. She was unable to kill Kang-woo because of her pledge with her deific essence on the line, forget killing him. Her body would move of its own accord to protect him if he were to be put in danger. Did you? Gaia could not expose Kang-woo's identity to the world either since he was the only hope that the world had to be saved from demise. All would despair if that hope turned out to be the demon of prophecy. Know about this. The only choice left to Gaia was to trust that the demon of prophecy, the being who would end the world, wouldn't end it. From the beginning, she had no choice but to cling to Kang-woo powerlessly. Who knows? Kang-woo smiled. Right, have you decided what you're going to do? He caressed Gaia's cheek and asked, Will you kill me here and now or trust the demon of prophecy destined to end the world? Gaia remained silent and turned away from Kang-woo. Answer, Kang-woo grabbed Gaia's chin and forced her to face him. He looked into her trembling eyes and said, Now. Tears welled up around Gaia's eyes again. She lowered her head and answered reluctantly, I will. Trust you? Trust who? Tears flowed down her cheeks. I will trust the demon of prophecy. Kang-woo smiled in satisfaction. He opened his arms wide and embraced the frozen Gaia. Thank you very much for treasuring me so lovingly. Sniff Herg, Gaia trembled as she cried. Why you scumbag, how could you be so wicked? Despite boiling with rage from the betrayal, she had no choice but to trust and put her hopes in Kang-woo. Lady Gaia, Kang-woo got on one knee and continued, I will dedicate my life to you. Gaia's expression turned pale. Kang-woo had said that line when Gaia accepted him as her retainer. You. His expression, voice, and line were the same. Gaia knew his words were a sweet lie and that his true wicked nature was hidden behind that warm smile, but she found herself feeling relieved. She wanted to keep hearing those sweet lies. No, she preferred not knowing the truth at all. You are truly a demon. Tears gathered on her chin. Kang-woo lightly kissed the back of Gaia's hand and smiled. Who in the world would fall for a demon's temptations if their words were bitter? Chapter 484, Taking Off the Mask, Part 3, Herg, the cries of a goddess echoed within a ruined palace. Kang-woo looked down at Gaia, who was bawling her eyes out on the floor. He clicked his tongue with a bitter expression. Maybe I went a little too far. He naturally had no intention of doing this from the beginning. He had planned on concealing his true identity from Gaia to the end. But I was given no choice once it was all out in the open. Bale was able to monitor Kang-woo at all times through the system. No, he was even able to show others footage of Kang-woo with it as well. I probably would have managed to fool her once. It would be a hassle, but it was possible. However, what about a second or third time? Impossible. Bale would inevitably expose Kang-woo's identity if he had the system privileges. It's like being filmed by a security camera with no blind spots 24/7. Going out of his way to hide his identity in such a situation would only restrict his actions. I had no choice but to make Gaia trust me even after knowing my identity. Kang-woo looked down at Gaia with deeply sunken eyes. Her shoulders were trembling pitifully and tears were trickling down her cheeks. Not only had the retainer whom she trusted betrayed her, but she was forced to trust the demon of prophecy on top of that. Kang-woo sighed. I would have revealed it to her sooner if I knew this would happen. Kang-woo had considered multiple times to reveal his true identity and prove that he had no intention of ending the world, however long it took. But I ended up not doing it because of how massive the backlash would be. There was a huge difference between trusting the hero who would save the world and being given no choice but to trust the demon of prophecy. It was no different from a nation forcing its citizens to sacrifice themselves for their great nation. There's no way someone would give their all when they are forced to do it. Kang-woo could no longer expect much from Gaia. Her faith in him had shattered beyond repair. At least there's still the pledge she made with her deific essence on the line. If it hadn't been for that, Kang-woo might have had to eliminate Gaia. Well, regardless, what was done had already been done. It was irreversible. Time was better doing what he could instead of regretting what he had already done. Sniff, sniff. Kang-woo walked toward Gaia, who was crying with her hands over her face. Since I was harsh on her, it's time to console her now. Well, don't feel too bad about this. I'm just as frustrated as you are. Gaia slightly lowered her hands and looked up. What? Do you mean, like I told you from the beginning, I have no intention of ending the world? If I did, why would I have gone through all that shit to save it? I would have just left the world to end by itself. I just want to eat my kimchi stew and live happily ever after with my darling. Gaia flinched. Kang-woo was not wrong. The demon cult would have turned Earth into hell if not for Kang-woo. Even in Erner, the angels would have been no match for the constellations of evil. No, even just a few days ago, the parasites would have been unstoppable without Kang-woo. I only hid my identity because of how fervently you wanted to kill the demon of prophecy. But, yes, I know what you're worried about. You're trying to say that I'll be consumed by the demonic sea once it gets bigger and end up destroying the world even if I don't want to write. Gaia remained silent. Kang-woo chuckled. Let's see, since it was when I first entered the ninth hell. Yes, I've heard that constantly since 1,000 years ago. A 1,000? Yes, and as you can see, Kang-woo opened his arms widely. I'm right here perfectly fine. Gaia looked up at Kang-woo with trembling eyes. No one could endure for 1,000 years with the demonic sea inside them. Well, the demonic sea wasn't complete at the time, Kang-woo remarked. How did you? I don't know, Kang-woo shrugged. I have no idea how I managed to hold out for this long, but one thing I know for sure is that I will remain myself from now on as well. He had endured 10 grueling millennia in hell without proper food or rest. There was no form of entertainment, only massacre and battle. And most of all, there were no goddamn women. After 8 millennia passed, Kang-woo couldn't even imagine women because he had forgotten what they looked like. Do you know how miserable I felt whenever I touched my Francois because I was worried that he would die? Huh, do you? Oh wait, I guess there was a woman, but can you even call that a woman? Squelch. Kang-woo was reminded of those nightmarish as well as the sounds of sticky mucus. No, you can't. Kang-woo had no choice but to do it, but he didn't want to consider that his first time. No, he couldn't, he refused to. MICH no oh Kang, fuck motherfucker, I was reminded of that cursed memory again, Kang-woo shouted at Gaia. Gaia flinched. Hoo, I won't let it be taken. My endless frustrations refuse to let my body be taken. Okay, fuck the demonic sea, I'll never hand over my body, I fucking refuse. I understand, so calm D, I won't fucking calm down. Kang-woo aggressively grabbed Gaia's shoulders. He stared at her with blazing eyes and continued, listen carefully, okay? I won't let anyone take my goddamn body, so get your worries out of your head and focus on the tasks ahead. Besides, you already know you have no choice but to trust me, don't you? That's. Then trust me, Kang-woo stated firmly, or you can just stay a crybaby bawling your eyes out on your knees. His words were as cold as ice, but they were just what Gaia needed to hear. Gaia closed her eyes and stood up slowly. As you've said, I am an incapable goddess. I tried my best to save this world, and my children, but you're the one who saved them in the end, not me. Gaia recalled Kang-woo's sharp remarks after he revealed himself as the demon of prophecy. As he had said, she wasn't able to save anything. The one who had been protecting the world all this time was not her but the demon of prophecy. Gaia clenched her clothes and stared at Kang-woo with trembling eyes. Are you? Are you sure I can trust you? She asked desperately. Kang-woo smiled and turned to her. That's up to you. Even I can't control that, but you need at least something to cling onto if you want to save the world, right? Even if that something was the demon destined to end the world. Gaia remained silent. Kang-woo turned his back on Gaia and walked out of the ruined palace. Fu Heya, he inhaled and slowly exhaled. He looked up at the black sky of the divine realm and asked, were you watching? There was no reason to struggle pathetically to hide the truth. There was no need to even put effort into bending a poor goddess to his will. Right then, take notes, Kang-woo said to the being who was likely watching from somewhere. This is gonna be on the exam, he cackled. Wham. The hill made of red sand exploded. The roar of a beast echoed throughout the hill. A boy screamed madly, OHHHHKANGWO. Boom, boom, the hill exploded every time he swung his arms. The sky turned black and the ground distorted. The nearby demons bowed deeply on their knees. Shit, 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 the boy screamed hysterically as he pulled on his hair. He raised his right arm and sucked one of the bowing demons toward him. Lord B, crunch, Bale bit off the head of the demon trembling in pallor. Heya, 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 the boy trampled on the demon's corpse, exploding it into pieces. He stared daggers at the blue window in front of him. A man with sharp eyes was bursting out laughing with his hands on his stomach. This is wrong. This was not the struggling and frustrated Demon King that he wanted to see. The Demon King was not pathetically trying to hide his identity in tears. Rather, the Demon King was the embodiment of what Bale considered the ideal attitude of a demon. This is wrong, Bale stomped his feet as he pulled on his hair. Did you think you could become like me if you copied what I do? No, Bale trembled. The Demon King was staring at Bale as if he were talking to him. I'm not copying you. Bale's eyes were bloodshot. He gritted his teeth so hard that they were shattering and flying everywhere. Don't say it, Bale said as if begging. Nothing, man, Bale staggered backward. A crazed scream filled the hill once again. Chapter 485, Frozen Temple, Part 1, You're Nothing, Man. Kang-woo's words of mockery were engraved in Bale's head. Bale scratched his cheeks with his sharp fingernails, forming hideous wounds from his cheekbones to his chin. Black blood dripped from the wounds. I, Bale mumbled crazily. He swayed from side to side, his vision blurred and he panted heavily. Kang-woo's words continued to echo inside his head. I'm not nothing. He gritted his teeth, and the broken fragments of his teeth mixed with his blood and flowed down to his chin. I was first, Bale muttered crazily. I was first, not you, Bale glared at the Demon King on the screen. Your position, what you have, they were all supposed to be mine. His resentment ran down his back and throughout his body. He knew better than anyone what the source of that resentment was. Nothing, Bale muttered, his voice filled with a sense of inferiority. Haya. He bit his lip as he panted heavily and wet his hand with the black blood pooling on his chin. He slowly looked up. Ammon, yes, Lord Bale. A wave was formed in the darkness as if a black dye was dropped in water. The darkness gathered together and a hunchback demon with a staff appeared from it. Are the preparations complete? Bale asked. Ammon easily understood what Bale was asking despite being given no specificity. Yes, preparations for the day of the apocalypse are almost complete. Ammon bowed deeply and continued, I have given the exact date and rallied the demons of the ninth hell. However, Ammon clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. It is a shame Doomguard was allowed to escape. It doesn't matter, Bale answered in irritation. Doomguard was but a fly who was of no consequence to the great plan. The true purpose of Ingrium hasn't been discovered yet, has it? Bale asked. It has not. Ammon smiled, his wrinkly face wrinkling even more. He bowed. Bale's grimace turned into a bright smile. Heh. Okay, that's all that matters. He laughed as he moved his shoulders up and down. His victory was guaranteed as long as he had that. Hihihi, Bale chuckled as he glared at Kang-woo in madness. Mock me as much as you want while you still can, you'll lose everything soon enough. Bale gritted his teeth, which had instantly regenerated again. Now, Bale stood up, opened his arms wide and looked up at the burning sky. It is time for the apocalypse. The army of demons filling the colossal hill of red sand roared. Woom! A white light lit the floor of the Hall of Protection. The light gathered in one spot and appeared a young man with sharp eyes. Hyung Nim, Kim Si-hun ran toward Kang-woo, who manifested back into the physical realm. He searched Kang-woo in worry. Are you okay? Yeah, Kang-woo nodded and walked. Did something happen in the divine realm? Bring Layla first. It'll be much quicker to explain it to you both. Si-hun nodded and turned to head to Layla's office, but Layla, who had followed Si-hun, entered the room before Si-hun could bring her. Did you find out why contact with the divine realm was cut off, Kang-woo? She asked. Yes. Kang-woo concisely explained to them what had happened in the divine realm. Of course, he did not tell them what happened between him and Gaia. Bail, that son of a bitch. So that's why communication was severed. Si-hun and Layla's expressions turned gloomy after hearing Kang-woo's explanation. What could Bail's goal be? If he attacked the divine realm when the parasites attacked Earth, there's no way he would leave the majority of gods alive. Layla frowned, having the same thought as Kang-woo. Kang-woo shook his head and replied, I'm not sure either. He knew that Bail's goal was him, but he couldn't afford to tell Layla that. The otherworldly invasion and now Bail. Layla clenched her fists anxiously. Will we really be able to save this world? Kang-woo nodded without hesitation. We will, as long as we do it together. It was a line straight out of a generic shonen manga, but Kang-woo was not wrong. Even if he was able to stop Bail by himself, he would not be able to handle his army on top of that. Even if the entire force of Guardians was a match for Bail's army, they would be no match for Bail himself. They needed to join forces to save this world. Ho ho, sounds like a line straight out of a shonen manga, Layla expressed. I guess you're right. But the clutches of lust usually aim for the heroines while the protagonist is busy fighting evil. I don't think we're reading the same shonen manga. I'm just joking, ho ho, I've been so busy that I haven't been able to go on relieve stress lately. I'd love to know how you usually relieve stress. Ho 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 ho, don't try to elegantly laugh it off. Si-hun. Let's go take care of the remaining paperwork. Oh yes, of course. Layla dragged Si-hun with her back to the office. Kang-woo chuckled and shook his head. Now then, he narrowed his eyes. There was something he needed to do with utmost priority. Is there a way for me to break free from the system's eyes? Kang-woo wouldn't be able to prepare any countermeasures if he were being monitored at all times. I have no clue. Kang-woo crossed his arms and shook his leg in dissatisfaction. As long as he was a player, he was unable to free himself from the system's influence. No, something lit up in his head. Kang-woo slightly raised his head and recalled back when he had made Cha Yeon-ju his incarnation. Eve, was it? There was no response. I know you're watching, Kang-woo continued. A few moments later, Riving. The law's auxiliary control system, Eve, is unable to make willful decisions. Oh, what was that about the fucking splendor last time then? That was automatically assigned because it was the most apt title based on the analyzed actions of player Kang-woo. What did you say, bitch? Don't you know that my slim chance of victory gets even slimmer if all my actions keep getting monitored like this? The blue message window in front of Kang-woo shook. After some silence, the message window changed. Only a temporary block in information is possible with the current amount of privileges possessed by Eve. How long exactly? 49 days. That's good enough. The final battle against Bail was just around the corner. Being able to escape from his sight even for a short amount of time was good enough. However, information can be permanently blocked once player Kang-woo achieves Transcendent Rank Deific Essence. Transcendent Rank Deific Essence, Kang-woo frowned. It would be amazing for him to escape from Bail's sight forever, but I have no idea how to get it. Kang-woo put his hand over his forehead as if he was getting a headache. I don't think it can be achieved just by tons of devouring. Considering Kang-woo possessed the demonic sea, an infinite supply of demonic energy, the amount of demonic energy was likely not the condition for achieving Transcendent Rank Deific Essence. Tisk, Kang-woo clicked his tongue. I'll go back home for now. He wouldn't come up with an answer just by thinking about it. It was probably a better idea to train by himself. Physical training is pointless for me now. He would be better off placing a barrier in his room and training to better control the energy within him. Kang-woo left the Hall of Protection and headed to his home. Beep, beep. He opened the front door with a fingerprint scan and entered his home. Darling, Kang-woo looked around for Han Seala. Rumble. Just then, noisy footsteps rang from the living room and a black-haired girl jumped at Kang-woo and wrapped her arms around his neck. Kang-woo, whoa there, Kang-woo caught Echidna and smiled. Echidna snorted and rubbed her face on Kang-woo's neck. Her eyes shone as she shouted, I missed you, Suwoo. Much Kang-woo, she even bit Kang-woo's neck, not being satisfied enough just by rubbing her face on it. Kang-woo trembled as if it tickled. He walked to the living room with Echidna in her arms and put her down on the couch. Where's Seala? He asked. She went out because Yeonju asked for her help, something about healing people in the Church of Splendor, I think it was called, to raise their faith. Oh, she's doing very well. Looks like the Opa is working wonders. What about you, Echidna? Weren't you supposed to be with Lilith and Halcyon to find information about Nostrian? I came back because I had something to report to you. Something to report? Kang-woo asked, his eyes shining. Echidna stuck back on Kang-woo on the couch and rubbed her cheeks on him. I'll tell you in a little bit, she said as she acted spoiled. Kang-woo smirked as he patted Echidna's head. I guess I haven't been spending much time with her lately. Although Echidna was nowhere near as obsessive as Siala, she was highly dependent on Kang-woo because she had been abandoned by her father in the past. I looked around super hard, Kang-woo, Echidna mentioned as she leaned her head toward Kang-woo as if asking him to praise her. Yeah, I'm proud of you, Kang-woo patted her head. I even held off on my master promos. Master promos, what does that mean? It's for a game that Yeonju showed me. Oh, that. Yeonju's a bronze. Bronze, Echidna sneered. Does Yeonju only have 3 fingers? I think I understand how low a bronze is now. Kang-woo snickered and spent some more time with Echidna. All right then, Kang-woo grabbed Echidna by the armpits and pulled her away from him. Erg. Echidna pouted, but she also knew that she couldn't act spoiled any longer. We found a dungeon in a gate around the Arctic Ocean. A dungeon? Kang-woo narrowed his eyes. The dungeon name isn't something like Lilith Demon King Love House, is it? If it is, then I'm not going. Chapter 486, Frozen Temple, Part 2. What kind of dungeon is it? Asked Kang-woo as he tilted his head. Have I ever entered a dungeon? After some thought, he realized that although he had created dungeons, he had never entered one. I haven't gone inside, so I don't know. Lilith told me to report to you first, said Echidna, emphasizing that it wasn't because she was scared. Kang-woo smirked and nodded. Good job, always report to me first whenever you find anything. Unauthorized investigations were off limits now that otherworldly invasions had begun. Even if it was a hassle, safety always needed to be first. But how do you know that it's a dungeon if you haven't gone in? Kang-woo asked. It's because of, that cheeky human who kept calling you Hyung. Echidna hugged Kang-woo's arm tightly, her eyes filled with hostility. Taehyun, Kim Si-hun, and Kim Taehyun were the only ones who referred to Kang-woo as Hyung. Echidna was fairly close to Si-hun, so her hostility was likely aimed at Taehyun. HMPH, I hate that human. He keeps sticking to you and annoys you. You got even busier because of him. Echidna blurted all sorts of complaints regarding Taehyun. Kang-woo smiled bitterly and patted her head. That's enough of that. Oh, sorry, Kang-woo, ahem. Anyway, that human said that he coincidentally found a dungeon after falling from a cliff, didn't he? Kang-woo nodded. Echidna continued. The rift was similar to that human's descriptions of what the one he entered looked like. I see, Kang-woo nodded in understanding. He had not been overly interested in the dungeon, but his eyes were now shining. It's highly likely that it's no ordinary dungeon. It might have formed because of a Titan's intervention, just like the dungeon where Taehyun found the Eye of Nostrian. No, even if a Titan has nothing to do with it, it might be a sign of an otherworldly invasion like with the parasites. Whether it be the Titans or otherworldly beings, Kang-woo couldn't leave it be. Contact Balrog and Si-hun. Kang-woo took his hand off Echidna's head and stood up. He narrowed his eyes and continued, we'll set out first thing tomorrow. Whoosh, bone-chilling winds raged, their breaths could be seen as steam. Damn, I thought it'd be nothing but snow, but there's quite a lot of grass too. A red-haired woman looked around wide-eyed. Kang-woo turned to the woman and asked, why are you here? What? I'm not allowed to be here, Cha Yeonju glared at him. No, I just heard that you've been super busy as the leader of the Church of Splendor. I sure am, thanks to a certain someone. What brings your excellency all the way here despite your hectic schedule? You try being among those fanatics and see if you wouldn't want to get away from them. Yeonju shook her head in irritation. For fuck's sake, every single day it's omen, omen, omen. They never get tired of it. She glared at Kang-woo in rage. Feeling guilty, Kang-woo stopped pursuing the matter and averted his gaze from her. He turned to the party members he had gathered for the dungeon raid. I wonder if a divine artifact like the one Taehyun obtained would appear here as well, Si-hun asked as he stared at the gate entrance with a formless sword in hand. It might be those insects again, said Balrog, who took off his pendant and returned to his demon form. If so, then I'll kill them all. HMPH, stand down, human. I will be the one to kill my king's enemies. Balrog and Si-hun were having a war of nerves against each other. Si-hun, after glaring at Balrog for some time, shrugged after realizing something. He mentioned, come to think of it, you haven't awakened deific essence yet, have you? NGH, Balrog flinched. In actuality, Balrog had a way to fight toe-to-toe against beings with deific essence, but it was far too risky to use regularly. It was true that he had no way of facing those with deific essence in a normal battle. Hoo-hoo. It seems I'm the only one who can fight for Hyung Nim, stated Si-hun. Shut up, human, Balrog frowned aggressively and walked past Si-hun. What? Why are you so serious? Si-hun was left slightly flustered by Balrog's unexpectedly boring reaction and chased after him. I hope we'll be able to find information about Nostrian here. Lilith sighed. She had been fairly bothered by the fact that information regarding Nostrian had been far more scarce than she had expected. Her expression was filled with fatigue. Are you okay, Lilith? I could cast a fatigue recovery spell on you. Oh, I'm fine, Siala, I'm just a little stressed out. But you never know. Come here, Han Siala grabbed Lilith's hand and cast healing magic. 12 wings pouring out light appeared from her back. The light flowed into Lilith and her fatigued expression regained energy. My Siala. You've gotten even better at this. Healing is an understatement at this point. Lilith widened her eyes in surprise. As she had mentioned, Siala's healing magic had gone beyond the confines of healing. It felt as if every single cell in Lilith's body had been reborn anew. Forget being in perfect condition, she was brimming with energy that she had never experienced before. This is… Lilith turned to Kang-woo. Such an extraordinary effect was better than Kang-woo's authority of enhancement. No, that was an understatement, it was on another level. When did she become so? Lilith stared at Siala in disbelief. Siala's face reddened and she waved her hands. And no, you're exaggerating, it's just because my magic is specialized in healing. I guess that could be true. Although Siala possessed a few offensive and binding skills, she would still be classified as a non-combatant. Leaving aside her deific essence, buffing would be a far better use of her abilities in time than attacking. That aside, a demon being healed by an angel's power feels a little weird. Lilith smiled as she looked down at the white light lingering around her. Demonic beings like undead and demons would usually take immense damage from sacred power, but Siala's abilities, fortunately, seem to ignore such racial differences. I should be the one feeling weird by the fact that you're a demon, Lilith, you're so beautiful. Oh, ho ho ho, thank you, Siala. Lilith smiled alluringly and grabbed Siala's hands. Right, she brought her mouth close to Siala's ear as her eyes shone. She whispered, come to think of it, Siala, you can use this spell on Master Kang-woo as well, right? Oh yes, of course. Phew foo foo. I see, why would you ask such a… Oh, Siala, who had been tilting her head in confusion, widened her eyes in surprise. Lilith hummed as she smiled widely. With such an extraordinary spell, it would allow us all to enjoy our time together without issues. That's a bit… Oh my, are you uninterested? Ho, I'll make sure to teach you all sorts of things. And no, it's not that I'm not interested. It's just, even so, doing something like that is… Foo-foo, there's no need to worry, Lilith whispered persuasively. There's nothing that feels better than doing something you know is wrong. NGH. Siala lowered her head, her face as red as a tomato as a demon whispered sweet temptations into her ear. Lilith found such a reaction cute, and she embraced Siala as she giggled. What's going on over there? Kang-woo, who had been watching Lilith and Siala talking about something from a distance, flinched after feeling uneasy. He felt as if something very, very bad would happen to him soon. Why am I feeling this Kang-woo, this way. Echidna pulled Kang-woo, who was getting goosebumps for an unknown reason, by the hand before he could finish his thought. He turned to her and the other party members. Yeonju, Balrog, Sihun, Lilith, Echidna, and Darling make 7 of us. It felt like a lot, but it wasn't a bad party composition. Besides, I don't need to hide my identity as desperately as I used to anymore. There was no need for him to hide his identity like his life depended on it, not that Gaia found out his true identity. Although Yeonju and Sihun still didn't know, Kang-woo was confident enough to be able to persuade them even if they found out. He said to his scattered party members, everyone, focus up and get into formation. Sihun and Balrog were in front, Yeonju, Kang-woo, and Echidna were in the middle, and Lilith and Siala were in the rear. Though I don't really feel the need for it. Kang-woo laughed in spite of himself as he looked at the formation. Although being in formation was the most effective, each of them was so powerful that Kang-woo honestly did not see the need to be so orthodox. I guess it's better than being reckless. Being in formation was also effective in getting people into the right mindset besides being able to fight efficiently. Let's go, Kang-woo said. Okay, Hyungnim, Kang-woo and the party slowly entered the dungeon. Rijing, you have entered the frozen temple. A blue message window popped up in front of them. Whoosh, oh fuck, it's fucking freezing, a blizzard raged. Yeonju hugged herself as she shivered intensely. Celestial repayment, Siala chanted as she raised her arms. A translucent barrier enveloped the party members, making the freezing cold feel like a light breeze. Phew, thanks. I thought I was gonna freeze to death. Yeonju stood back up from her crouched position and looked around. Where is this place? There was a 30-meter fortress wall made of ice in front of them. They could see the top of an ice palace beyond the wall. Huh, are we in Frozen? Yeonju chuckled, steam leaving her mouth. Kang-woo narrowed his eyes as he looked around. Something's off. He was sure that this was his first time here, but it felt familiar for some reason. Kang-woo looked around to find the source of the familiarity, but could not find anything despite even using the authority of the beholder. Hyungnim, the gate is this way. Okay, Kang-woo turned to Sihun after looking around. Sihun was pointing with his sword at a giant gate as well as what looked like 2 ice statues of knights 20 meters tall. They were so big that Balrog looked like a dwarf next to them. Rumble, what the hell? The ice statues moved simultaneously once the party members got closer to the gate. Unlike Yeonju, who stepped backward in shock, Kang-woo calmly walked toward the ice statues. Sheesh, they're so unnecessarily big. Kang-woo looked up at the statues and whistled. He lightly raised his right arm and turned the key of the demonic sea into an axe. He grabbed the axe and pulled his arm back. You who wish to tread into the Temple of Frost, you must first prove you are worthy. The ice statue wielding a spear and the one wielding a sword spoke simultaneously. Their deep voices echoed within the party members' heads. Boom! The earth shook as the two ice giants moved. Kang-woo apathetically swung around his axe despite being in front of two overwhelmingly powerful-looking giants. The ice giant with the spear stomped his foot and said, "We will first test your intelligence." Intelligence? Kang-woo tilted his head in wonder. One of us will tell the truth, and one of us will lie. Oh, I know what this is. Yeonju clapped her hands together. This is, you're supposed to ask where I am. As she was mumbling with her finger on her forehead, the head of the ice giant with the sword shattered. What the fuck? Yeonju cursed in shock and stared at the destroyed ice giant. Kang-woo had thrown his axe at the ice giant's head. He turned to the ice giant with the spear and pointed at the shattered ice giant. He asked, "Is he dead?" "No, then you're the liar." Kang-woo smiled in satisfaction and nodded. Yeonju stared at Kang-woo dumbfoundedly. What the? Wait, that's illegal. Chapter 487, Frozen Temple, Part 3. Boom, the ice giant with the spear stomped his foot. You have passed the trial of intelligence. Now your strength will be put to the test. That actually worked, Cha Yeonju chuckled because of the absurdity. The ice giant aimed his giant spear at Kang-woo. Sigh, forget it. Yeonju was about to scold Kang-woo but stopped herself. She had known that was the kind of person he was from the beginning. Well, more importantly, she glared at the ice giant despite knowing Kang-woo would easily defeat him. I can't just stand around doing nothing when I came here to relieve some stress. Yeonju smiled and swung her left arm. Red Lotus, third form. Clatter. Dozens of lotuses made of red chains bloomed along the path of her arm swing and wrapped around the ice giant's spear. Rumble, he's so damn strong. Yeonju frowned as she felt the immense pressure through her chains. She turned to Kim Si-hun and Balrog to shout, I don't think I can hold him for long. Si-hun and Balrog nodded simultaneously and jumped on top of the 20-meter ice giant's shoulders. They attacked the giant's head together as if they had already discussed it. Wham, why you have, past the ice giant's head shattered and its giant body fell. It seems the only thing he had was size, said Balrog as he kicked a fragment of the ice giant's head. Kang-woo smirked and shrugged. You should take into account our party's combined strength. Just these two giants would be able to destroy Earth. Yes, I guess that is true, Balrog nodded. Although only 7 were in the party, more than half of them possessed deific essence. Even if they did not take deific essence into account, Kang-woo, the demon king who ruled over the 9 hells, was in the party. Master Kang-woo, Lilith called as she examined the ice giant's corpse with narrowed eyes. Kang-woo, who was about to head to the gate, turned to Lilith with his head tilted in wonder. Lilith placed her hand on the ice giant's corpse and remarked, I sense demonic energy from this ice golem's corpse. What? Kang-woo frowned. He placed his hand on the golem's corpse and used the authority of the beholder. As Lilith had mentioned, he could feel demonic energy, although very faint, it was demonic energy nonetheless. Why do these things have demonic energy? Based on what they had seen in the dungeon so far, it seemed to be in an outer world just like the home of the parasites apart from the triad. There is also a power I've never felt before aside from the trace amounts of demonic energy. He had felt the same thing when he first made contact with the energy of the parasites known as vitality. I thought such a thing was normal since they're from the outer world like the parasites, but why do I also feel demonic energy from them? Kang-woo narrowed his eyes. Do you think otherworldly beings also possess demonic energy? Lilith asked. No, if they did, it would be weird for them to have such trace amounts. Even if one of the outer worlds was made of demonic energy like the 9 hells, it did not make sense to feel such a tiny amount. Moreover, Kang-woo's eyes shone sharply. He finally realized the source of familiarity that he felt when he entered the dungeon. Kang-woo reached his hand toward the ice giant's corpse. Crunch, crunch. Black mucus oozed out of him and devoured the ice giant. Information about the ice giant flowed into his brain. It wasn't a golem, it was a life form. Kang-woo had thought the ice giant was a golem that moved with magical energy, but after devouring it with the authority of predation, he found out that it was a bona fide life form. And Kang-woo focused on the demonic energy that flowed into him through the authority of predation. Kang-woo's eyes widened. What did you find? Kang-woo remained silent. He turned to Lilith and said quietly, Bale's demonic energy. Pardon? The demonic energy in these guys is Bale's. Lilith's eyes widened, not having expected it at all. Wait a minute, that means. That crazy brat, looks like he's been busy, No, I doubt Bale came up with this on his own, so it's probably Ammon. Kang-woo laughed in spite of himself and swept his hair back. What do you mean? Who's been busy? Asked Yeonju as she frowned, not following what Kang-woo was saying at all. Well, to put it simply, Kang-woo slowly turned to the giant palace made of white ice and continued, this temple was already taken over by Bale. I knew he was expanding his forces, but to think he even recruited forces from the outer worlds. Kang-woo grabbed his forehead as if his head hurt. No wonder he hasn't shown himself all this time. Kang-woo was curious about what Bale had been doing ever since he got his hands on the demon god's heart, but he could more or less understand now. He's been raising an army. Bale also likely knew that numbers were meaningless against Kang-woo, but he was raising an army nonetheless for one reason. Probably the same reason as me. Kang-woo had not helped Si-hun power up, turned Yeonju into his incarnation, and spread the Church of Splendor so that he could get their help in his battle against Bale. All of that plus raising guardians and getting aid from Olympus and Aerner were to protect the entirety of Earth, which was far too big for Kang-woo himself to protect. For a similar reason, Bale was raising an army and formulating a plan to decimate Earth, to destroy everything that Kang-woo was desperately trying to protect. Ha, Kang-woo chuckled. That's cute, Kang-woo smiled and looked up at the giant temple of ice. He did not know how many other outer worlds were under Bale's command, but Kang-woo had only one thing he could do. Now then, Kang-woo slowly walked toward the massive fortress wall encircling the temple and stood in front of the gate. Let's see the bastards who decided to lick Bale's ass. He raised his right leg and kicked the gate. Smash. The giant gate made of ice crumbled into pieces. A white-haired man sitting on a frozen throne inside the temple of white ice slowly opened his eyes. He was made of translucent ice, not flesh and bones. He stared at the entrance of the temple, his eyes shining blue. We have intruders, he mumbled. His voice was as clear as his body made of ice. We will send out the guards right away, shouted a vassal standing at attention in front of the throne as they bowed on their knees. They were also made of translucent ice, just like the white-haired man. Wait, the man commanded. Just then someone shouted, HMPH, what kind of fearless punk dared to trespass on Father's temple? A woman with long white hair and wearing a beautiful dress made of ice ran toward the throne. Arian, how many times must I tell you that we Frostborn must always act with dignity? The white-haired man scolded the woman who was running toward him as her dress fluttered. Heh. I'm sorry, father. The woman known as Arian jumped on the man's lap as she giggled. Hey, when will you grow up? The man sighed and lightly conked Arian's head. Do you think Lord Bale will accept you as his wife if you keep acting like this? What are you saying, father? Lord Bale complimented me a while ago, saying that I looked like I would be refreshing if shaved. Is that even a compliment? The man groaned as he watched Arian acting proud. Intruders when the day of the apocalypse is just around the corner. Arian raised her hand high and shouted, Hee, father, I'll go kill them all. The white-haired man narrowed his eyes and shook his head. They instantly killed the guardians of the ice wall. It's far too dangerous. Hee, aren't you being way too cautious over those pieces of junk getting destroyed? Arian swung her legs made of translucent ice back and forth and giggled. She rested her head on the white-haired man's shoulder and continued, however strong they are but mere insects compared to you, the master of the first heaven. The master of the first heaven was the king of the frostmen and the guardian deity of this frozen world. He possessed the title Freezer of Worlds, as well as the captain of Bale's elite force known as the Four Heavenly Kings. I told you that you must never let your guard down, reprimanded fiercely. I know, father. Arian paid no concern to Aya's scolding and kissed him on the cheek before standing up. She twirled elegantly as if dancing, the hems of her dress fluttering. You. sighed and shook his head, regretting raising his beloved daughter too spoiled. She needs to wed Lord Bale one day. He recalled the master to whom he swore his loyalty. What's this? Blocks of ice are moving. Hidden within his laughter as clear as ice was an unfathomable darkness. Recalled the terror and ecstasy that he had felt when facing that darkness. He is the true master of the triad. Aya's heart beat rapidly. On the day of the apocalypse, humanity would meet its end and the new masters of the triad would be born. One of its masters would be the Frostborn, and the insects who have trespassed on the temple must be eradicated to prepare for that day. Aya's eyes shone coldly. He looked down at his vassal bowing on their knees and commanded, Send the guards me, I'll go, father. Stared at Arian, her eyes shining brightly in silence. He knew that his daughter couldn't be stopped once she set her mind on something. He sighed and then nodded. Yahoo! Arian clapped her hands together. Oh right, may I borrow your sword, father? Well, she would be safer that way. Tapped on his throne and stood up. Crack, his ice throne slowly changed into the shape of a sword enveloped in white frost. It was infused with the power of the Frost Queen, the ruler of the Frostborn long ago. Be careful with it. Okay, Arian accepted the sword with a smile. The bowing vassal cautiously remarked, I do not believe it is wise for her highness to join the bee. Arian swung the frost sword, beheading the bowing vassal. White blood splattered all over the place. How dare you run your filthy mouth without permission? Arian said in a brutal tone that she had not used when speaking with A. She then began to hum and trotted. How long has it been since I've let loose? She twirled as if she were having the time of her life. A sighed deeply as he stared at his daughter dancing with a crazed smile. I just told you to be careful with it. He frowned in displeasure and remarked, Do not taint it with the blood of filth. A snapped his fingers and the vassal turned into ice fragments and disappeared. Hee hee. Yes, father, Arian smiled brightly as she hugged the frost sword. Chapter 488, we have an army, this place is so damn large. Cha Yeonju shook her hand to fan herself, her breathing slightly labored. Around her were piles of the corpses of knights made of translucent ice. White fluid was flowing out of the areas penetrated by the red chains. Is this really blood? Yeonju poked the white fluid oozing out of the frostborn knights' corpses with her finger. Ah, that's cold, she flinched and quickly drew her hand back. Hey, oh Kang-woo, are these things really alive? Their bodies made of ice and their blood as cold as liquid nitrogen did not give off the feeling of life. Die, intruders! A frostborn soldier guarding the entrance of the frozen temple charged at Kang-woo with a large halberd in hand. Kang-woo slightly leaned back to dodge the halberd and grabbed the shaft. Crush. Well, they only look like ice blocks, but they're alive. Kang-woo recalled the information regarding the frostborn that had entered his mind through the Authority of Predation. Although they couldn't be classified as life forms based on human standards, they were alive nonetheless. They were even capable of reproducing. They looked like they'd be delicious as shaved ice or something. Kang-woo clenched the ice soldier's neck tightly and looked into the soldier's translucent ice head. Some sweet red beans on top and lots of condensed milk. Kang-woo wiped his drool with the back of his hand. Eek! Oh, you can even feel emotions. Kang-woo looked down at the ice soldier, trembling in fear, and smirked. He had barely felt any emotions from the ice giants guarding the gate, but the ice soldiers they had met on the way to the temple were no different from humans aside from their appearance. Crush. Kang-woo gripped harder to shatter the ice soldier's head and slowly headed toward the temple. Him. Just then someone hummed excitedly. Kang-woo turned to the direction where the sound was coming from. Ah, found you, shouted a woman after she clapped her hands together. Although she was made of translucent ice, one could easily tell she was a woman based on her curvature accentuated by her tight dress. Heh. Are you guys the intruders? The woman in the dress giggled with her eyes shining. I'm Arian, the princess of the Frostborn, shouted the woman known as Arian as she raised one arm above her head. Kang-woo narrowed his eyes in silence. He could tell that she was on another level compared to the ice giants and soldiers they had faced until now. Hee, I've come to kill you all. Unlike her cheerful tone, her voice was filled with bloodlust. Thump. Frostborn knights appeared from behind her and surrounded Kang-woo's party in perfect formation. Their vigor was as sharp as a knife. Yeah, I knew it wouldn't be that easy, Kang-woo chuckled. They had been far too weak for Bale to have accepted them into his army. Aren't there too many of them, Kang-woo? Yeonju asked anxiously. There were easily over 1,000 of the Frostborn knights that had appeared out of nowhere and surrounded them. The 7 of Kang-woo's party members were severely outnumbered, but it's exactly for situations like this that I made you my incarnation, Kang-woo said as he lightly patted Yeonju's shoulder. Her abilities were highly specialized for one versus many battles. HMPH, Yeonju snorted, her expression mixed with joy and a sense of burden. Clatter. She took out her red chains and looked around fiercely. Hee, you seem to be the leader of the intruders, said Arian as she stared at Kang-woo with shining eyes. She unsheathed a white sword from her waist and shouted as she lifted it, let's fight. No, Kang-woo answered apathetically as if uninterested. Why didn't you come here to fight? Asked Arian wide-eyed, not having expected that answer. Kang-woo picked his ear and answered, because I might get a one-way trip to the boat ending if I raise any more flags. Ref, this is a school days reference. I won't explain it for the sake of the innocent souls who have not watched that garbage show, /ref. For real though, an ice block is crossing the line. Ice was not disgusting like tentacles were, but that did not make it okay either. I know I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but every single crazy woman he had met became romantically interested in him. I can't handle any more of them. There was already one Chinese heroine who had become irrelevant to the story one day. Kang-woo turned to Han Xiala and grabbed her hands. Darling, you trust me, right? You're the only one for me. Pardon? Oh yes, so don't think about cutting it off, okay? I'm not sure what you're talking about, Kang-woo. I see, okay, that's great. Kang-woo nodded in satisfaction. See, hun, yes, Hyungnim, I'll leave her to you, he said as he gestured at Arian with his chin. His desire to escape the boat ending was part of it, but Kang-woo had another reason why he had let Si-hun be her opponent. It's pointless for me to fight her at this point. There was no better fertilizer for growth than battling against the powerful. It could not be substituted with training. Hence, if Kang-woo were to fight him, he would be throwing aside the chance for his party members to grow stronger. Especially Si-hun. Considering his immense talent, such opportunities were hard to come by and therefore very important. And Kang-woo narrowed his eyes and stared at Arian, who was looking this way dumbfoundedly. She introduced herself as the Princess of the Frostborn. In that case, there should also be a King of the Frostborn. It's best to hide my powers until he appears. It would be a pain in the ass if he were to run away. What, you dare send an underling to face the great Arian? Asked Arian in disbelief. She stomped her feet and shouted, "You're so suo funny, how dare you pieces of filth disrespect me." "Oh, thank God I'm in the clear," Kang-woo expressed. She was excluded from the heroine candidates the moment she spouted that line. "Watch me bob and weave to dodge these boat-ending flags." "Erg," Arian yelled temperamentally and stomped her foot. The hems of her ice dress fluttered and the frost sword, emitting chilling frost, aimed for Kang-woo's throat. Clang! Si-hun blocked Arian's powerful swing and stood in front of Kang-woo as if protecting him. Si-hun's hair slightly fluttered from the shockwave formed from the clashing of swords. He grimaced slightly due to the impact being more powerful than he expected. "Dear Lord, you're so fucking cool, for real though. Aren't you just way too handsome? Look at that sharp-ass jawline, it's sharp enough to cut through my deific essence barrier. What are you doing, Si-hun? You're making my heart flutter. Your opponent is me, Kaya." "Si-hun Opa, arg move, I have no interest in filth." Arian swung the frost sword in irritation as if she wanted to fight Kang-woo no matter what. Her swings looked random at a glance, but every single swing perfectly targeted Si-hun's vitals as if she were a master martial artist. Clang, 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 Kurg, Si-hun grimaced. Her swordsmanship was highly refined despite her looking like she was running wild like a mad beast in a frilly dress. Oh. Kang-woo watched the battle between Si-hun and Arian with shining eyes. She's no joke. She was completely overwhelming Si-hun purely in terms of swordsmanship. In all of Si-jun's battles, the only opponent whom Si-hun had been inferior in terms of swordsmanship was Tai Wuji. But she's not being pushed back against Si-hun at all. Rather, Arian's swordsmanship was overpowering Si-hun. Clang, Arian and Si-hun were pushed away from each other after a powerful sword clash. Si-hun's eyes filled with shock. He seemed to have not expected his battle against an ice block wearing a dress to be such a challenging one. Si-hun was not the only shocked one. "What the hell are you?" Arian also stared at Si-hun, her blue eyes shaking in shock. "What's happening? This can't be." Arian tilted her head in confusion and looked down at her sword. She couldn't comprehend the fact that a human was able to combat her swordsmanship. Si-hun bit his lip and fixed his grip on his formless sword. "Hee, I thought you were just human filth, but I guess not," Arian cheered as she jumped up and down in place. Crack. She ripped the hem of her frilly dress and exposed her smooth legs made of translucent ice. "Hi, let's continue." The frost sword shone brightly white. Arian's swordsmanship sped up and barraged Si-hun like a raging storm. "Heya." Si-hun calmly blocked her swordsmanship as he slowed his breathing. As their battle was taking place, the frostborn soldiers surrounding Kang-woo's party shrank the encirclement. "Suppress the intruders, stay in formation and march forward." The general, who seemed to be the leader of the guards, raised an ice sword and pointed it at Kang-woo. "You are surrounded and have nowhere to go. Surrender peacefully." The frostborn general glared at Kang-woo. Kang-woo shrugged and asked, "Why should we? What else do you think the mere 7 of you can do?" The general chuckled and stared at Kang-woo's party. Although the warrior battling Arian, who was known as the Sword Princess of the Frostborn, was no doubt powerful, the soldiers as well as the rest who were standing by in the rear were the elite soldiers of the Frostborn, numbering 10,000. It was 7 versus 10,000. Trying to figure out who would win was just simple math. "We have an army," the Frostborn general remarked threateningly. "Is that so?" Kang-woo cackled as his shoulders moved up and down. "We have a Balrog." Wham! A muscly demon wearing black full-body armor swung his fist, obliterating dozens of Frostborn soldiers in formation. Gra! A ferocious demon roar shook the entire frozen temple. Chapter 489, Master of the First Heaven, Part 1, Kurg. Arg! The Frostborn knights in the range of Balrog's explosive demon roar crouched with their ears covered. Some were even passing out as they vomited white snow. The roar of one demon destroyed the morale of 10,000 soldiers. Kurg! The Frostborn general bit his lip. The soldiers' formation broke down from one roar and they were in chaos. The knights standing by in the rear were fine because they were far away, but the ones who had been shrinking the encirclement were in terrible condition. "Pull yourselves together," the general yelled hurriedly to restore the soldiers' morale. "There are merely 7 of them." Emphasizing one's advantage over their enemy was the most effective morale booster. It guaranteed victory against the enemy. The panicking knights gradually began to calm down. "Keep pressuring them without giving them any time to rest. Fatigued knights, retreat to the rear. We will tear them down little by little." They outnumbered the intruders by an overwhelming margin, but the Frostborn general did not outright command the knights to charge at them. He knew very well that each intruder was very powerful. Since they already had the intruders surrounded, gnawing at their stamina little by little would be the most effective strategy. The knights fixed their formation and slowly shrank the encirclement. "Kehihe," Balrog laughed quietly as he stared at the knights. They sure have thought it through. It was indeed a perfect strategy for the overwhelming numbers of the Frostborn, but it was pointless against Balrog's destructive capabilities. "Grahhhh." Balrog stomped his foot and let out another demon roar. He tore apart the encirclement and charged into the enemy's formation without hesitation. What the Frostborn general was left with his mouth agape. Who in their right mind would break the encirclement meant to trap them and jump into the enemy's formation? It was as if the intruder was asking to be killed. Kill him, the general shouted. The encirclement around Kang-woo's party immediately focused on Balrog. Kehahaha, Balrog laughed in joy as he ran wild, destroying Frostborn with each swing of his fists. Crack, crack. Almost 100 knights shattered into little pieces in just a moment. Hup! Balrog took a deep breath and grabbed the torso of one of the knights, charging at him with one hand. Crack. Kurg, the knight's body was crushed by Balrog's muscular hands, white blood pouring out of him. Balrog turned to look at someone with the Frostborn knight's corpse in hand. His ferocious eyes were visible from within the black helmet surrounding his entire head. Eek! The Frostborn general's face turned pale after locking eyes with Balrog. Balrog smiled and pulled his right arm backward. He raised his left foot and twisted his body. TSSSSSSSSS, white steam poured out from the gaps in his armor. Balrog threw the corpse in his hand as hard as he could, as if he were a baseball pitcher. Stop H, the Frostborn knight's corpse smashed into the general like a cannonball. Slam! The general raised his shield in shock, but the speed at which the corpse smashed into the general blew him away. Gaora, he tumbled on the ground, shouting in extreme pain. Arg! The general trembled. His arm was blown off by the massive impact, along with his shield, white blood pouring out of the site of injury. Intense pain took over him, his breathing became erratic, and his sight was getting blurry. You're a persistent one. The general could faintly see a grim reaper wearing black armor. Ah, crack. Balrog grabbed the general's head before he could even say anything and ripped off his head. He then shouted, I've killed the enemy general. The general's head rolled on the ground. General, Kurg. The general's death caused the soldiers to spiral into greater panic compared to when they were hit by the demon roar. Their formation broke down almost instantly. People yourselves together. Keep pressuring them, shouted a knight who seemed to be the second in command, trying to calm the knights down. Red Lotus, fourth form, clatter. Red lotuses made of chains spread past the encirclement and throughout the battlefield. Explosive chains. Boom, the red lotuses exploded one after another. Ice fragments and white blood splattered all over the place. A black-haired girl opened her mouth wide and snorted energetically. Fusro da. Echidna's dragon tongue created a powerful storm, which mixed with the explosions that Cha Yeonju caused and turned into a massive fire tornado that engulfed the Frostborn knights. Sanctuary expansion. The 12 wings on Han Xiala's back emitted light so bright it could burn. She cast an overpowered wide area buff that provided immunity to all debuffs, drastically raised all stats, and even replenished their stamina over time. Whoa, what the hell, this is awesome. Yeonju looked back at Xiala wide-eyed. She had received many of Xiala's buffs until now, but it was her first time seeing such extraordinary effects. She was brimming with power like back when she was given deific essence for the first time by Kang-woo. All right. Yeonju opened her arms widely with a smile and chanted the magic spell that filled her to the brim with energy. Motherfucking oh Kang-woo. Red chains swept the surroundings like a storm, wiping out the nearby Frostborn knights as if they were autumn leaves. Son of a bitch, coward, you call yourself a man, huh? After toying with a woman's heart, Yeonju released her stress as she barraged the Frostborn knights with attacks. Kang-woo dumbfoundedly stared at Yeonju in battle. The fuck? What did I do so wrong that's so uncalled for? I think you need another Oppa lesson. Looks like there's nothing for me to worry about here. Kang-woo turned his attention away from the encirclement that was falling apart due to Balrog and Yeonju's rampage. Clang, clang. Heya heya, kaihahaha die die. Kang-woo focused on the heated battle between Kim Si-hun and Arian. Arian was swinging her white sword furiously, laughing hysterically as if she were fully immersed in the battle against Si-hun. However, it did not mean that she had lost her sense of reason. Although she was swinging her sword as if she were a wild beast, each swing carried a sense of refinement. Clang. Kurg, Si-hun grunted after deflecting a swing aimed at his neck. Heya heya. He was panting even harder and covered in cold sweats. He felt a vivid sense of fear that he couldn't feel during a duel purely for training. The anxiety of knowing that death would arrive with even the tiniest mistake felt like it was burning him alive. Haha, Si-hun laughed despite being on the boundary between life and death. He was not hysterical like Arian, but sparks of ecstasy were crackling throughout his body. How long has it been? Si-hun couldn't remember the last time he fought against an opponent on the same level as him in terms of swordsmanship. Fu Haya. He took a deep breath in and out. He let the sparks of ecstasy take control of him. He grasped the mind's sword, the sword that transcended physical limits. Hihai, what the hell, you're amazing. Si-hun ignored Arian's shouts. His focus was only on the edge of the sword covered in white frost. Its every movement was engraved into his mind. Will I be able to surpass her? He could feel an enormous amount of weight on his shoulders. He was confident that he would be able to surpass her purely in terms of swordsmanship. But Si-hun looked down at his hand with deeply sunken eyes. He had only just realized that his trembling hands were covered in white frost. His entire arm felt numb from the cold each time he clashed swords with Arian. It must be that sword's power. Si-hun stared at the sword of white frost in Arian's hands. The cold energy infused in the sword was easily penetrating the deific essence of Heavenly Sword and freezing him. The longer the fight went on, Si-hun's senses would dull and he would continuously take damage. Let's finish this up. Man, what a shame. I wouldn't have used Father's sword if I knew it was gonna be this fun. It doesn't make things fair, Arian complained with a pout. Hee-hi, but I'll bear with it since the faster I kill you, the faster I get to kill your leader. Hee-hee, I'm gonna kill you all super quickly and be praised by Father. Si-hun closed his eyes and tuned Arian out. Think only about the sword. He stared at the tip of the white sword that gave him chills just looking at it. He continued to analyze everything about the sword. I don't see it. Si-hun couldn't see a way to surpass that sword. Only the white sword was vivid within his darkening consciousness. Hey, he sighed heatedly as sparks crackled all over him. His head felt hot as if he had taken a stimulant. I don't need to surpass it. Analyzing the sword's movements was not the right answer. Si-hun gripped his sword tighter, but he could no longer feel the sword in his hands. It was as if he and the sword had become one. No, he did not become one with the sword, he had become a sword. Right then, let's end this, Arian said leisurely. She charged toward Si-hun, her sword exuding freezing energy. Si-hun froze, wondering whether or not he should enter the sanctuary that Si-Allah made. However, he shook his head. It would be pointless if he were to receive Si-Allah's help. Si-hun's eyes shone sharply. It felt as if his mind was burning within his heated head. Heavenly Dragon, he lowered his stance and gripped the formless sword. He felt like he could now reach the unreachable peak of Tai Wuji's swordsmanship. Flash! Arian's expression filled with shock. She could see space itself being severed as if the world was being split. What the? Her expression was dyed in shock for the first time. Her instincts were warning her, saying that the attack was dangerous. Kaya, Arian halted her charge and shut her eyes tightly. Just as the slash resembling a ray of light was about to reach her neck, clang, someone appeared from behind Arian and grabbed her hand to move the sword. Kurg, Si-hun was blown backward, coughing blood. Arian turned back to look at the person who grabbed her hand. Tears filled her eyes. Father, you must have been scared, Arian. The white-haired man who appeared from behind the trembling Arian carefully embraced her. Arian bawled her eyes out with her head buried in the man's embrace. Wow, yeah, Father. There. I am so sorry, Father. Sniff, I sniff, lost to these, sniff, filthy intruders. It's okay. The white-haired man patted Arian's head and took the frost sword from her hand. He coldly turned to look at Si-hun and pointed the sword at him. He commanded, freeze, crack, an enormous frost storm shot toward Si-hun. Kurg, Si-hun crouched in shock. It was not an attack he could dodge or block. Just as the frost storm of death was about to engulf him, whoosh. Damn, just look at that impeccable entrance timing. It's a work of art, really, and your lines. Sheesh, I could fall for you. The frost storm was devoured by a black sun. Be honest with me, you were aiming for it, right? I bet you've been watching for the past 5 minutes thinking damn. I bet it'd be sick as fuck if I appeared around here, right? Am I right? Beware, you don't have to look at me so coldly, man. Wow, I guess it means you were, huh? Come on, you thought your entrance just now was pretty fucking cool too, didn't you? You're getting teary-eyed just replaying it in your head, right? A vulgar laughter echoed throughout the battlefield and destroyed the heavy and serious mood within 5 seconds. Sheesh, it sure sucks for you when you worked so hard to look badass. Your entrance scene would have been gushing with badassery in any other novel, but we're pretty harsh critiques of badassery up here, you see. A young man with sharp eyes walked out of the black sun as he cackled. Chapter 490, Master of the First Heaven, Part 2. A narrowed his eyes, his expression completely frozen as he glared at Kang-woo, but not because the human was the most disrespectful and vulgar man he had seen. Whoosh, he was staring at something else entirely, at the flames that had devoured the storm made by the frost sword. How can a human use the Frost Queen's soul speech? Soul speech allowed one to speak words imbued with power, invoking miracles that defied the laws of physics. The Frost Sword was infused with the powers of the Frost Queen, which could be activated through soul speech. The Frost Storm activated with the power of soul speech was powerful enough to overpower even a being with top-rank deific essence. At least, it should be able to. A stared at the flames that had devoured the storm created by the Frost Sword. Its black and gold colors reminded him of a black sun. A chill ran down Aya's back. He said to Arian, "Get to someplace safe." "Father, now," said A firmly as if he would take no objections. Arian teared up momentarily and then turned away after glaring at Kang-woo. "HMPH, father, please kill those filthy peasants." "Very well." A clenched his fists and gave Arian a sweet smile. Sheesh, Kang-woo chuckled as he watched them. Are we in a drama or something? I would think we're the bad guys if I didn't know any better. Huh, wait, are we the baddies since we're technically the intruders? Kang-woo tilted his head in wonder with his arms crossed. Undeniably, a subordinate of Baal was an enemy of humanity and a threat to Earth, but Kang-woo was the villain in this specific situation. A frowned as he watched Kang-woo tilting his head. You talk too much, human. I get told that a lot. I wonder if you can keep talking after I cut off that blabbering head of yours. I sure can, even if my head gets chopped off. Don't tell me you can't, A glared at Kang-woo in displeasure. Kang-woo cackled as his shoulders moved up and down. Well, that's enough pointless banter, Kang-woo stated. His frivolous attitude took a 180. He stared at A as coldly as A was glaring at him. Kang-woo then asked, "What's your relationship with Baal?" A's eyebrows made of thin ice flinched. "Do not speak his name so disrespectfully." Based on that sentence, you seem to be his subordinate." Kang-woo narrowed his eyes. If such a powerful being is Baal's subordinate, would that make him one of the 4 heavenly kings? It was highly likely. "I am Lord Baal's loyal retainer as well as the master of the first heaven." "Yeah, I had a hunch," replied Kang-woo as he nodded. "The guy at the world tree called himself the master of the 4th heaven, right?" Kang-woo recalled the outer god named Moab. "He said he was the weakest of the 4 heavenly kings." After some simple thought, one could easily deduce that the master of the first heaven among the 4 would make him the leader of the 4 heavenly kings. What a fucking score, Kang-woo smiled. He was only here to investigate an abnormal gate phenomenon, but ended up catching a massive fish without even intending it. I was just about feeling pissed because my private information was getting taken without my consent. Although it was temporarily blocked at the moment, Baal had been gathering all sorts of information about Kang-woo using his system privileges until recently. Not only did Kang-woo not know where Baal was, but he had no idea about the scale of Baal's army and when he was planning to strike. If this guy is the leader of the 4 heavenly kings, he would surely have precious information that would even the playing field. Nice. Kang-woo smiled widely and licked his lips. What's nice? It looks like I'm gonna be able to get some information about Baal from you. Ha, A laughed in spite of himself and glared at Kang-woo fiercely. Do you think I will give you that information? Yeah, Kang-woo nodded without hesitation. He smiled and slightly bent forward. I think you will. A shook his head, thinking he would not get through to the human. He gripped the frost sword tightly and slowly walked toward Kang-woo. I am not obligated to do that. It's okay, I'll just make you feel obligated to. Kang-woo snickered and stood in front of A. He never thought that A would give up that information so easily. The leader of the 4 heavenly kings, huh? Kang-woo stared at A with great interest. He licked his lips and pulled out Ingrium strapped to his waist. F-whoosh. The flames of veracity wrapped around Ingrium. He lowered his stance and leaped forward. Bang, the entire temple shook. Let's start off with a light greeting. Kang-woo swung down his sword. Boom. The frost storm and the flames of veracity clashed. The storm of ice and fire filled the temple with an enormous amount of steam. Freeze, A said in soul speech. Freezing energy poured out of the frost sword and engulfed Kang-woo. Kang-woo smiled and asked, "That's soul speech, isn't it?" He added more strength into his grip on Ingrium and stepped forward. He slightly twisted his body and commanded in soul speech, "Burn." F-whoosh. The flames of veracity instantly grew bigger as it devoured the frost storm. What the? A expressed shock. He thought, I had my suspicions when he blocked my soul speech attack, but I can't believe he can actually use it. Kurg. A distanced himself from the flames of veracity, spreading as it devoured the frost storm. A massive crater was formed where he had been standing. The floor of the frozen temple had evaporated. What in the world is that, human? He looked at Kang-woo in disbelief. It was as if he were having a horrible nightmare. A bit his lip and swung the frost sword toward the ground. Crack. A giant ice wall surged from the ground along the frost sword's swing. The wall made contact with the flames of veracity and evaporated soon after. Fu. A inhaled deeply, using the small amount of time bought. He organized his thoughts and focused on the enemy before him. He had no idea where such a human appeared from. But he will surely be a hindrance to Lord Baal's grand plan. Of that A was sure. "O frost spirit," A muttered, "I command you in the name of the king." Although the intruder was far more powerful than he had expected, they were in the frozen temple, the home of the Frostborn, as well as where the power of frost was the strongest. Extinguish the flames. Thousands of frost spirits that looked like cotton balls appeared around A. They filled the surroundings in an instant and swelled simultaneously. Crack, space itself froze. Air so freezing that it could freeze one's lungs just by breathing engulfed Kang-woo. He jumped backward and stretched out his left hand enveloped in the flames of veracity. The flames were snuffed out by the freezing air. Despite being within the influence of Siala's sanctuary, Aya's magic easily penetrated Siala's protective sanctuary and turned Kang-woo's left hand into ice. It's over. A turned away from Kang-woo, whose left hand was frozen, as if the battle had been decided. There was nothing more to see once the frost spirits made contact with the enemy. They would spread throughout the enemy's body until they were completely frozen. Wow, Kang-woo looked down at his frozen arm with great interest. Crack, crack, the power of frost invaded his body and the ice spread across more of his body as if it were poison. It started from his left forearm and then spread to his shoulder, collarbone, and then his chest. It did not take long for most of his body to become frozen. That hits the spot, nice and cool, Kang-woo smirked. The freezing energy spread throughout his body and he stopped moving as if he had become an ice statue. You can no longer run that impertinent mouth of yours. Ace snorted and turned away from Kang-woo. He had yet to dispose of all the intruders. There were still 6 more intruders whom he needed to turn into ice statues. He's completely frozen. A statue of Kang-woo. Gulp, Cha Yeonju was staring at Kang-woo in ice as if it were no big deal, and Han Seala was panting heatedly as she drooled. Aya's expression crumpled slightly. The reactions of the intruders were weird. Humans normally became enraged or scared out of their wits once they saw a comrade die before their very eyes. But why? None of them were getting enraged or trembling in fear. Crack. Just then the ice around Kang-woo began to crack. Flames like the black sun spewed from the cracks in the ice. I told you, Kang-woo walked out of the shattered ice and smirked. I can keep talking even if my head gets chopped off. Merely freezing him wouldn't be enough to kill him. Aya's eyes widened as he was encroached by fear. He finally realized the off-putting feeling he experienced when he first saw the intruder. You're not human, Kang-woo smiled as he stared at the terrified A. He wrapped himself with the flames of veracity. No, he became the flames of veracity themselves. The flames enveloped in chaos burned radiantly. Whoosh, the black sun sprouted wings and the ice making up the frozen temple began to melt slowly. Now, said Kang-woo after melting the entire temple, do you feel obligated to tell me now? A gripped the frost sword tightly. He could tell what the outcome of the battle would be as he stared at the burning black sun. Arian. He closed his eyes and recalled his daughter who ran away. He turned to face the burning black sun with wings and slowly opened his eyes, staring at Kang-woo after mustering up his resolve. Even if I were to melt to death, my loyalty to my liege Baal will never break. No, Kang-woo immediately replied and licked his lips with his long tongue. He then declared as if he had seen the future, it'll break. The demon cackled as his shoulders moved up and down. Chapter 491, Conviction Succumbs to Hope. Part 1, Kurg-erg, A collapsed on his knees on the melted ground. The gold and black flames had melted the frost swirling around various parts of his body. Clatter. The frost sword in his hand fell to the ground. Oh, but I guess I had fun, said Kang-woo brightly as he stretched. His battle against A had been more entertaining than he had hoped. His swordsmanship fell behind that Aryan girl. However, A possessed the power of frost that far surpassed Aryan's swordsmanship. The surroundings, even the air itself, were frozen with each of his sword swings. Kang-woo also found it nice that it would instantly turn into ice if he allowed Aya's attack to touch him. It was pretty helpful. A had been the perfect opponent to test the flames of veracity combined with chaos. Kang-woo smiled in satisfaction and walked toward A, who was on his knees. Kills me, you have something to tell me before I kill you. I believe I told you that I won't talk. Don't worry. Kang-woo lightly patted Aya's shoulder. You will? A frowned aggressively and turned away from Kang-woo. Kang-woo turned away from A and picked up the frost sword on the ground. Wow, this sure is a great sword. The power infused in the sword covered in white frost was so strong that Kang-woo felt like his hand was going numb. It was inferior to Ingrium purely in terms of rank, but its frost attribute allowed it to surpass the bounds of a sword. Regardless, I don't need it. Kang-woo didn't need to go out of his way to use it since he had the key of the demonic sea and Ingrium. No, even if he didn't have 2 extraordinary weapons, Kang-woo had far surpassed the level of needing a weapon. In that case, Kang-woo turned around and called Si-hun. Yes, Hyung-nim, Kim Si-hun, who was neutralizing the rest of the Frostborn Knights while Kang-woo was battling A, quickly ran toward Kang-woo. Here, you can have this, said Kang-woo as he handed Si-hun the frost sword. Hyung-nim, what was it called again? Formless sword? I know you can make swords with that, but a swordsman's gotta have a good sword. It was the nature of a swordsman to desire a great sword, and no words of greatness could describe a sword like the frost sword. It's at least mythic grade if I had to grade it. It could even be transcendent grade, considering how easily it penetrated Han Seala's sanctuary. It'll be far better than the holy sword you used to use. Hyung-nim. Si-hun teared up, he took the frost sword and continued, Thank you Hyung-nim, no Kang-woo Hyung, I'll take good care of it. Kang-woo stared blankly at the brightly smiling Si-hun. Yeah, you do that. My god, this son of a bitch is bad for my heart. It was only for a moment, it had not even been for a millisecond, but no, darling is the only one for me. Kang-woo furiously shook his head and coughed loudly. He turned to his party members. Although each of them was extremely powerful, facing an army of 10,000 had likely been difficult for them. Their faces were dyed with fatigue. Lilith was the only one who looked fine since she had barely taken part in the battle. Everyone but Lilith leave the dungeon first, Kang-woo said. Pardon, what about you, Kang-woo? Asked Xiala, anxiously grabbing Kang-woo's clothes. Kang-woo smirked and lightly hugged Xiala's waist. He glanced at the collapsed A and said, I have some stuff left to do here. Ah, Xiala nodded as if she understood. She grabbed Echidna's hand and replied, We'll be waiting for you at home then. Well then we will go on ahead, Hyung Nim. Sihun bowed slightly and turned around. Balrog stared at Sihun's back in silence and stood up. My king, please summon me at any time if you require assistance. Chem, yeah, sure. Kang-woo momentarily felt something was off with how Balrog stared at Sihun, but he decided to pay it no mind and nodded. Did something happen between them? Whatever the case, it was not something he had the leeway to concern himself with at the moment. The party members left the frozen temple, leaving only Kang-woo, Lilith, and the collapsed A on the desolate battlefield. Now then, Kang-woo tuned to A and smiled. Shall we get on with the interrogation? Kurg, A grunted. He expected to be interrogated since he had been spared. It's pointless. A glared at Kang-woo coldly. His conviction deep within his heart would never be bent. You never know until you try. Kang-woo walked toward the collapsed A and extended his arm toward him. Authority of sealing, F-whoosh. The flames of veracity wrapped around A to restrain him. How are you planning on interrogating him, my Lord Demon King? Lilith approached the restrained A and scanned him from head to toe with narrowed eyes. It is never easy to make uncompromising people like him talk. I'm sure it is, Kang-woo nodded. He placed his hand on Aya's head and continued, but we have to make him talk no matter what. That was how desperate Kang-woo was for information about Bale. His eyes glinted as he activated an authority. Authority of domination, crackle, Kurg, black sparks crackled in front of Aya's head. He shook his head in pain, but that was it. The authority of domination failed to take control of his mind. Tusk, Kang-woo clicked his tongue with a frown. As he had expected, mind control authority had no effect. There's no way they didn't prepare countermeasures for this. Kang-woo didn't know about Bale, but he was sure that Ammon would have foreseen such a situation and prepared countermeasures for it. In that case, Kang-woo turned around. There was a reason why he had Lilith stay despite getting everyone else to leave the dungeon. Do me a favor, Lilith. Lilith looked down at A with her arms crossed. You. And you will be able to do it, said Kang-woo with certainty with his hand on her shoulder. Lilith tilted her head in confusion. Wouldn't he just enjoy it? No, he won't. I've never been more sure of anything in my entire life. Lilith pouted and complained, NGH, I don't understand why you hate tentacles so much, my king. You don't, why don't you understand? No, even if you don't, you should have fucking figured it out a long time ago after all the times I'd said it. Regardless of whether Kang-woo found Lilith's tentacles disgusting or not, it no longer mattered now that Lilith had decided to take part in the interrogation. I'll leave it to you then, Kang-woo expressed. Yes, my king. Lilith smiled widely and nodded. Squelch, her hair moved as if it were alive and turned into green tentacles. What are you planning on doing? A asked as he stared at the green tentacles in pallor. Kang-woo patted Aya's shoulder as if to cheer him up. You should have talked when I asked nicely. He shook his head and turned away. Kurg. W8, A shouted Squelch. Ga arg, Squelch, 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 Gurig. The green tentacles stuck to A. He twisted and turned as he screamed in terror. Some time passed and A was left struggling, still restrained by the flames of veracity. Ayag. Nightmarish pain tore his mind apart. Although he was made of ice, he had sensory perception. Pain, displeasure, and fear took control of him. The displeasure could not be explained as anything other than disgusting. A was getting nauseous from the feeling of the tentacles sticking to his skin. He bit his lip, suppressing the desire to vomit at any second. I am my conviction. However, A raised his head with his eyes wide open. He recalled the first time he met his lord. He recalled the thrill and awe he had felt back then. Lord Bale. A recalled the endless darkness, the boundless abyss within the innocent-looking boy. Only you can destroy this irrational world and build it anew. Only Bale could become the master of the new world. Will not be bent. Aya's eyes were still blazing with unwavering conviction despite being covered in green tentacles. Kang-woo stared at A wide-eyed, genuinely surprised. He's enduring that. Lilith's interrogation skills surpassed even the authority of domination in certain ways. It was not a matter of her tentacles being hideous and disgusting. Her tentacles naturally oozed powerful hallucinogenic substances and were able to inflict the pain of one's flesh being torn apart. One's fingernails being ripped out, bones breaking, and eyeballs being pulled out were nothing compared to the pain A was currently experiencing. But A, the master of the first heaven, was enduring and had overcome that excruciating pain. Ha, Kang-woo chuckled. I apologize, my king. Lilith sighed and shook her head. A passed out as soon as she released him from her tentacles. He has developed a tolerance. The fluid that oozed from her tentacles possessed powerful hallucinogenic properties, but it had its limits. The target no longer saw hallucinations once they built a tolerance to the substance over time. From what I know, no one ever endured to the point that they built up a tolerance. Kang-woo looked down at A, genuinely impressed. Kang-woo had naturally never felt the hallucinations and pain that Lilith's tentacles induced, but he had heard from Lilith that the pain was close to the amount that Kang-woo felt when molting. No wonder he was so confident that we wouldn't be able to get him to talk. As one who had experienced the pain that came with molting, Kang-woo couldn't help but be impressed. He clapped as he looked down at A. What should we do now? Lilith looked at Kang-woo as if she didn't know what to do. She knew that it would be difficult to get A to break, but she had not expected him to be this tenacious. Should we give up on information about Bale? Since the authority of domination and the extreme pain induced through hallucinations did not work, there was no practical way to make A talk anymore. They would still be able to inflict physical pain on A even if he built a tolerance to Lilith's hallucinogen, but he would most likely be able to endure that pain as well. No need, Kang-woo calmly shook his head. He crouched, lightly patted the unconscious Aya's back and continued, conviction usually succumbs to hope. Pardon? Lilith tilted her head in confusion. Don't you mean despair? No, Kang-woo lightly shook his head with a wide smile. He'll break at the face of hope. Lilith remained silent. A chill ran down her spine. She thought for a moment that she saw goat horns on Kang-woo's forehead. Up we go. Kang-woo stood up and stared in the direction where Arian had run. Now then, let's go catch us a spoiled princess. Chapter 492, Conviction Succumbs to Hope, Part 2, Drip, 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 melted ice fell as drops of water on the floor. Darkness fell on the temple that reeked with the stench of blood. Arg, A twisted and slowly opened his eyes. Kurg, he tried to move, but the black flames wrapped around him did not allow him to. Where am I? He looked around. He had woken up in his half-melted temple where the Frostborn fought against the intruders. He didn't imprison me somewhere else. The fact that the intruders did not move him while he was unconscious was precious information. Time isn't on their side. If the intruders had all the time in the world, they would have taken him to their base and slowly interrogated him. A narrowed his eyes and looked around. He couldn't see his interrogators, the man named Kang-woo or the woman named Lilith, anywhere. Where did they go? A looked around uneasily. There was no way they had gone back after giving up on prying information out of him. F-whoosh, Kurg shit. A drew out the power of frost and tried to break free, but the black flames restraining him did not budge. Foo, A sighed deeply and stopped struggling. His blue eyes shone brightly within the dark temple. I'll never talk. A more or less had an idea about what information regarding Bale that the intruders wanted. They want details about the day of the apocalypse. Bale and his army would invade Earth in exactly 35 days. They would massacre humanity, kill every god, and create a new world. A closed his eyes in silence. If I can't break out of these restraints. He was planning on ending his own life at the very least. After all, dead men told no tales. Foo, A had no qualms about dying, rather he was happy to die as long as it was for the sake of his loyalty toward his lord. However, Arian, his daughter's face popped up in his head. The innocent laughter of the frost princess, as white as snow, echoed in his mind. Hey, A closed his eyes as he sighed. He muttered, I'm sorry. He shook his head to shoo away the image of his daughter in his head. Frost spirits, called A as he slowly raised his head. Light particles slightly smaller than the size of a fist formed around him. They were spirits created from the energy of frost, considerably smaller than when they first appeared. No, it wasn't just their size. The light particles were significantly dimmer and the cold energy within them was nothing compared to what it used to be. It seems you all have also been injured quite a lot. A looked at the frost spirits sorrowfully. But this should be enough. They were more than strong enough to end his life. A raised his head to expose his neck and closed his eyes. He commanded the frost spirits around him for the last time, kill me, crack. The frost spirits turned into sharp ice spears that shot toward Aya's neck. Shatter. However, the spears were destroyed before they could reach Aya's neck. The frost spirits around him were engulfed by the black flames and evaporated. Come on, I can't let you have a badass death. Bastard. A frowned fiercely. He bit his lip as he stared at the frost spirits which had become vapor and dissipated. You still haven't given up. Of course not, Kang-woo nodded with a wide smile. You moron, said A as he glared at Kang-woo coldly. He continued firmly, no matter what you do, I will never talk. Even if you rip off my fingernails, sever my limbs, or pry out my eyeballs, my conviction will not die. Kang-woo smiled. Yeah, I know. A narrowed his eyes. He said coldly, I don't know what you're planning, but there is nothing you can do. Whatever you do, you can never surpass him. A thought about Bale, his master, a true demon who possessed an endless abyss. He was the only one worthy of ruling all worlds. Come to think of it, the woman who was with you referred to you as the Demon King. A chuckled mockingly. I know you are a demon, but that title does not suit you. A had never heard about the Demon King since he had only met Bale after the 1,000-Year War in the Ninth Hell. However, he could easily figure out what the title Demon King signified. You call yourself the King of Demons? A stared at Kang-woo as he laughed mockingly. Lord Bale is the only one who fits that title. Kang-woo dumbfoundedly looked down at A in silence. He burst into laughter as he clenched his stomach. Biwahahaha, damn, I didn't think I'd laugh so hard all of a sudden. He wiped his tears from laughing too hard. You haven't heard anything about me from Bale, have you? Makes sense, there's no way he'd want to tell you. If Bale were to tell anyone about how that long war ended, it meant that he would have to acknowledge his loss. What relationship do you have with Lord Bale? Asked A. Heh, Kang-woo smiled. He reached down to grab A by his white hair. Bash, he raised his knee and smashed it into A's chin. Kurg, A grunted in pain. Kang-woo did not stop. He smashed his knee into A's face over and over again. Gah, Kurg, A's nose broke. His teeth made of translucent ice shattered and fell to the ground as they mixed with white blood. Thud. A fell to the ground on his face. You should consider the position you're in, my friend. Kang-woo crouched and lightly slapped the collapsed A's head. He smiled kindly and said, I'm the one who's asking the questions, aren't I? A bit his lip from the humiliation. He looked up at Kang-woo. Kill me, he said angrily. You will never hear what you want from me. A's voice was filled with certainty. His eyes did not falter in the slightest even after getting tortured to this extent. Really, do you truly think you can overcome any kind of pain? Kang-woo asked. Without question, A answered without hesitation. He continued with eyes filled with willpower, my conviction will not be bent by mere pain. He was not all talk. He was certain that he would never give away information about Bale, whatever pain he was subjected to. Lord Bale, A bit his lip as he thought about his lord. No matter the despair and agony I am placed in, my loyalty for you will not change. A glared at Kang-woo with blazing eyes. He chuckled mockingly again and continued, now torture me however you want. You can peel off my skin, gouge out my flesh, and even break my bones. You won't get anything from me. Rather, you will only waste the little time you already have to prepare for Lord Bale's grand plan. The demon known as Kang-woo was powerful, so powerful that A, the strongest of the four heavenly kings, had not been able to deal any meaningful damage to him. He could even become a threat to Bale's grand plan. I'm prepared to endure any kind of pain as long as I can keep him here. Ha. Kang-woo burst into laughter with his hand clenching his stomach as he looked down at A. He nodded repeatedly with a smile of satisfaction. Man, you're good, I like you. Personally, I'm a huge fan of single-minded people like you. He liked these kinds of people much better than those blinded by desire with no conviction, ideals, or aspirations. Because it's all the more fun to break you. Kang-woo cackled as he moved his shoulders up and down. A frowned in displeasure. All right, you said that your conviction won't be bent by any pain, right? Kang-woo grabbed A by his chin as he nodded in understanding. In that case, he bent down and looked into the eyes of A, collapsed on the ground looking up at him. A groaned the moment he saw Kang-woo's black scleras, yellow irises, and horizontal pupils. What the? He could feel that something was going wrong. What is this feeling? A lowered his head in confusion. What about this then? Just then, Kang-woo took something out of his pocket. It was a translucent piece of ice. A's eyes widened the moment he saw the ice. He trembled and his teeth clacked together. And no, he denied his thoughts. He desperately hoped that the first thing he thought of when he saw the piece of ice was wrong. It can't be. He leaned closer to look down at the piece of ice that Kang-woo dropped on the ground. It was an immaculately beautiful piece of ice. He understood whose it was even if he didn't want to. A groaned in despair as tears ran down his cheeks. Arian, was it? The demon brought his mouth close to A's ears and whispered, she had such beautiful fingers. A screamed. Why, you son of a bitch? Crack, A writhed madly and charged at the demon. I'll kill you. However, the black flames wrapping him restrained him. I will kill you. A's screams of despair echoed throughout the temple. Chapter 493, Conviction Succumbs to Hope. Part 3, Crack, A twisted and turned madly. The chains made of flames around him were pulled taut. He screamed and roared in resentment. A drew out what little remained of his power of frost. His entire body was screaming at him in pain, but he paid it no mind. Pain was nothing before immense resentment. I will kill you. Crack crunch. A reached for the demon, smiling brightly in front of him, but the chains of flames pulled him back. He clenched his fist. Frost energy gathered around it and grew claws exuding freezing air. He thrust the claws at the demon's neck. Crack, Kurg. However, the claws stopped in their tracks along with the sound of bone breaking. A had extended his arm until the claws were away from the demon's neck by a hair's breadth, but it would not go further no matter how hard he tried. You sure are fired up, the demon said as he looked down at A with an entertained smile. Rage surged from A again. His head was getting burning hot and he was tearing up. Hey, he panted heavily. The tears that were welled in his eyes trickled down his cheeks. Arian. A would be lying if he said he didn't expect this to happen. The first thing he thought about the moment he was captured by the demon named Kang-woo was Arian. He had been relieved even as he was getting tortured because his pain only gave his daughter more time to escape. However, A's tears wet the floor of the destroyed temple. Oh, Kang-woo, he looked up and glared at the smiling demon. His captor was not a hero or a saint. He did not blabber endlessly about ethics and morals. Hence, the demon likely knew that the best way to make A talk was not physical pain but to use Arian. Well then, the demon lightly kicked away the piece of ice on the floor toward A. Are you up for talking now? Shut up, shouted A in rage. His blue eyes shone with bloodlust as he stared daggers at Kang-woo, but only for a moment. His glare soon lost its strength and was replaced with tears. Please. A lowered his head and wept as he begged, please, anything but my daughter. Ha 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 ha, Kang-woo burst into laughter with his stomach clenched. Man, what a tearjerker, wouldn't you agree? I would never expect you to be a being who's trying to eradicate humanity if I didn't know any better. Kang-woo looked down at A as he giggled. A, who was crying for his daughter, did not look like a villain in any way. But why don't we try reversing our roles, Kang-woo suggested. Let's say you captured a human with valuable information, but damn, the son of a bitch won't talk no matter what you do. Just as you're getting stressed out of your mind, you happen to find out that the human cares deeply for their child. With all that information, what would you have done? Kang-woo patted the silent A's shoulder. Don't be frustrated. Don't be sad, don't act like you're the victim. It's just that I can do what you would have done as well, that's all there is to it. Bastard. A twisted and charged at Kang-woo again. F-whoosh, F-whoosh. The chains of flames were pulled taut to restrain him again. Oh, and of course. Kang-woo grabbed the struggling Aya's head, brought his head close to Aya's ear and whispered, I'm better at it. Kang-woo cackled as his shoulders moved up and down. Now then, he extended his arm toward the chains of flames, which were slowly losing their strength, and used the authority of sealing again. F-whoosh. The flames, which had been slowly getting weaker the more A thrashed around, burned brightly again. Kang-woo turned away from A after recharging the authority of sealing. One a day. What? A stared at Kang-woo with trembling eyes. The demon pointed at the severed piece of ice. It'll grow by one each day. Aya's eyes widened. He looked in despair at Kang-woo. What do you mean? Come on, you know exactly what I mean, don't you? You son of a you scumbag, cutting off one finger each day. Not even A had expected such an atrocious act. He shouted at Kang-woo, who was about to turn his back to him and leave. Stop, no, please stop. F-whoosh, F-whoosh. He desperately reached out for Kang-woo, but the chains of flames wrapped around his arm. A groaned in despair. Enemy. He roared like a beast as tears flowed down his cheeks. The number of familiar pieces of ice each day. Aya's despair grew with each passing day. His mind broke little by little and he was becoming insane as the days passed. Arg. A groaned as he looked down at the pieces of ice on the floor. Humans might see these pieces of ice and think they were gems made of ice, but to A they could not be any more hideous. Herg, Arian. A lowered his head and touched the piece of ice with his nose. There were 4 pieces of ice on the floor. Frostborn did not have flesh made of skin and blood like humans, but they were not free from the fear of dismemberment. In terms of regenerative capabilities, the Frostborn were no different from humans. I'm so sorry. In other words, his daughter would no longer be able to use a sword. A thought about his daughter smiling as she danced with her sword. She had been like a beautiful fairy befitting her title of Sword Princess. Heart-wrenching agony attacked A, far worse than his skin being torn, his flesh being gouged, and his bones being broken. Why don't you start talking now? The demon whispered. Rage no longer surged from A. The only emotion left to him was his immense sense of powerlessness and despair weighing on his shoulders. His world was falling apart. No, it might already have. The loss of everything he had was inevitable the moment he had lost to the demon. A closed his eyes. He could feel his conviction, which he believed would not succumb to anything, wavering. It was slowly being broken down. A opened his eyes. If I tell him, Arian's life might be spared. What will happen to my daughter? He asked. She will live as long as you tell me what I want to know. That includes you, of course, said the demon in his sweet whispers. I love to lie, but I always keep my word at the very least. A knew that the demon's sweet whispers were complete bullshit. However, the demon's lies were too sweet to resist. A felt as if the demon's lies were numbing his brain. Here, can't you see Arian is also begging? The demon placed a transparent crystal orb on the floor in front of A. Father. A familiar voice flowed out from the orb. Arian. A rushed toward the crystal orb, but the chains of flames restrained him. A thrashed about as he burst into tears. Arian, it hurts so much. Father, she sounded as if she were on the verge of death. The immense despair weighing on A was crushing him. I'm running out of time to spare now. Hurry up and talk, said the demon in slight impatience. A lowered his head within the endless swamp known as despair. He continued, He raised his head, a small light glinting in his eyes as dead as that of a corpse. I will not talk. What? The demon's eyes shook. He continued in irritation, the fuck, are you crazy? Huh, you still won't talk even after your daughter is in this state. The demon grabbed A by the collar. Talk. Tell me everything you know about Bale. The demon glared at A in madness. A ignored the demon's shouts and looked down at the transparent crystal in sorrow. I'm sorry. He thought about his daughter, who was likely suffering from intense agony across that crystal. My daughter. My Aryan, tears flowed down Aya's cheeks. He wept as he lowered his head. Please forgive this horrible father of yours. Shit, Bash, the demon punched A in the face and stomped his foot as if he did not expect this turn of events. I didn't think he'd be so tenacious, muttered the demon as he pulled on his hair. Should I give up? The demon sighed. I should consult with Lilith first. The demon turned around, off in his thoughts. Step, step. The demon disappeared, leaving A alone on the floor of the giant temple. Aryan, mumbled A as he wept, his voice echoing throughout the destroyed temple. Time passed and darkness filled the temple. A was on the floor, his eyes devoid of light. Whoosh. Just then the chains of flames restraining him shook. Aya's eyes shone. Come to think of it, the demon came to see A every day to add more strength to the weakened chains of flames. But he just left today. Aya's eyes glinted with blue flames known as hope. Chapter 494, Conviction Succumbs to Hope, Part 4, Whoosh, whoosh, the chains made of flames binding A burned. Just a little more. A gritted his teeth as he twisted and turned. He was mentally drained from the past 4 days that the demon tormented him, but he had thankfully been gradually regaining his strength. Frost, spirits, A called. The frost spirits which had exploded at the hands of the demon a few days ago dimly appeared. Their strength won't be enough. Even if the chains had weakened, the spirits were not strong enough to break them. Foo, A exhaled. Although he had partially recovered his strength in the past 4 days, the effects of the excruciating torture remained. But I have to escape. A was sure that Aryan would be brutally killed by the demon if he missed this opportunity. Argah, crack, crack, A frantically thrashed about, which the chains of flames responded to by shrinking against him. A forcibly twisted his left arm, which was bound by the chains. Crack. Gaora, bones broke as his arm bent at an unnatural angle. Heya, heya, A panted heavily and looked down. A small gap between him and the chains was formed thanks to his arm breaking. I'll use this gap. He focused the power of frost that he had drawn out to a single point. The dim frost spirits gathered to that point and turned into a small blade. Scratch, scratch. A cut the chains of flames using the ice blade little by little from the inside. Just a little more. Scratch, scratch. The chains were gradually getting thinner because the energy within them had not been recharged. A little more. Aya's eyes filled with hope. Crunch, the chains of flames broke at last. Huff, huff. A fell to the ground as he panted heavily after managing to escape from the chains. It worked. He stood up, clenching his unnaturally bent left arm. He felt lighter than ever now that he was free. Aryan, Aryan. A hurriedly looked around. He did not need anything else, not even his life. All he needed was to rescue his poor daughter, who was likely in immense pain due to the demon's clutches. I don't even have a second to waste. Based on what the demon had said before leaving A, he was surely planning his next interrogation plan. A needed to escape with his daughter before his conversation with the demon named Lilith ended. A staggered along, pain spreading throughout his ragged body with every step he took. Aryan, frost spirits. A closed his eyes and commanded the frost spirits, getting dimmer as if they did not have much strength remaining. Find Aryan. Womb, white frost poured out of the frost spirits as if they were going out with a bang. The frost spirits dispersed in all directions. Kurg. A felt like his body was falling apart just from giving the frost spirits a simple command. I have to keep moving. He gritted his teeth and forced his legs to move. He had a reason why he couldn't stop. Womb, the frost spirits gathered in front of A as he wandered around the temple with staggering steps. His eyes shone. She's close. Aryan was imprisoned somewhere nearby. I have to hurry. A quickened his steps. The hallway of the temple that he walked along all the time felt endless for some reason. Aryan, Aryan. He forced his body to keep moving. He finally reached the end of the hallway after what felt like a century and placed his hand over the door handle. Creak. A carefully opened the door. Father. Aryan. Inside was Aryan, who was also bound by chains of flames like he had been. Her usual smile was nowhere to be seen, replaced by a grimace of pain. Her body, perfectly trained for her brilliant swordsmanship, was beyond emaciated. Herg, Aryan, my Aryan. A embraced Aryan and burst into tears. Father, Aryan also smiled brightly and buried her face in Aya's chest. I knew you would come. I was so sure that you would come to rescue me. The princess of the Frostborn wept sorrowfully. SHH. He will come if you're too loud. Gasp. Aryan's expression turned pale. A looked down at Aryan bound in the chains of flames. His gaze was naturally drawn to her hands. Ah, only a pinky finger remained on her right hand. A grabbed that hand and burst into tears as he crouched. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, my daughter. The fact that he failed to protect his daughter broke his heart. A cried in silence with Arian in his embrace. Let's get you out of this. A gripped the small ice blade he had used to cut through the chains of flames which were also burning faintly, possibly because they were not recharged either. Scratch, scratch. I'll be all right, father. You should hurry and run. Aw, silence, A said firmly as if he would not accept any complaints. Crunch, the chains binding Arian broke as well. Ah, Arian's eyes widened. She smiled brightly and hugged A. Father, father, father. Haya, haya. A, who used all of his strength to break the chains, staggered as he panted heavily. Arian quickly supported him. A shut his eyes tightly and held Arian's right hand with only a pinky finger remaining. Whatever it takes, I will make it so that you can wield a sword again. Father, no need to worry. I will make sure to kill that demon Kang-woo myself on the day of the apocalypse. It's too dangerous, father. Arian shook her head in terror. Seeing that, Aya's expression broke down. He couldn't believe that his daughter, whose smile was as bright as the sun, was making such a horrified expression. Kang-woo. A clenched his fists, his fury blazing within him. Now isn't the time. It was too early to set his desire for revenge ablaze. A clenched Arian's hand tightly and said, let's go back to where Lord Bale is. Can you walk? Yes, I can, but father. Slurred Arian as she stared at the lifelessly staggering A. A smiled faintly and answered, don't worry about me. How dare that filth do this to you, father? Arian fiercely bit her lip, her rage surging from seeing her father reduced to rags. A patted Arian's head and turned around. Let's go. A moved as he held hands with Arian. He walked cautiously, looking around with his eyes as sharp as a hawk's. It's too soon to be relieved. He had successfully rescued Arian, but they had yet to escape. We have to go to where Lord Bale is. Only then would they be truly safe. Hoo-hoo, A breathed anxiously with each step he took. He was heading to his throne where a gate that led to Bale was. Please. A gulped with an expression filled with desperation. Just then, boom. Shit, someone shouted from the other side of the long hallway where A had been tied up. He's here. The demon found out that A had escaped. Hurry. Yes, father. A quickened his steps, still holding Arian's hand. They were almost at the gate that led to Bale. Heya, heya, they reached an extravagantly decorated space. There was supposed to be a throne in the room, but it was not there because it had turned into the frost sword. This way, A ran to the back of where the throne usually was. Whoom, a gate leading to Bale opened once he placed his hand on the magic tool that Ammon had given him. I did it, Aya's eyes filled with hope. A bright smile replaced his expression of despair. He pulled Arian by the hand and said, let's go, we only have about a month until the day of the apocalypse. Treating her daughter was important, but so was making the day of the apocalypse happen. The Frostborn were wiped out due to the intruders and the Frost Sword was taken from A, but he still possessed the deific essence of Frost as well as his power. Arian stood in front of the gate, staring at it in silence. We have to go now, what are you waiting for? A said as he pulled on Arian's arm. I see, Arian smiled. A month, huh? Arian melted as if she were liquid. Darkness oozed from her body made of translucent ice. Thanks, that was good info. The demon appeared from the darkness. Huh, Aya's eyes widened as he stared at the demon dumbfoundedly. What the? His thoughts were jumbled, his brain was unable to process the information sent by his eyes. It was as if he were trapped in a nightmare. Ari, Anne, the demon clenched his stomach and crouched. He laughed vulgarly. Biwahehehe, don't worry, that immature princess is safe. The demon dropped a crystal orb. It shone brightly and displayed a hologram of Arian sleeping on a bed. Ah, Aya's eyes quivered. His eyes once again naturally gravitated to her hands. Her fingers, all 10 of her fingers were perfectly intact. Come on, man. Did you seriously think I cut off her fingers? The demon cackled as his shoulders moved up and down. I don't do uncivilized shit like that, bro. The demon shook his head humorously. Right then, now that you saw that. The demon picked the crystal orb back up and tilted his head. You're feeling hopeful again, aren't you? A saw that his daughter's fingers were intact. He found out that his precious daughter could keep wielding a sword like she loved to do and that she had never been tortured in the first place. Hope bloomed from within the despair. What do you think? It was exactly because of that. A couldn't afford to let go of the hope, which had been so sweet that it made his brain numb after experiencing it once. Aya's expression turned pale after realizing he had been running around on the demon's palm all along. He turned to look at the demon, his eyes shaking. He could see an endless abyss beyond the demon's black eyes. Chills ran down Aya's spine and fear took control of him. He recalled the time when he first met Bale. What are you? The darkness he had seen back then was nothing compared to this. I told you, the demon patted Aya's shoulder with a smile, that your conviction will break. The conviction that had stood tall against all despair had succumbed to hope. Chapter 495, Preparations for War, Part 1. Thud. A fell to his knees on the spot. Now I have a few more things I want to ask. Kang-woo smiled brightly and crouched in front of A. Where else is that son of a bitch Bale gathering his forces? That's. A slightly quivered as he panted heavily. Kang-woo lightly patted A's shoulder and continued, if it's too hard for you to say, how about I give you something other than fingers as a gift this time? And no, A hastily shouted. Immense fear took control of him. He clenched the sliver of hope that he had been given a taste of. The second time was always easier than the first. A shut his eyes tightly and slowly remarked, there aren't many forces like the Frostborn. Then, the majority of Lord Bale's army is made up of the demons of the ninth hell. What? Kang-woo frowned. That son of a bitch crawled back to the ninth hell. It was not unexpected. Bale was a demon, so there was no being easier to handle for him than other demons. Then that means, Kang-woo narrowed his eyes. If Bale had recruited the demons of the ninth hell into his army, conflict with Kang-woo's former forces would have been inevitable. After the death of the 7 princes of hell, the Demon King's army had become so big that no other faction could compare to it. How did he gather his forces? Kang-woo asked. I don't know that much. Dealings in the ninth hell were mostly taken care of by Lord Ammon. It did not seem like A was lying. I guess he doesn't know what's happening in the ninth hell. It was a shame. Also, Kang-woo asked a few more questions. A's conviction had been destroyed. He was blabbering information as if his tenacity never existed. All right, thanks for that. Kang-woo tapped on Aya's shoulder and walked past him. I'll keep my promise, so don't worry. Promise. I told you I would spare you and your daughter if you told me the truth. Kang-woo shrugged. You'll find the sleeping princess not far south of the temple. I won't bother with where you two run off to. A stared at Kang-woo as if he couldn't understand. Kang-woo smiled, but naturally. He snapped his fingers. Kurg Gaara. A clenched his chest and collapsed. He convulsed as if he were having a seizure. If you go back to Bale, the ember I've sown in your body will burn you alive. Huff huff. A stared at Kang-woo with shaking eyes. He gulped and asked in a trembling tone, why are you protecting mere humans? A had realized it as soon as he gazed into the Demon King's eyes and the endless sea of demonic energy within them. The one who would become the master of the new world was not Bale but the demon in front of him. He couldn't comprehend why the king of all that was demonic, who was destined to rule above all, would go this far to protect mere insects. Well, obviously, Kang-woo smiled. He muttered something as he walked past A, but A was not sure if he heard correctly because it was so quiet or he had never heard such a word before. Kimchi? What? A remained dumbfounded as he stared at Kang-woo walking away. Wonderful job, my king. Lilith, who had been standing by in front of the gate, bowed modestly to Kang-woo as soon as he came back to Earth. Kang-woo lightly nodded. Lilith approached Kang-woo and asked, are you sure it was okay to spare them? It would have been better to purge possible troubles by killing them. Don't worry, I made sure that won't happen. Kang-woo shrugged and shook his head. Lilith narrowed her eyes and giggled seductively. She hugged Kang-woo's arm and remarked, as I'd thought, you've become more gentle compared to how you were back in hell. Back then you would have just killed them without hesitation. Well, that's true, Kang-woo softly nodded. He chuckled and asked, what, does it bother you? Ho, of course not. Lilith shook her head as if it were nonsense. She gently caressed Kang-woo's cheek and continued, I will love you no matter what, you are my king. Kang-woo remained silent as something welled up within him. He shook his head to shoo away unnecessary thoughts. More importantly, there isn't much time. Do you mean until Bale comes to Earth? Kang-woo nodded. 31 days. According to A, there was exactly 1 month left until the day of the apocalypse arrived. We have to do everything we can until then. The final battle that would decide everything was just around the corner. Will I lose everything I've built until now, or will I devour Bale and acquire the life that I've always aspired to have? Kang-woo closed his eyes tightly and clenched his fists. The immense pressure of anxiety weighed down on his shoulders. You'll win, Lilith stated and kissed the frozen Kang-woo on the cheek. She looked straight into his eyes and firmly remarked, you'll win, my king. As you've always done. Yeah, Kang-woo laughed insincerely and nodded. 31 days. He started walking as his eyes shone sharply. I'd love to get transcendent deific essence by then. That was the most effective way to emerge victorious, but it was impossible to build a month-long plan around that. First, I have no idea how to get it. It was nothing but a gamble to make a plan around something he had no idea how to go about getting. In that case, Kang-woo fell into thought as he tapped on his chin. We'll have to use the fact that we have the initiative to our advantage. Are you planning on attacking Bale's army as soon as they arrive? Yeah, since they have no idea that I know exactly when the day of the apocalypse is. But don't you have to know where Bale will attack to do that? It was pointless to know when Bale would attack if they did not know where. It was not like they could set up a defense perimeter that covered the entirety of Earth. I know where, Kang-woo smiled. Seoul. Bale will come to Seoul. He recalled the future that Kim Tae-hyun saw. I won't rely on it 100%, but there's a high chance that Seoul being the location of the final battle hasn't changed. If the future could change so easily, there was no way Ti-Hyun would have tried so desperately to kill Kang-woo. Changing the future was possible, but it was likely extremely difficult. How about we attack Bale first? That could catch him off guard, asked Lilith as she rubbed her lips with her finger. Kang-woo shook his head. We have far too little time to gather our forces. Also, having the final battle in the ninth hell is far too risky. The majority of humanity's forces for the final battle would mostly consist of humans. Hell was far too disadvantageous of an environment for humans to fight in since demonic energy was even in the air. Oh, I completely forgot that your army mostly consisted of humans, my king. Well, we've spent the majority of our lives in hell after all. Then are you planning on setting the defense line in Seoul? Kang-woo nodded. We first need to declare martial law and evacuate every citizen in Seoul. They should be evacuated to at least Busan. No, just evacuate them to America while we're at it. He was planning on placing a barrier that enveloped the entirety of Seoul to prevent the destruction from spreading, but letting civilians stay in the vicinity was far too dangerous. Well, evacuating them to America won't amount to much once the battle against Bale begins. If the barrier were to be destroyed, the effects of the battle would spread throughout Earth. Then how about we evacuate them to Erner? Erner, Kang-woo's eyes shone. He did not even think of that. Yeah, that would be a lot safer, but the amount of chaos would be immeasurable. How many people spending regular daily lives would accept without question if they were told out of the blue to move to another world? It was not like they could be told that they were being evacuated because Earth might be destroyed. If we were to reveal that, everyone on Earth would try to go to Erner. Although the population had reduced considerably ever since the day of calamity, there were still 3 to 4 billion people. It was impossible to evacuate them all to Erner in a month without causing global chaos. I have no choice. Kang-woo would prefer to move everyone on Earth to Erner, but it was realistically impossible. We have to focus more on making the defense line stronger than evacuating the citizens right now. Nowhere in the triad would be safe if Kang-woo were to lose to Bale anyway. Whether it be Kang-woo who failed to maintain control over the demonic sea or Bale, the triad would end either way. I will contact Layla and have her gather the elite members of Guardians in Seoul, Lilith said. Average players will only get in the way, so have them evacuate the civilians. Yes, my king, and you remember Kodger, right? The mage who supplied magic tools to Guardians? Yeah. Have him make a communication network. A network? We're gonna be gathering as many forces as possible. There are bound to be language barriers, so we need as many communication devices with interpretation magic enchanted on them. But didn't you set him free last time? There are no breaks during a national no, a global emergency. Wake up, Kodger, you have some more work to do. We have a lot more to do. We have to contact the angels and have the gods of Olympus participate as well. Will we be able to do it? Lilith shook her head as if she were dumbstruck. The amount of work was unreal for it all to be completed in 1 month, but 1 month, we have to be ready in 1 month, Kang-woo said quietly. Chapter 496, Preparations for War, Part 2, Thud. Oh, Kang-woo put down the nectar he had been drinking on the table. Gaia flinched. So, Kang-woo remarked quietly, most of the gods of Olympus won't be able to participate in the war. He glared at Gaia as if he were dissatisfied. Gaia lowered her head as her lips quivered. I'm sorry. They have yet to recover from Bale's attack fully, so the majority of the gods won't be in any condition to fight. Gaia quickly continued as if to appease Kang-woo, but I will bring with me every single god who can move at least a little. Haya, Kang-woo sighed deeply. Bale had attacked Olympus while Earth was being invaded by the parasites. The majority of the gods were thankfully not devoured by Bale, but they were wounded to the point that their deific essence was on the verge of being annihilated. Did he plan this as well? Kang-woo thought Bale's main objective had been to sow the seed of doubt in Gaia's heart to create discord between her and Kang-woo, but he couldn't rule out other possibilities, or it might have been Ammon's idea. Considering all of Bale's actions until now, everything had been about Kang-woo. Bale had no interest in anything unrelated to Kang-woo. Despite that, his plan was being set up very smoothly for the day of the apocalypse. Ammon is coordinating Bale's madness. If not for Ammon, the impulsive Bale who did as he liked could never have set up such an intricate plan. What a pain! Excluding Kang-woo's main party members, the gods of Olympus could be considered the most powerful force Kang-woo had. Their incapacitation would deal a massive blow to his plan. Well, it doesn't seem like she's lying. The gods of Olympus, whom Kang-woo had seen during his visit to see Gaia, were so injured that they could barely stand. Not even Siala will be able to heal them. Physical injuries could be healed with no problem as long as they were alive, but not even Hans Siala's healing magic could heal injuries to one's deific essence. I have no words, Gaia sighed and shook her head. She raised her head again after some silence and continued calmly, but Uranus and I are almost completely fine. If Bale has amassed an army of demons from the ninth hell, we and the protectors will be more than enough to stop them, wouldn't you say? She was treating the demons of the ninth hell as if they were monsters from a low-ranking gate. That's true, Kang-woo remarked. It was understandable, considering the current extent of the ninth hell's forces. Demons from the ninth hell barely feel like a threat at this point. Every prince of hell, the former rulers of the ninth hell, was dead except for Baal, and the demon king, the pinnacle of all demons, was none other than Kang-woo. In other words, the ninth hell without the demon king and the seven princes of hell was but a gathering of average demons. And most importantly, how many demons from the ninth hell can even penetrate the deific essence barrier? No demon had possessed deific essence back when Kang-woo used to rule over hell as its king. To put it simply, people with deific essence like Kim Si-hun, Gaia, and Cha Yeonju would easily be able to massacre the demons. But Kang-woo shook his head with deeply sunken eyes. Do you think they didn't think of that? He stated. Baal was the one who freed the gods from their leash. Would he have done such a thing without realizing they would get in his way? Although Baal was a demented son of a bitch, Gaia was underestimating him far too much. He has the demon god's heart and the privilege to manipulate the law of titans. There's no way he would plan an attack with no countermeasure for those with deific essence. Gaia remained silent, being bombarded by irrefutable facts. I didn't think it through enough. Tisk, Kang-woo clicked his tongue and stood up. I got it for now. Gather as many gods as you can and manifest on Earth before the date I told you. They don't need to be from Olympus. Just get as many as possible. I got it, Gaia nodded. Just as Kang-woo turned around, she grabbed his clothes. What? Thank you. What brings the sudden change of heart? You were going off not long ago about me being the demon of prophecy who will end the world. Forget that. Gaia coughed, her cheeks slightly flushed. She looked up at Kang-woo and continued, to be honest, I'm still scared. I'm worried that the demonic sea laying dormant inside you will devour you and end the world. But, Gaia said as she stared at Kang-woo firmly, I've decided to trust you no matter what end awaits me. Gaia clenched the fist of her other hand, which was on her knee. I see, Kang-woo smiled and shook his hand. He never expected Gaia to say that she trusted him ever again after revealing his true identity to her and giving her no choice but to trust him. It's not a bad feeling, Kang-woo shrugged as he turned around and left Olympus. Now then, Kang-woo narrowed his eyes after returning to the Hall of Protection. He had just finished his business with Olympus, but there was no time to rest. He took out his smartphone and opened a web portal with a green background to check the trending searches. Live trending keywords: 1. Martial law. 2. Seoul martial law. 3. Martial law meaning 4. Seoul house price. Yeah, house prices sure are fucking important, Kang-woo chuckled. As he had expected, chaos had befallen Korea once martial law had been declared. Yeah, it would be weirder if everything was normal after martial law was declared and people were told to move to another world. It would be crazy behavior if people just packed their bags and left for Erner without question. Kang-woo opened the news category and read through the comments. Newsfeed, chamber the hell, martial law out of nowhere. Taki, what the hell's this nation come to? Namu, could it be related to the insect invasion in Seoul last time? Jing-s, but fr, are they even allowed to kick out every citizen in Seoul this suddenly? Sinkoko, Ice Guy, here I come. Lesgu, my time has finally come. Penguin the goat. Holy shit, there's a martial law opposition rally at Gwanghwamun right now. Cozy, LMAO, everyone gather at Gwanghwamun if you don't want to be chased out to another world. A rally, As Kang-woo had expected, panic had reached its peak, but he had already thought of a peaceful countermeasure that would turn the chaos into trust. Brrrrrrrr, Kang-woo called someone. What do you want? An irritated voice sounded from the other side of the phone. I'm already busy as hell, so I'm gonna hang up if it's not impor Yeonju. What? I miss you. Cough, cough, WH what? I want to see you right now. WH, what's wrong with you all of a sudden? Why, you know we're gonna be drowning in work for the next month. That's exactly why. WH what? We only have a month left, Yeonju. So what? Now's the only time we have to say the things we haven't been able to say to each other. This might be our only chance. Yuerg, where are you? The voice across the phone sounded slightly elated. Kang-woo answered, come to the roof of our apartment. NNGH, I'll be there in a bit, so wait for me there. Before hanging up, Kang-woo heard stomping sounds and Yeonju screaming, Kaya, what do I do? All right. Kang-woo made Yeonju something to give her after he hung up. He already had a rough idea of it, so it did not take long to make. Creak. After about 2 hours of waiting on the rooftop, Yeonju finally appeared as she opened the door to the roof. Sorry for making you wait so long, she said as she swept back her red hair with a yellow hairpin on it. She had gone all out on her attire instead of her usual jeans and a white t-shirt. She was wearing a white blouse and a checkered skirt. She was wearing low patent leather heels and even some expensive-looking accessories. She was already a knockout beauty in regular attire, but she looked even more radiant now. So what did you want to say to me? Yeonju asked as she twirled the ends of her hair around her finger for no reason. I wanted to ask you a favor. Kang-woo smiled and handed her something. Yeonju expressed slight disappointment. What is it? A speech. A speech, Yeonju frowned. Kang-woo turned on the live stream of the martial law opposition rally and said, I'd like you to put an end to this rally as the leader of the Church of Splendor. Yeonju read through the speech that Kang-woo handed her in silence. In it were things about how everything was according to what the God of Splendor had prophesied, and that they needed to go to Erner before an even bigger disaster struck. Yeonju turned red after reading further into the speech. I'm not fucking doing this, what the fuck. It was not just about reciting the speech. Yeonju would need to put on a tear-jerking performance and preach Omen in front of hundreds of thousands of people. It was impossible to do for anyone with a sense of shame, especially for the relatively shy Yeonju. Never, I'll ever do it, over my dead body, she shouted madly. Snap, just then Kang-woo took a photo of Yeonju. What did you just do? Yeonju flinched and stared at Kang-woo. If you don't do it. Kang-woo smiled brightly. He opened the messenger app, selected a photo, and hovered his thumb over the send button. I'll send this photo of you I just took to Siala. I wonder how she'll react. KYHHH, Yeonju screamed. She looked down at her clothes in pallor. Unlike her usual clothes, her attire oozed with the desire to look pretty for someone, and the same could be said for her makeup and hairstyle. If Siala were to see this, why you? Yeonju's shoulders trembled. UMOTHRFICKERRRR. She grabbed Kang-woo by his hair and smashed her knee into his face. Her attack penetrated his deific essence barrier and caved his face in. Blood poured out of Kang-woo's nose. Kang-woo fell into thought as he was getting his ass beaten by a crazed lioness. Man, it's actually hurting my conscience this time. He knew that he had taken advantage of her feelings far too much this time. Yeonju, oh Yeonju, forgive me just this once. I'll be super good to you once this is all over. I'll carry you to gold. Chapter 497, Preparations for War, Part 3. Everyone, trust in the light, follow the path of light, shouted Cha Yeonju, enveloped in radiant splendor. All eyes of the people gathered at Gwanghwamun were on her. The speech that Yeonju had been reciting for the past 20 minutes was about to reach its climax. The God of Splendor will save us all, clatter. Gold chains poured out in a fan shape from the area around Yeonju's back, making them look like wings made of brilliant light. The eyes of the crowd shook. They recalled the parasite invasion in Seoul, which was only a month ago. The one who had saved them was the God of Splendor with his brilliant wings. O God of Splendor! The number of people bursting into tears with their mouths covered with both hands increased. They knew very well who had saved them as Seoul was covered in flames. The Sword Dragon, the players of Guardians, and the soldiers from Erner all did their part, but the one who had wiped out countless parasites with one attack was the God of Splendor. Omen, Herg, please punish us fools. We were blind to the word of God. The devotees of the Church of Splendor, who had been secretly planted throughout the crowd, shouted praises for the God of Splendor as they acted like they had been led astray. Their voices spread several hundred meters using a magic tool. Whoosh! At the same time, the light of splendor burst out of Yeonju and enveloped the entire crowd. I will guide you to salvation. A solemn voice echoed within the people's heads. None of them knew this, but it was just a recording of Val Zahak's voice, which could be mistaken for that of a crime boss. The light will save you all. There was nothing more effective than a good voice in pulling out emotion from people's hearts. Val Zahak's deep and dignified voice moved the hearts of everyone gathered at the rally. According to Kang-woo, the skeleton's voice was Kim Si-hun level. Omen, I believe. The decoys praised the God of Splendor even more. Add to that the incarnation of Splendor sprouting brilliant wings and the voice of God echoing from the light, there was no question. Seoul had experienced an extinction-level threat only a month ago, and the one who had saved them from despair was the God of Splendor, who was currently warning them of danger. It was more than enough to break through the people's psychological defense. Tears welled up from their eyes. Humans were sentimental creatures. The wave of emotions spreading throughout the crowd began to influence each of the hundreds of thousands of people, causing them to lose their sense of reason. OHMEN. The prayer that started from somewhere caused the others to follow suit. Everyone. Yeonju's shoulders trembled as she stood in front of countless people. Her white vestments fluttered as she kneeled in front of everyone. She shouted in tears, OHMEN. Her shout sounded more like one of desperation than praise for some reason. Great job, said Kang-woo, who had been watching from backstage. Yeonju walked past Kang-woo, her eyes as cold as frost. She then stopped and turned her head with a fierce look. Just this once, this is the last time. She glared at him and angrily threw aside her long white hat. I'm never doing this again. I'm not gonna do this church leader shit anymore either. Got it? Yeonju ripped off her fluttery vestments in tears and threw it aside. Under it were the clothes that she had worn to meet Kang-woo on the roof. She was not used to dressing nicely, but she had tried her best. She cried even more as she looked down at them. Don't ever contact me again, she stated coldly. You're busy anyway, aren't you? We only have a month, she clenched her fists. I did everything I could, so stay out of my life from now on. Yeonju turned around as she wiped her tears. Yeonju, Kang-woo called. She ignored him and walked away. Kang-woo caught up to her and grabbed her hand. What? She asked as she glared at him coldly. Kang-woo yanked her hand. MMPH, tilted his head and kissed her. MMMPH. MMMMMPH. Yeonju's eyes widened. She waved her hands around, but Kang-woo embraced her and leaned in even more for a deeper kiss. Piwa. Yeonju hurriedly stepped back after the short kiss. WHWHWHWHWHWHWHWHWH what the fuck? Her face turned so red that it looked like it would burst from a slight poke. WH what was, TH that for? Yeonju stammered with a hint of elation in her voice. Kang-woo smiled faintly and lightly grabbed Yeonju's hands. Thanks. I mean, I love to tease you for fun, but I've always cherished you. Yeorg. Yeonju lowered her head, which had turned bright red. WH what the F fuck's gotten into you? It doesn't suit you at all, why you damn virgin. H haha why you think you're hot stuff just because I hung out with you a bit. WH, when did I ever say that I was interested in someone like why you sheesh. TH, this is the problem with virgins. Her stuttering continued as tears flowed down her cheeks, but they were tears of joy unlike before. Kang-woo laughed, unable to hold it in any longer. The sight of the crying Yeonju was beyond beautiful. WH what? WH why the fuck are you laughing? Yeonju shouted madly. Kang-woo patted her head as he snickered. Sorry, but I have to go. I'll tell you why I laughed later. He wanted to stay with her for a little longer, but Iris had contacted him during Yeonju's speech. Considering what Iris had requested of him, he couldn't stay here for much longer. As Yeonju had said, they only had 1 month. Yeonju flinched and bit her lip. She could still feel Kang-woo's lips on hers. She was feeling fuzzy as if she were dreaming. Oh, okay, sure. Yeonju looked away from Kang-woo. She heard from Kang-woo that there was going to be a battle against Bale in 1 month, so she knew how busy of a schedule he had. NGH, Yeonju rubbed the end of her shoe on the ground as if she were dissatisfied. She was wearing low heels instead of her usual sneakers. She could feel her face and ears getting red. I must be crazy. Yeonju shut her eyes tightly and shook her head. She thought there was no way that these clothes looked good on her. These would look far better on Siala or Lilith. Her expression turned darker the more she thought that she had done something pointless. Oh right. Kang-woo stopped in his tracks and turned to Yeonju. He said nonchalantly, those clothes look good on you. Wah. Kang-woo then flew up into the sky. Yeonju quickly turned around, but Kang-woo was already gone. Arg, WH what the hell are you talking about, you son of a bitch? Yeonju cursed at the vanished Kang-woo for no reason. Erg, she clenched the hems of her skirt after cursing some more. Hee hee. Yeonju smiled more brightly than ever. Sir Kang-woo, a woman with hair so blonde that it looked as if it were made of liquid gold, was waiting in front of the gate leading to Erner. Iris turned to Kang-woo as soon as she noticed him. It's been a while, Sir Kang-woo. It sure has. Kang-woo slightly nodded. It had definitely been a while, but it had been far longer for the ones he was about to meet. It has seriously been a while. He could barely remember how long it had been even after combing through his memories. Iris turned to Kang-woo and remarked, please wait just a little bit. They will be here soon. Kang-woo nodded and stared at the massive gate several kilometers tall. Crackle, blue lightning sparked soon after. Kang-woo-woo, a blue-haired boy, flew out of the gate as the wings on his back flapped energetically. Uriel, Kang-woo smiled at the boy flying toward him. He had left Uriel in Erner so that Uriel could deal with the aftermaths of the destruction in Sant'Angelo from the invasion by the constellations of evil. It's nice to see him again. Others might think of him as an unruly child, but he was at least docile in front of Kang-woo. How have you been? I've heard so much. Earth was attacked by otherworldly beings not long ago, wasn't it? Are you hurt anywhere? I'm so sorry I wasn't able to Stop, calm down, Uriel, someone with a deep voice interjected. Michael slowly walked out of the gate from behind Uriel. He bowed courteously and greeted, it's been a while, Kang-woo. Next to him was a woman who reeked of alcohol, sweeping her hair back with a smile. Sheesh, give it a rest already, brat. Is he your long-lost lover or something? What did you say? Uriel glared fiercely at Gabriel, the woman who reeked of alcohol. Damn drunkard. Hi, what's up with you? It's not like it's your first time seeing me drunk. Shut up. Uriel and Gabriel began to bicker with each other. Michael sighed as if he were having a headache. He paid them no attention and extended his arm toward Kang-woo. I have been relayed the situation from Iris, Kang-woo. An army of demons will be attacking Earth in 1 month. Yes, Kang-woo replied. I apologize for not being able to help during the last invasion. We have only just finished rebuilding Sant'Angelo. It's all right, I'm grateful enough for you coming this time. Kang-woo grabbed Michael's hand with a smile. The gods of Olympus, the martial law, and now the angels. Kang-woo was slowly gathering the crucial pieces of the puzzle. Chapter 498, Stragglers, Part 1. To think there was such an atrocity in Olympus. Michael expressed sorrow. He, Uriel, and Gabriel couldn't help but be shocked after hearing that Baal had attacked Olympus. Then have all the gods of Olympus been annihilated? Uriel asked. No, but... Kang-woo explained the current state of Olympus. This is the worst. Uriel's expression hardened. It was despairing to hear that most of the gods of Olympus could not participate in the war against Baal and his army, which was only a month away. Kang-woo mentioned, I'm sure Baal attacked them with this in mind. Uriel shook his head in disbelief. Just how strong is Baal to be able to decimate Olympus by himself? He knew how powerful those with deific essence were since Michael was one of such beings. He could hardly believe that a group of such beings were one-sidedly beaten by one demon. He's strong, overwhelmingly so, answered Kang-woo concisely. He was not exaggerating to keep them on their toes. Baal was so powerful that not even Kang-woo was sure whether or not he would be able to defeat him. Baal might even be on the same level as the Titans, the creator of worlds. Silence fell. Even Gabriel, the always playful angel, was serious after hearing about the loss at Olympus. It might be weird for me to say this since I was the bearer of the bad news, but relax. Kang-woo smiled faintly and continued, whatever the case may be, this isn't a battle we can avoid. We should be raising our chances of victory instead of trembling in fear. It was easier said than done. Imagine if a dump truck were to suddenly veer off its lane and charge right at you. How many of us would be able to stay calm and think to roll to the side? 9 out of 10 people would fall into panic mode and get hit by the truck without being able to react. And those 9 out of 10 people can't become an archangel. The archangels did not betray Kang-woo's expectations. You're right, nothing will change even if we stay in fear. Uriel and Michael nodded in seriousness. They were unwavering to the point that it was boring. They don't disappoint. It would have been pointless to ask for their assistance if they were any other way. Kang-woo continued, let's head to the Hall of Protection first. I will give you the details on the defense line there. Very well, Michael nodded. As he was following behind Kang-woo, he was reminded of something and then asked, oh right. Come to think of it, why did you ask us not to bring the other angels? Oh, I was curious about that as well. Why did you ask only for us 3? Asked Uriel with his head tilted in wonder. Michael approached Kang-woo and said, if you're worried about the state of Sant'Angelo, it has been more or less resto. No, that's not why. Kang-woo shook his head. When he asked Iris to contact Michael to ask for assistance, he also told Iris to tell Michael not to bring other angels aside from Uriel and Gabriel. Setting up the defense line itself is going to be much later. I just thought there was no need to bring so many so soon. Michael tilted his head in confusion, unable to understand the logic. He asked, shouldn't it be prepared as soon as possible since the war is only a month away? We're indeed short on time, but not getting caught is more important. Baal would be attacking Seoul in 1 month, but Kang-woo needed to maintain the facade that he had no idea about the day of the apocalypse for their plan of attack to work. That would make the ambush meaningless. Kang-woo had temporarily prevented Baal from being able to observe them through the system, but that was not good enough for him to rest easy. We have to set up a defense line throughout Seoul. It was far too wide of a perimeter to be lying in ambush. Stealth was the most crucial part of this plan, which required the defense line to be prepared as thoroughly and quickly as possible. Hence, it needed to be set up as late as possible. It seems I did not think it through enough. Michael nodded as he stroked his chin, having fully understood Kang-woo's intentions. But wouldn't it be discovered regardless as soon as we set up the defense line? Kang-woo shrugged and answered, I've already thought of a countermeasure for that. However, his countermeasure was not as perfect as he was letting it out to be. But Kang-woo lightly closed and opened his fists. How hard can it be to keep a brat's eyes covered? He was certain that he was unmatched at least in his ability to hide things. This won't be easy. Michael narrowed his eyes and nodded. But it has to be done. As expected of the god of splendor, Michael laughed. Kang-woo smiled back and turned around. Right, let's go to the Hall of Protection. Layla will brief you on the details once you arrive. What about you, Kang-woo? I have something to do, so I can't stay. 1 month was barely enough time to prepare a barrier and a defense line around Seoul, all while staying out of Baal's sight. There was no time to waste catching up with old friends. Oh, Uriel expressed dejection. Iris also looked dejected, biting her lip after finding out that she wouldn't be able to spend time with Kang-woo after being apart for so long. Wow, the great god of splendor sure is popular. Gabriel wrapped her arm around Kang-woo's shoulders with a smile. She brought her mouth close to Kang-woo's ear, her breath reeking of alcohol. Why don't you work your charm that got you so popular on little old me as well? Ha ha ha, what's wrong with you, crazy lady? I already have a darling. Keep that up and you'll die. You're getting me even more fired up. You might catch fire for real at this rate. All right, please come this way. Kang-woo took Gabriel's arm off of his shoulders and turned. Tisk, you're no fun. Gabriel clicked her tongue and stepped away from Kang-woo. Kang-woo looked back at her and smiled. You don't know this, but I just saved your life. Before that, I have something to tell you, Michael remarked as Kang-woo was about to get moving as he shook his head. Oh, is there even a need to tell him when it's almost over? Asked Uriel apathetically as he interlocked his finger behind his head, knowing exactly what Michael was about to tell Kang-woo. We should share every little detail in dire situations like this. What is it? Kang-woo asked as he turned to Michael, tilting his head. A group of demons was discovered in Erner not long ago. A group of demons? Yes. There were about 100 of them. That's not that many, or I guess it could be considered a lot. Did they cause any issues? Not much, after all. Michael narrowed his eyes and continued. They were stragglers. Stragglers? Yes. I do not know exactly why, but the demons were running away while covered in wounds. From who? That we don't know, but I would assume there was some sort of power struggle among the demons. Kang-woo suddenly recalled what A had said. The majority of Lord Baal's army is made up of the demons of the ninth hell. In other words, Baal had taken control of the ninth hell after Kang-woo left. And if there was a power struggle among the demons of the ninth hell, Kang-woo thought about his loyal subordinates who had been with him during the war against the 7 princes of hell and when he earned the right to rule over hell. It can't be. A thought that he didn't even want to imagine crossed his mind. He suspected as soon as he was told that Baal had gathered an army of demons from the ninth hell that there would be a conflict between his former army and Baal's army. He had already expected and prepared himself for it. But if the number of stragglers only amounted to 100, it meant one thing that Kang-woo had not expected to happen. Kang-woo's expression froze, chilling bloodlust filling his eyes. I'm sure it's not. He erased the negative thoughts, denying them as nonsense. I'm sure they're just some random straggler demons. A part of his mind was sure that his negative thought was true despite his best efforts to deny it. Kang-woo asked quietly, was there a particular demon among them whose name you know or if any of their characteristics stood out to you? Michael nodded. Oh yes, I believe the leader of the stragglers was named. He lightly tapped on his chin as he combed through his memories. Doomguard. Kang-woo closed his eyes. The possibility he had tried so hard to deny had become a fact. Doomguard? He was the guardian of ruin as well as the demon who commanded the 3rd Battalion of Kang-woo's Demon King army. Could you tell me where those stragglers are headed? Kang-woo asked. Oh, of course. They're heading southeast of Erner, but we are close to catching up to them. If you would like to interrogate them, I would recommend you wait a lit. No, Kang-woo interjected, his eyes glinting fiercely. I will go personally. You, Kang-woo, yes, there is a high chance they are associated with the demon of prophecy. I would like to interrogate them myself. I see. In that case, I will have the pursuit squad accompany Y. No, it's all right. You can just tell me where they are and I will resolve this issue myself. Kang-woo waved his hand and smiled brightly, but there was something slightly off about his smile. Chapter 499, Stragglers, Part 2. Did you say, Doomguard? Balrog, who had instantly flown to Kang-woo as soon as he received the call, clenched his fists. I can more or less tell what happened in the ninth hell. Lilith, who came with Balrog, sighed and shook her head. Kang-woo had ordered them to come to the gate leading to Erner as soon as he guided the archangels Michael, Uriel, and Gabriel to the Hall of Protection. If Doomguard was the only one there, would that mean Erikyle, Nahilla, and Rethian were all killed by Baal? Asked Balrog with a heavy expression. Kang-woo's army used to be divided into 5 battalions. Balrog led the 1st Battalion, Destruction Corps, Erikyle led the 2nd Battalion, Despair Corps, Doomguard led the 3rd Battalion, Ruin Corps, Nahilla led the 4th Battalion, Grief Corps, and Rethian led the 5th Battalion, Resentment Corps. These 5 battalions fought alongside Kang-woo in the war to decide the true ruler of the ninth hell. And of course, the one who decided those cringy names was not Kang-woo. It's all Balrog's naming sense. He had decided on those names without consulting Kang-woo, claiming that the names were required so that they could strike fear into their enemies. My God, just thinking about those days makes me. He recalled cringing every time he commanded each battalion. Memories flashed before his eyes like a panorama. Our Ruin Corps, strike the enemy from behind, and Despair. Do we really have to use these fucking names? Of course we do. Why the fuck do we have to? Because they are cool, son of a bitch. Kang-woo wildly shook his head to shoo away his dark past. Even if you were absent, all 5 battalions being wiped out is impossible, stated Balrog as he shook his head incomprehensibly. Kang-woo remained silent, his expression hardened. Balrog was right. Even if he, Balrog, and Lilith were absent, there was no way that all 5 battalions were wiped out. Unless, Kang-woo smiled somberly. Yeah. It's impossible. Please wait, my king. Didn't I say that Ammon dealt with most matters of the ninth hell? Asked Lilith as she frowned. Kang-woo clicked his tongue, as expected of Lilith. She noticed the worst possible outcome. Then it could mean that, enough. Kang-woo cut Lilith off and gestured at Balrog with his chin. Lilith's expression hardened. What are you two talking about? Balrog stared at Lilith and Kang-woo with his head tilted. Kang-woo refused to elaborate and turned around. He remarked, let's find Doomguard first. Yes, my king, Lilith nodded. Balrog narrowed his eyes, unable to understand, but he did not demand an explanation. Let's go, Woom. Kang-woo walked into the gate leading to Erner, his vision distorted and he felt nauseated. Once they arrived at Erner, he held Lilith, who couldn't fly, and lifted her. Lilith would have stuck to Kang-woo to seduce him in normal conditions, but she was off in her thoughts with a gloomy expression. Kang-woo sighed, "Authority of the sky." He slowly floated once he activated the authority. Balrog sprouted his gigantic wings and followed behind him. The southeastern region of Erner, I believe they said. It was not far since the gate connecting Earth and Erner was located in the southernmost region of Erner. It was impossible to know Doomguard's exact location since he was on the move, but that way, Kang-woo could find him easily because Doomguard was one of his retainers. He quickly flew toward the direction that he pointed at. Whoosh. Sharp winds brushed past his skin. The sonic booms from their supersonic speed destroyed the areas in their flight path. Heya, heya, Doomguard panted heavily as he staggered. His vision was blurry and his energy was bottoming out. Lord. Doomguard, we can't. One of his ruined core subordinates' groans echoed within his ears. Keep moving, commanded Doomguard as he turned his head to look back. Behind him were about 100 of his ragged subordinates. He said, barely managing to squeeze out a response, "We have to make it, to our king." He was also in terrible condition. He was missing an arm, and black blood was pouring out of his wound that reached from his chest to his stomach. His goat horns, which were no different from his pride as a demon, were broken in half. Keep, Mauve. Doomguard's voice grew fainter. Boom, he staggered and collapsed to his knees. The unending outpour of black blood wet the ground. My king, Doomguard thought about his master as his consciousness waned. Ah, he hallucinated his master approaching from afar. Wham! Something flying toward the stragglers at astonishing speed landed on the ground. Doomguard, Kang-woo looked down at his ragged retainer. My king, crunch. Kang-woo bit open his finger without hesitation and stuck his bleeding finger inside Doomguard's mouth. Authority of Regeneration. Doomguard slowly began to return to normal as soon as Kang-woo activated the authority. However, cough, cough, Doomguard covered his mouth and coughed up black blood. Kang-woo frowned aggressively. He bit open another finger to bleed even more. Drink. My king, drink. Kang-woo poured large amounts of his blood into Doomguard's mouth as he activated the Authority of Regeneration at full throttle. All of Doomguard's injuries disappeared as if time had been reversed. Cough, Kurg. Doomguard continued to cough up blood despite all of his injuries having disappeared. My king, this is, Lilith said quietly. I know, Kang-woo answered, biting his lip. The Authority of Regeneration could only treat superficial injuries. It couldn't heal internal accumulated damage. Doomguard's body was already destroyed to the point that it couldn't be healed with the Authority of Regeneration. What the hell happened, Doomguard? Balrog grabbed Doomguard's shoulders with a miserable expression. His missing arm had regenerated, but it drooped lifelessly as if it had lost all feeling. Kang-woo stared at Doomguard with deeply sunken eyes. Doomguard, hee, I'm happy that I managed to see you again. Cough, before my last breath, my king, I have something that I need to tell you. No matter what, Doomguard smiled in a way that did not fit his hideous looks at all. His smile was filled with purity, unlike Balrog's. Although he was violent enough to be known as the Guardian of Ruin, he was but a loyal baby to Kang-woo. Kang-woo narrowed his eyes and recalled the terrible wound that spanned from Doomguard's chest to his stomach before Kang-woo healed him. It looked as if he were hacked by a saw blade. There weren't many demons who could make such a wound. In the end, the possibility that he wanted to deny had become reality. Erekal did this, didn't he? Doomguard lowered his head, looking like he was about to break at any second. He kneeled in front of Kang-woo as if he were confessing his sins. What do you mean? Asked Balrog with a trembling voice. His eyes were shaking as if he couldn't understand. Erekal is your loyal subordinate, my king. Erekal was the commander of the Demon King's 2nd Battalion, the Despair Corps. Why would he attack Doomguard? Balrog shouted. As someone whose loyalty to his king was on par with that of the King of the Frostborn for Baal, Balrog was having a hard time understanding. Why would fellow commanders, Balrog, stop? Said Lilith as she sighed deeply. There was no change in her expression since she had already expected this to happen. I'm sure you've already figured out what happened as well. Most of what happened in the 9th Hell was done by Ammon, not Baal. If Baal didn't involve himself, there was no way that only 100 survived, even if they had to retreat against Baal's army. Merely 100 surviving was logically impossible, considering the size of the Demon King's army. It would have made more sense if no one survived. It would just mean they decided to die honorable deaths. However, they had run away instead of going out with a bang. If only 100 managed to survive. If it was logically impossible, it would mean that something illogical had occurred. Lilith shut her eyes tightly and continued firmly. It means our king was betrayed. Kang-woo had been betrayed by his subordinates, his retainers whom he had led throughout the war and fought alongside to the very end. We were betrayed, Lilith said hesitantly. She knew how much Kang-woo cherished his retainers as well as how many he lost during the Thousand-Year War. She couldn't even imagine how Kang-woo was feeling after finding out one of those retainers had betrayed him. "My king," Lilith turned to Kang-woo, who was looking down at Doomguard with his head lowered. She wanted to embrace and console him, telling him that it was not his fault and that it couldn't be helped. However, the sorrow, rage, frustration, resentment, and regret in his eyes kept her legs from moving. Boom! Balrog stomped his foot and stared at Doomguard, grimacing like a yaksha. "Is that true?" he asked. "I asked you if that's true, Doomguard," Balrog roared like a ferocious beast. Doomguard simply trembled in silence with his head lowered. Balrog walked to him and reached out for him. "Balrog," Kang-woo grabbed Balrog's arm. "Stand down, stand down," Kang-woo said in a deep voice. Balrog flinched and took a step back. Kang-woo lightly placed his hand on the kneeling Doomguard's shoulder and said, "Doomguard, yes, good work for making it this far." Doomguard looked up at Kang-woo in silence. Black blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and welled at the end of his chin. "Heh, hee hee," Doomguard smiled innocently in a way unbefitting a demon. "If I knew this would happen." He raised his shaking hand and grabbed Kang-woo's hand on his shoulder. "I would have come to see you sooner." Doomguard smiled brightly again as the light in his eyes dimmed. His hand on Kang-woo's hand dropped as if a string holding it up was cut. The light in his eyes disappeared. "And," Kang-woo said as he slowly raised his head, he stared at one of the 100 demons collapsed behind Doomguard. "It's been a while, Erekyle,"